This is session 1 of your traffic generation and SEO training. This is the 24-hour traffic plan where you're going to discover how to drive traffic within 24 hours to your website. So inside the 24-hour traffic plan, the very first step that you need to do is choose a targeted buyer keyword phrase. And so what you do is I use the Google AdWords keyword tool, and I'm going to show you that in the next video where we basically go through and step by step help you identify a keyword phrase inside of your niche that people are looking for. Now, if you own a small business and maybe you are a chiropractor in Tulsa, Oklahoma, for example, your targeted keyword phrase would be Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, or it might be Tulsa chiropractors or something of that nature, because that's what people are most likely going to look for to find your business. If you are selling, weight loss information, your targeted keyword is not going to be a narrow keyword like weight loss. It's going to be a buyer, a focus keyword. So it might be something like weight loss diet information, because if they're typing in that kind of keyword phrase, there's not as many searches, but they're a very targeted buyer. Like if somebody's typing in weight loss diet information, they want to buy information. They want to find information on weight loss diet, so they might buy information if you offer. They might opt into your list. And let's say that you are a let's just say you are a lawyer in Chicago, Illinois. Your targeted keyword phrase would be Chicago, Illinois lawyer, or it's you happen to be a church in Stillwater, Oklahoma. It might be Stillwater, Oklahoma church, churches, Oklahoma, churches, Stillwater, Stillwater churches. That would be your targeted keyword phrase. And so the main focus here is to narrow down on a targeted buyer keyword phrase that's related to your niche. And I'm going to show you on the screen how to do that, but you can use the AdWords keyword tool. It's ADWORDS, AdWords keyword tool, and you just type in the root domain name. So for example, you are like a business in Tulsa, Oklahoma, you might say Tulsa chiropractors and see what kind of keyword options come up that way. And so that's the first step, because once you have this keyword, this is the keyword that you're going to target in this 24-hour plan, and you want it to be a keyword that has some search volume. And the AdWords keyword tool will identify different keyword phrases that have search volume, so you see ones that can potentially drive you traffic. And keep in mind as you go through the steps and this process that you can implement this as many times as you want on the same website and get great results. So you can keep going through this step for a different focus keyword phrase, for example. So the first step, after you've identified the keyword phrase, the very next step is to go ahead and submit your website to social bookmarking websites using www.onlywire.com and www.socialmarking.com. Now, what's onlywire.com and socialmarking.com is those are places that have information and links to websites where you can access social bookmarking websites. Now, social bookmarking site, if you're not aware, is a site basically that's set up with the sole purpose of allowing people to share links with each other. And people will go to social bookmarking sites and they will share stories and say, I like this story, so I'm gonna submit it to this site and see if other people like it. And sites like dig.com, reddit.com, mix.com, those are huge social bookmarking type websites that people are using. It's social bookmarking because there's a large audience of people using it. Well, these traffics are high authority sites. They have tons of traffic, and the search engines will actually rank the individual bookmarked pages, meaning that if you submit a link on there, it will actually submit your link on an internal page. And so that's what the power of social bookmarking websites is. And using a tool called onlywire.com, it will automatically submit your website to about 20 social bookmarking websites at one time. And so I'm going to show you how to set up that account at onlywire.com in an upcoming video here. And the same thing, socialmarking.com, it's similar to OnlyWire. OnlyWire does it automatically. Social marketing kind of helps automate the process though, to where it gives you a list of an additional set of social bookmarking websites to consider, of quite a bit more than the 20 OnlyWire covers. So you find more sites that you could submit your business to, and it will actually bring up a list where if you just click on the name of the website, and it will actually pre-fill the forms for the social bookmarking. And because when you're doing social bookmarking, the forms typically will ask for the title of the story, which is going to be your main keyword phrase. So that's very important. When I say submit it, you want to submit your main keyword phrase in the title. Next, you want to have your description, and inside the description, you want to try to incorporate your keyword phrase where it makes sense, and put a one or two sentence that entices people to go to your website or offer. So, as an example here, we're just going to stick with the Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors example. If you were to say, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, and you were going to use that as your keyword phrase, so you would create a story called Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors. If that was your website, that's what you would submit. Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, and you would say, get your spine aligned with this powerful, with this recognized whatever, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor, as an example. And so that's what how you're going to submit to these social sites. And then they ask, usually after you've done your title and your description, they'll ask for a link. So you just plug in your link, and then if they ask for tags, it will plug in the tags. Well, the great thing with these two tools is they will automate this process. Now, the first time you do this, I'm going to warn you, it will take some time because you have to go in and set up these accounts. There's about 20 social bookmarking sites with onlywire.com that you'll want to set up, and there's like 50 or so sites with social marketing. Now, you don't need to set up all the accounts with socialmarketing.com if you don't want to, but you will want to at least set up the ones on OnlyWire, because that one will automatically do the submissions, and I'll show you how to utilize that, because that's a very powerful tool. And so in this step, once you've chosen your targeted buyer keyword phrase, and obviously you have your website ready to go so it can get traffic, you are going to go to onlywire.com, and after you've set up your account, you will go ahead and bookmark your site, at least all the sites on onlywire.com. That'll get you out there to about 15 to 20 or so websites on high traffic sites, and that's going to start the ball rolling and getting you some traffic. And that's also going to help the search engines possibly go and see if you change things on your site, or sometimes it will help them pick up your site if it's brand new, using this step alone, and that will help you get your site indexed faster, which means it comes up faster and higher in the search engines. The next thing you're going to do is ping your website using pingomatic.com. So you're going to go to www.pingomatic.com, and it's going to ask you to insert your blog. And if you're actually doing just a standard HTML website, it would just be your main URL. So if it's just a squeeze page, for example, it would just be your main URL that you are sending them to. And for those who aren't aware, squeeze page is a form where you have it set up to squeeze information out of people. So you're gathering names and emails, and that's an important strategy. So let's say again that you have a physical, an offline business or even an online business. You set up your website. You're going to go to www.pingomatic.com, and you will just follow their little basic steps, fill in their form, put in your URL where it says blog information, and then you're off to the races. Now, you can skip this step if you are actually using WordPress, because by default WordPress will do a ping to Pingomatic. And what Pingomatic does is it helps the search engines pick up all of the pages of help search engine pick up your site and help start the process of picking up pages of content within your website. And so that's important because you want your site to be found within the search engines, and pinging will help do that sometimes. And it also just kind of helps notify other directories that you have done something with your blog, and potentially you can get some traffic that way. But at least the most important factor I've seen is that it can assist in getting your site indexed. The next thing you're going to do is go to www.blogger.com, and you're going to create a blog and link to your website inside the first post on that blog. So for this step, you go to blogger.com and you set up your account, and to set up your account you just use your Google account information. And so you're just going to go ahead and set up your blogger.com account. If you already have Google Analytics, Google AdSense, Google AdWords, Google Gmail, any kind of Google account, you already have what you need to sign up for blogger.com. And if you don't, you can just set up your own Google account, and they will step you through the process of getting set up with Blogger. And so once you're set up, you just follow the instructions to get your blog set up. And again, we're going to have a video showing you how to set this up properly. But during that process, you're going to be asked to name your blog. And it's very important that you name your blog or blog the main keyword phrase, in the .blogspot.com, because that's how it's going to come up. It's going to ask you for what name you want to use. So for this example, I would use Tulsa, Oklahoma Chiropractors .blogspot.com, because Tulsa, Oklahoma Chiropractors is my main keyword phrase. So it'd be Tulsa, Oklahoma Chiropractors, all run together, .blogspot.com, and you'll see that on that form when you're filling it out. Now, in the title of your blog, you obviously again use your keyword phrase, where it's going to ask you to name your blog or title your blog. You put in your main keyword phrase there, and what that's going to accomplish for you is, it's get your keyword phrase in the right spot so the search engines can pick up your blog or blog, and it also helps basically tell the search engines that the content on that site is going to be relevant for that topic, and that will not only help that site come up in the search engines, but it also is going to help give that link that you're going to be sending to your website, because inside that first post on your blog or blog, which all it needs to be is a short article of about 250 words, talking about your niche, your keyword phrase. So obviously if you're a chiropractor, you might tell a little bit story about Tulsa, Oklahoma Chiropractors. If you are a lawyer in Chicago, you might write some information about being a lawyer in Chicago, and whatever the case might be, you can put that information in your first post. And inside that first post, you want to send a link over to your website inside that blogger.com blog post. Now the next thing you're going to do is, once you've created your first blogger.com blog post, you're going to open up the Blogger blog after you reviewed it and make sure everything looks good. You're going to go ahead and look at the bottom of your Blogger blog for something called Post Atom, and it's called Posts Atom, and you're actually going to click on that, and it's going to bring up what's called an RSS feed. Now RSS stands for Real Simple Syndication, and it's just basically a way for you to syndicate your content out there to a variety of different websites at once. And you're going to choose the choose the Post Atoms, and then what you're going to do is submit them to these two sites that I have up here. One's called feedag.com, and another one is called feedbase.net. And these are sites where people can submit their RSS feeds, because other webmasters and other people that have websites go in there to try to look at these RSS feeds. Plus, sometimes people will use these sites, to get their fresh, updated content. So you're trying to just create your, submit your content there. But what's going to happen is, especially feedag.com will rank high in the search engines when you submit it, and that's why it's very important that you named your blog your main keyword phrase. That's another reason it's very important, because it all kind of works synergistically together. All these things do. So you're going to go ahead and once you've opened up the Post Atom, you're going to go to your address bar, and you're going to see a bunch of characters. That's where you'd go to type in websites in your address bar, and you're going to simply copy and paste from the address bar, and you're going to just copy that URL, and then go right on over to feedag.com, and then click on submit in the top right corner is where it's at right now, and you choose submit. And then once you've hit submit, you just copy and paste that RSS feed URL that you got from the Post Atom. And once you do that, you just follow their on-screen instructions to hit submit. The same thing works for feedbase.net. You're just basically submitting the RSS feed from the blogger.com blog to feedbase.net, and that's going to help. All this is going to work together to build some links to your site, which will boost it up, and everything's going to works together. That's what's so great about it. Next thing you're going to do is go to blogger.com again, go to ping-o-matic.com using the steps on the first page, and you're going to go in there and actually ping your blogger.com blog, and that's going to help again, get that blogger.com blog now indexed so that the link going from the blogger.com blog will actually benefit your website now. And all this stuff can work really, really quickly. And keep in mind, as you go through this first video, the following videos in this set actually go on the screen and actually show you how I'm doing these different processes. So keep that in mind. That's very important. Step number 7 of this process is a little more difficult and time consuming, but all the more important. It's extremely important. For this step, what you're going to do is you're going to write a press release on your website, and you're going to submit it to free press release websites. So what you're going to do is you're going to write a press release on your website, and so that would be a press release on your business, whatever it might be. And what a press release is basically it's a news release. It's information that's newsworthy about your company. And so inside your press release, you want to have your title. So you have your title of your press release in there, and the title of the press release, you want to try to incorporate your keyword phrase. So you might, come up with a press release title like Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, aligning Tulsa spines, for 100 years or whatever it is. So you come up with a spin or an angle that's kind of newsworthy. Whether it's, you're launching your new website, so so let's say your keyword phrase is golf drivers, titleist golf driver. So titleist golf driver's website, announces 1 year anniversary, 6-month anniversary, whatever the case may be of the website. You basically kind of get the idea, and I'm going to show you on screen how to develop a press release. And what's so great about press releases is that when you submit them, they go out to really high authority websites, and those sites will link back to you. And when I say a high authority site, I mean the site that the search engines look into as a site that it's been around for a while, they trust it a lot, and so therefore when you're getting links from those sites, it's actually going to help your website even more. And also what's great is that the search engines, because they like these sites, will rank the individual press releases files themselves for the main keyword phrase if you've titled them correctly. And that's why it's important to include your main keyword phrase inside the title of your press release. So it's kind of an art to create a good press release title, because you want it to be something that has your keyword in there, but you want it to be something that's kind of fun and interesting that encourages people to look at it, because that's going to help you in the long term. But if you can't think too creatively, at least come up with, even if it's the most boring news angle, what's going to happen is if your main keyword phrase is up there, those sites will rank high in the search engines. And I'm not saying you shouldn't, have passion when you're doing your press release, but you don't have to wait till you have the biggest news story in the world. And you're going to actually take it, and there's 4 press release sites I have listed here. There's literally hundreds of them out there, but what is so powerful about these 4 sites is that they get indexed really, really quick in the search engines. And so this is going to help you get indexed and start getting that traffic within 24 hours. And so you're going to go to each one of these sites and actually go through submitting your press release. The next thing you're going to do is write an article on your business. So it's going to be an article of about 300 or so words, 350 words or so on your business, and you're going to go through the process of submitting it to these 2 websites, Zimbio.com and Squidoo.com. And the main points is you just go to these sites and you set up your account, and once you set up your account with them, you just follow their basic instructions for setting up your site. Now what's great about Zimbio is you can actually take and import a blog. So you could actually import your Blogger blog by going to the Post Atom and grabbing the RSS feed, and you can import that content to Zimbio. And also, when you're naming these sites and pages, use your main keyword phrase again when you're doing that. And so these are sites that the search engines have a lot of trust in, and they really they really like these sites. So we're going to show you on screen though in the following videos how to go about doing this step by step. So once you've gone about and you've done your articles and the press release, the next thing that you are going to do is going to create a very short video, and you're going to submit it to youtube.com, rever.com, and Real People Real Stuff. Now again, there's tons of video hosting sites out there like YouTube, but these are the three of the best ones. Now what I like about realpeoplerealstuff.com, it's relatively new. It's not, obviously as high authority as YouTube or some of these other video sites, but what I like about them is they're designed to be a video classified website. So you can submit there, they intend to run advertisements on there. So with your 24-hour traffic plan, how this fits in is that the search engines will actually index the video pages themselves individually. Plus, an interesting statistic now is that YouTube has a large part of the search market, believe it or not. Like people using the YouTube search feature are starting to use that about as many times as Yahoo and MSN search engines themselves are getting searches. So it shows you how powerful online video is, and that number just continues to rise and grow and grow and grow. So it's very important that you have a video of some sort for your business on these sites. And so to create this video, basically I'm gonna show you in the process but how to grab pictures. Video consists of pictures, and it consists of of pictures and sometimes audio. It doesn't have to have audio, but it certainly helps. And so there's three sites you can go to. One is called sxc.hu. X is in xylophone, C is in cat, H is in hungry, U is in ugly. So sxc.hu, and it's a site that has a bunch of pictures in different niches. And so you can grab these pictures from this site by just using their search features, and they are royalty-free images. They offer royalty-free images and also quite a few free images that you can use for commercial purposes. So it doesn't cost you a dime. And all you're going to do is just get these into a little folder on your computer, these images. And then the next thing you're going to do is you're going to go use a program called Audacity.com, AUDACITY.com. Just go to Audacity into Google. And once you go to Audacity, you're going to follow the instructions, get a USB headset, or sit close to your microphone on your computer, which all computers now come equipped with the microphone. And what you're going to do then is actually record your video and record the audio of you reading the article. So you're actually going to use Audacity to record the article that you wrote in the previous step. And so what's going to happen there is now you're creating a podcast type file. And so you're creating an MP3 file. And once you've created that file and you have your pictures, you're going to go right on over to Windows Movie Maker if you're using a PC, and if you're using a Mac, they have their own Windows Movie application. And so you just go to Windows Movie Maker, and it's going to be in your left hand side of your browser or of your computer, usually the start menu, and it's going to be under the main applications, or just like under applications or something of that nature. And so once you found Windows Movie Maker, go ahead and open it up, and then you're going to see a feature that says File Import Media, and you're just going to basically import your pictures, and you're going to import actually your images, the images that you took from sxc.hu related to your niche, and then it's going to take the actual audio that you created, and then you're just going to follow their instructions. They give you really good instructions for dragging and dropping the pictures and the audio, and then when you're done, you just choose produce video. And I just explained this process to you, but it's really going to be a lot greater when you can see this step. And so I'm actually going to show you step by step how to create it, so that you totally understand the concept of actually creating your online video. The next thing that you need to do is submit a classified advertisement to usfreeads.com and www.oodle.com. These are two powerful classified websites that are very similar to like Craigslist, and Craigslist.com is another site that you should be using for your marketing efforts And all you're doing is submitting a 1 or 2 sentence, classified that encourages people to take some sort of action on your site. If it's a free report you have, if it's a coupon for them calling you, whatever the case might be, get some sort of angle, to get them there, and then try to use your main keyword phrase in the title. And I want to jump back to number 9 on the videos. When you're actually submitting your videos, try to include your keyword phrase somewhere in the titles there of those. The next step here, and we're almost done, is you need to go ahead and join a forum within your niche, and you want to use the cPanel option and add the link to your website, add it in the signature part. And then you're going to go inside that forum and you're going to choose the welcome area. And inside that forum, you're going to notice the welcome section, which is where people will go, when they're first introduced. And that's usually a fairly high traffic part of the forum. People, are just saying hello to each other, they're meeting each other. But what's so great is that it's got eyeballs from a targeted audience, and inside your signature, you've got a link back to your site. What also will happen is that that signature will pass, give you some benefit in the search engines most likely because it's another backlink. And so it's all, again, as you can see, working together. And what's great is that these links you're building here are going to be there with your website for quite a long time. And, it's going to stick with your site longer than just after we've done this work. And so it goes beyond just a 24-hour traffic plan. It helps you maintain and get a more solid search engine ranking. But inside this forum, it's a great way to just start getting some traffic that way. It's important to go around to these forums, ask questions of people, make comments where it makes sense to you, and that will impress them, and they will go visit your website typically from that signature. So it gives you more of a long-term traffic option as well. One other strategy that you want to do is create a radio show on blogtalkradio.com related to your niche. So, if you're related to your niche or your business and you want to name the show, try to name the show your targeted buyer keyword phrase. So if, for example, you're in the tire business, it might be, the Stillwater, Oklahoma Tire Radio Show, or, tires, Stillwater radio, or something like that. So you come up with your main keyword phrase somehow, inside there. And you're going to create yourself a little radio show on Blog Talk Radio, and we'll again show you how to do that. And what's powerful is that these pages themselves will link back to your site, but they get indexed really quickly. And finally, the process that you go through in this 24-hour plan is you're going to create a Twitter account. So you just go to www.twitter.com, Twitter, twitter.com, and you're just going to create an account. You're going to choose join. And so if you do not have a Twitter account, you'll want to get one. And you're going to want to include in that Twitter account name, try to include your main keyword phrase somewhere inside of there. And what's so powerful about Twitter is that it will link back to your site because you want to set up your profile so it links into your website. And then, you can make a few Twitter posts that mention your site as well. And then what you're going to do within Twitter is you want to go out and you want to follow people inside of your niche, because that's going to help you get a targeted following rather quickly. And again, all these strategies I just laid out verbally are going to be shown to you in step-by-step video format coming up here next. And so this is the first video that gives you the step-by-step traffic plan. There's 13 basic steps you can use. Now you don't have to do them all, but it will certainly give you the best benefit possible, and that is the most important. This is session 2 of the Traffic and SEO training. In this video, we're going to talk about professional search engine optimization training so you can do SEO like a true pro.
So basically, I'm going to jump right in here. What is search engine optimization? For those that aren't aware, it's basically the act of publishing and marketing information in a way to improve search engine understanding of website content. It's arguably the best marketing strategy ever because it enables you to reach unlimited people with even the smallest budget. Now, I say that it's the best avenue ever, and that's not just because I teach on it and that I'm in this niche. It's basically because with SEO, you can compete with some of the most competitive websites online, like Amazon.com, the MSN Shopping or NBC. I mean, you can compete with some of the biggest websites out there, Petco, PetSmart, and just with search engine optimization, you can compete with companies that have multi-million-dollar advertising budgets just through the organic listings in Google. And when I'm talking about the organic listings, I'm talking about the main listings that you see in Google. So when you do a Google search, you see at the top side there is sponsored search results, and on the right hand side you've got sponsored results, and those are results, the pay-per-click spot where people are paying per click. And then you've got the results in the middle where about 85% of real estate on that screen is taken up by the free side, which is called the organic side, and that's where most people are actually going to click on your links and find your information. And what's great about it is that it doesn't cost you anything to get ranked there. And so, as I talk about SEO, just keep in mind it stands for search engine optimization. And basically, it's just the act of publishing and marketing your information in a way to improve the search engine understanding of your website content. It's probably the easiest explanation. Basically, what we're going to talk about is things you can do with your site to make them make them search engine friendly, so that people find your content and you get that free traffic. Here's a few little quick search engine statistics. The only three main search engines to worry about are Google, Yahoo, and MSN. Basically, there's literally thousands of other little mini search engines, but Google, Yahoo, and MSN actually make up for about 95+% of all searches. Google alone gets 75% of all searches, and then some of the smaller search engines like Lycos and Hotbot and some of these other ones, their results are actually come as a result of Google. Google or Yahoo or MSN, one of those search engines drives those companies' results, and a lot of the smaller search engines. So in all actuality, it's really pretty much like Google, Yahoo, and MSN own the search market. And there are little search engines, but you don't need to worry about them. Google gets 75% of all searches, so that's where you should focus your attention when you're doing search engine optimization and SEO and looking for traffic generation. Google's really where it's at. Now here's another interesting stat, but believe it or not, YouTube even receives more searches than Yahoo and MSN. That was a recent statistic that's come out. YouTube, when I say they receive searches, they have a search area on YouTube. And that shows you right there how powerful video marketing is, which we're going to cover video marketing in some upcoming lessons. We touched on it briefly last week, but we're going to cover it even more in depth in the upcoming lessons here. But that shows you how powerful video is for driving traffic. I mean, like I said, YouTube alone receives more searches than Yahoo and MSN. That means people are going to YouTube just to find random information. And what's powerful too is these YouTube rankings will come up in the Google search results, in the Yahoo search results, and the MSN search results. So, it kind of gives you, leverage when you're doing video marketing. I just wanted to point that statistic out though, and it shows you just how big the Google search engine actually is. Google is powerful, so you need to focus your efforts around them related to SEO. Every search engine basically looks for the same aspects, very similar components, but the one I really only worry about is Google, and let the other ones just fall into place where they may. And we're going to talk next here about relevancy and search engine optimization. The search engines make money, just so you know, with advertising, and they get people to perform searches by providing relevant results to their users. And so basically what that means is that Google, they get their money from advertising revenues. So all the pay-per-click ads and a lot of that stuff you see, that's how Google makes their income. And so they want people to perform searches on their site, and so they want people to come to their site often because they're finding the information that they want online. So basically, if you're typing in, Titleist Golf Club into a search engine, the expected result is to find a Titleist Golf Club. The user is not trying to look for, they don't want to find information on a Callaway Golf Club. That's a totally different brand of golf club. Even worse yet, the person doesn't want to find information on golf bags or golf balls. They're there to find information about a Titleist Golf Club in this example. That's a brand of golf club. Same thing, it might be a Panasonic HD TV. They didn't particularly look for a Sony HD TV. They were looking for a Panasonic HD TV. So what would happen if the search engines weren't providing relevant results to their users? The people would leave and go to another search engine to find what they want. They'd find a search engine that gave them better results. And so that's why Google and the other search engines, they want, relevant results at the top. They want your site to rank at the top, believe it or not, contrary to popular belief. They want you to have, good content. And I'm going to show you how to provide that content to Google in a way that is relevant, in a non-spammy way, so that the search engines will love your site and display it, because it's look at it like a partnership. You want to partner up with Google to help them achieve their business objective, and in return, they're going to help you drive a lot of traffic. You want their business objective is to get users coming to their site looking for relevant results. And that's really their sole purpose online, is to get people to use their search engines. So they do everything they can to make sure relevant results are coming up. And so that's something very important to keep in mind here, and that's why I brought this slide up here. Search engines have a very vested interest in providing the best results possible, as I covered. So I just want to make that point one more time. They have a very vested interest in making this possible because that's their main business. I apologize for the background noise if you hear anything. We actually are in the middle of a huge storm here in Oklahoma, so so I do apologize if anybody hears that. We got piles of rain and thunder and stuff. Okay, but you need to make your pages and your website as relevant as possible, and that's what we're going to talk about here in the upcoming slides. There are several different on-page optimization factors that you can do to make your pages on your website search engine friendly and more relevant for the search engines. And so I'm going to talk about relevancy because that's so important. If your site is relevant for the search engines, it will rank higher in the search results. So now in order to make your site relevant, you need to focus on keyword phrases. And so after this slide talking about keywords, I'm actually going to touch on relevance. But I want to talk to you guys real quick about keyword phrases because that has to do with relevancy, because the keywords are what makes your site relevant for the search engine results. You know, like I was using that Titleist Golf Club example before. If you are selling Titleist Golf Clubs, if you happen to be an affiliate for them, or let's say you're a golf store in let's say you're a golf pro shop in you know, let's say Jacksonville, Mississippi or something, or Jackson, Mississippi. Let's say Jacksonville, Florida. Okay, there we go. So you are a golf pro shop, Jacksonville, Florida, and you want people to come to your pro shop. You know, that's the kind of relevancy. Those are the kind of keywords you would want to use on your site. And so I want to narrow down here though, so you first understand how do you find the most profitable keywords for your campaign, because that's where all this relevancy, that's where all these on-page factors are going to stem from. And so I want to start here with the keywords. Now some of you have probably seen this slide in some of my other presentations, but I want to touch on this one more time so it really hits home because it's a very important part of this process. So the first phrase here, you know, a generic word or phrase, those are low value keywords with high competition and they have poor conversions. And those would be keywords like pets or real estate or even just football. Those are just generic keyword phrases. They're not going to get you the results you want. That'd be like golf, you know, as another example. Then you've got a category level keywords. They have a little higher value and they are a little easier to rank for. And those are keywords like pet supplies, Oklahoma real estate, and college football. And they're still not easy to rank for because those are still highly competitive. But they're a little higher value. And the reason they're higher value keywords is because people are a little closer to finding what they want. Like, I'm going to just throw this out there so you understand where I'm going with this, but if somebody types in digital cameras, that's kind of a, you know, or cameras, that's a generic phrase. A category keyword would be like, you know, digital cameras. Subcategory would be like 10 megapixel digital cameras, and then a specific topic would be Kodak 10 megapixel digital camera. That'd be a specific topic because it's a specific brand. And you're going to find that the specific topic keyword phrases, they may not get you the most traffic, but they're going to get you the highest value of visitor. You know, it's kind of like if somebody types in, you know, a subcategory keyword phrase, they type in like Sacramento real estate and or pet supplies online. You know, they want to buy pet supplies online. But if they're typing in automatic pet feeders, there is no doubt in your mind what they're looking for. If you type in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma apartment complexes, there's no doubt in your mind what they want. If you type in, you know, Walla Walla, Washington, you know, Walla Walla, Washington, you know, winery, you know what they want. They want to look for a winery in Walla Walla, Washington, or they want to find a lawyer in, you know, Sacramento, California, lawyer. You know, they're not just going to type in lawyers, California, because California lawyers could mean every single city in California. That could be, you know, a little hairy. And so you want to find and target these specific topic keyword phrases because a lot of people, you know, will sit there and say, well, you know, it's great to rank for real estate because it gets millions of visitors. Well, the phrase real estate, that could be everything from commercial real estate, regular real estate, apartment, somebody wanting just to learn about real estate. You really don't know what their goal is. And when they're typing in specific keywords, like maybe they're typing in diet information, you know, weight loss information, weight loss tips. Those are keyword phrases people know what they want. They want weight loss tips. You know, if they type in acai berry weight loss tips or acai berry weight loss, that's a little more targeted. And so I want you to keep that in your mind when you're doing your keyword research. So we're going to talk a little about how to find your keywords. You want to put yourself in your customer's shoes. What problem does my product or service solve for my typical customer? Ask yourself that question. See what people are searching for to find your website. You can use Google Analytics. It's free to set up. You could use Webalizer or you could use AW Stats. If you are using a control panel account, with cPanel like HostGator or Bluehost, they come equipped with Webalizer and AW Stats, and those are located inside your control panel. And then Google Analytics is something you can find by just going to search engines and looking up Google Analytics. So just type in Google Analytics and it'll be the first result you see, and they'll show you how to install it on your website. And so that's something you want to use because it will tell you what kind of keywords people are looking for to find your website already. And it will kind of amaze you that even though you may not be doing much SEO now, you're amazed that people are accidentally still finding your site. So once you start doing SEO, it can make a huge impact for you. And you also want to consider related keywords. So if you're in the pet niche, it might be like, pet supplies might consider keywords like dog supplies or cat supplies or bird supplies as an example. So I'm going to show you on screen here next how to actually do keyword research. So the AdWords keyword tool, it's an absolutely free keyword tool that I love to use. And so I'm going to just click on that and we're going to pull up the window here. So we've got here on our screen the AdWords keyword tool is up on the screen. I'm going to just bring it over here for the recording. So right here in the AdWords keyword tool, you're going to notice it's going to ask you to enter one keyword or phrase per line. And so what I'm going to do here is I'm going to type in a main keyword phrase. So what I'm going to type in here is your main keyword. So if your main keyword phrase, let's just say it is golf balls or golf clubs. Golf clubs is your main keyword phrase. But see, that's not your highest value keyword phrase as we've discussed, but it might be, it's a keyword that gets a fair amount of searches. And that little random letter sequence that I typed in there, that's actually just, the standard, form to prevent spammers. And so you just fill that in and then choose Get Keyword Ideas. And then you'll wait just a moment. And what this is going to do, this tool is going out there into the Google database and it's pulling up the search results from Google. So it's pulling up a variety of different search results, from the Google results. And you're going to see here, right inside here, you're going to see it says, like advertiser competition, it says local search volume, and it says global search volume. So like global search volume is more like, like it says right here in this tab, it shows the approximate number of monthly number of search queries matching each keyword phrase. So this is kind of on a monthly basis. And so that's a lot of keyword, people looking up these different topics. And, so basically it's kind of a monthly number. And it kind of gives you some idea of to how they're finding this data. Now the local data and the global data will sometimes be kind of skewed at this point, but the main thing you're looking for is you're just looking for volume. You're looking for keyword phrases that have searches over 1,000 or a couple thousand that are decent keyword phrases to go after. And so one thing you want to do then is go right over here and you want to do a search by clicking right there. It'll actually sort them out by how many people are looking up these various keyword phrases. Now you notice here golf clubs and golf club are two different searches, and that's something that we'll talk about here in a moment, but believe it or not, they actually are different. So that's something to keep in mind. Google will look at results actually different. I'll actually just prove that to you here in a quick little search on Google. So if you go to Google here and we were to type in, let's say golf clubs, you notice the result, and then if we type in golf club, it changed. You notice the result changed by just taking off by basically just taking off the S. The result totally changed. And so if you add the S, so it's plural, you see the results here. It's totally different. So that's something important and something that's really something you want to keep an eye out for, because Google looks at them as completely different, quite a bit different keyword phrases. They have some of the similar results, but they're all not the same. It's not the same keyword phrases. So that's very important. So you see here, you've got a variety of keywords here that it sorts through. Now, what I look for is I'm trying to just find a keyword phrase that has a fair amount of searches. Something north of 25,000 is good. On a monthly basis. And it doesn't even have even the lowest things like equipment golf clubs, hybrid golf clubs, keywords like that. It doesn't have to be a keyword that has tons and tons of searches either. It can be a smaller keyword phrase that has maybe 1,000 searches. Because it's going to a lot of times people will not target keyword phrases if they don't see any, if they feel like, well, it's only got 1,000 searches or it's only got 700 searches. I'm not going to look for that. Well, like if you look at this keyword right here, Callaway pre-owned golf clubs, that keyword is only searched for 720 times a month. So a lot of people are going to say, well, that's no good. That's not a good keyword phrase. Well, if you can rank at the top of the search engines and you can get, even half those people or even a tenth of those people on a monthly basis, that's about 100 visitors to a specific page on your site. That's like having a store that has 100 potential customers walking in. And I'll guarantee you, if somebody's typing in Callaway pre-owned golf clubs, and maybe you're an affiliate for eBay or something of that nature, and you're optimizing for Callaway used golf clubs or pre-owned golf clubs, you're getting a targeted buyer. They know what they want. They want a used golf club from Callaway. They're not just looking for used golf clubs, they're looking for Callaway used golf clubs. And so that's something to keep in mind. You've got Lady Golf Club Set. That's a pretty decent keyword phrase. And so, it's just a matter, you just want to look for keywords that have numbers in this column. Sometimes you'll see not enough data, and so I tend to kind of steer away from those keyword phrases. So when you found a keyword phrase, it's just a matter of browsing through here, typing in your main keyword phrase. So kind of your main niche. So you might type in like weight loss into this category here, weight loss, and then just type in get keyword ideas. And you'll notice here, you've got, weight loss diet program, weight loss program. It's got, it's a little easier to rank for because it's called more of a long tail keyword. It has 3 or 4, different words to it. Like here's one: free weight loss programs, quick weight loss center, vegetarian weight loss eating. All these searches have a fair amount of volume. And this number here that you're seeing, it's not going to be 100% accurate all the time. I just want you to keep that in mind. The number you see is not what you get. There's times when this number, it could be way off, or it could, way off on the high end or way off on the low end. It kind of can fluctuate and vary. So don't look at this number like the gospel truth, but look at it as an indicator as to the volume of your various keyword phrases. So that's very important to keep in mind. And you want to find keyword phrases that you're really targeting your main site for. You want, like on your main page, you want to go after those keywords that get you a lot of different searches. Like if you're a finance website, you might be doing something like, small business loans. That might be your keyword phrase if you're doing like business financing or something. So you're trying to get ranked for, small business loans because that has quite a few searches, about 200,000. But you notice here, when you type that in, you'll find a lot of different keyword phrases that you could create content around, So you might have a keyword like let's say, weight loss, or let's say bird watching, for example. And so you type in bird watching as a niche. Well, here's the main keyword you're trying to go after. Maybe you have a site about bird watching binoculars, and it's all about bird watching binoculars as your main keyword phrase. But then you've also got on top of that additional content pages that you could write about, different pages you could add to your site that optimize these additional keyword phrases. And so you can use this tool when you're trying to come up with article ideas, when you're trying to identify article results. When you're trying to sit there and identify, okay, what kind of content could I write on my niche topic? So let's say it is a life coach, as an example. Maybe you're a life coach to help people with personal development. So we do a Google search on life coach, you'll see 201,000. You see life coaching, 110,000. Life coach training, become a life coach, personal life coaching courses, life coach jobs, Christian life coach, certified life coach, and it just goes on and on. These are all potential keyword phrases that you could, what I like to do, the best thing you can do to get yourself the best result is find a keyword that has a lot of searches, a fair amount of searches. Try to target your main, your main site around that one. Like life coach training, it's got a good amount of searches. It's not all that, extremely competitive like life coaches, but what's interesting is you'll notice here, Look what's at the beginning of that keyword, life coach. So you also are optimizing not only for life coach but life coach training. So I hope you guys can kind of see that. And so beyond that, on your life coach site, create an article around each one of these subject matters that you see. Each one of these are topics that people are looking for, and it gives you article content ideas to write about. Now, one other thing I'll do on top of using the AdWords keyword tool is I will also go and use the free Word Tracker tool. Word Tracker is another keyword research software. I personally don't pay for the upgrade, but you could if you wanted to. But I just use the free keywords tool from Word Tracker, and you could just type in your main keyword phrase here again. So let's say that we find a keyword phrase here, like let's say life coach training as an example, and I was going to copy that keyword phrase. Now keep in mind here, this is important to note, Google's results here are monthly, Word Tracker's results are going to be daily. So it's going to be daily results. Now, you notice here life coach training is now down to 62 searches. But what that means is that there are 62 searches per day within the Word Tracker system. And the Word Tracker system is actually feeding results from Yahoo and other places. It's not actually feeding their results from Google. So you could actually multiply that number by, quite a bit more. I usually multiply it by about 10 times, 10 to 12 times this number. So you take this number, multiply that by 10 or 12 times, about 10 or 12 times 30. So let's pull up the calculator here. So we have 62 times, let's say 10, that's 620 searches a day times 30 for the year or for the month, on average, and that's about 19,000 searches, so. And then if you go back to Google, you'll see it's showing around 9,000. So you can notice that these results are never going to be 100% accurate as to the number of searches it's actually getting. You're just looking for volume. You're looking for some significant volume, some decent size volume, so that you're getting keyword phrase that gets traffic, because you don't want to build your business on a dead end road. You want to build it where the traffic's at. You want to play in the traffic, as a business partner of mine says. So that's something you want to do. You want to be where the people are. So like McDonald's, they, a great example. Another great business friend of mine talked about, where if McDonald's were to build a franchise, they're not going to go build it on some side road. They're going to build it where the traffic's at, where the people are. So you want to build your sites where the traffic's at. That's why it's so important to do keyword research to find actual keyword phrases. So I like to combine these sites, because what it tells me is that, okay, both of these keyword tools identify to me that there is traffic for this keyword phrase. So I use these tools in tandem, to determine the best keyword phrases. So again, the free word tracker tool, you just plug in your information right there and you go to town with it. So you just type that in and you're off to the races. So hope this gives you a nice little overview of using keyword research tools. So we're going to jump right back here. There's also one other thing you can do with the Google tool that I'm going to actually show you real fast. You can actually search within your competitor websites for additional keyword phrases. So I'm going to show you what I mean by that. So you notice here, if we were to go and let's just think of a niche. Let's just type in the word, let's just say rock climbing as a niche. I'm just typing that in. So let's say you happen to be in the rock climbing niche. And again, this applies if you're a lawyer. This applies in whatever niche you are. Now, one thing I do want to talk about, if you are a local business, because we have some people taking this training that are local businesses, and let's say you are a Tulsa chiropractor, because that's an example I was using. So Tulsa chiropractor on the keyword research side, you're probably going to find sometimes you might even find your main keyword phrases don't have tons and tons of searches. For them, some may show even, not many searches, but it's very important that you're optimizing for those, because Google sometimes will not give you, they'll sometimes show you this not enough data number when they really don't have, tons of data. They haven't pulled it. Doesn't mean that keyword's not being searched for. So in those local search cases, you need to determine what keyword phrases your customers are going to find you for. And those are keywords like, if I'm in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and I want a chiropractor, I'm going to type in Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor. I'm going to type in Tulsa chiropractors. I'll type in Tulsa chiropractors okay. Tulsa okay chiropractors. Same thing for dentists. It might be Chicago, Illinois dentist, Illinois dentist, Chicago dentist. You get the idea there. So don't get discouraged if you don't see any searches. for your niche, just, if you're in a city, especially if you're in a smaller city, it's still important that you're targeting keyword phrases, with your keywords, but just think up some keyword phrases that your customers would use, and that's for the local results. But if you're trying to go on like a national scale, rank for keywords like Titleist Golf Club and things like that on a national scale, you want to try to narrow down what kind of volume you're working from. So now here in this rock climbing example, I want to show you how to use another tool to find some more keyword phrases. If I was in the rock climbing niche, I would just type in rock climbing, and I would just go right over here and copy the URL, rockclimbing.com here. And whatever niche it is, you can do this for any of your competitor websites. And you're going to go to the AdWords keyword tool again, and there's an option here that says website content, and you're going to just plug in your URL there that you selected. In this case, it's rockclimbing.com. So just grab rockclimbing.com and include other pages on my site linked from this URL. So you could, as one strategy, is to include other pages on the site that are linked from this URL, because a lot of times rock climbing sites, or a rock climbing site will link off to other rock climbing sites, just like a legal site might link to other legal websites, and things like that, because they offer similarities in value. So what you're going to do then is go by Get Keyword Ideas, and it's going to scour this website. It's actually analyzing the website for you, and it's going to take about a minute, and so just be a little patient here. And it's analyzing the website, and what it's going to do is actually pull up and tell us what kind of keyword phrases they are actually going after, and it gives you some additional keyword phrase terms to consider going after. Now this is a really powerful tool because it kind of narrows things down into little niches for yourself. So you see here, if you do this search, and you can click on that button to sort them by how many searches you have. Rock climbing shoes, that's an entire niche in itself, and so you could identify, and so like if you're in a niche and you see stuff like this and you're not targeting those kind of keyword phrases, you could say, wow, I didn't know rock climbing itself could be a niche. I need to be focusing on that too. I need to add that to my arsenal. So you see here, rock climbing shoes in this example is, right there, rock climbing shoe without the S, mad rock climbing shoes, 510 rock climbing shoes, discount rock climbing shoes, evolve rock climbing shoes. All these came from me analyzing a competitive website, and I identified some additional keywords. So here's under rock climbing indoor, rock climbing gear, rock climbing equipment, rock climbing gym. It goes on and on and on. So that's another powerful way to use this Google AdWords keyword tool. Just like Google's a leader in search, I feel like Google has some of the leading tools that you can use to identify keyword phrases. And they have this set up for people, using AdWords to identify keywords to go after. But you can also use it, obviously for SEO to identify your keyword phrases. So I would definitely use not only the search feature, so descriptive words or phrases where you type in your niche, I would also use website content, because even if you think, okay, well, I have no clue, but I know this is a site that's a competitor of mine, just put in that URL and then it will pull up some other ideas for you. Like here's rock climbing as an idea. Okay, and so then you go right back over here and say, okay, I'm going to consider indoor rock climbing. So you just type in indoor rock climbing in here, and you're off to the races, because you're going to notice here, indoor rock climbing, and you'll notice it's going to bring up a whole nother list of results just related to indoor rock climbing. And so finding content for you to write about, there should be no issues whatsoever, because you're going to notice here, like basically I tend to focus more on the global side with Google, just so you know. You're going to notice here a lot of these say not enough data, but you see some that have some search volume within them. So it's something for you to look at and say, okay, even though they have very little competition, these are keywords that I could rank for and get some traffic for. Like indoor rock climbing in NYC, New York City, indoor rock climbing supplies, indoor rock climbing Buffalo, New York, indoor rock climbing Massachusetts. So you get the idea. But rock climbing itself, indoor rock climbing had 130 additional keyword phrases that Google had within their database somewhere. So it's very important to do keyword research before you start taking on, this stuff, because you need to make your sites relevant for these keywords. And so now that you kind of have an understanding of keyword research, I'm going to dig into some more ways to optimize your site. But we're going to continue real quick here with where we left off. So what you can do then is, run Google searches is another strategy that I found to identify keyword phrases. So I'll show you what I mean by that. So let's just pull up a Google search window here, which I have. And if I were in, let's just throw out another niche market here. And let me just say, let's say personalized jewelry was my niche. So you are a jeweler and you did personalized jewelry. We type in personalized jewelry into Google. Now, a lot of this stuff right now I'm doing is unrehearsed. So, you guys can see it's very, very alive. So you can kind of see how I think. So type in personalized jewelry. That's your main niche. And then scroll to the bottom of Google. And they have a feature here where it says searches related to personalized jewelry. And it says personalized gold jewelry, sterling silver personalized jewelry. These are related searches that Google has identified that other people look for when they're in this niche. So now you type in personalized gold jewelry, you click on that, and it will narrow down even more results. And it will say, okay, so have you considered custom made gold jewelry, Ferguson jewelry custom rings, antique custom jewelry, custom gold chains? So then you click on that, and you kind of get the idea because it kind of helps you identify, okay, here's personalized gold necklaces. That's a keyword I hadn't thought about. So you take that keyword phrase and you copy it, and you can come right over here to the AdWords keyword tool again. And you can kind of now, I hope, understand how this tool works together. And I'm spending a lot of time on this keyword research part just because keyword research is so vital to your online business. It's a very, very important aspect to your web business. So you type in personalized gold necklaces, and you notice that does have some search volume behind it. So that's getting about 1,900 searches. Personalized gold necklace without the S is about 3,600. It's got quite a few more searches. So that could tell you, okay, I should target some page around personalized gold necklaces. Or maybe I should start selling them. Or maybe I should do an ebook on how to take care of your personalized gold necklace. Whatever the case might be, you get the idea of how you can, just by using regular Google search results, you can identify more keywords to go after that you may not have uncovered even in the AdWords tool. Or sometimes you could just start with the regular Google search to start identifying some keywords that don't have tons of competition, because like pet supplies, that's tough to rank for. But you start doing things like like pet feeders, and you're going to start seeing, okay, that's getting a little more narrow. And then you start doing things like automatic pet feeders. And this is a site that I'm a very small owner on, but you'll notice here, we compete. There's sites, Amazon, some other big sites that are trying to compete for that, eBay, and a few others, out there that are trying to go for these different keyword phrases. And that's all just because of powerful SEO strategies. And so let's just jump right back in here. And another thing, you can do the same thing I just showed you with Google using the MSN Live search. You can just go to msn.com or live.com, Live, and run a search on their search engine. And on the right-hand side, as it is right now, they have what I just showed you in Google at the bottom. They give you related searches. Google Insights, that's another really powerful tool. And I'll show you that real fast, and then we'll jump back to a little more content here. The Google Insights tool is another fabulous tool for you to use in your arsenal. And so let's just pull that tool up here. And you're going to see here where it says all search terms, or excuse me, it says search terms. And so you want to add your search terms. So it might be, let's say tennis is your search term, because that's kind of your broad niche. And I want to identify what I'm doing here. So you want to put in kind of your broad niche here, because you kind of want to see what's been going on with your niche over time. And you're going to notice here that there's a variety of different elements that you can gather from just typing in tennis or your main niche here. You'll notice here, this is the interest over time dating back to January 2004. And you notice how it fluctuates and kind of goes up and down. Notice how it might be going down slightly. It's on its way back up. You can also notice, look at this. There is a big interest for tennis in Australia. There is a huge interest in France and Switzerland, and the United States is clear down at number 8 for tennis. You would also notice, as you keep going, that top searches are table tennis, believe it or not. Gets more searches than US Open tennis or tennis games or other tennis shoes even, or something of that. Those are other hot keyword phrases that you could consider, because you could create a whole niche around table tennis, because you see In the tennis niche, that actually gets more searches than regular tennis. Rising searches, you're going to notice here, Wii Tennis, Virtua Tennis 3, it's like a game. Tennis Warehouse. So if you had a site in that niche, you could find keyword phrases because it's telling you they're trending. It gives you an insight into what the market's doing. Here's another example. Let me just show you one more example here, and then we'll move on. Type in weight loss as an example. And not every keyword phrase will actually come up here, but most will. So you're going to notice here weight loss. In the United States, it's more popular. It's the most popular keyword phrase of all the countries. Weight loss diet is a top search term. Lose weight, weight loss pills. And so you can use this tool synergistically together with the Google AdWords keyword tool. I'll show you one more time what I'm talking about. Do a Google Insights search, look up weight loss diet. So you do search for weight loss diet right here because Google Insights tells you that's a top search with the term weight loss in it. So weight loss diet. I jump right over here to the AdWords keyword tool. I click on this. I follow through their little steps. And I pull up a whole list of keywords just with weight loss diet within those keyword phrases. Now I've got, another 100 or 70 or so keywords just around weight loss diet. Every single one of these keywords could be an additional article for you to submit through an article directory. It could be an additional an additional article to put on your website. And all this stuff's going to work together to increase your traffic because you're having more content. You're going to notice, Ally weight loss, that's a breakout. That means tons of people are looking for it. Biggest Loser, that's a TV show. These are all additional keywords that if you had a site around weight loss, you could focus on. Or you could even develop an entire niche around these. So it's also kind of a great tool for niche research. I'll show you, I said one more result, but I'm going to show you one more here for a local market. Like let's say Chicago dentist, for example. And we'll see if it even shows up here. And it does. It does actually show up some results here. And you'll notice here that it's pretty stable. People are looking for Chicago dentist. Not surprising, most of them are in the US when they're looking for that. And it will tell you their top searches. Dentist in Chicago, Chicago Dental, Dentist Chicago IL, Illinois, Dentist in Chicago, Cosmetic Dentist Chicago. So it tells you right here, okay, these are the keywords if you're a dentist that you should be going after. So I hope that this sticks with you and that you use this tool. It's a Google Insights tool and it's very, very powerful. Google Trends, I don't have to show you that is. You can just click on that and it will actually show you trending topics, so keyword phrases that are trending. Obviously, you can look at competitor websites, you can look at competing websites, and you can look at their title tags to identify what keyword phrases they are targeting. I'll show you, what I mean here by title tags. So I clicked on here, and let's just go and look up google.com. What the heck? While I'm over here on Google Trends, why don't I just show you that? It bothers me to not show you this. Here is Google Trends. It will tell you you could type in search a trend, for example. So it could be, let's say, Titleist golf clubs. Now, I'm not really a golfer. I've got a friend that is, but I'm just using these as an example. But you'll notice here it tells you kind of a trend over time for that keyword phrase Titleist golf clubs. Notice here how it really drops off, but now it's become stable over the past several years and it's kind of rising and going around. You might try, Nintendo Wii and it will give you some examples. And it also, what's interesting with this Google Trends tool that I do want to indicate to you is it tells you what cities are actually doing the most searches on this particular topic. It'll tell you Nintendo Wii, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania happens to be a city where more people are looking for that, according to this tool, than any in the United States. And look at all these United Kingdom sites that are interested in Nintendo Wii. So that's just an example. You type in your keyword phrase into Google Trends, and away you go. But if I go here to Google and let's just type in Nintendo Wii as an example. Let's say Nintendo Wii in stock, a little more narrow keyword phrase. this is the title tag, which I'm going to address here in a moment. This is the title tag, and so you could just type in your main niche, and all your competitors will come up, and you can look at their title tags to identify keywords they are using. The blue clickable part is your title tag. So let's just jump right down here to the presentation. And then you can also go to ezinearticles.com. It's an article directory, and look through, browse through your category and look at the titles of the articles and look at what keyword phrases they're using in the titles. Because most of the time they will have done some of their research. But like I said, you can use the AdWords tool to identify some keyword phrases. So I'm going to keep going. I tried to keep this content down, but there is so much to cover with SEO. So remember plurals and synonyms like auto parts, car parts, automobile parts. Keep in mind merged and hyphenated words. Even misspellings, like I said, plurals and synonyms, like when I was saying car part or car parts, those would be different. Add keyword modifiers to your keywords. So things like buy Nintendo Wii, cheap pet supplies, best price Motorola. Those are all some indicators and examples of modifying keyword phrases. Like buy Nintendo Wii, that means they want a Nintendo Wii. Find Tulsa chiropractor. Find Chicago lawyer. Find Los Angeles realtor. Things like that. Add those keyword modifiers to your keywords, or add them into your keyword research tool and see if there's actually traffic for them. And so let's just jump over here. Looks like this similar slide. Okay, so next we have on-page search engine optimization. So at this point, you should have identified your main keyword phrases that you are going to go after. And I'm going to step you through the on-page process. One very, very important factor is title tags. Another important thing to consider is using your meta tags on your site. And the next very important strategy is your header tags within your site. And then we're going to cover your internal link structure, your URL structure, the links on your site, and the structure of your actual content. So here is the title tags that I'm going to talk about here. Title tags are very important, like I showed you in Google. It's the number one factor. They're the single most important on-page ranking factor out there. You should really, really take this to heart. This part to heart. If you take this into action this week and Google picks up the results you do, just by accident, you will start seeing an improvement in your search results. A lot of sites make the mistake of having their title tag read very random things like home, or it might say untitled, or their title tag isn't related. Their title tag might even just have their business name, which that doesn't do a business any good to have your title tag up there. You need to have keyword phrases. And a lot of businesses say, but I need that for branding. Well, put it at the end of your title tag, because if they know your business name, you already have them as a customer. You're in business and you're doing SEO to get new customers. So make sure you put your pride aside and go for your keyword phrases in your title tag. You need to have your keyword phrases. I cannot emphasize that. I'm very passionate about title tag part, because you cannot get by with SEO, and you will not see an improvement in your search engine rankings if you do not focus on this factor. It's very important. It's near essential. It's a very essential part of search engine optimization. So now when you're looking at the code on your, on a particular page, this is what it's going to look like. And I'll show you here what I'm talking about here. If I were to pull up, let's just say a random site here. So I pull up this website right here as an example, and I go to view and I do page source. So notice I just did the search view and page source. You will notice here, right here, title, it's got their main keyword phrase, Nintendo Wii Tracker, find Nintendo Wii in stock. So notice they're using the keyword phrase Nintendo Wii Tracker because people were trying to track Nintendo Wiis when they were hard to find. So that was their main keyword phrase. And then Nintendo Wii in stock, that's a secondary keyword phrase they're trying to go for. Nintendo Wii in stock online, that's another long tail keyword phrase. You notice how they're using their title tag. And this, when you're inside of your web editor, like it might be a standard basic web editor, like there's some free ones called NVU. Some more common ones used are Front Page or Dreamweaver. And you click on the code view section of your website, you are going to see right inside the code view of your website, you will see the title tag. It would be between this wording, title, T-I-T-L-E, with carets on the left and carets on the right, and then there's going to be another set that says title, but this one at the end is going to have a forward slash. And so inside that tag, that's where you write your keyword phrase in there. And oftentimes, by default, they will just call that tag, like untitled one or something like that. So that's something for you to keep in mind. So that is where you go with title tags. You want your keyword-rich title tag to show up right there. Now, if you're using WordPress, your main homepage title tag can be manipulated and changed by simply going inside your WordPress and changing the name of your site under the settings. And then you can also use a plugin called All-in-One SEO. It's just called All-in-One SEO. And you can use that plugin to actually change your title tags on your homepage. And so we're going to be covering WordPress later on in this training, not in this particular call, but in future ones. And we'll show you how to do that in there. But if you have any questions on that, contact me anytime this week regarding WordPress. As far as if you have any questions on changing your title tag, please ask because it's such an important part. The title tag should contain the exact phrase you are trying to rank for. The exact main keyword phrase should be at the very beginning because search engines read left to right. When I say SES, that stood for search engines. Search engines read from left to right, just like we read. They will put more importance on your keyword if it's at the left than they would if it's more towards the right. They read left to right. They look at that, and so you want to try to have your main keyword phrase because that's going to tell them that is most important on that page. That page is going to be relevant, there's that word again, for the keyword phrase that you identified from the previous steps. You should try to repeat the keyword phrase or a plural/singular version of it somewhere in the title tag. That's going to help you get the best benefit possible. Now, I'm not saying that you just say your keyword phrase 3 times in a row or 2 times in a row even. Put it in there if it makes sense, and I'll show you some examples here. So for example, keep in mind that the singular and plural keyword phrases come up differently in the search engines, like I showed you. And that's why, golf club and golf clubs was 2 totally different search results. So that's why it's important, to go after those. Tulsa chiropractors and Tulsa chiropractor would bring up 2 different search results. Car dealership, car dealerships will bring up 2 different keyword phrases. So for example, laptops and laptop produce totally different results. So you want both of those in your title tag. Here's an example of how that works. Dog collars. Find the best dog collar for your dog. So that would be your title tag. Dog collars is your main keyword phrase with the S. Find the best dog collar for your dog. And what is interesting here is your title tag. It's also, you want to make it kind of salesy almost, not really salesy, but so it reads well, so it sounds well, so it encourages the click. Because it's one thing to get people to your site, to come up in Google. It's another thing to encourage them to click among all the other options to click that they have on the Google search engine. So you want to make sure you sell the click. So dog collars, find the best dog collar for your dog. Notice I'm using the plural and singular there. Now, weight loss, there's really not a plural of weight loss, but I'm trying to incorporate weight loss twice. Weight loss, your source for weight loss tips. Weight loss articles, your source for weight loss article, or weight loss tips or something like that. So you notice how I kind of bring those together. And these, again, were samples of good title tags. And I'll show you here, I'm going to jump off the page here one more time, though, just so you understand, again, what the title tags are and where I was going with this. So let's just say here, I'm using the Google toolbar in case you're wondering. So you notice here, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors. Notice here inside the title tags, and you guys will probably recognize this little ugly site that I designed just real quick, and I haven't even finished it. But notice I'm on the first page. That proves it right there. You all saw me with this website. But notice this title tag. I'm very proud of this title tag. Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors. Find a Tulsa chiropractor today. So you notice how that's got the keyword phrase. So notice that again is the title tag. That is in the title tag of the website. That's what the search engines picked up. So there you have the title tag. And so there's that as an example. So if you have any questions this week about title tags, let me know, because as you see here, it's the most important factor, because these are all title tags that search engines are looking at. and 4. So let's go right over here to meta tags next. Meta tags and meta description. The meta tags, including the meta keywords and the meta description, they have a very minimal part of ranking, of making you rank high in the search engines, but they should be used. Now you probably say, why on earth would I say that? They have a minimal role. They used to play a big role until people started spamming them like crazy, and putting in keywords like Amazon, when their site was just about, their site was about a totally different subject like golf clubs. They're putting in Amazon or other random high searched for topics just in their meta keywords to try to rank for, because search engines used to rank them that way. Your meta description is especially important because it is what the search engines will typically pull from the search results to actually include below your title tag. So you need to include your main keyword phrase for the page in there and some sort of a call to action. I'll show you what I mean by this. So if we go right over here and let's say, let's just use the Chicago dentist example. So you do a search here for Chicago dentist, and you notice here, web special, $1 exam, x-rays, or free teeth whitening. We accept insurance, gentle cleanings, veneers and braces, cosmetic and family dentistry. That's a nice meta description, because a lot of times what will happen is sites will basically, they won't put in anything special into their meta tags. And so what will happen is Google will go in there, kind of formulate their own little meta tag if they don't have one most of the time. Sometimes they'll just do it anyways. But a lot of the times what happens is Google will just formulate their own. So it does not look very exciting for people. So here's one, open 7 days a week. That's really good. Let me find one. These people have done pretty good on this first page. But let's see. Chicago Dentist Guide. Okay, so here's one. This isn't very exciting. Chicago Dentist Guide, 1833 Dentist Chicago, 1833 Dentist Chicago Reviews, Cosmetic Dentist, Endodontitis, Orthodontist, and all these other big words. That's not very exciting to read that in your meta description. That's not very exciting, and so, this is a lot more exciting. Web special, $1 exam and x-rays or free teeth whitening. That makes me want to click. That makes me want to click on their website. Now I want to point out something here so you understand. Look at their title tag. If you're trying to look for a title tag on your website or any website at all, look at the top left-hand corner of your browser. Whether it's Mozilla or Internet Explorer, that keyword phrase will show up there. So notice how they are doing a fabulous job of using Dentist Chicago, Cosmetic Dentist, Orthodontist Chicago. So now they get the keywords Chicago Cosmetic Dentist, Dentist Chicago Cosmetic, Chicago Orthodontist, Orthodontist Chicago. They have all those up in their keyword phrase in their title tag. So here's their little website. It's very clean, very basic. But you notice how they've done that. But they encourage the click because unlike everybody else, these other ones, they actually said web special $1 exam, and I want to find it. Now, here you go, special web offer. That's a great deal to have a $1 exam. I don't understand how that works, so it makes me interested. It gets me intrigued. And so it's kind of interesting to figure out what this is all about, what they're about. But notice how you want to sell people on your click. And so you not only want to be slightly creative in your title tag if you can. If you cannot, don't worry about it. But use your meta description because that's your opportunity to encourage people. If you do not use it, Google would just pull something at random. Like Google could say something like, they might just pull something that says Chicago Dentist Orthodontics Cosmetic Dentist Chicago. Now they're kind of stuffing keywords up here, but it is working for them. But you notice that's what Google may have pulled if they didn't define an actual meta description. And so that's something for you to keep in mind, and as to why you need to use a meta description and why you want to use a meta description. So the meta tag should be used very carefully, but it should only include the page's main keyword phrase. So if that page on your website is targeting working capital financing, that should be in your meta keyword phrase. If that page is targeting the keyword phrase, wood nutcrackers, like the little dolls at Christmas, wooden nutcrackers, then that's what that page is targeting. If that page is targeting popcorn supplies or popcorn machines, then that's what it's targeting. If it's targeting antique popcorn machines, then that's what your meta tag keyword will say, but you also want to try to use it in your meta description because, and the reason you use it is not as much for the search engine rankings, but it's more for relation. People typed in, you're trying to rank for a keyword phrase, antique popcorn popper, for example. Obviously, if they type that in, that's what they want to find. So if you include that in your enticing sentence, you could say, find the best variety of antique popcorn poppers here. So it gets your keyword phrase in there, but it grabs their attention. Because what will happen is Google will bold that keyword phrase if it's in your meta description. So it helps your listing stand out a little more in Google. Excuse me. So that kind of is defined with meta descriptions here. And I apologize, I'm going long. I always go longer than I anticipate. There's just so much content here. So examples of good meta descriptions: get in touch with a Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor that is both trustworthy and reliable. Now, I didn't do a good job proofreading that. I apologize. Working capital financing. What is working capital financing? Working capital financing is the lifeblood of your growing business. So it kind of, that one doesn't as much sell them, but it kind of informs them as to what it's about. And so they say, okay, I'll click for more info on that. Or, this one's more like, get in touch with Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor that's trustworthy and reliable. So you're like, okay, I like trustworthy, reliable people to do business with. So let's find somebody to do business with that's trustworthy and reliable. Or maybe it's something to the effect of, you have a free report on weight loss. 5 tips to losing weight. Maybe it's a free report on being a better bird watcher. Maybe it's a free report on rock climbing secrets. Whatever the case might be, download my free rock climbing shoes shopping guide or whatever. Put that in your meta description if you offer a report, because people like to get stuff for free. They like to be informed. So include those things in your meta description. Here's an example of the meta tag. I know that your eyes might be glazing over right now when you see this, but this is basically what I showed you here. I apologize. What I was showing you on that page when I was doing a file and I did the search for view source code on those pages. This is the kind of result that comes up. This is HTML code, but you can easily edit this code by just typing, replacing these keyword phrases. So when you have your own website, you would just use find and replace, use the view source code option on your web editor, like Microsoft Front Page. Once you're inside there, where it says title, put in your keywords. Where it says keywords and content, you're going to see that option. Type in your one keyword phrase for that page, and then where it says description content, type in your sentence in your meta description. So that's how you use meta tags. Now, header tags are a little bit different. I'm going to go check our time real quick. Make sure. Okay, so we're doing okay on time here. I'm going to try to go another about 30 minutes of content, or 20 or so minutes of content, and then we'll open up the floor for questions and answers. So header tags after title tags are extremely important to your on-page SEO. When I keep talking about on-page SEO, I'm talking about changes you can make to your website so that your website itself comes up higher in the search engines. In the HTML code, like the view source section of your web editor program, your header tags would look like this: H1, H2, H3, H4, H5, and H6 with the little caret symbols. That's what they would look like in your HTML code. For example, the H1 tag typically generates the largest font, so it's the most important one that the search engines look at. They will actually look pretty highly at your H1 tag. The header tags act like headlines on your web page, and so I'm going to show you kind of what that looks like. Your header tags should look natural, and they'd be like subheadlines on your pages. So like a lot of sales pages have subheadlines, and even a lot of articles, like to break up the article, because we all know people have short attention spans online, and they want to get the information that they are there to look for. So you want to try to include that information in those headers, so they kind of draws them in to read more of your copy. But by doing so, you want to try to incorporate your keyword phrases somehow. So, for example, I'm a Washington State Cougar fan. I attended the school, and so here's an example. Your source for WSU Cougars gear. That's my keyword phrase. WSU Cougars gear. That would be like my H1 tag. Notice it's kind of big and it stands out at the top. And you can edit this by simply finding, inside your view source section, inside your content. You can also modify this within WordPress in the code view section, in the code view of WordPress. And again, if you need help with this, that's what we're here. That's what I'm here for. So you guys have access to me through email, and I want you to make sure you're reaching out to me to get your questions answered, because I do not want you to have any stumbling blocks. So your source for WSU Cougars gear. Your article would go here, so there's your article, and you have a short couple paragraphs to start off your article. And then you also hit them with another little subheadline. Buy WSU Cougars gear and save. So it gets the keyword phrase in there one more time, but this time it goes, inside the H2 tag. And so then your article continues there, and you don't have to use all 6 of them. You could only use 1, or you could use 2, or you could use 3, or whatever you want within that article, but it kind of breaks it up. But I'll show you here an example before I jump off here of a great site that does a fabulous job of using this. This is a guy who runs the site. It's a phenomenal SEO guy. This site gets a lot of unique visitors each month, and they have some fabulous content, and it's a site that I actually support and do stuff with. It's a Christian website. So this site, they talk about, is the Bible true? They talk about notice how they're using their keyword phrase in their various sub-headlines. And you can actually size your H1 and H2 tags so that they are not the exact same size. And I'm just pulling up this site just so you guys see an example of a fabulous way to use your header tags and how it kind of breaks up the content. So you notice here, that kind of draws people into what they're going to find on each paragraph. So like my WSU Cougars gear example, that, buy WSU Cougars gear would be here. Their keyword phrase on this page is the Bible true? And, that's the only keyword phrase. Notice that in their title tag. Notice that in their URL structure. Notice that right here. That's the only keyword phrase they're trying to focus on, and that gives you the best results possible. So I definitely want to show you that, as an example of what I meant by the header tag example. So you can jump right over here to internal link structure. So your website should be easily spidered by the search engines. If your site is not easily spidered by the search engines, then that means the search engine spiders and the search engines cannot find your site. Because the search engine spiders go out there to find websites, and they have a little, it's a little program, computer program they use that goes out there and picks up your website. You want them to find all your pages, and you do that by offering text-based links within your website. So you want to have text-based links for your website. So a great example here is Petronic.com. This is a site that I used to be a major owner in, a very small part of it now. But it's a site that we get a lot of it, or actually all our traffic right now, basically through SEO traffic, search engine optimization. And you notice here that on the left hand side here we've got our navigation, and it is all text-based links. These are all text links. And you notice how, you click on them, they go right over there. So what happens is the search engine spiders come in here, and they will just eat up this content. So they would just come in here, and they can follow these links all the way through to the internal pages of content. And they just go through these sites, and they can pick up the content. So that's how text-based links are. That's what I'm referring to. These would be considered image links. Now, we are using image links, but that's because in the footer of our website, we also include the similar subject lines that you saw at the top, in the footer here. And so that is where, that is showing up here. So you've got, what you want to have is, if you're going to use fancy navigation, like using images or using JavaScript or something of that nature, you're going to want to also include it in the footer as a text-based link, because the search engine spiders have the easiest time following text-based links. I'm not saying they can't follow image links, they can't follow JavaScript links, it just makes it more difficult. And they have no problem finding text-based links to find them. And one thing I want to draw your attention to is, notice this clickable part of the link also is the main keyword phrase for that particular page. And what that does, that's called the anchor text. I know you've heard that said before, but anchor text is a very important aspect of search engine optimization, because anchor text is what is the clickable part of the link. It's the clickable text. That's another way to talk about anchor text. And it should be your main key, that page's main keyword phrase should be in that anchor text. So for example, beeper callers. That page right here is all about beeper callers. you're going to notice here beeper callers. That right there, it is actually text-based. That's an H1 tag right there, beeper callers. And then you'll notice here beeper callers, dog beeper callers, dog training. Notice that in the title tag. Notice that in the breadcrumbs, so the search engines can find those breadcrumbs. And also in our URL structure. So it's very, very clean. It kind of just, it's very well optimized. And what happens though when you're doing this is, the actual website itself will rank higher in the search engines when basically it'll help these internal pages of your site rank when you're telling the search engine spiders what to expect. Like they know, because beeper colors is in the anchor text, that if they go through this text, they're going to find beeper colors. So it gives your site, your page, a little relevancy boost, because on this page there's content about beeper colors, because that's what's being sold here. Now you could also have text down here if you wanted to, or other things. But this is a site that just sells products, so it's basically focused more on just products as content. So each one of these beeper colors, if you click on it, it goes even further, and you'll notice Dogtra 2500 T and B 400 yard training and beeper collar. That's a brand of color. That's a specific keyword phrase. Dogtra, notice again in my title tag. I just want to keep reiterating these points to you so you understand how the search engine optimization all works together and why you want to have the relevancy. This page is very relevant for this keyword phrase. So that's something very important and essential for you to consider. You need to use anchor text when you link into pages within your site. The keyword should be part of the link. So right here is an example. Let me go right back here. This is what your link would look like. And this says, you could actually copy this down when you watch the recording. But inside your link, where it says your domain, that's your URL, that's your link. And then inside here, where it says Chicago Lawyer, that's like the keyword phrase. So if you are a lawyer in Chicago and you are linking to your website or to a page inside your website, you would want to try to link with the anchor text link, because that gives you a powerful search engine boost. So that's a very important aspect of search engine optimization. You should have no more than 2 links from your home page to your internal pages. So that's something to keep in mind. Now, if you're using WordPress, for example, it does a great job already of providing good internal link structure. You want to use a sitemap and an RSS feed if possible, if at all possible with your website. So you do want to use a sitemap and an RSS feed if possible. So you want to include a sitemap, and I'll show you kind of an example. A sitemap will contain all of your links. So even if you don't have all your links in your navigation on your homepage, you want to have a sitemap link in the footer of the website so the search engines can find it. Sitemap links are all text-based links that basically help the search engine spiders come in and pick up all of your content all at once. So they come into that page and they find all that content, which links to the pages on your site. So it enables them to find all your pages, because it does you no good to have articles on your site. It doesn't matter how great the articles are. If the search engines can't find the articles, it's not going to give you the benefit that you are seeking. The URL structure in here, let me jump off here and quickly show you an example of an actual sitemap. So let me jump right over here. Here is a site that does a great job. Notice here in the footer, if you were to click on sitemap right here, it would take you into a page that has a sitemap. It's got a link to all their different pages on their website. So you notice here, bad credit business loans. If you clicked on that, this site's actually broken down into several different sitemaps. But basically you get the idea here of how a sitemap works. You can access a sitemap from the footer of the website. That's usually the most convenient place to put it. So it's a text-based link that the search engines will look for and grab, and they will use that. Another thing that will function very similar to how a sitemap will function for you is the RSS feed. And if you're using WordPress, by default, your site will have an RSS feed. Your URLs or links should contain your main keyword in it. So for example, it should be like yourdomainname.com / Miami-pest control. So if you are a pest control service in Miami, or maybe you have a site related to pest control and you're just targeting different, so maybe it's like, floridapestcontrol.com, and then you have subpages related to each different city and the keyword phrase pest control. That's just an example here. So floridapestcontrol.com / Orlando Pest Control. Florida FloridaPestControl.com / let's just say Jacksonville Pest Control. Different cities in Florida. And then you get the idea. Tampa Bay pest control. The reason you want to try to use the dashes within those links is because the search engines will actually look at the dashes as actually spaces, and so it actually will give you another spot where your keyword phrase will show up in the search engines. So for example here, if you had a site about tennis and you have a subpage about Wilson tennis rackets, it'd be like Wilson-tennis-rackets. Just like you saw on that pet site that I was showing you, for example, notice how the keyword phrase, there's a separation there. So the next thing here, I just want to make sure everybody still hears. Okay, so the next thing you do here is you want to make sure that you have your keyword phrase separated by the dash. And if you have WordPress, you want to use the permalinks from WordPress to do this. So you want to name your HTML. You also want to name your HTML files in your web editor. And you want to do this on your future pages. So if you're using, let's say you're using front page, for example, and you go to File, Save As, because that's how you save your pages when you create them. Just save it as, Miami-pest-control, your-keyword- here, you get the idea. So I'll show you here real quick how to use the permalinks within WordPress. So let me just go right over here to paulcounts.com / go to my administration side of things. And let me actually use a more recent website here. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to quickly use this in WordPress, the permalink structure, and then we're getting to the point of wrapping things up for this particular training. We'll open up for questions and try to have about 30 minutes or so for Q&A time. So what we've got here is if we come right over here to right inside of your WordPress, you're going to see on the left hand side it's going to say Settings, and you want to just click on Settings. And then inside Settings, you want to click on Permalinks. And once you've clicked on Permalinks, it's going to have a default structure right here. You want to select Custom Structure. And inside Custom Structure, you want to type in / and then you want to do the %, which you hit that by doing the Shift and hitting the number 5 key. And then you want to type in the word post name. And then you want to do %, and then /. And what that will do is that will create search engine friendly links for your WordPress. And so by doing so, what it does then is it basically takes and puts the dash in between each of your keyword phrases. So it makes the custom structure show up correctly for your individual keyword phrases. So that's exactly what it does, and that's how you use that. So it's just you log into your WordPress. This is WordPress 2.7. Go under Settings and choose Permalinks, and then choose your custom structure. And then the next thing that you're going to do then is you're going to go right over one other thing inside WordPress that I just want to point out to you real fast while I'm back here. Notice here under the General Settings, notice here it says Blog Title. Even if you don't have the all-in-one SEO plugin installed, you can put in your keyword phrase inside the blog title, and that will give your overall site the main keyword phrase. And then usually by default, even just with the default setting, WordPress will actually put your main keyword phrase inside the article titles of your individual post. But if you actually are using the all-in-one SEO plugin, I'll show you how to use that when you're adding new content. So if you're right here and you chose add new content, and this is going back to the example, so you write in your article title, you write in your article, and then you scroll down to where it says all-in-one SEO pack, and that's the plugin you're going to want to write down. It's all-in-one SEO pack. And then where it says title, you could actually put in whatever title tag you want using the examples I showed you from the training. For the description, you put in your nice meta description, because that will enable the search engines to possibly, you can entice people. You can sell the click within the search engines because you can create your meta description that way. And then you can put in your keywords, separate your meta keywords, which in this case is just the main keyword phrase you're trying to go after. So that is how you do, the URL structure. And so the next little bit here, we're almost done here, I promise. So that's how you do your URL structure. You want to try to do dashes to separate things. Now, content structure. This is very important. Your articles on your site should contain your main keywords near the beginning of them. So you want to write your articles so they're unique, so they're relevant, so they have high quality content. But you really, in order to tell the search engines that an article is relevant for a particular keyword phrase, like let's say the article is on Wilson tennis rackets. If you don't mention Wilson tennis rackets in the first paragraph or two, it's not going to look very relevant to Google, nor to the person using it. So you want to look out for your users because they're there to find a Wilson tennis racket. So if your site happens to come up for that keyword phrase, because you've used it in your title tag and your URL structure, but you don't talk about Wilson tennis rackets till paragraph 3, it's not going to do your users any good. So because they may think, well, I didn't, I'm not finding the content I'd hoped to find on this page, for example. So, in your content structure, you would have like the title of your little article on that page be an H1 tag. And in case you're wondering, if you're using WordPress, and I keep talking about it, but WordPress will automatically put the main title, it goes right into an H1 tag by default. So that's something for you to keep in mind. So it's already done for you whenever you create your post. So that's why it's important to try to incorporate your keyword phrase in your article titles within WordPress. And if you're just using standard HTML to do your sites, that's not a problem at all. Just go ahead and put in your main keyword phrase in there. And so you want to try to have your main keywords, your main keyword phrase, so if it's Wilson tennis racket, you want to try to mention it at least one time or so in that first paragraph. Now, there's nothing. Articles should be broken apart with the header tags in between if possible. Not only will that help your readers, because it will actually kind of break things up, because it's really hard on websites. People don't want to sit there and read 500 words at once. They like to have little subheadings and things. So try to break it up when you're doing your articles on your site. You should try to include your main keyword once or twice in the first paragraph, and place it anywhere that makes sense in the next paragraphs. And that's an important statement I'm making. It needs to make sense. You do not want to write content that doesn't flow and that doesn't make sense. So, I would not sit there and talk all about, let's say Tulsa chiropractors. I wouldn't say, find the best Tulsa chiropractors. Tulsa chiropractors are the bomb. Tulsa chiropractors are trustworthy. Tulsa chiropractors this. Tulsa chiropractors that. That doesn't flow well. So you do not want to stuff with keywords. Not only will that get, a little red flag to the search engines that you're trying too hard to optimize, but it's also going to send a red flag to your readers that you don't care enough about them to write good content. So you need to write good, solid content that they're going to read. Actually, that's very important. So it needs to be search engine friendly, solid content. Try to include your main keyword in the last paragraph of the article if possible to kind of close it out. That's just kind of well-rounded approach to getting that content on there. So you want to include one or two times in the first paragraph, where it makes sense in the middle paragraphs, and then try to close out with that keyword phrase. And that's going to kind of give you that nice balance of relevancy, and only include it at the end if it makes sense. If it flows in your close, put it in there. If not, don't use it. Don't say, well, Paul said I need to have it, so you write it in there. Just do it if it makes sense. That's the important thing, is use your keyword as it makes sense, but use it. A lot of times people, well, they may not try to use it. So it's important to try to incorporate your keyword phrase in your content, but don't overuse it. Don't abuse it. Use it, but don't abuse it. Oh, that kind of rhymed. Perfect keyword density is an absolute myth. I know a lot of SEO people might be seeing that going, hey, but it's a myth. There's no such thing as perfect keyword density. Not only will it waste your time because you're going to be sitting there calculating, according to my calculations, or whatever, I've got 500 words of content and I've got the keyword 20 times, and so I need to have a keyword density of 0.113 or whatever. There's no such thing. Don't bother with that. Don't worry about a percentage. There's really no set percentage. If your article makes sense to you, if you can read it out loud, or if you can read your own article and it makes sense, if it reads like you speak, then it's good enough to go. If it reads like you speak and it really gives good content, good information, then it's good. You just want to try to include your keyword phrase because it makes sense. Because if your article is relevant about a subject, obviously it's going to include your keyword phrase. So really, there's no science behind that part of it, or really any of this SEO that I'm showing you. It's just a matter of putting things in good locations. And so don't worry about perfect keyword density. Just write good, solid content. You could write 5 articles in the time it take you to sit there and calculate keyword density of one. So sit there and write those 5 articles, because that's going to do better for you. and then read your content and make sure it flows and makes sense. Just, don't insert keywords because you think you have to. Don't abuse keywords though. Don't overuse them. If you have to, err on the low side of using them, but still use them. I can't stress that part enough. Make sure they're in there because it makes sense. Don't get caught up with it at all. Write for humans and not for search engines, and the search engines will appreciate your content. Like I said at the beginning, the search engines are there. They want to partner with you. They want to show your content to their visitors, believe it or not. And it's not that they want you to succeed, but basically, if you succeed, they will succeed, because as you come up there, you're going to write more good content. They want to show your site, and I'm not saying that they're going to signal you out and pick just your site, because there's tons of competing sites, but it will by default signal you out, because a lot of sites are not focusing on basic SEO principles. They want to provide their users with good results and good information. So if you send people to a site with good information, high value content that's search engine friendly, then you will be just fine. And yes, it does take a little bit of work for SEO, but it's not all that bad, as I hope you saw here. Try to write unique and relevant articles for your individual website. That's very important. Target one keyword phrase per article. So don't try to target every single keyword phrase that you saw on that list, within your title tags and things. If you have a list of 30 different keyword phrases and they're all in a similar niche, maybe it's all about rock climbing shoes and you have 20 different keyword phrases that you could go after. Try to write 20 different articles on rock climbing shoe, the variations of those keyword phrases. If you can, if you can write good content on only 5 of those 20 keyword phrases, then only use 5 of those, because you can write, because there's no sense in writing, having 20 spammy articles on your site, if they're all real short, low value content. But if, like let's say you have 20 keyword phrases related to rock climbing shoes, and you could easily pull out of 20 keyword phrases 5 solid articles, and then target each one around one or two, one mainly specific keyword phrase that you use in your title tag, that you use in your URL link, that you use in your headings, and that you try to use inside your content. And you do those things, you're going to be just fine. And then you link to those, when you're doing WordPress, it will automatically add your content to an RSS feed and a sitemap for using the Google Sitemap plugin, so it will be found. If you're using a static HTML site, just put the link, in the sitemap and make sure you have a sitemap on your footer. And then the search engines will help find that new content. And if you want to, and you're using a static HTML site, use the content we talked about in that first video.
This is session 3 of your traffic and SEO training. In this session, we're going to go over article marketing and keyword research for more traffic and more profits.
You want to write informative articles that help build credibility and that drive targeted traffic and increase your search engine ranking. So that's very, very important. The next thing is to keep in mind, articles increase your online exposure by placing your articles on high traffic, high authority websites. And I want to make sure that I made the screen active, so I'm going to just double check on that. Okay, good. So you guys are seeing the screen. I just want to verify that. So let's go back right here. Okay, so obviously you want to be writing informative articles using that keyword research that we just went over. So when you're writing these informative articles, they will help you build credibility, drive targeted traffic, and increase search engine rankings. People will help see you as an expert, and that's why article marketing is so important to your business. Articles increase your online exposure by placing your articles on high traffic, high authority websites. You're simply providing information that people are seeking, and that's where you come up, and that's why you want to provide the information that people are seeking using those keyword research tools that I just went over briefly. And then at the end of the articles, you want to include a link to your website. So you want to include a call to action so that people will go right back to your website. So you want to have some sort of a call to action within that. So here's a little brief overview of how to write articles. You want to include a catchy, keyword-rich title for the article, and you want to try to write at least 3 and around 5 short paragraphs for your article. So shorter paragraphs will increase the chances of the article being read. It's really difficult to read articles, you've probably seen them that have 150, 200 some words in just one little article. it can be difficult here in one paragraph. It can be very difficult to follow along, and that's why a lot of sales pages and things like that you see online are broken down into a little more easier to manage bite-sized chunks. So you can even try to include some subheadings within your articles as well. So you want to include a catchy keyword-rich title for the article, and the keyword-rich title would be exactly what we just researched. And when I'm talking about keyword-rich title, you want to include your keyword somewhere in the article title, preferably at the as far to the left, the beginning of it as possible. But if you can't include it to where it makes sense and it's catchy, you want to include it somewhere in there. Things like step by step, 5 steps to dog leash training success. That would be a great article title. 5 steps to dog leash training success. 5 steps to putting success. Things like that. Those would be huge for you. You want to provide good, solid content within your articles, within those 3 to 5 paragraphs or more of your article. Provide good, solid content to the readers, because by providing good content, people are going to want to purchase something from you. They're going to want to click to learn more, because they're going to say, wow, he's providing this kind of content for free. What's he got to offer me on his website? Does he have more of this great content? That kind of thing. People will respect you if you provide good, solid, and informative content. Some good subjects here, articles that do really well. How-to articles, I talked about that. Bulleted points, so articles with like 5 bullet points, 5 step-by-step plans, things like that. They do really well as far as getting people interested, in reading the articles and getting them to like draw their attention in. Article subjects, like I said, 5 steps to dog leash training success. That'd be huge, because people say, okay, I don't really have time to read a big, article that, sometimes they think of articles, they think of long, big, educational type articles that people write out a bunch, 5,000 word articles. These are just short, to the point, step-by-step articles. So they're like, okay, I can take 5 little steps, and each little step might be, a little paragraph or a little bullet point or something like that. So, dog leash training, 5 steps to success. And you could actually take that title I just said right here and apply it to your niche, weight loss secrets, 5 steps to success. Weight loss tips, 5 steps to success. Bird watching, bird watching success, or whatever. Bird watching, 5 steps to success. You get the idea. Mortgage, 5 steps to success. So there's a basic on how to write some articles, what you're trying to accomplish when you're writing articles. At the end of the articles, make sure you include an about the author, a bio, an about the author bio or biography, which also is also called a resource box from time to time. And it should be around 200 characters or 1 or 2 sentences, or even 150 characters, whatever it is. You don't really need to sit there and write out the characters. Try to keep it under 200 characters, because some article directories won't allow you to submit more than that. I know Easing Articles let you submit a little more than that, but I try to keep it around that level just to make sure that I get as many pickups on my articles as possible. Or a good rule of thumb, like I said, is 1 or 2 sentences. Inside your resource box, you want to include an offer or an enticing reason for them to visit your website. And you want to include an anchor text link going back to your website for maximum SEO benefit. Now, for those that maybe haven't watched week 2 video, or you missed last week, we talked about how important backlinks are and anchor text links, and that's actually another whole subject too. We're going to go more into backlinking because it's so huge for your success with search engine optimization and traffic. And getting backlinks to your site is really important if you're using anchor text link. When I talk about anchor text link, I mean the clickable part of the link. And hopefully in this example here, you can kind of see what I'm referring to. So you see here in my example of a good resource box, a decent one. This is my name. Paul Counts is an internet marketing consultant, small business coach. Discover how you can make money online as quickly as today by visiting fastcashaccounts.com, where you can download the free step-by-step video training series now. So what you've got here is, with Make Money Online, that is my anchor text, or sometimes referred to as clickable text. That anchor text, Make Money Online, links to my blog, paulcounts.com. Oops, didn't mean to click on that, but there it is. So it links right over to my blog. And that anchor text tells the search engines what to expect on my website. And search engines love anchor text, search engine friendly links. And I show you here how to actually create that, so you know the code that I use to make a link like that. And that's very important that you're using this, because not only do you want to use these articles to get traffic and interest in your site, but you want to use these articles so that people are coming to your site, and also search engines scour these article directories. They pick up the article directories, and then they'll follow the link to your site, And the more links to your site, the more votes your site has, so to speak, in search engines, and the more votes your site has, the higher your site ranks. So I hope you can see how they work together. Not only do the articles drive traffic, they also drive and improve your search engine rankings, which, when working together will help you increase your overall traffic. Now, article directories, just so I'm clear on that, it's not the only source of link building you're going to want to do. Article directories don't have as much authority as far as increased search engine rankings as they used to, but they still benefit you. So there's other link building alternatives for SEO link building that we talk about, again, more in depth. There's so many things to cover in this traffic course. But basically, as quickly as today, you can just go to fastcashcounts.com, so basically this is my call to action. I have another site I'm directing them to. So I'm getting links into this site. It's just not an anchor text link. And the reason I didn't do an anchor text link on that is because you want to try to limit your resource box, this is really important, to one anchor text link, because you don't want to have too many of them, because the search engines, it'll kind of discount it. So I try to just focus on having one anchor text link, within within the actual resource box. So that's what I try to focus on, just so they have a focus there. And then the website right there, I want to try to build up that brand name when I put in the website. So these could be the same website if you want them to. I just chose to make them separate. And, so as quickly as today, visiting, fastcashcounts.com, and also do that too so it flows, because, it doesn't look right to say as quickly as today by visiting, Make Money Online. That won't flow. So you have to have your URL in there. But you want to try to use your anchor text before you give them the call to action on your URL, if that makes sense. So basically structure it very similar to how I've structured this resource box, and you'll be set to go. You obviously can see how you can include your name, so it builds your name's your credibility, and then your niche, whatever niche you is, whatever it is that you do, try to build up who you are and what you do, and then give them a reason to visit your site. Like I say, discover how you can make money online as quickly as today, and I have a 7-part video series where I teach people how they can start making money online as fast as today using Google Hot Trends, and I have a nice little 7-part training series, so I get them on my list. And so that gets them a reason to say, okay, he's got a great article here, so wow, this is really interesting. Where I want to download this free series. So basically they go right over and they'll click right on that resource box, and that's how you want your resource box structured. You want to give them a reason to go to your site. You want to give them a nice anchor text link so you get some search engine benefit, so you get some backlinking benefit from it. But again, I want to reiterate on the search engine linking part, don't just rely solely on article marketing when you're doing link building. Rely on some of the other things we've talked about so far and that we will talk about here in the future or in the next training. So keep that in mind. Now, article resource box, here's the HTML version of the resource box I use. Now, when I say HTML, that means the hypertext markup language, which is basically HTML is the coding. You're probably familiar with that, obviously, by now, that sites are run on. And most of these sites, a lot of article directories have an HTML about the author section, and they also have one that's non-HTML. And the non-HTML one only allows you to have a link to your site, like this link right here, http fastcashcounts.com. I chose to capitalize the different words in my name just because it kind of helps. It helps kind of stick out in people's mind. It doesn't affect your URL at all. You can type in caps or no caps in your main URL, and it'll go where you want. And so basically, discover how you can make money online. And notice this is the code that I use. So this forward slash, you want to write down this one here at the bottom, right here. Oops. The one that has a caret to the left, and then it's got the A space href equal sign, and then a quote, first quote mark, and then put in your URL. So that would be the link to your website that you want to get the benefit. That could either be a link to your website, a link to an article page on your site. It doesn't have to be to your homepage. You can deep link is what it's called. And deep linking can really help you with search engine optimization, and we cover that in the future as well. But with deep linking, you send them a link. So you pull up your website, your article, maybe it's an article on your site, and you want to send traffic just to that particular page on that article. That would be, obviously your URL, that's where that goes. The link text, that's your main keyword phrase, is your link text. That's where your main keyword phrase is. That is the link text. That is the text that you want your anchor text. That's your clickable text. So that's like, in this case, make money online. And it has to be in between these two little, I call them little carrots, you call them whatever you want. So there's the caret to the right. Some people call them less than or greater than, like the math symbol. So you choose however you want to call them, but it must go between those, the link text, and then it must end with this. You've got a little arrow to the left, / the letter A, arrow to the right. Now don't ask me what all that stuff means. All I know is that it makes a link look how it does. I'm not an HTML guru or expert. But this is the little link code you're going to want to write down, because you want to use this when creating your anchor text links. And you'll want to refer to this in the future too, for when you're doing press release marketing and other forms of marketing on your site as well, to generate anchor text, search engine friendly backlinks that we have discussed before. So article topic ideas, like I mentioned, that keyword research is some ideas, and here's a few more. You can research other article directories and browse the top performing articles for ideas on content to write about. So basically, so you could research these other article directories and research other article directories and browse the top performing ones and come up with some ideas. So you can go to for example, you can go right over to ezinearticles.com, and let's just pull that up, www.ezinearticles.com. And if you go and let's say we narrow down to a particular niche, like let's just say health and fitness, and let's pull down acne as another niche within a niche, and you would see here at the top of all Ezine Articles pages, they have a little page up here that says Top Authors in Health and Fitness. And you could click in here and get some ideas for what these top authors in this category. Now I'm not saying to copy I'm saying to come up with some ideas for article subjects. I'm not saying to go in and copy their articles by any means. I'm talking about coming in there and helping yourself brainstorm some subject ideas that they have used for success, because they're considered a top author in their field. And you can also utilize this to get ideas for how you can structure your article titles using the keywords that you have researched. So as you will recall, the keyword research we already went through in depth. This is how you can go in and actually start going through the process. So cures for pimples. Cures for pimples would be his main keywords. Get rid of those ugly pimples and get your clear skin and beautiful skin back. So there's a little subject. Home remedies for acne. That's his keyword. Space. Use these remedies to get your clear and beautiful skin back. So notice in the title, he does a fabulous job. Now I haven't looked at this stuff yet. I'm just showing you guys this as an example. They do a great job of including their keywords as far to the left. And then they do a great job of trying to sell people on reading that article. So you see here they've got their main keyword, space, and that could be probably the best way to format some of your articles, because it's easy to read. It's got the information they want. If your article title is on, comes up on the first page, not only is it going to interest people because your actual article, not only is it going to interest them because of your article itself, but it's actually going to interest people because it's what they searched for. It's what they actually searched for, so it's going to match up, obviously, and that's why it's ranking, but it's going to match up with what they looked for. Dog leash training, they are looking for dog leash training. They're not looking for, dog training overall. They're particular about dog leash training. So if you give them the article related to dog leash training, they're going to click on it. If you include that in your subject line with something enticing like 5 steps to success, they're going to be really interested on clicking. They'll see like, wow, this looks like a great resource. And then they read through your article, they see your bio box, they happen to click through to your site, maybe they sign up for your list, maybe they click on the affiliate link you have on your site that takes them over to like ClickBank, and it takes them right on over to the affiliate site, and then maybe they sign up and they buy the ebook you're promoting, or maybe they buy your ebook, or maybe they maybe they buy a dog training collar from you, or leash or something like that, for their dog, or maybe they sign up for your dog social networking site. You get the idea. Now all of a sudden you've given people what they want because you did a good job doing your research and applying these principles, and you will be rewarded for that, because not only will Google reward you by ranking the various articles up there because you've matched up with what people want, you have good content, but the people will appreciate the good content, and then you see how this can really grow. Obviously, use the keyword research and then use the idea mentioned above. Work them in tandem, Okay, here's some keywords. Now, how could I, let's look up some ideas of how successful authors on EasyArticles.com has formulated their articles. So use that as a guide or as some examples. Obviously, do not copy titles. Try to not copy article titles. That's not a good thing to do. Sometimes, obviously, there's some article subjects that you may have to have very similar subject titles. And that's just a hard fact because there's search engine optimization. There's only so many ways you can say the word search engine optimization. So I could do an article, search engine optimization, 5 steps to success. And somebody else might have an article, search engine optimization, 3 steps to success, or successful search engine optimization tips. Well, obviously I'm not copying the content. I'm writing my own content. But if the article title is similar, don't fret about it. Just don't blatantly go out there and try to copy them if you can help it. And obviously, do not copy the content that they have within their articles. Create your own content. Be original. You can write one article per keyword phrase most of the time. So as we identified using the AdWords keyword tool, we were able to identify a lot of keyword phrases that we could go after. So creating content for your articles, research other websites, books, and magazines in your niche. Now, books and magazines, that might be slightly extreme. But if you really want to get serious and write some good contents, go to the library or buy a book on your niche, or library is your best bet because it's free. Compile some research. Make sure you give, if you take some credit, if you're taking exact points from exact written text from books and stuff, try to put together a little resource sheet if you can help it, so you can say things like, according to this book by this author, blah, blah, blah is true about dog leash training, So I hope you guys get that idea there. So don't obviously plagiarize from books. I'm not encouraging that. Use it like you're writing a paper for college, Come up with some ideas, some subjects, things like that. Reference them in your article. It'll help give you some credibility, too. It's kind of using that, what we call borrowed credibility in this industry, They're like, wow, look at that. They're kind of writing an article, that this successful author's written. Wow, this must be good information, that kind of stuff. Plus, it helps that, it helps that author out because they helped you. It's just, good karma to do that. Take things from magazines. According to Dog Training Journal, dog leash training can take, 5 weeks to be successful at, or something like that, So you get the idea. Use books, magazines, other websites, within your research, and obviously if you just take stats from these different sites, you don't really need to reference them. But if you pull some data or stats that may not be proprietary to them, meaning that's their only source of content, then by all means, use that content, just formulate your own wording around it. But just be careful there. Obviously, I'm not teaching anybody to go plagiarize and copy. I'm going to be very careful about saying that. Don't want anybody to get upset here. But you do need to do research if you're going to have good, solid articles. You need to research your niche market. You can use software to help you find the information you're looking for. And so this is a perfect segue to go right into the software that I am providing for you guys as a free little bonus. So this is a free bonus. It's an article ideas software, and it will help you really write articles really, really quick. So for example, how this little software works, and you guys get a copy of this. It will be available sometime in the next 24 to 48 hours on the same page where I post all the articles on. You're going to get a main topic. So you can just click here where it says main topic, and main topic you type in your keyword phrase. So for example, dog leash training, and just choose go. And then what the software is going to do, it's going out to various websites, and it's actually pulling down some information from these websites. It's grabbing just some basic research information. So obviously you're not going to want to just go out there and swipe this content directly. It's so you don't want to just copy it verbatim, but you can take some of this wording, reword it for yourself, or you can go to these sites and find some more research. So notice how really pretty quickly I got several sites that I could consider. So let me drag this down here. And there weren't a ton of sites for this particular niche keyword phrase, but you could use it for some more broad terms pretty quickly, to get some more ideas. But if I click here, pets, animals. Oops. So that's a bad example. Okay, so you could actually click here and copy. Oop. You can open that link. and then you could go and read, here's a nice little article. You might be able to pull some ideas. You might be able to even, reference this person, the author of this article. They didn't really include a name in their author section, but you could go here and, okay, so that's a good source for, dog leash training. So I could go there and write up some information about it. You could take here and put in, keywords such as weight loss as an example. And notice weight loss and some broader niches will actually start pulling the results that I was hoping that would actually pull from. And you kind of get some ideas here. Now, some of it, is kind of junky, but some of it is workable. So if I just stop that. Okay, and then notice here you can go right over here to the plain text view, and you could actually just take these various little segments and copy, like you could take this whole thing, copy to clipboard, and then you could open up a little notepad file, paste it right in there, format, word wrap, and then you could just go ahead and just start, clean out the junk that maybe comes in. But just, you've got right at your hand some research that you could start doing. Weight loss is about knowing which foods are healthy and eating more of the healthy foods. Okay, that's a good little sentence, so let me go and take another one, and so you go grab a few more sentences, and then you take them and just start, rewording that. So really quickly here, it gets your research done for you. So I'll give you guys access to the software. You can play around with it. I was pretty excited when I found out I was able to give this to you guys. So I'm going to enable you guys to use that software. It might help you guys some in your article writing. So you can use some software tools. You can also, do your own research on Google itself. That's some other ideas. Google dog leash training, and look up some other articles. Dogleashtraining.net, and pull some data, information, or get some ideas. Have a little notepad next to you, or a little notepad text file, and write out, okay, maybe I should comment on, write something about this, or read the comments on these various articles and see if people had questions related to that. You can go into website forums, so like, dog training forums, and you could see big questions that people have about dog trainings, so, like there's inside this dog forum that I'm just clicking on, here's a dog behavior training section, or some articles on dog behavior training, so you could pull some more ideas within these forums. And there's just a lot of data that you could pull from. So here's like an individual dog training forum, and you could go through here and identify questions that people have, so then you could answer these questions that people have related to dog training. Another tool example, another tool slash freebie thing that you can use is Yahoo Answers. So you can just go right in here to Yahoo Answers and go ahead and do a quick search for your question. So let's say dog leash training. See if anybody has any questions about it. Where can I find a dog leash or dog training leash? Does dog leash training or dog leash training, how long should it take? So there's an example of a good article. Somebody's saying, okay, dog leash training, how long should it take? I'm going to train my dog. How long should I take for each session? And then you could research that answer, come up with an article, and respond to them with a link to your ezine articles that you created. Plus, you're creating content for yourself with that main keyword phrase. So definitely use Yahoo Answers as another research tool to utilize. So again, we talked about using software. You can rewrite private label rights articles, and I encourage you to rewrite them because you want to have good, unique content. You want to ensure that your articles are picked up. So if you rewrite them, it's basically, reordering the content, adding content to them, taking out words, coming up using a thesaurus, which is basically it's a tool that gives you kind of like a dictionary, but it gives you, synonyms, keywords that are, or words that are similar to different keywords within that. So you might use additional keywords like, dog leash training, dog obedience, training, or something. You might tie those kind of words in. Leash, collars, those kind of run together. You can try to use those, inside, within your article. Come up with some ideas, just some various things that might make sense. Some core keyword phrases, you could change them to different keywords as long as they mean the same thing. rewrite the article, basically take the content and say, okay, this is good research, but I'm going to rewrite it myself. The great thing with that PLR content, when you're rewriting it, you don't need to worry about referencing, the PLR content because you have the rights to it to do whatever you want with, pretty much. So you don't need to be sitting there and referencing people. It gives you some abilities, and you can find private label rights articles by just going to Google and typing in, dog training private label rights, dog leash training private label rights. You might find articles on even the most niche keyword phrases, but usually you're going to find it for broad keywords. But if you have private label rights articles and they already have good subjects that are already getting traffic, you could actually use those as subjects to start with. So a lot of times we get private label rights. Maybe you have 100 articles, PLR articles on the weight loss niche. Well, now all of a sudden you've got 100 articles that potentially have search volume that you could go in and rewrite or combine it. You could even take bits and pieces from private label rights articles, combine them to an original article that you're writing, or take half of a PLR article and combine it with half of an article you wrote. And there you go. You've got yourself some good unique content. Use PLR ebooks that give you the rights to use as articles, because some private label rights ebooks, and I'm not talking about articles, I'm talking about ebooks, so you don't think I'm repeating myself. But private label rights ebooks, typically, an ebook is like 50 or so pages of content, and you could actually take a private label rights ebook. So let's say an ebook's got 50 pages of content, then each one of those pages could be around 50 articles for you. And what I like about using ebooks for is because it gives you a chance to kind of have a slightly more unique content, because most of the people that get private label rights ebooks, they just think about selling the ebook if they do anything with it. Most of the time they won't even do anything with it. But if they don't worry about, most of the time they're just worried about using it as an entire ebook. They're not really thinking about using it as an article now, and so it gives you a little chance to actually, have some good unique content pretty quick. And, to make sure it's even more unique, maybe take one page of content, cut it in half, combine it with maybe something you found on page 3 that was interesting, and, maybe add in your own first paragraph. So you get the idea is that you don't need to write all this content up front. You can also obviously outsource article writing if you want to. You can go to elance.com and put up an article writing project, but outsourcing for traffic, that's going to be, again, another topic that we have to go over. But creating content for articles is something you can do on your own. You could have somebody else do for you. You can pay about $5 an article and have them written for you, or you can take one PLR ebook and turn those into articles. And so you get the ideas of some things you can do. Some other great ideas for creating content for your articles is record yourself creating your articles using a free program like Audacity, and then transcribe the free content. So you can go download a tool, type into Google Audacity, hook it up to your USB headset, and then what you're going to do is go ahead and read talk about your article. You can speak faster than you can type, and so you could basically take the research that you found on your niche, or even what you know off the top of your head, because most of you have expertise within your niche. Take what you know on top of your head after you've done some keyword research and say, okay, I'm doing this example on golf ball training. I'm doing this, or golf ball driving. Be a better driving a golf ball further. So you can say, okay, that's my subject. Golf ball driving, and then you go sit there and you just start spouting off everything you know about being a better driver, driving the golf ball further, faster, whatever it is you're trying to do with it more accurately, curing your slice in your golf swing, so you're talking about curing your golf swing slice. You give some tips. You're just speaking it, and Audacity's recording yourself. And what's great about it is you're going to be able to apply it to podcasting, some other marketing forms, video marketing, the MP3 that you get after this. And so you can actually take that file that's created, so you're actually kind of doing dual purpose marketing there. And you can speak faster and you can type, as I mentioned. And a good tip also, if you want to have unique PLR articles, is to take private label rights articles and then read them in your own words. So read the PLR articles in your very own words into Audacity. And then once you have have done this in Audacity, just stop the recording and then go ahead and save it to your computer. and then open it up in like Windows Media Player, open up the file, and then sit there and actually, type out the articles. You can transcribe it yourself. If, a lot of times people are on a budget when they're doing their marketing, or they just find it's easier to just do it themselves, or they have a spouse or a family member or something that could transcribe, the audio. So you just basically take the audio and you just type out, what you're doing as you speak, and all of a sudden now you've written an article, and you'll find that in a very short amount of time, just literally like a few minutes, you've said enough to actually create an article or two even. Sometimes within 10 minutes you could actually write 5 or 6 articles, 4 or 5 articles in just a short time by speaking it. And then obviously you have to go back in and transcribe it, which takes a little bit of time, and then edit it, but it really will speed up the content creation part and make your life much easier. And transcribing audios is something else that you can outsource. And you could outsource it to relatives, spouse, whatever it is, children, whoever you're outsourcing stuff to, outsource to freelance sites like elance.com, guru.com, getafreelancer.com. Use those sites to outsource transcribing of the content for. And that's how you can, start creating some content really quick. You could also use a text-to-speech program called Dragon Naturally Speaking that will actually type what you say. And one thing to use in tandem with it is Audacity, because as you're actually saying what you want to say, it's actually recording that into an audio file, which again you can use for video and podcast marketing, which is a whole nother training set that we will be covering again as well. So we've got a lot of things in store again. The Dragon Naturally Speaking, basically it will type what you say. Now it sometimes is inaccurate. I find that it won't work as great all the time, but it gives you a rough idea of what you're trying to say. And, and basically before you start reading these articles, write down a few bullet points, jot down a few notes to yourself, like, I'm going to write on these 4 bullet points today, or I'm going to talk about these. These are my main points. Or if you know your niche on top of your head, don't worry about writing down bullet points. Just speak in there. And it'll help you create some good, solid, unique content. Make sure you go back to edit your articles after you use them in Dragon Naturally Speaking. It's a program you can just type into Google. You can buy it. I think Amazon even sells it, but you'll find their website too. It costs, I believe the last cost I saw was like $99. Staples, Office Depot, Best Buy, some of those kind of stores, electronics, office type stores, Office Max, things like that, they usually sell Dragon Naturally Speaking software. It's about a $100 software program, but with a good USB headset, it can actually really save you a lot of time, as far as outsourcing, the articles. You get content that's really in your voice, for sure it's in your voice. It really speeds up the process to do a lot of things, but you just need to make sure you go back and edit the content, but you can write some article content really, really quick. So those are some strategies to really start ramping up the process on top of using private label rights content. So again, you don't need to worry about, if you are scared to sit down and type in front of your computer and that you get writer's block by looking at the blank screen, don't let that hold you back, because it's all about creating as much content and information as possible. So that's really what it's all about. So we're going to just continue on here and talk a little bit about maximizing your traffic opportunities. So you want to create as many articles as possible when you're doing article marketing. Basically, the more articles you can create and distribute, the more traffic you can start to see. Now, I know that might seem like, well, that's a no-brainer. Why did I just pay Paul to tell me that? Well, it's because you need to be reminded that it takes effort, and it takes, a little bit of time, but effort. And that's when you're going to start seeing results. Your efforts going to start coming up to match a reward. So the more articles you can create and distribute, the better you're going to be. If you can write 50 articles to distribute, you're going to be that much better than if you had just written one article on one core keyword, because now all of a sudden you're targeting 50 various keyword phrases. And ensure you have keyword-rich titles that have been researched, so you know that there is an interest in those topics. That's how you can really maximize article marketing. Like I said before, when we were doing that keyword research using Google Insights, using Google AdWords tool, using all those things together to generate as much good keyword research as possible, you want to know that those topics are being searched for. You want to know that they are hot topics. And then you want to have a good resource box, because it does you no good if you don't have a resource box, or if you have a resource box that's kind of boring, or basically you want to give them an incentive to click on it, whether it's your free report, whether it's more fabulous content, whether it's more of you, whatever it is that gets them excited to go to your site. You want to have a good resource box, whatever, maybe you're having coupons, promotions, whatever it is, give them an incentive within your resource box to click on your links in your resource. And in most article directories won't let you do more than 2 links, so you want to try to limit it to the 2 links I showed before, which is your anchor text link, which helps for search engine optimization, and a direct link to maybe your offer page, your website, or whatever it is. But you want to make sure they're linking directly to your website. That may seem like a no-brainer, but it's very, very important. So to maximize your traffic opportunities with article marketing, there's just 3 really core things. Create as many articles as possible, and ensure you're using keyword-rich titles that you have done some research on, there's an interest, and then have a good resource box. It takes a little bit of work, but I hope you saw in the previous steps that I went over some methods for generating content quickly without having to worry about writing as much. So I hope that encourages you and to do more article marketing. Distributing your articles. You can distribute them through article directories. And we'll cover a few good article directories to use. You can go to Google and even type in article directories to find some good ones to submit to. Article directories, Easing Articles is one I talk about, goarticles.com, and I'll have a slide with those on there. But those websites, they're high authority sites. Google still ranks them high. They're great sites as far as getting good traffic from them. They have huge amounts of traffic. People not only finding them from the search engines, but also within the websites, people are actually finding the information useful, so they're inside the site, typing in things like, weight loss or dog leash training or dog obedience to find more articles on their subjects. If they stumble across your article and you have a good resource box, they'll click through. It's all about getting as much traffic as possible to your article. So, article directories are really important to submit to still. Very important. You don't want to use it as your sole link building strategy, but it can help you. It can really help you not only rank in the search engines by an improved amount of link building ability and having an increase in the number of various ways that you're doing link building, but it also is going to help you just from a sheer traffic standpoint. Some other strategies is to offer to write articles for blogs and websites in your niche. I know this might seem weird, like, why do I want to create content for somebody in my niche or something else? Well, find a site that is an information type portal or a hub in your niche market, and make posts on forums in your niche. So like the Warrior Forum if you're in internet marketing, or maybe it's a weight loss forum, and find forums in your niche and tell them that you would like to write a few unique articles. So inside these posts, you want to make posts telling people that maybe it's in the joint venture section or about me section inside the forum or something like that, or come up with an area. Maybe they have a free section or a networking section or something like that. But basically say that you'd like to write a few unique articles, so articles that are only going to be used for those one websites. But in exchange for you writing a unique article for them for free, you want to include an anchor text link to your website. What's going to happen though is that a lot of these sites, they're good authority sites. They have good traffic to their sites. You'll get good traffic from the sites, but more importantly, you're getting a good anchor text search engine friendly link going to your website, and that's a good advanced little SEO link building tactic. And you could also, just do straight emails to website owners. Use domaintools.com, DOMAIN, domaintools.com. Type in the website that you're interested in, and it should bring up the contact information for that website owner. Now, they may not have all their information public, so if they don't, just move on to the next one, or try to find their information if you really want them. Submit the contact us form on their site, or sign up for their list and email them that way. Come up with a way to kind of try to get in touch with them. Hit their support desk up. I had somebody just do this, for me. They offered to write me 2 articles for my blog, and they were, in exchange, they're doing anchor text links. I knew exactly what they're doing, but I still took them up on the offer because and the articles look great. I'll take 2 fresh, unique, solid articles in exchange. All I'm doing is linking out to their site. They have relevant sites. I obviously looked at their sites before I approved the articles to make sure they were sites that my users would benefit from and that were beneficial, so it wouldn't hurt me by linking out to them. So, obviously you're not going to link out to a Viagra site or something like that, when you're in the pet niche, or something like that, or some other, casino site or a site, that's got a bad website. You don't want to be linking off to bad websites. You want to link off to sites within your niche. You don't want to be in the dog training niche linking off to internet marketing, type website either. So keep that in mind as well. So make sure when you're when they're doing this for you, if you have your own site and somebody offers this for you, or if you offer it for somebody else, make sure it's relevant, because it's going to benefit them if it's relevant too. Google will frown on sites that are linking out just, to link out to other sites. And what's great though is you get a good one-way link, and search engines like one-way links, especially links that have text, surrounded by text related to that subject. So that's going to be huge. So you could offer to write a unique article. That's important. You cannot write this article and then distribute it to article directories because they did not ask you to do that. That's not you'd be lying if you did that. So you want to only take the article and use it only on their website one time. And yes, it might take you some time, and you might say, well, why do I want to do this again? But it's all about getting that good anchor text search engine friendly backlink to your site. And make sure that they keep the site, keep it live on there. Maybe just tell them, but usually by default they're going to put it up there, set and forget it, and it's going to be live there. So another thing to use use an article software service to submit your articles. Articlemarketer.com is a great one that I use as well. It's tremendous. It actually takes your article and will blast it. It does cost money, so it does cost a little bit of money, but it will take your articles and blast it out there to several sites at once, several sources at one time. It will take it and submit it to a lot of article directories with one fell swoop. So that's a good service to look into. So you might try articlemarketer.com for that, or you might try other software services. I have another one I'm going to tell you here in a second. Some other ideas is research websites that want content in your niche, because not only this is not talking about finding articles that you don't know if they want your content or not, which usually they will. They like unique content because it helps them. Like the guy that's writing articles for me, he wrote some good articles. It's going to help me rank higher in the search engines. And so yeah, I'll put unique content because Google likes good content. It gives me an additional page of content because my blog, he's got one measly link to his site, but on my blog I've got my opt-in page and other things like that, but the main benefit for him is the anchor text search engine friendly link he's going to get from me. But you could do searches for golf, like golf, I'm just talking about your niche, so bird watching, golf, dog training, dogs, cats, pets, whatever it is, how to, golf how to. So this would be sites related to how to information on golf. Typically, they're how to type sites, so they want user generated content. You could do a Google search for your niche and then the word submit article. So that's beyond just article directories. That's finding directories that are just niche specific. So niches, article directories just related to pet websites or pet owners, or niche article directories just related to golfing or bird watchers or things like that. There's a lot of blogs out there that want people to submit articles for them. So doing searches like that will help you identify some other blogs within your niche you can get links from. Type in words like your niche information, so golf information, golf and submit content. Same concept as when you're writing and submit article. That will bring up some other sources you can use to leverage article marketing. Sites that may want your article. Some of them may not even make you do the article exclusively. They may just want the article just to have more content, and then you can also distribute it. But if you find some good high authority sites that get some decent traffic, not only will you get benefit from the traffic, but again, that search engine friendly link on those other sites is going to be huge, because now I talked about article directory links not having as much weight with search engines, but they still carry some good weight for you as far as links go. But if you're getting links from other websites in general, not just article directories, but other websites, it's really going to actually benefit you, because you're getting little votes and links going into your site from other pages. So if you're using a good anchor text link, or even just the link itself, but anchor text is the preference, you're going to notice and see a good improvement in your overall search engine rankings, which search engine rankings we know give you excellent targeted free traffic to your website. Another great service to use is article marketing automation. Now, I know you're like, wow, Paul, that is very blatant that you're using an affiliate redirect link, and yes, I am. I'm going to be honest about that. It is a tremendous service. I've just researched it, and I'm amazed. I actually got some reviews from some other people that have used it. I've contacted their support desk to make sure it's doing everything they're saying. I'm going to actually start using this tool. It is incredible. It will actually take your article. They have a network of blogs, and I'm not just hyping it up because I'm promoting it too. It's a really cool tool to have in your arsenal. Basically, it works. It'll blast your articles out there to not article directories, but actually blast you out to unique blogs and niches. So various blogs and things that they have in their network. So there's a lot of people, and you can actually sign up for a free version, a free account with them. And what you can do is you can actually submit your own you could create your own little website and then only take articles from article marketing users that are good, solid articles related to whatever niche you're in. So you could have a site related to weight loss and get a steady flow of good, solid weight loss content that's not blasted out to a whole ton of article directories, but that's just pretty much focused within that network. And it will really help you get some good solid content on your own site. So there's a lot of website owners that have little content sites that they're making money through AdSense or other things. And these are sites that have page rank on them. They have good page ranks, very clean looking sites. They have several thousand in their network that they could potentially distribute your site to. They do it in a natural way, so it doesn't look bad for search engines. And what I like about their service is anywhere within the article you can provide an anchor text search engine friendly link to your offer, to your website, whatever it is. That's more beneficial a lot of times than just the article directories, which make you only put it in the resource box, which is typically found at the bottom. Sometimes it's buried below an advertisement, so it's harder for people to find it. And so with this, you can just put that link right there. Right now, it's only $47 a month, which is quite inexpensive for being able to submit unlimited articles to their service. And I found it to be an absolutely amazing service. I'm signing up and going to start really using it hard. But before I recommended it, I did check around and see what other people thought. I did actually, I have been recommended this from some other very good marketers, respected marketers, and I have actually contacted their support desk to find out some things too to make sure I was on the right track. And what's great too is they let you submit to unlimited niche markets too, because if you have a site on babies and you also have a site on weight loss, they will distribute your content to sites in the baby niche and then sites only in the weight loss niche. You're getting your content posted on relevant websites that will, they're only niche specific type sites, so you can, and they let you submit unlimited articles for unlimited niches, and that's a really low cost that they offer. So you can just get it at seocounts.com/AMA, or you can just go to Article Marketing Automation if you'd like to in Google if you don't want to go through my link. But there it is, my link, seocounts.com/AMA. It's a great service. Submit to Web 2.0 properties. Web 2.0 properties in itself is a whole nother video that I talked about and that we promised that we're doing. You're probably like, man, there's still a lot of ground to cover. Well, we're only on video 3 of our 3 of 8 part series. So this is a huge series, and it's becoming quite the course. But you can submit to Web 2.0 properties, submit your article to them. Same ones you're submitting to article directories to squidoo.com, hubpages.com, and weebly.com. And so obviously these are some great sources for submitting your content and your articles. Now here's a list of some top article directories. I've been talking about easingarticles.com. I'm sure you've heard about it by now, but it's huge. There's really no reason for me not to mention it. It really gives you great benefit, great traffic. It ranks high in the search engines. It's just a huge article directory. You can't go wrong submitting to them. Really, as long as you're submitting good content and you write, you submit good content, you submit good content often, and you have a good keyword-rich title, you're going to be in great shape submitting to any of these article directories. But goarticles.com, articledashboard.com, articlesbase.com, articlesalley.com. iSnare.com is another one. They have a little paid service. It's like $1 or $2 per article, depending on what little option you choose. So you may not want to submit tons and tons of articles to them, but they also have a similar service to Article Marketer, where they'll take your article and distribute it to a bunch of different websites. And I actually find that they submit to a few different places than Article Marketer does, because they also submit your article to list owners, believe it or not, using article owners, and sometimes they will actually take the good content articles and post it inside their list, so, and their list will actually start funneling traffic to you, or they'll post it on their websites and things like that, for content. Helium.com is another site to consider. They have a profile page where you can actually set up links into your website, so you don't get a direct link in the resource box. What's great about Helium is it does rank high, and you actually can make some money from just writing good content. The problem with them is the content needs to be more unique just for their site, but they are a pretty high authority website. They're a site you could leverage for some good traffic potentially. And then just make sure you set up your profile correct with backlinks going to your site inside your profile page, because they'll link they don't really have a resource box, but they say this article is written by, and they put like your username. So your username, you could just make your name, and it's clickable, and it goes right into the profile page. And that would be a nice way for people to say, wow, I'm going to check out this guy, and then there's a link to your website inside there. So, use your profile page if you use a site like Helium. I definitely recommend the other 6 for sure. Great article directories. If you don't want to pay anything, obviously, and you want to just write one article, don't want to write 2, don't use Helium then. Use the other 5 that I talk about here, and do a Google search for article directories again to find some more article directories. Here's a brief little how-to of distributing to article directories. You want to use a TextPad file to copy from when you are distributing articles. So you want to include your title in the little TextPad document. You want to create a list of keywords related to your article. And you want to create a summary for your article which will entice people to read it. Usually the first sentence of the article will do just fine. So it's the first sentence of the article. It will work just great for you usually as far as the summary. Now, sometimes if you can be creative with it, if you want to give them, discover the 5 keys to dog leash training success, and that'll kind of be kind of an enticing 1 or 2 sentences that you could put together. And that summary sometimes will kind of be the summary that displays on the article sites itself, when people are inside the article directories. And so, but most of your traffic when you're doing keyword research will come just from the search engines themselves. But I like to, I write my articles in a Word document, or you could use like, Open Office Writer as another option. So I write them out in that document, and then I'll take them and I'll copy them into a TextPad file or a Notepad file, which is free on on all computers. And you just take the Notepad file, paste it in there, and then you can actually copy the content from your Notepad file, and then move that content when you're just copy and paste from that Notepad file to the article directories, because that's going to give you the cleanest result inside the article directories. Because what happens when you're copying and pasting from Microsoft Word is sometimes you get some bad formatting with the articles. So it's really important that you use TextPad documents, and that bad formatting will make your articles look bad, that may cause them to not be approved, all these different things. So you want to include your About the Author section in there as well, which would include the full HTML resource box that I showed you how to set up. And then again, copy from the Notepad file when distributing. I said that again on purpose because I want to make sure you are taking your article from your Word document to your Notepad file. There's nothing saying you can't write it in Notepad file. It's just preference. If you prefer to just type it out your article in your Notepad file, just make sure when you're writing articles or however you're doing your article creation that you are saving on a every once in a while, and make sure you're saving the articles because you do not want to lose those articles. And then just copy from the Notepad file when distributing them, because that's going to give you the cleanest results. Now, marketing your articles, you can ping each of your articles with pingomatic.com. And so just go over to pingomatic.com and you could just ping it after you distribute it. And then you can bookmark each of your articles that you distribute using socialmarketing.com or onlywire.com. Onlywire is a tool we talked about in the first video, and we're going to talk about it in our social bookmarking lessons as well. And so you can just go through these phases, and we go way more in depth on some of these methods, but what this is going to do, it's going to help the search engines pick up your article after you've distributed it and created it, and it's going to really help them start indexing that content, because you want that content indexed quickly so you can start seeing some traffic benefits from the content. So this method right here, using those 2 things of bookmarking and pinging it, will increase the effectiveness of your article marketing tremendously, because it's going to get more people, more targeted, focused people to your sites, to your articles, which translates to more visitors for your website. And here's, in closing, a weekly article marketing plan of action. So the first one is to research keywords and subjects for your articles using the keyword research that I identified at the beginning of this video. You're going to want to make a list of 25 potential article titles. And because the key here is, if you can do this on a weekly basis, you are going to be in a great shape within your niche market, or whatever niche you're in. But if you can create 25 articles per week, that's going to translate to about 100 articles per month, and in exchange about 1,200 articles per year that you are working on creating and distributing. And really though, don't worry about like, wow, I gotta do 25 articles. This isn't really your homework, but this is really a plan of action to really kickstart your traffic through article marketing. And you really, if you break it down, it's really just 3 or 4 It's just 3 or 4 articles per day. So you see here, 25 articles spread out over 7 weeks. That's 3 to 4 articles per day. So it's not too bad. So if you can set aside, say it takes you 10, 15, 20 minutes per article. Let's say it takes you a while when you're first starting out, up to 20 minutes. That's an hour a day. We all have an hour a day, so you spend an hour a day that you could be spending on this instead of maybe watching TV or something else. To just focus on doing some traffic generation methods. Maybe go home an hour late, whatever it is. Come up with a way to kind of fit in an hour extra a day, and just go through it and start coming up with 25 articles. Maybe it's just the weekends you have time for it. Saturday, Sunday, rip out 12 or 13 articles in one day. Focus on it for a couple hours, do something else, come back, focus on it again. But you want to make a list of 25 article titles, so you can try to do about 25 articles. And if that discourages you, do 1 article a day. Do 7 articles for the week. If that discourages you, do one every 3 days. Have 2 articles that you come up with over the course of a week. But the more you do, the better you're going to be, and that would include make sure it has good keyword rich title tags again. The next step after you've chosen your titles and selected them, start writing your articles. If you have PLR, use it. If you have that keyword research software, if you have the Audacity software, or that software I'm going to give you guys to research, the Audacity program to just read your articles quickly, or come up with the articles, use those tools as well. And then submit the articles to article directories after you've created them. So you could do a thing like, say you write 5 articles, you distribute 5 articles. You write 5 more articles, you distribute another 5 articles. And you just go from there. And then you work on pinging each and every one of your articles after you distribute them on the various websites so that they get picked up. And then you'll want to try to bookmark your articles. I know this may seem like a lot of work, but a lot of work is really what separates those that succeed with traffic generation and those that don't. And the reason you're in this course is because you guys want to get more traffic, because you understand that without traffic, your business online really won't do anything, because it doesn't matter how you're getting your traffic, whether it's even through joint venture partners, through emails or whatever. Without any eyeballs to a website, nobody's going to nobody can take you up on your offer. So it's a matter of, looking at it like, this is my livelihood, this is what I want to do, and then just going after it and hitting it hard that way and working your tail off. And not necessarily working your tail off, because sometimes it can be fun, to do this stuff. I thoroughly enjoy what I do, and I hope you guys do too. It's fun to make extra income. It's fun to make a full-time living doing this. Depending on whatever it is, it's, your business, you're in your business because you think it's fun, hopefully, and enjoyable, and whatever the case might be. But go through this weekly plan of action, and the final step is repeat these steps above each week if you can, because it's all about consistency, and consistent action will lead to some consistently great results. And somebody else before me may have said that. I just came up with that little slogan together, but consistent action will create consistently good results. And basically just take these steps, repeat the steps above each and every week, and you'll succeed greatly with article marketing above your competition. Because if you look at it, by the end of the year, you could technically have 1,200 articles 1,200 articles themselves that could be out on the internet, and that's just on Ezine articles. Now, if you distributed each one to 5 places, that's all of a sudden 6,000 new exposures for your business. If you submitted them through article marketing automation, and say they go out to 50 to 100 sites at once with that service, that's now, let's see, 50 times 1,200. We're talking like 60 to 100,000 exposures. So I hope you start to see how big this can get, because it's all about massive action, massive exposure, massive.
This is session 4 of your traffic and SEO training. In this session, you're going to learn about press release marketing and also WordPress SEO, so you can have a fully optimized WordPress blog.
So the first thing I'm going to touch on is online publicity benefits. So basically, publicity, it's an inexpensive way to promote your website and build your credibility. And that's one of the important factors that I love so much about press releases. It actually really builds up your business's credibility, because a lot of people look at press releases as, kind of an authoritative thing, because they think that big businesses, are in the news, that kind of thing. It enables you, when you're doing this kind of online PR, to actually set yourself up as an authority type website. And, gives you an authority, helps you build backlinks, which we'll touch on here in a bit. But press releases serve a lot of different purposes for you. And it's one of these, I guess you could consider it almost an offline marketing technique, but we're actually going to be focusing on online. But using some of these strategies I'm sharing you with press releases, I've actually been featured in newspapers a couple different times, in newspapers and radio shows for just a standard affiliate website, believe it or not, because of the way you can spin the press release to your media, and you can get some great traffic that way through newspapers. Press releases can really increase your sales, give your website more exposure, and help your website get traffic for many years down the road, and it will really enhance the image of your business. Just like I was saying, a lot of big businesses use press releases, and so, you're on these high authority sites, you're on sites, even like Google News and sites like that. Your business can appear on those by utilizing these strategies. And one thing, I mentioned your site can get traffic for years down the road. A lot of these sites that I'm going to talk about submitting your press release to, they will stay out there for, 5-6 years. I've got press releases I submitted for some of my very first clients when I was first doing work for people 6-7 years ago that are still starting to show up, that are still on the internet for their business name, that are still actually driving traffic to their website. And, that's over, we're going on 6+ years now there. And that's just for work you did one time. So just like all the other things I teach here, it's so much better than regular advertising, because it's not like every month for the last 6 years that business has had to renew their press release or something. Basically you submit it and it's going to be out there, and so it's going to help you grow exponentially, because the more of these you can get out there, it's all about quantity and quality, but getting some a large amount of these press releases out here. And I'll show you how to spin things so that you can write a bunch of different press releases for one website. So the internet is where people are going for their information, so you definitely want to leverage that. And so that's why we're going to basically, all I'm focusing on here is online publicity instead of offline, because anyhow, people access their news online now anyways. And so, basically that's what you want to, that's the key component right there. So press releases and website traffic. Press releases can help build backlinks to your business, which helps with SEO. And as you guys will recall, in one of the first trainings where I talked about search engine optimization, I talked about backlinks. And basically the importance of backlinks is that they kind of act as votes for your website. And so the more votes that you get for your website, the more authority your site's going to look in the eyes of Google, because they look at that as a factor, and the better your site's going to rank overall. And so submitting press releases using the strategies I'm laying out here is going to help you build backlinks, and on top of that, it's going to build exposure, build up credibility. All these things are going to be working synergistically in your favor to improve your business. And so press releases are a big component of your marketing campaign. It doesn't matter if it's just an affiliate site, if it's a site selling physical products. It doesn't matter if you're a chiropractor in Tulsa, Oklahoma, trying to get traffic to your website or to your business. It really doesn't matter what kind of website business you're running, what kind of business you're running. You can leverage press releases on the internet to really get some good traffic going. One other thing, I touched on that helps really get you some website exposure on these high traffic sites, and these sites already have a captive audience. And what's interesting with some of these sites I'm going to share with you is there's actually news agencies that do browse these sites. There's actually journalists and such looking for stories that will actually appear on some of these sites and may get in touch with you, and you may end up running your site somewhere. But the main reason you're doing it is, it's a great thing if some news agency picks it up, but really the key component here is you want to use these press release sites to get high rankings in the search engines from the backlinks, get more exposure, and as I'll touch on, I have a final point that I'll touch on that. Press release sites are read by bloggers and other people looking for story ideas as well. So I talked about, journalists and things like that, but also, just your average bloggers in your niche, people, wanting story ideas for their website will look at press release sites as well. So if they like what you have to offer, they might get in touch with you, and it might be another opportunity to, build exposure for your business. They might even take the press release and copy and paste it on their own site, which is allowed with a lot of these sites because they're just like the article sites. So that's certainly a component there that you want to consider. The press releases themselves can even rank high in the search engines for really good niche keyword phrases. So you can actually, using the keywords in the title of your press release, and I'm going to touch on that in the following slides, you can actually see an improvement in your rankings by actually having the press release itself rank in the search engines. And so it's just one other factor you can use to kind of help get more traffic through the search engines onto your press release, which then builds up your credibility, is what the press release does, which then again encourages them to click. Kind of like we talked about with article marketing. search engines, can pick up these article directories and pages very well. And so people go in, they read your article, they see you're an authority on the subject, they like what you're talking about, they click on your resource box. I haven't even had a chance yet to talk about social bookmarking, video marketing, and podcasting, but they're all the same concept as well, and those are later topics. And the same thing, applies as if they were to find your website through the search engine, if they find your press release. And so I hope you guys are starting to see how this all kind of works together for you in a good circle. So what is a press release? A press release is an announcement of an event, performance, or other newsworthy item that is issued publicly. So basically, it's a way, and I grabbed this, canned response online, just so you guys know. So basically it's an announcement of an event, performance, or other newsworthy item. That's really the best way to sum up a press release. I was trying to think of a better way to say it, and that pretty much sums it up right there. So that, hope kind of gives you an idea as to what we're talking about. So it's basically a short write-up talking about your company, website, and or services, again, talking about what you offer. It might even be something as far as talking about something within your niche. So let's say that you are in the pet supplies niche and you want to talk about, a new type of automatic pet feeder that's, that's becoming popular among pet owners. And so you want to do a press release on that. Or maybe it's maybe you're a golfer and you want to talk about a new brand of putter, that's coming into the industry. And so it gives you an excuse to write a press release to kind of, bring up a newsworthy topic. Maybe it's something that's actually going on in the news right now, and it's somewhat related to your niche, and you can write up about it. We've got a lot of talks about, poor economy, this, bad investments, blah, blah. You could come up with, my affiliate marketing business is thriving in tough economy, whatever. So you kind of get the idea. You can spin news angles as well. So some ideas, for a press release. Let's say you just redesign your website, you even redesign your logo. Believe it or not, that could warrant a press release. Now, I'm not saying you're going to go take these press releases and you want to blast them out to your local newspaper, because they could really care less, honestly, about your new logo. But the reason I'm telling you to use these kind of deals is because these press release sites will pick it up, and it's just another excuse for you to get yourself out there with the press release, to get yourself a little more exposure. So the more of these you can do, and I'm not saying just spit out a bunch of junk, but I mean, literally, the more of these press releases you can get out there based on your niche, it's going to help you. It's going to help build backlinks, but also that authority, get you that exposure. And that's really what it's about. It's all about exposure and getting as much content in as many places as possible, and that's really what traffic's about. It could be, that you just posted a new product review. I've done press releases where I actually was reviewing an affiliate product, and it worked quite well for me. And, basically, I just, basically said, name of the product review reveals interesting findings. That was like my title of my press release. So, so depending on the product you're promoting, let's say, it's the West program. West program review reveals incredible findings, or Instant Form Pro reveals amazing findings. Traffic generation blueprint system review uncovers amazing secrets, something like that. And that could be used as like a, as your product review, if you're doing a press release on that and you wrote up a product review. And, basically, you just position yourself as an expert. And this is kind of a nice little subtopic here for you guys to chew on. And that's basically, leverage yourself and say that you are an expert, or your company or you yourself are an expert in reviewing digital products. People don't know, just tell them that. That's, in the press release. That's what I put. I put Paul Counts is the owner of Count on Us LLC, which is an expert, in internet marketing and reviewing internet marketing products, And so I built up the authority in the press release. I talked a little bit about the product and why it was so great in my quote section of the press release, and I'll talk about some of these things here in a bit. And, basically just talked about why, why this was a great product, and then, said that on my website I give a detailed review and to go check out my site. And that got me a lot of traffic. So those are some ideas you can do. Maybe you made a new blog post, and I'm not saying do this on every blog post, but maybe you spent a lot of time on a really good blog post. Maybe it was like the top 10, maybe you spent a lot of time on 50 ways to promote your website. Maybe you put a lot of effort into that. And so you launch a press release that you put out an article or a free blog about, 50 ways to increase website traffic. So that might be something that I could do to get more people into my program, for example. Something you could do, maybe it's, maybe you have a pet website again, so you're going to talk about, 25 ways to to comb your dog's hair. Whatever it is that you decide to write on. You could do a press release. So and so, whatever.com announces or launches an article, or hot article on 25 ways to groom your dog. Whatever it is, you could even angle that article into a press release. Basically, is where I'm getting at. And then it might be just an opinion you have. So it might be kind of what you're feeling. You kind of put out some quotes out there. So I could do something like, you know, people are, Paul Count says economists are crazy. That might get people some attention. And then I talk about how, people are still buying things online and people are still spending money online. I don't know what they're talking about. And I could talk in that manner, so I kind of give an opinion about, something big in the news like I talked about, but spin it for your niche, that kind of thing. So kind of be like a kind of a rebel, but, don't, obviously say something stupid, but, just kind of be kind of a rebel in a way if you want to, kind of stand out from the crowd because they're going to be like, well, that's interesting. This guy says economists are crazy. Why does he say that? Why does he think that? And, give your opinions that way. So there's some ideas for press release topics, very basic. I mean, really, you can spin just about anything into a press release. So keep that in mind. And a press release, all it just needs is to have an angle. So it just needs an angle of some sort. And an angle is basically the direction that you're writing your press release. So it's the purpose for your press release, so to speak. So how do you write a press release? So first thing I talked about is you want to develop your angle first. So basically the angle is going to be the topic of your story. So before you start writing your press release, you need to come up with, okay, what is a subject that I'm going to write about concerning my niche? And since most of you, this will be the first time you're writing a press release, your first press release is typically going to be something about, announcing your website. Maybe it's announcing your free report. Like every time you set up a squeeze page and you give somebody something free, that could warrant a press release. Almost every time you make an informative blog post, that could be another press release for you. So when it's your first time, it's usually going to be announcing your website to the public. You're just going to be publicly announcing your website. And so your angle is going to be around your website and around your niche. So that's an example of your angle. So you want to create a newsworthy title for your press release that includes your keywords. And the reason I say kind of a newsworthy title, and it doesn't mean it needs to be newsworthy as far as the Wall Street Journal is going to pick it up or New York Times, but it needs to be newsworthy to the effect of, of something, to the effect of let's just say, I designed my new website. So a press release is not an article. So that's the point I'm trying to get across there. And so, your press release and article are going to be a little bit different, in how they're structured, and I hope you're going to see that here. So that's something to keep in mind. So your regular old article title may not work as well as, for a press release. So keep that in mind. So that's why you kind of want to have some sort of an angle to position it and spin it so that it can come off as kind of a news story. And some of these press release sites will actually delete your press release if they don't feel it's newsworthy. They've actually had that happen before. So it's, so then I learned real fast that you need to just create newsworthy titles for your releases. And when I say include your keywords, I'm going to give you guys some examples here in a bit of a good press release title, but you want to include your keywords, and if you can, include it the first part of your press release, but at least try to include it somewhere in your press release. So, if your press release is how to refinance a mortgage, that's your niche, so you could come with your website, mortgagesecretsinside.com, whatever the domain name is, announces, how to refinance a mortgage, ebook or something like that. So you get your keyword in there. It's kind of slightly newsworthy because you're announcing the launch of a free ebook or your ebook, whatever it is. And, that gets you started in your title. The next thing is you want to write an introductory paragraph that lays out your press release's point. And so, that's going to be your first sentence. Your first paragraph will be 2 or 3 sentences made up of just you simply talking about what your press release is about, why you're writing your press release, the purpose of it, whatever your angle is, you're going to address that in this first paragraph. So whether the angle is I am, launching a new website, then go ahead and put that in there. So that would be like the angle of your press release, so-and-so, Paul Counts, or your business name, if you've, turned your business into a corporation, is announcing the launch of their new website, www. Whatever, and then, basically give like a feature of this website. This website's main objective is to help people learn how to do this, this, and this with this free report that they're giving away on their homepage, that kind of thing. Write 2 to 4 paragraphs for the body of the release as well. So the body of the release is very similar to the body of the article. It's just basically some information. And when I say put quotes in there, I mean, quote yourself. And I'm actually going to read a press release that I wrote here in a second. But basically, you want to quote yourself. So come up with some quotes that you, as the owner of the website, could be making related to your niche. Build up your credibility as well by putting your name in there. So, so it says John Smith, owner of www.thiscoolwebsite.com. And then so maybe say a quote or find a statistic about your niche and quote that statistic or something. And and basically say we're striving to be customer oriented with our great review website, says John Smith, owner of coolwebsitereviews.com. John added, there's a big need in the golf niche to have great golf review ebook review websites. Just come up with some quotes for yourself. Use that to kind of excite people about going to your site, so maybe talk about your free report, because what's interesting with press releases that I found, and this is an important point I'm about to make, is that with press releases, they don't want you just to be advertising your business based. Yes, you are kind of advertising your business. That is kind of the purpose. Let me rephrase that. But they don't want you to be pitching throughout your press release, because that's not a good press release anyways. But in the quote part, I found that it's a great way that you can actually pitch what your ideas and feelings are, because a quote is different than like just the written part of the press release. The press release has got the core details, the who, what, why, and where. And those are important things to know. Who, what, why, and where. Kind of the main keys of journalism. And who, what, why, where, and I think I said why. Yeah, sorry. So basically, those would be the kind of the written part of it, or the text based, the article, almost the article style of it, so to speak, where you have the details, the detail area. And then the quote part, where you're quoting yourself, that's where you really sell people on why your site's the best, why you have a great review site, why you created your site, why you have a passion behind your business, or whatever it is. And encourage people to check out your site in there, and because that's perfectly okay. And I found right there, the press release sites have no issues with you when you're quoting, kind of the sales pitch part, so to speak, the call to action almost. So there's no issues there. And so definitely want to put quotes in there, because it'll build your credibility, give you a chance to maybe pitch a little bit more about your business. And not that you should just, tell people your site's the best around, but just tell people, different components you have that kind of set you apart from the competition, maybe, that makes your site better in a way, so don't just say my site's cool, but add some value in there about why your site's better, or why you did what you did with your site, and kind of use that in the quotes if you can. And I found quotes are a great way to kind of expand a press release, because sometimes the details are kind of small, and you want to try to have around 200, at least 200 and some words. 250 is the best way to go, and if you can get it above 300, you're going to be in really good shape. But above 200 for sure. You want to try to strive for at least 250 if you can. So sometimes if I'm short on words, I can come up with a good couple of quotes that I'm going to say about this website or whatever I'm writing about for my client, and you can really fill in some gaps right there. So that's how you go ahead and write your press release. And then you want to include at the end of it just a short closing paragraph. And in that short closing paragraph, that's where you just say, for further information, call your phone number if you want people to call you, or excuse me, don't put in your email, because then you'll get all sorts of spam deals. But check out my website. Now, I made the mistake once of silly me, but I submitted a press release online with my cell phone number for my pet niche, and you guys are probably gonna all go run out there and find it. But anyways, this in the pet niche I was in, and I had all sorts of phone calls, coming in, like just from customers and just different things, requests, or just even just random calls, and just stuff like basically stuff that my number shouldn't have been used for, kind of thing. And that was a mistake I made. And so so one of the best things you can do if you really want to have a phone number, make sure it's like your office line that you aren't going to always have on you, kind of thing. So but in your closing paragraph, include your phone number, include your website link right in there. It just basically, it's not like you're saying check out the site for great information, because that sounds a little salesy, but just say for further information www dot, because that's how most press releases end anyways. Basically, think of your press releases as like a news story, and you're going to be just fine. If read the newspaper. If you don't read the newspaper, then go ahead and go online and look at like usatoday.com or something like that, and see how they structure their news articles, and that's kind of how you should write and position your press releases. And it's also not a bad idea to check out those news sites, because you can see what kind of topics they're writing about, and you might be able to spin a lot of those topics for your niche. So keep that in mind as you go about writing your press release. So here I'm going to go ahead and show you guys real fast a press release that I wrote. Alright, so here on the screen here I've got a press release that I have written, and this press release is about Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, because as you will recall, that's the little website that I'm promoting for this example, which this site still ranks on the first page, even though I have what's funny about it, and I don't recommend you do this, but I launched the site without any relevant content, but it's still on the first page for its keyword phrase, so it shows you how easy it is to rank for a lot of these local terms. And this site's like number 2 or something in Google with the site with no content on there. I just launched the site. I have a good domain. I have title tags placed correctly, and we did like a ping on it or something. But that site's still ranking on the first page. But this is a press release I wrote up about this website. I'm gonna actually add a few pages of content, because what I'm actually gonna do with this website, and this is a model you guys are actually gonna learn at the end of this course, but I'm gonna actually take this website. Once it's got some rankings, I'm gonna be contacting some local chiropractors in Tulsa, Oklahoma, and offer them, to buy the website for a certain price. And so we'll see how that goes. I'll report back to you, but that's basically the strategy there of what I'm doing this for as an example for you guys. But basically, to go back to the press release, this is a short press release that I wrote related to this business. I'm actually going to expand the font a little bit so you guys can read it if you want. This will also be available in the back end of the website, so you guys can actually take it, use it as a swipe file if you want to. Whatever you want to do, take it and submit it yourself with my URL in there. That's fine too, but it'll be there as a swipe file if you guys want it. So basically, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors are hard at work adjusting the city of Tulsa. Notice I kind of used a play on words there, because chiropractors do adjusting, So, if you want to try to be kind of creative, I'm not the most creative marketing artsy kind of guy, but sometimes I get creative. So, but anyways, the website, TulsaOklahomaChiropractors.com, shares information and resources related to finding a good chiropractor for your next back or neck adjustment. And then I go into saying, in a quote right here, our goal with this website is to give website visitors access to a variety of information and resources related to finding and choosing the best chiropractor in Tulsa, Oklahoma, said the owner of the website. We understand that every day more and more people are going online to find information and find chiropractors in Tulsa, so we created this resource for them. The site features a new design that allows for an easy way to find information and resources that will help in finding a reliable chiropractor in the Tulsa area. And I'm almost done. I just want to read you guys so you guys kind of see how this flows. The owner of the website also pointed out that a new article will be coming online soon that discusses the common myths people have with chiropractors. And then I go into saying a quote, rumors and myths about chiropractic care have been floating around for years, and so hopefully this article will help shed some true light on this topic. He mentioned that some of the myths people have are related to the safety of neck adjustments and the fact that people think you have to seek care for the rest of your life if you have a back issue. These concerns and more will be covered in the new article to be posted soon. For further details on finding a good, reliable Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor, you can go online to www.tulsaoklahomachiropractors.com. So there you see, it's a very basic, very bland. I mean, this is a very basic website that I'm promoting here. Yet I was still able to spin a press release with my keyword phrase in there. Now, what I did in there that you guys should do, and that's include your name. I kept saying the owner of the website, and there's a reason I did that for this example, and that's because I do not want the name Paul Counts in this case associated with Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, because for one, that's not my niche. Two, I'm not a chiropractor, and three, I'm going to be selling this business to chiropractors, so I don't want my name. I don't want a fake name. I don't really want any kind of name on this press release unless it's that chiropractor's name, and so that's why I went ahead and did that, just so you guys are aware of the logic there. So if you're going to do this, eventually, like, take everything I'm teaching you and set up little mini niche websites for different local businesses to sell, and you're doing the press release, don't really include your name in there, because you're not really going to be the owner of that site for long if your intention is to sell it. So that's why I did not put my name in there. But in your case, wherever I said the owner of the website, that would be right where you would insert, says so and so and your name, John Smith, owner of, or John Smith, president and founder of, whatever it is. So there is a brief press release for you to look at, and that will be available in the back end again for everybody that wants to see it. So we're just going to jump back here, and we're going to be talking about writing a good press release title. So how to go about writing a very good press release title. So try starting with your targeted keywords like I talked about, and you want to also include the angle of your press release, so the topic of your story in the title. So here's some examples of what I think are good press release titles. You guys may not think so, but these are just some ideas that I put together, some good examples that you guys could take from and kind of spin however you want to. So there's that one we just went through. Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors adjusting the city. The core keyword there is Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors. Golf training aids website reviews top products. So that's kind of the keyword phrase there was golf training aid, so I included that into the subject line. And if you're wondering if this is Black Hat, this is not Black Hat or anything at all. This is just basically, you're helping the search engines. This is the content they want to give. They want to deliver that content. You're going to put it on these different websites. They rank these websites. So you're just being smart about how you are positioning your press release and your information. Because what a lot of people make the mistake of, and I used to do this a lot, where you put the business name first in the press release, or you put just your business name and you don't have any keywords up there. Well, that doesn't do you much good unless they're looking up your business name. And in some cases, you want to have kind of your business name up there because it's a good way to kind of because sometimes as people become more famous in an industry, people there's always a hater for every I've always go by the rule of thumb: a third of the people love you, a third hate you, and a third could care less about you. And that's a philosophy I've gone on, and that's usually true out there. And so the third that hates you sometimes will go out there and say stuff bad about your business or who you are as a person or whatever it is. And so you can kind of cover that up with press releases. So it's a great way to kind of blanket yourself. And another way to brand yourself and use that in a beneficial way, with your name up there, your business name kind of thing. So so basically, with your press release title is put in your core keywords there up there, because the press release sites are, again, considered authority sites and search engines rank them well. And the reason goes right back to title tags. Remember I talked about title tags being so important. I talked about it during the article marketing series, during even the first, where I talked about the 24-hour traffic plan. And in the SEO call, obviously, I talked all about title tags. I'll probably, every single call, probably bring up title tags because they're so important. Well, these press release sites naturally will take your title of your press release, most of them, and they will automatically put that in as their title tag when they publish your press release. And so that's why you want to include your keywords up there, because they're going right up there in your title tags. So here's a few more press release titles for you to look at using, using the title or the keyword in the title. Now, you want to get it as far to the left, the keyword phrase, and the reason is because Google reads left to right, and they'll put authority on it, more authority if it's to the left. But if it won't flow to the left, put it in the middle, put it at the end, whatever the case might be. So like, bird watching binoculars, that's a keyword phrase that this press release could be targeting. So I just took the subject, best bird watching binoculars revealed online. That's kind of a catchy press release that'll get people to read probably if they're into bird watching. Dogtra training collars on sale today. The Dogtra training collars, they're a brand of dog collar, so there's the brand name Dogtra training collars. That's the keyword phrase. Weight loss tips website fights back against obesity. So weight loss tips, there's the core keyword phrase in your title of your press release. So hope this kind of gives you guys some ideas, when you're writing about your niche. And use what I've talked about with keyword research tools. I brought them up now, I think on 2 or 3 calls now. The AdWords keyword tool, just the various keyword tools that I keep addressing. There's a reason I keep going back to those. And so I'm not going to cover that in this call because we've covered that 2 or 3 times now. But use those keyword tools to come up with your core keyword phrases to use within the titles of your press release. Here's another one. We fit in stock online at wefitavailability.com. That's my website if you guys want to check it out and buy a WeFit. But basically, we fit in stock. That's the key word. We fit in stock online. Those are 2 actually keyword phrases in one right there. So notice how I got the keyword phrase. Plus, I was able to brand my domain name. So that's another idea you could do. So you could do, bird watching binoculars online at WeFitVill or online at birdwatchingbinoculars.com. Whatever the case might be. Golf training aids online at golftrainingaids.com. So you kind of brand your website. So you can kind of see how you can take these options, pause this slide, when you're on it, and just start watching this again so you understand some good titles to use. Here's a good example, of your press release introduction paragraph. I'm going to just let you guys read this again. I'll read it one last time. This is what I actually just read when I addressed the entire press release. But I just want to show you guys for your introduction because it's such an important part, and it's an easy part for you. But basically, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors are hard at work adjusting the city of Tulsa, and a new website has been launched to highlight a Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor. The website, then I give the URL, shares information and resources related to finding a good chiropractor for your next back or next adjustment. Very basic, 2 to 3 sentences will do the trick. You just give them the main points of your press release, the main points of your topic, and you just go to town. So 2 or 3 sentences, and then you just easily just go in giving details of your website, giving details of maybe what you have going on. So maybe you're launching an ebook, maybe you're launching a freebie giveaway. Maybe you inserted a product into some special giveaway event, or maybe whatever it is, you can spin a press release about it for your niche. Maybe again it's the blog post idea. So I hope you guys just get the ideas going. Maybe you have a special webinar coming up, or a teleseminar, or free training, or whatever it is. You get the idea there. So the next thing we're going to talk about is submitting your press release online. So I'm actually going to go through and submit my press release online to one of these sites. Now, a great one to submit your press release to is prweb.com, but I want to caution you on that one. You probably aren't going to want to submit every press release there unless you have a big budget. They do cost some good money. If you do like their $80 option, and that's kind of like their $80 option is good. They have a $200 option that's really good to get you a lot of places, but this site really gets your press release out there. It's a really high authority site. It really gets it out there, I will say, because it will mass distribute it to a whole bunch of other sites that you can't really submit to on your own, that only they can submit to. So they have a good network, but it's really best served for whenever you launch a new, maybe it's a new product or a new training platform, and you want to spend $80 or even up to $200. They even have a $360 option. They'll go out to the Associated Press. And if you're going to do that, I just want to caution you so you guys don't come back and say, and yell at me because you felt like you got ripped off. I'm cautioning you, don't do it unless you have the money, for one. But also, only do this if it's something that's really newsworthy that you're really going to get some benefit from. And by that effect, I'm meaning, if it's you giving an opinion that might become kind of a newsworthy thing that might go viral, submit that. If it's like the launch of your entire training system, maybe that's a good opportunity to submit it. And you probably won't want to do the AP release unless you, the AP release, unless you really have something that you feel is newsworthy, then you would consider that. But it will get you a lot of traffic. I'm not going to lie there. It'll get you a lot of traffic. It's just a matter of a budget thing, So just like, pay-per-click, that'll get you a lot of traffic, but, only use it if you have money, So, but that's prweb.com. I included that one because how could I not include it? Because it's so authoritative as far as press releases go. But all the other ones I'm sharing with you are free. Some of these do have an upgrade option, and you can kind of leave it up to you if you want to choose to upgrade them. I've actually found some of them give you some really good benefits for like a $20 upgrade. You can actually get some really phenomenal benefits that you can get from PRWeb. Not as many distribution points, but still some decent, some decent results from it. So if you have a little tighter budget, maybe consider one of these sites and choosing their upgrade option. Now this site right here, it's the worst domain ever, but it's actually a great site. I've talked about it before. It's got dashes all over the place, but it's a very high authority site. These press releases will rank really high. Like, in fact, this is the one I recommend in the 24-hour traffic plan that we first went over. And the reason I recommend you submit to them is just because they get picked up so fast. I mean, and I'm actually going to submit to them right here. So I'm actually going to go ahead and open up this press release and show you guys how to submit a press release. So we are here on free-press-release.com. Now I want to let you guys know that all press release sites, they all don't look the same, but they look very similar. So what you're going to be looking for when you first get to a site, you're either going to be looking for a register button or a submit press release, submit release option. And most of the ones will have like a submit release or a submit option, and it will tell you if you're not logged in, so therefore you know that you need to have an account. So in this case, I'm just going to log in to this particular account. Let's choose a different one. Okay, so we're going to go ahead and log in here. And you're just going to choose on the left side here, submit a press release. And this is just a test account I have. So you've got here a free press release option, or you have a premier release option. Now, the premier release, it's only $1, so it's not that bad for you to do. And it gets you exposure on their homepage, so it's not a bad idea. So if you do want to invest some money, you could go with the premier release, plus it will give you an active link to your site. Because I will say though, just because you're submitting a press release, not every single one of these sites will give you a live active backlink. The majority of them will, but it's also more or less just more to get your site more exposure, get your name more exposure, and that's why you still submit to all these press release sites. So for this example's sake, I'm just going to choose the free option. I can upgrade it later if I really want to, and just choose next. And almost every press release site is going to be laid out similar as far as when you submit it. They're going to have a title option, a summary option, and a news body option. So the title option here is, we're just going to take that and plug in, Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors adjusting the city. So there's our title. And then the summary, I usually just take the first sentence or so. First 1 or 2 sentences if you want for the summary. You could come up with your own unique summary if you really wanted to. It's not a bad idea to do that, but just for time's sake and ease, I just usually just take the first paragraph. And then the news body. Now, one thing I do with the news body, just like I do sometimes when I'm submitting, if I'm submitting articles manually or if somebody else is, I recommend that you open up a notepad file. So I've got my notepad file up here, and I recommend that you paste that, copy and paste that notepad file into your notepad file, because what happens is you notice how it kind of all jumbled everything together, so there's no separation for paragraphs, and that's why it's really important that you go ahead and put it into notepad so you can clean this up really easily, and then that way you don't have to clean it up on every press release site. So I'm just going to go ahead and clean this up really fast. If you really want to be able to see it quickly, just take the word wrap off, and then every one of these lines is going to be a new paragraph for you. So once you have that, just go ahead and keep the word wrap on, and then you just copy it all. I just hit Control A to copy it, and Control C, or you can highlight it all. So by taking the mouse and scrolling over it, I just want to make sure this is easy for you guys, that you highlight it all, you right click, and you choose copy. So again, I right clicked and I chose copy, and I'm going to go right back to the press release website, right click, and choose submit. So what you're going to do after doing that is go ahead and scroll on down here and put in the little verification. Most of them have a verification option. This case, they ask for tags. So the tags would be like, keyword phrases related to your niche. So mine is Tulsa, Oklahoma, chiropractors, and chiropractic care. Maybe back pain specialist. Whatever it is, you get the idea. So you put in your keywords related to your niche. So every niche is going to be different. The optional option here, they have a website, and it's optional here because I did not do the upgrade. Now, some of these sites, they don't care. It's usually just there. They don't care if you pay or not. The website features there. Everyone's going to be slightly different. The industry, most of them have an industry column. So this is where you just use your best guess to find how your website applies and fits in. Every one of them I found has slightly different, industry ways they do their industries, and that's okay. So what you're going to do in this case is, I'm talking about chiropractor, so it's kind of under health, particular, let's see, I believe, yeah, that's the health niche. Lifestyle, health, and fitness, so that's what I'll put that in there. So whatever niche your business is in, pets, choose that niche. So you know the drill there. Contact information, put in your name. There you see that's the fictitious name I'm going under here. So you can just plug that in there if you want to as the author. Now in this case, what's great about these sites, if you were to sell this business, you could go down and edit this information. You don't necessarily have to though, but they will publish some of these details. So if you do want to get your name out from under it, you can. Otherwise, you can just leave it out there. So I'm just going to stick my name in there because I'm going to change it to their name whenever I sell this business. So that's what I'm going to do. So you can just plug in your basic information, your address, and then I like to put my website in down there. So let's just plug in our website again. Let me put in my main address. And you don't have to put in your main address unless they require it, but I just do sometimes because it builds up some credibility. And just plug in your website there. And the reason I'm putting it here instead of up above where it says website is because I didn't upgrade this particular press release, and they'll let you put in that information because they even tell you. So basically just fill out these forms just like, just read through these forms, so they're not rocket science. And when you're done, just choose submit press release. It's going to take just a moment. And notice this site has automatically now been submitted. So here's something that you guys can do right off the bat if you guys want to start getting some results. Now notice, obviously there's going to be ads around here. I was sharing this with somebody once and they were freaking out because there were advertisements around. Well, just like eZine articles, that's how these sites make their money, so don't worry about it. Your main concern is, the content that people are going to read. So here's the press release right here. Now one thing I want to show you guys is take the the actual URL and go over and ping the website. So we're going to just go over to pingomatic.com. And we're just going to ping the website here. Now there's really not much of a need with free press release to ping it because they actually ping this thing so quick. Like they must have it set up with their site to already ping as well. So it's going to pick up this content really, really, really fast. And so I'm just pinging it really fast. And that was just at pingomatic.com. So here's our press release. And probably, sometime tomorrow or so, this will probably be indexed more than likely. It might even be indexed in the next, several hours. That's very common with this site. And I'm going to wager a guess that this press release will rank at the top of the search engines. And so you guys can apply the same exact strategy when you're out there submitting press releases. So I'm going to just return to the show here and show you a few more sites to write down and take a look at. So here's a few more sites. Boy, that was really nice of me. Okay, so here's a few more sites to write down. prlog.org, pagerelease.com. That's a new one I actually just came across today. So it looks really good. i-newswire.com, 888 press release, 1-888pressrelease.com, pressreleasespider.com. Those are all really good press release sites to submit to for you. They're free, all of them except for PR Web, but some of them do have a paid option that you could consider. And you can run a Google search for the following phrases to find more PR sites. And that's really how I come across my list of press release sites. Now, I will say I'm going to add in another little deal back there when I stream this video. I'll include for you a list of press release sites so you don't have to bother with going through this mess. So there will be a resource available to you when this video gets posted in the next 24 to 48 hours, just so you guys are aware of that. So type in keywords like free press release distribution, submit press release, press release submission, free press release website, submit press release free. Those kind of keywords are going to give you the best opportunity to find a great number of free press release sites. And there's a core 50 really good ones. There's literally hundreds of them out there. There's some good ones. What I usually gauge is if I see them on the first 2 or 3 pages of the search engines, and I know that if they're all competing for kind of the press release site term, they're sometimes the more high traffic ones anyways because they rank at the top. Same thing with like article directories like I shared with you. If you really want to find more article directories, type that in and see what kind of results you get because they're usually the bigger players when they're starting to show up anyways. Those are your big dogs. So same thing with press release sites. And the ones that I gave you on this page over here, those are some good ones for you to consider as well. So we're just going to jump over here to doing WordPress on SEO. I'm going to take a quick break here, take a quick drink, and let you guys kind of settle your brain and settle all that in. While I get my drink, I am going to pause it on this slide so you guys can actually see, write down this list of press release sites. Okay, so we are ready to go on WordPress SEO, and then after that, we're going to take questions. We're actually doing really good on time. It's here at 9:20 or 10:20 Eastern, so this part won't take as long, but we're just going to cover doing some basic SEO things with your WordPress so that you can have a search engine friendly WordPress page. Now, I recommend WordPress that you install WordPress for really either as your blog platform or as your main website platform. I really don't do any project without using WordPress in some way, and that's because search engines love it. I personally steer clear of Joomla just for the fact that out of the box it's a mess to deal with. It's basically, I've dealt with client sites that are on Joomla. It makes you go way too many steps to make it search engine friendly. The URLs are nasty as all get out. It's just not a good situation. Joomla just they don't care enough, I guess, about the SEO or anything. But WordPress really does a good job of out of the box. It actually indexes well, even though it's still not all that search engine friendly. But just out of the box with no changes, it does decent for you. So definitely recommend you use WordPress. And one of the more popular uses of it, is like whenever you launch a product page, for example, and you want to add content to it. A lot of people, they have a sales letter, and that's all on their website. So you want to add in a blog to your website. So you want to have like, your, let's say, trafficgenerationblueprints.com/blog. That's something that I would do, when I launch this course out there. And, that's the name of it. So trafficgenerationblueprints.com/blog, and that gives me an opportunity to have like a sales/squeeze page, on the front end, and you aren't just stuck on a one-page site. Because remember, as you will recall at the SEO talk, you're only limited to target so many keyword phrases. So I can't type in, video marketing, press release marketing, article marketing, SEO training, and all this as one title tag. Those would all be separate posts or articles that I would want to write. Well, as far as managing the content, WordPress is great, and it acts as what's called a CMS or content management system. So I just recommend just using WordPress, attaching it to your sales page, and it's a great way that you can get some good organic traffic to come to your website. And then on the right hand side, just put a banner to your homepage or sales page or squeeze page, whatever it is, and encourage them, to go there. So if somebody finds my blog, let's say I do a post on video marketing online or something, that's the keyword phrase, and somebody types in video marketing online, they come through to trafficgenerationblueprint.com/blog. Now that's not up there, so don't rush out and look at it, but that's how I'm going. I do have the domain, so don't try to buy it. But anyhow, since I have the domain, I just put in the /blog on there, and somebody finds my blog that way, and I have a little banner on the right side because I did good SEO, and they find me for video marketing online. It's just another avenue somebody can come to my website, and it will actually help you out with Alexa, as I've seen with another guy on this call. It gives you a lot of benefits there, and so you definitely want to use WordPress in your business somehow. One thing I love WordPress for is just creating niche affiliate type sites. It's easy to do. Any kind of site, any client I have, I recommend they use WordPress somehow in their business, and so I recommend you do the same. So here's how to make WordPress search engine friendly once you get it installed and uploaded. So once you get it, download, or basically once you get it uploaded, you're going to want to download the following basic SEO plugins for WordPress, and you're going to want to install them. Just so you guys know, so you don't have to sit there and download all these will also be available below the stream, and all these will be up within 24 to 48 hours. So you're going to have the press release little resources plus the SEO plugins I'm talking about here. Now there's a lot more SEO plugins. I know some of you, probably all know of some different ones. I know of some different ones, but these are some of the real basic ones, very basic ones that work well for search engine optimization. Because as it is, WordPress does a good job with SEO. All-in-one SEO, that's the name of the plugin. You're, again, going to see that in the back end. But if you do want to, if for some reason you guys want to get these all tonight, because it will take me a little bit of time to stream this video, it's a huge file when they're done. But, go to Google and type in all-in-one SEO plugin. Go to Google, type in Google Sitemap Generator plugin. Go to Google and type in Sociable plugin. And, you'll get the download pages for these. So, but again, I will have the links to these. So download these 3 core plugins. Now, all-in-one SEO is tremendous for SEO because it lets you change your title tags, which, again, I keep talking about title tags again. It lets you have a keyword-rich title tag for every single post you make. You can adjust your own title tag because by default, WordPress will actually make your will make your title tag be your article post of your blog. Now, sometimes that's okay, but not all the times, because sometimes a keyword like top 10 ways to get your ex back, for example, that might not be a search phrase people look for, but it's an interesting subject that would bookmark well, meaning people would find it popular in Web 2.0 portals and come through to your site that way. But it may not be, basically it might not be the best as far as SEO goes, because a lot of times people may not type in top 10 ways to get your X back, but they might type in how to get your X back. So maybe you could, in your title tag, reword it a little bit, so it says how to get your X back top 10 ways or something, so you're kind of still doing that sales approach I talked about with your title tag before to kind of sell the click. This all-in-one SEO gives you that ability. It gives you the ability to write out your own, your short little meta keywords, the meta description as well. That's so important for SEO. And it's just a great plugin to use. The Google Sitemap Generator, this is fabulous. It does a good job of creating the XML sitemap that search engines love, and even Yahoo and MSN look at these .xml search maps. They call it Google Sitemap Generator, but it works for Yahoo and MSN as well. And you could actually submit this to Google Webmaster Tools. So it's just Google Webmaster Tools if you want. I personally don't do a lot with Google Webmaster Tools. I probably could do more, but basically. It doesn't help me get indexed, or not indexed, but the Google Sitemap Generator, having just that sitemap on there will by default help all your pages on your site get indexed, but whether or not you're a member of Google Webmaster Tools, that's not going to impact things or not. But there's multiple uses for it. You can submit this XML sitemap to some different, to MSN's side of things, Yahoo's, Google. Just type in like submit sitemap or submit Yahoo sitemap, submit MSN sitemap or live search sitemap, or submit Google sitemap, something like that, and then submit the generated sitemap they give you. If you aren't even submitting those, at least you're just generating the sitemap using this plugin. It's very easy, and it will basically by default make sure all your posts get indexed, which as it is, WordPress does a great job of making sure your posts are indexed. You usually don't have to worry about it, and WordPress has a really good ping set in there, and I'm actually going to give you guys a ping list as well. Sociable is the other plugin. It's a social Web 2.0 plugin. We have not had a chance yet to really talk much about bookmarking. I've touched on OnlyWire and basically OnlyWire and how to do bookmarking that way and how to do manual bookmarking with Dig. But Sociable and bookmarking is going to be covered next week as well. But with the Sociable plugin, it basically will enable other users to your website to bookmark your content, or it helps you as you're going through and bookmarking content, whatever the case might be. There's other Web 2.0 plugins out there. I personally like these three. You guys might have your other opinions, and that's fine. I like these just for basic getting started out of the box SEO. So what I'm going to show you here is how to go about and actually take these plugins and install them correctly. So I'm actually going to take just a moment and pause the screen and then open up a new window for you guys to take a look at. Okay guys, so what I've got up here on my screen is I've got FileZilla open, and FileZilla is called it's FTP client, which stands for File Transfer Protocol. I'm sure many of you are familiar with FTP by now, but if you're not, if you're just starting out, getting into the web stuff, you can do some research on FTP clients. I could give you more of an overview of that, but this is more of a traffic course than technical training at this point. But if you guys do have questions on how to use this, feel free to submit a support desk ticket. But I am going to show you live how to use this tool. It's a free FTP client. FileZilla is. I do almost everything free. I love the free applications. There's no use paying for something. I'd rather spend $70 putting towards a press release on PR Web than I would spending on another FTP client kind of deal. So this one's free. Type in FileZilla into Google and you will find the download page for it. So once you download FileZilla, you're just going to install it just like you would install Microsoft Word or any other program on your computer. You just download it, click on the executable file, go through the on-screen instructions, and it's set up. And what you're going to do then, once you're inside there, it's going to ask you for your host name, your username, your password, and your port. And all this data is typically going to be provided by your hosting company. I know especially if you have HostGator is hosting your site, or Bluehost or one of them, they do a good job of emailing you your information or making it easily accessible. Typically, it'll be like the password you use to log into your cPanel control panel. If you are hosted with them, you'll know what I mean by cPanel. When you're logged into your cPanel, that's usually the password that works right here. So, but if you need to call them, I know HostGator, Bluehost have 24-hour support. Some other hosting companies have support tickets. You can submit to them and say, I need my FTP information. Can you help me with that? Most of this data could also be found inside your control panel, which most hosting companies should have under the FTP area. So you're just going to put in that information. And you should have downloaded at this point, downloaded the plugins that I actually am going to give you guys or that you found online. You should have downloaded them to your actual computer. And what you're going to do then is they're going to come to you looking kind of like this. They're going to be, a zip file with a little zipper on it. And so you can just right click and choose extract all. And again, I just use what my computer gives me. There's no need to have a special extracting program or something. You don't even need WinZip. Contrary to popular demand, you can just right click and extract these files. And that's what I prefer to do because, again, it's free and I don't have to install software. So I just right click and choose extract all, and it extracts the plugin. So what you're going to do when it extracts them is sometimes it will, depending on where you download the plugin from, but it's going to actually give you the plugin. It might put the plugin to what's called, what I call a subfolder. So for example, like this plugin right here that I just did, notice how if I click here, notice how it brings up another folder, and puts it right there. You're going to want to actually take it out of the subfolder. So you're going to want to take this little folder and move it, so I just like to highlight it and I copy it, and I'll just move it out over here to this one. Copy and paste it out of there and replace that one. And the reason you do that is because WordPress typically won't read that internal folder, and so so that's the best bet, especially with these three plugins, so that in case you run into that, that's what the issue is. And again, if you have questions on these plugins, just let me know. But once you've extracted the plugins, you're just going to log into your hosting account. So I'm going to go ahead and log in here, and we're going to go right on over to the website that we're working on, the Tulsa, Oklahoma Chiropractor site. So let's just jump right down here. And go ahead and choose WP-content. WP-content, that's the folder you're going to go for your WordPress. So you're going to go to WP-content, and you are going to choose plugins. Once you've selected plugins, you're going to notice I've already uploaded these three basic ones, but I'll show you the process just so you guys know how it works. Basically, you just take this. You want to just make sure that the files are all there. But you just highlight it. You can right click and choose upload. Or you could take this file and you could actually drag it over here if you wanted to. That's another option. Or you could highlight using the control key, highlight whichever ones you want to upload. So notice how I just did that. Or you could just do control A. That'll highlight all of them. And then you could right click and upload all of those if you wanted to. So that's an idea. I'm just going to take another one here and just plug it in. Google Analytics is another plugin you need, but as I'll cover next week, we're going to go into that a little more in depth. And you don't necessarily have to have their plugin. I actually find it's just as easy to copy and paste their code on there, but just so you guys see how it uploads, and then it gives you a little status thing down here. But once you've uploaded the plugin, you're ready to go. And the same thing will apply if you happen to download a WordPress theme. Just on kind of a side note, you're going to upload that to the themes folder. Whoops. So you're actually going to upload that to the themes folder by double clicking on themes. So that's how you go about doing that. And then I just hit that red X to clear out of there. And we're going to minimize this screen. And we're going to just jump right into the website now. So I'm going to go right on over here to the website. So you see on my screen now, I'm in the WP-admin is where I went to. So it's your website, wherever your blog is. So in most cases, it's yourwebsite.com/blog/WP-admin, depending on how you set up your blog. And you're just going to go there and you're just going to log in. Now, I'm using RoboForm. It really helps me speed up the process. It's a tool I recommend you guys get for a lot of this SEO and link building and submission type work. It really will help you out a ton. So go ahead, once you log in here, you're going to be looking for the plugins folder in particular. So in this example, I'm going to be looking for plugins over here on the left hand side. And what you're going to notice here is, let me just deactivate these for you guys so you guys see exactly how it's going to look for you. So okay, so you're over here and yours is going to say, recently active, or it'll just say, your plugin options when you first install them. And you're just going to choose activate your plugin. So just click on activate right there. It's very easy, very basic process. So what you're going to do, you first upload the plugins. If the plugins show up here, it means they were installed correctly. And then you just choose activate the plugins. And so that is that step. So you need to install and activate these 3 core plugins that I'm talking about. So the next step is you're going, and you guys kind of can sneak ahead there. So we're going to go right on to setting up your permalinks. So your permalinks is kind of how your URL structure is going to look, and that's an important search engine optimization factor. So I'm over here on WordPress, and here you can take a look at the back end here. The left side under settings is where you're going to go to do your permalink. So it's the left hand side is where you're going to do everything in WordPress 2.7, and you're going to choose permalinks. So in this case I'm going to just select permalinks down here on the left hand side, and what you're going to choose is actually custom structure. Custom structure, and this is the exact string you're going to type in here. / percentage sign, which you get by hitting shift and the number 5 key at the top of your keyboard. Type in the word post name, shift percentage sign /, and then what you're going to do after that is choose save changes, and your permalinks are going to be set up correctly now. So again, it's /, it's custom structure, so it's settings on the left hand side, permalinks, custom structure, / percentage sign post name percentage sign /. And what this is going to do for you, it's going to make your links, so it's going to take actually the title of your post, and it's going to actually turn them into what's called a permalink. And it's really a good search engine friendly thing, because by default most of your posts will have your keyword in there, and it's just another thing. It just puts nice little dashes between each word, and it does a tremendous job of making your blog search engine friendly. So at this phase, you should have installed and activated the plugins and should have gone through with your permalink. So we're just going to go on to the next step here. So the next thing that you're going to do in this process is you want to set up what's called a ping list. So you want to set up so that every time you make a post, it will automatically do pinging for you. Now they automatically set up that site pingomatic.com that I was showing you. They automatically have that actually queued up. So whenever, I'm assuming that Pingomatic's the same way, but WordPress automatically has it queued up to where whenever you make a new post of any sort, it will automatically go out and ping that, ping the website, so that it tells those blog and ping places that your site has been updated and modified. So they'll go in and update their little databases, and that helps you get spiders, activities to your site. It helps with indexing. I can make blog posts and with literally hours have that blog index, and sometimes minutes you can have new blog posts indexed using a nice ping list, which I do actually provide for you guys, a ping list. And so I'll show you how to set up your ping list. So what you're going to do right back over here under settings, you're going to choose writing, and then you're going to scroll down under writing to where it says update services, and you're going to see here it's going to say Pingomatic. And you would actually, if you want to, I've got a larger ping list, you could actually just take that ping list and just copy and paste it right in here in the update services area. So that's how another great way you can make WordPress 2.7 and WordPress search engine friendly. More search engine friendly because it helps get spider bots back to your site. It just helps get your, every time you submit, it will ping it to 10 or 12 different pinging sites that will then again ping it out to who knows how many sites. You get a lot of pings, a lot of activity on your site. And there's a list that I will provide for you that's a great list. All you're going to do with this list is take it and copy and paste it right in here, over this Pingomatic URL. So you would just highlight this one or just delete it and then paste in whatever I have. And then when you're done with these changes, just choose Save Changes. So again, at this phase now, you should have gone in and set up your permalinks, installed and activated your plugins, and then the next thing you should have done is set up that ping list, fix the permalinks, and then there's one final step I'll show you here in a second. Okay, so the final step, and I'm just going to make you come back here to take a look at it, is to set up your all-in-one SEO plugin. This is and your other plugins. So you want to now set up your other plugins. So downloading them and installing them by uploading them, that's one thing. Now, if you're going to be doing several WordPress sites, I just like creating a folder called like WordPress plugins and themes, just so you know it. So then you can just automatically reference that folder and jump right in there. But basically, you want to set up your all-in-one SEO now. So what you're going to do that is go back to the blog. So I'm just going to head back there. And we're going to go back to the WordPress 2.7 view, and you're going to select under settings. You're actually going to see where it has your different blogs set up. So you're going to see all-in-one SEO right there. And in this case, what it's going to do is give you, it's going to tell you the home title. And this is where you type in your nice search engine friendly title tag, where you include your keywords there. And this is just for your home page. And then it's going to tell you your home description. So you're going to say find a trusted Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor, and that's like your meta description. And then you plug in your meta keywords. You only need to do this once, or unless you decide to update your title tags, you can go back in here. And I just keep their default settings where it says post title format. I usually take off where it says blog title. So there's a little dash in the middle, or a up and down line in the middle. I'll take that out and just leave post title, and I'll do the same for page title. And so that means that the post title, or basically whatever's set inside there for the post, is going to be the title tag. Now basically all-in-one SEO, and I'll show you in a second, whenever you're making posts, will enable you to create your own unique title tags at the bottom of your post. So go ahead and choose update options after that, because I just leave everything else the same, and that's easy enough. Now, still going on about all-in-one SEO, when you're adding your new content to WordPress, what you're going to see back here is back here when you make your post, you type in your post. So we'll just say test post, and you want to just say this is a test. So you put in your post, you copy and paste it however you do it. Put in your tags for your post. That's a good thing, search engine friendly thing to do. Whatever, tags, keywords related to your post, put that in there. And then scroll down until you see, it say all-in-one SEO. Now, one thing you can do with WordPress 2.7 if you want to is you can actually take and grab this, and you could actually drag it up here so it's a little more accessible for you, which I would recommend doing because you're going to use it a lot. And then you just type in your title tag. So, for example, this title tag is test post. But if I wanted to make my title tag keyword rich, for something related to test post, so this is a test, might be my keyword phrase. And I know that's a really poor example, so let's use something different, like weight loss tips. And so you kind of see the difference. And let's say that your post happens to do with top 25 weight loss resources. Maybe that's your article. And top 25 type articles, like I mentioned last week, do really well. Top, any kind of top type article does a great job. But, so for example, top 25 weight loss resources may not be a searched for phrase, but weight loss tips might be better searched for. Weight loss resources, weight loss tips, weight loss information. So you guys get the idea. Using the AdWords keyword tool, you can identify the core keywords related to your article, use those in the title, create yourself a nice, solid, unique meta description, sell them on the click in that meta description and include that keyword, and then put in your keyword tag right there. And then that's where you have all-in-one SEO all set up. The final thing you're going to do then is go in and we're just going to navigate away from that page. Go right on over to settings again, and this time you're going to just choose sociable one more time. And inside sociable, you could actually set this up differently if you want to. Like for example, there's some different things inside sociable that people use, a little more frequently, that might relate to your site. So like if you have a business site, you might offer a LinkedIn option on there because that might help build some credibility that way. You might offer a Twitter option, so you just look around here for Tumblr for twit this, so that's one I want to add. So I could just click on that because I want to add it. And then you could choose Save Changes. And notice how it brought that up there. And let's say that I want to get rid of Spin, which that one's actually good. Facebook, Dig. Let's say I want to get rid of Google. Their bookmarking tool isn't that great right now. I decide. So let's just plug that in. And let's say that we want to grab another popular one. Like let's say, let's just use live.com, MSN's logo, or let's use the LinkedIn logo. And Mr. Wong, he's a good one. There we go. So we'll use Mr. Wong and LinkedIn. Mr. Wong gives you a good, Mr. Wong's a good one to write back, so he does give you a good search engine friendly backlink to your site that they can follow, no problem. So there you go, Digs, Fin, Delicious. And then if you wanted to reorder these, you could certainly do that. So let's say that you want to drag this and reorder these. Excuse me, it is not letting me do that. But you should be able to drag and order those if you want to. But that's how you set up your Sociable. And then the next thing with your Google XML sitemaps, you're just going to go over here to XML sitemap, and you just need to do this once, but it says the sitemap wasn't built yet, and it says click here to build it for the first time. I'm not going to do that because I don't have content on here. But that's how you set up your XML sitemaps. That's in the left-hand side under settings, and you can watch.
This is session 5 of your traffic and SEO training. In this session, we're going to talk about social bookmarking for more traffic and Web 2.0 properties. The first part talking about Web 2.0 properties.
And let's just jump right into this. And there's actually one other little thing that I'm going to be showing you guys here that I didn't put on the intro slide, and that is how to check your website statistics. I thought this was a good part to kind of teach you how to do this and how to read your web stats, because at this point you could have and should have done some things where you can start seeing some results with your website traffic. So I'm going to give you guys the tools you can use to kind of check your web stats. So the first thing you want to do is here's a list of some programs you can use to check your website stats. The first one is called AW Stats, and Webalizer is another one, and then Google Analytics. And the good news for you is that all of these programs are actually free to use. So it doesn't cost you anything to use these programs. And what's so great about them, AW Stats and Webalizer actually come installed with your hosting account about 90% of the time if you're using a hosting company that's using cPanel, which in most cases your website host will, and that is if your website's hosted with Google, or excuse me, I'm sorry, not Google, with HostGator or Bluehost or something like IX Web Hosting. A lot of the major ones use cPanel. GoDaddy does not, by the way. That's one complaint I have with GoDaddy, is that with their hosting, they do make you pay a monthly fee if you want it. So for people on GoDaddy, I'd recommend you use Google Analytics. And if you are using, a site or a website hosting company that has cPanel, which has AW Stats and Webalizer, then I would still look at using Google Analytics, because it's kind of nice to be able to track your website statistics all around. So at least that way you can kind of get a rough idea as to all the different options you have for traffic. So and basically the core thing here is the web host offering cPanel give you stat tracking software that you need, and that's AW Stats and Webalizer. And some of the important stats that you want to look for are the unique visitors and the length of time they stay on your website. And those are some important things to look at, among other things. Those are the core things to look at. You will see typically with website things, people will talk about hits. Oh, your website hits are up, or website hits. And hits are really actually kind of meaningless when it comes to tracking website stats. And that's why the tool that GoDaddy gives you to track stats is pretty much worthless, unless they've changed it since I last saw it in there. But they have a tool that tells you, basically how many hits you're getting. Well, basically what they count a hit as is let's say you have a squeeze or a website that has 5 images on it. Well, every time that page loads, they're going to count that as like 5 or 6 times, however many images you have. Every time it loads and calls a file, which when your websites load in the background, they're pulling up images and such. So every time it hits your server, that counts as a hit. And so hits are really inaccurate, because if you have a site with 100 images on it, little images or something, then there's 100 hits every time somebody pulls up the site. So hits are really pretty much inaccurate. The best things you want to be looking for are visitors and unique visitors. And unique visitors is most important just because a visitor that could be somebody that comes to your site multiple times. So that's one person from the same household, or basically the same household in that basically it comes from the same household. So it's pretty much like one customer to your website. And also, it's like if you go to your website, you probably hit your website every single day. And so that would count as a visit to your website, but it's not going to count as a unique visitor unless you've completely, cleared your cookies, which a lot of people don't. So, so that's something to keep in mind. So you want to make sure you're differentiating between unique visitors and regular visitors. And length of time on site, that's kind of an important stat to look at overall. And the main reason is just because the longer people stay on your site, the better results you're going to tend to receive. Now, in all examples, this isn't 100% true accurate just because if you're using like a landing page, for example, like a squeeze page, where you have an opt-in box where people grab their name and email, you don't, really want them to be on that page for 5 minutes because they're going to be thinking too long about filling out the form. But 90% of the time with your website or, you've got pages you're trying to sell people, you've got a sales page, a sales video, you might have materials about your company, your services, your products. You want people to stay, a good amount of time. And online, you usually have about 10 seconds to grab people's attention. So if you're seeing in your website stats that your average visitors are staying about a minute or two on your site, that's actually really good because that means that gives them time to actually make what you would say almost like an accurate decision about whether to buy or not from your company, and that really will help you because what you want to watch for is people getting to your site and all of a sudden the stats showing you that within 30 seconds they're leaving your site or something because it takes longer than 30 seconds to read a sales page, so you want to keep that in mind. You also want to try to see which pages they're leaving your website from as well. So I'm going to show you how to use some of these tools. And another thing you can do is look up the various keyword phrases that people are finding you for. So these website tracking tools will actually tell you that certain, people are finding you for different keyword phrases. So, it'll actually give you some ideas of some additional keyword phrases that you might consider targeting because these are keywords that by accident you might be ranking for, by accident you're getting traffic from. And sometimes it's amazing because there are people that will browse through to page 6 and 16, and so you might see, wow, I'm getting a lot of visitors for this certain phrase. I bet, and I'm only on page 6 or something. So you think, okay, well, if I started optimizing a page and I created a blog post or an article around this keyword phrase, then that might rank pretty well for me. So you can go through your stats and start thinking of new pages to rank your site for. So that's how you can use and check your website stats. So here's a little bit about AW Stats and Webalizer. You want to make sure that you have selected to view stats for them in your cPanel. And so I'm going to show you how to set that up. And these are provided by your website hosting companies that offer cPanel. And AW Stats and Webalizer will vary quite a bit from each other, so keep that in mind as far as the numbers go. So typically the numbers are going to be, almost one might say that you're getting 1,000 visitors a month, and the other one might say you're getting 2,000 a month. Like it's that far off. But I like to use them as a gauge. It's kind of a trend almost to kind of see, okay, how's my traffic doing, or is the traffic increasing? Is it decreasing? What kind of things are causing it? That's kind of the thing you want to look for with these tracking programs. So let's look at an example of each of these programs. So I'm going to log into a cPanel here really quick. So let me pull that up here. Okay, so I'm logging in here and I'm going to make the screen live here in just a moment for everybody. Okay, so what you guys should see on my screen right now is me logging into my control panel. So you'll see here my website, I'm hosted with Bluehost. It's a great hosting company, and if any of you guys want to sign up with them, let me know. They have excellent deals. I've had no issues at all as far as bandwidth goes. I have a lot of domains with them. I just have a lot of things going on with Bluehost. I have, all my downloads for all the different products and services I have. a lot of these are all hosted here with Bluehost, so I have a lot of content here, and the only cost is $7.95 a month. So I do like Bluehost a ton. So they are very, very good. So if you're looking for a web host, they might be one to consider. But they do have cPanel. HostGator accounts do. Most hosting companies have cPanel. So what you're going to do here is scroll on down to where it says log files, and you're going to just simply choose whichever one you want to use. So whether it's Webalizer or AW Stats. But first, when you first set it up, especially if you're with Bluehost, HostGator does it, might do it slightly different. But you want to make sure that you selected choose log programs. And you want to go down here and you want to find different, websites that, like here's a site of mine. And notice all these sites are going to have .countesspr.com because that's the main domain on my account. So don't worry about that though. If you see that in your account, that's all it is, just a little subdomain. How they set it up structurally wise, but it's the same thing as having your core domain. And that's why you just want to promote your core domain name. But you want to make sure that you have checked marked here inside, the box that tells you to choose your log program. So notice I just checked there because I want some of these websites, show up. I want to see what kind of traffic they are getting. So I can just click on a couple of those, and next thing we do is come right over here and you would just select. So just come right over here and then you're going to choose save changes. And if it's the first time you've done this, first time that you've saved these changes on the domain that you want to start tracking, so that might be something you want to do tonight. You're not going to be able to see the web stats for probably at least 48 to 72 hours. But if it's your default domain, which most cases, you might only have one domain, then it's going to automatically already have your first one there. Now keep in mind that what I'm showing you here is basically on the majority of website hosting companies. So if you do end up having issues with this, send me a support ticket. One of the best things you can do is actually call up your hosting company or send them a support ticket because they will be able to help you find the best web tracking program that they offer. But most your website hosting companies will provide cPanel, and if they do, they typically have these things installed. So here's Webalizer. It's the first one we're going to take a look at, and I'm just going to grab one of these sites here, one of the mini sites that I have, and we're going to just pull up the web stats here for you guys to take a look at. So inside Webalizer, I don't like Webalizer because it's not as nice to look at. I don't think. I think it kind of gives you a kind of a nasty view. But basically here with Webalizer is you can actually just click right here. Like these are stats. It looks like dating back. These are kind of old stats, but most of the time they're pretty updated. But notice, let's just look at May right here. And you'll notice here it'll tell you total hits, which again, that's useless. It tells me there's 106,000 hits. There was actually only, according to them, there was about 7,000 total visits of actual people that went to the site. Total pages. Now, page views is telling you how many pages people have viewed on your site. So if your website has maybe it's 10 page, you have a 10-page website, and the average person maybe looks at 3 pages on your site. So that each time they look at a new page, that's a page view. So that's a pretty important stat as well to look at. Now you're going to notice here when I get on to the next one, this one can be kind of hard to look at, but this one kind of tells you, the amount of website stats per day. So every single day it tells you how many hits, how much file usage. It just means how much, basically, how many different files they pulled from and all this stuff, like your images. So that these two you don't need to worry about, hits and files. Pages tells you how many pages it looked at. The yellow is the, like the unique visitors, and then you've got kilobytes of information that they've looked at. And it even gives you a breakdown of hourly usage, and this is all a free tool, so it kind of tells you, basically, what your traffic was looking like throughout the days, what kind of things were happening. So it tells you, on like, let's see here. And it's all on Army time here. So at 1500 hours, which would be like 3 o'clock Eastern, let's say, I was getting a lot of traffic at 1400 hours here, whatever, which is about 2 o'clock. That's when it looks like most of my traffic and things are taking place, just because. And you can track hits. Like, I don't record the numbers, but you can track hits to see how your web stats are doing. So basically gives you an idea of, okay, at this hour my site's most active. You can use that site as you will. Here is some other things you can track. The exit pages, this will tell you basically what pages that are the pages that people are leaving you from the most. So I see here that like my home page, and if it's just a forward slash and that's all, that's actually just your home page. So that's all they're tracking there. But this will tell you, okay, a lot of people are leaving me from this page. Maybe I better do something about that. Here's a different way. Sites that are referring to here. You're going to see a lot of things that might look kind of funky in here, so I don't really worry about that. Those are sites that just different people's IP addresses and things like that. Here's the 250 of 381 referring sites. A lot of these would be referring URLs within your site because they're finding things within your site. You see here Google search, you see some other stats show up, MSN search, Ask search, some different things. Kind of gives you a rough idea there. Top 20 search strings. So this tells me anaerobic threshold, that's a big keyword phrase. Weight loss articles is a big keyword phrase. Stomach bulge, how to lose 10 pounds in a month. This is a weight loss site. Weight loss encouragement. So these are all keyword phrases that people are finding my site for. So if I go back and I were to type in these phrases and say, that's interesting, I'm getting a lot of traffic for this phrase, but my site's not ranked very well for it. Well, that means that I would go back and create a page around that keyword phrase. I would do some marketing, video marketing, some Web 2.0 properties, all the stuff I'm going to teach you here, just because that's going to really kind of give you kickstart in the right direction, because there's actually traffic for these keyword phrases. And if you're not ranked well, just imagine until you're ranked well what would happen. So that's how you can use that tool. This tool tells you what kind of browser most of the people are using, or down here it shows you. This one actually shows you countries, so you can look at countries. And so this is just your basic overview of Webalizer. It gives you just some basic stats. Most of your data is right here, and then you could narrow it down further, by your daily usage and how that went. So that is Webalizer and how you use that program. So let's go back here and go back to your cPanel, and you're going to be looking right in the same area for where you found Webalizer. You're going to be looking for AW stats. And we're going to kind of see, hopefully, how different some of these web stats actually are. So there is AW stats, and let's just click on this. And let's see here. Let's pull down to, we were looking at May 2008, so let's look at that for this site. And notice here, they're telling me that I actually had almost 4,000 unique visitors. The other one was telling me I had almost 7,000 some. So you see how different they are. And so basically, one of the best things you can do if you really feel like you want to get a number, average the two together, might be the best bet for you. I really couldn't tell you exactly which one's more accurate. I know that question's probably going through your mind. Honestly, the main thing you want to be doing is tracking, are my web stats increasing? You want to see some increases going on. Now, this site's showing a little decline, so I need to do actually a lot of work on this. I haven't done any work on it since back in May, and then that's when things were high. So this tells you basically your unique visitors. This one's a lot easier to read. I personally prefer looking at Webalizer stats or AW stats, how they lay it out, because it's just so much cleaner and it's a little easier to follow. This tells you number of visitors by day. So each day of that month, there are 200 visitors on this day, on down. So it tells you the average visitors per day. They just have it laid out really, really clear, and they give you more data, I feel like, than the other ones. This one also tells you, on each day what kind of your average visitors were, and this one kind of shows me that it's pretty average throughout the week, and it tends to tail off on the weekend, which is pretty normal. Hours of the day, just like the other one, tells you what kind of your traffic looks like. It's fairly stable throughout the day, mostly in the midday. US is most of my traffic. That's not a shock. So this just kind of takes you down through there. This tells you visits duration. Notice this stat here, 0 to 30 seconds. So this would be a site that I would be like, wow, I need to improve that, because there is people leaving the site fast. So I need to do something that would get them to stay longer. And I do need to work on a redesign for the site, because I probably could tell you exactly why they're leaving. So this is a good indicator as to why people, what you need to be looking for is, okay, a lot of my visitors are leaving quickly. And so again, this is one of those free tools that cPanel offers. This tells you, what's kind of interesting is some of these URLs actually match up almost identical to what the other one was as far as URLs that get the most traffic. One tool I really like to see, though, is the referring sites. That's a great tool. They tell you kind of where your traffic's going from, and then referring search engines kind of tells you where your search engine traffic is going from. Most of my search engine traffic is Google by about 91%. So if you can see that, how big Google is in the scheme of things. Yahoo's not even on the map, even though I rank for that. In Yahoo, Google is just dominating for this site. So, you definitely want to focus most of your attention on Google anyways. Search key phrases will tell you some different keywords that people are finding you for. So here's kind of some interesting: unbalanced diet, anaerobic threshold, weight loss articles, lose 10 pounds in 1 month. So these are kind of similar articles to what people were finding me before. So there's a whole slew of potential keyword phrases, and this number tells you how many people found you each and every month. Or basically each and every month, how many people came to your site for this keyword. So 215 people came to my site for the word unbalanced diet. So that would tell me, okay, maybe I should focus some things on that core keyword phrase. So these tools are active. If you have questions using them, let me know. Your web host might be the best as far as helping you making sure that it's set up on your server. So it's AWStats and Webalizer, and those are the best ones that you can go ahead and use. So I'm going to go ahead and log out of my cPanel here, and we're going to jump on over to Google Analytics, and I'm going to show you guys how to set up a Google Analytics account. So it's just google.com/analytics. But let's, in the meantime, jump over to the presentation here. So we're back here in the presentation here, and this is the URL again, google.com/analytics. And this is a free website statistic tracking program that you can use with any site. I personally recommend that you use this in conjunction with your other tracking programs that your hosting company provides. Especially if you're on GoDaddy, I would highly recommend you use Google Analytics because there's no need to pay for their upgrade. The stats will vary from the other programs as well, so keep that in mind. So, just be prepared for that your stats will be quite a bit different. All you do with this is you simply add a line of code to your website, and I'll show you how to get that code, and it's a very clean and user-friendly interface for you, so it's very simple to use. So let me show you an example of this, of Google Analytics. Okay, so when you first want to set up your Google Analytics account, I'm going to show you how to set up your account, and then we'll get on with our presentation here. So first thing you want to do is choose Access Analytics, and you just want to log in with your Google account if you already have one. So I'm just going to sign in here. And what you're going to do inside here is you're going to go ahead and set up a new account. So for this example, we want to set up a new page. So I'm going to go right over here to where it says My Analytics Accounts. This account I just deleted. It was a test blog I had. So you can just go right over here down the right side and choose Create New Account. When you first log in, it's going to ask you to create your new account. So you want to go right here and choose Sign Up for Google Analytics. And website's URL, very self-explanatory, www.yourwebsite.com. I'm going to use the Tulsa Chiropractor site as the example here. Account name, I just leave it at the domain name. Time zone, you can set it to where you are located. I'm on Central Time. You can set it to whatever time zone you happen to be on, or whichever one works best. Most of the time it might be Eastern, Central, Pacific, whatever works best for you, so you kind of know when the day's ending on these statistical reports. So that's kind of a cool feature. This is, again, basic information: your last name, your first name, and your phone number. And then please select the country. That's self-explanatory. And then go ahead and choose Create Account. I've gone through their terms of service before, but when you're first there, you might want to read through that. Choose Yes, I agree, and then select Create New Account. And once you've created your new account, what you're going to get is this really nasty looking code. So before you panic and throw your arms up in the air, it's really actually very basic to install this. So what you need to do is just click your mouse one time on there. So you just click your mouse one time, right click, and choose Copy. So click your mouse one time, right click, and choose Copy. So again, I clicked my mouse once, I right clicked, and I did Copy. And now you're going to go right back over here to wherever your website is hosted. So in this example, I've got this website hosted with WordPress. So I'm going to go right on over to WordPress, and I'm just going to simply log into WordPress here. And this would be slightly different if your website, is just a static HTML site, which a lot of sites are, and that's okay if they are. So if you have just a static type HTML website, then that's how you're going to, you're going to access it with like Microsoft Expressions Web Design or Dreamweaver or something of that nature. But it's going to be the same thing. You're going to do all this stuff that I'm showing you here inside what's called the code view, inside the code view. WordPress makes it very, very convenient. They do have a plugin for it, but I personally like to just do it manually because I've had issues with getting their plugin to go in correctly. So I just do it the old-fashioned way, and it's very easy. So all you do is come right down here and you choose Appearance, and you choose Editor. And what you're going to look for is footer. And when you're actually doing this in your own HTML code, you're going to be looking for the footer of the code. So you're going to be looking for like the code that comes up right before the body tag ends. So you notice here where the body tag is actually going to be ending. Notice that. And what you're going to do here is you want to just install your Google Analytics code right in here. So you want to highlight right here. So highlight your Google Analytics. So I've already got it kind of installed here, but let's just show you the example here. You can just highlight it and copy and paste it. So you're just going to copy and paste it directly before the caret to the left and the body tag. So just copy and paste it right in there and then choose Update File. And that's how you do it on WordPress. It's going to be the exact same thing. You're going to go into the code view of your static HTML site. So it's going to be the code view of your web editor. Or you could also outsource this or submit a support ticket if you are running into problems. But you're going to just go right until you see the body. There's always going to be a closed body tag, or in most there should be, on your website. And right before it, you're going to paste in your Google Analytics. And then you're going to just save that file and re-upload it to your server. Now, if you're using a static HTML site, and you happen to have, when I say static HTML site, I mean like a site that is not built on WordPress, so it's a site you manually go in and edit, which is fine. Those sites do great. So I'm not knocking those sites or anything. I'm just showing you as an example with WordPress. But if you are using a site like that and you don't have what's called an includes file, and if you have to ask what that is, chances are you don't have one. So just assume you don't have it. And what you're going to have to do is go to all the pages of your website, and you're going to have to manually copy and paste in the Google Analytics code. And the reason you're doing that is because Google Analytics will read all the pages on your site that code is installed on, and you want them to be able to read that kind of information. So, the only pages you may not have it on there would be like your download pages. You don't really need to be tracking stats there, but your sales page, your article pages, and all that. Now, if you're using WordPress, you just do it one time and it automatically goes in the footer because they have what's called the includes file. So that HTML code that I just did is included on every single page. So without getting further into HTML things, but that's how you go ahead and do Google Analytics. So it's very simple. And once you've installed the code, you just choose Finish. And it's going to load the page here. And basically you just come right over here to where it says status, and the tracking's unknown, and then I would check back and give it a few minutes and then check and make sure that the web stat is uploaded correctly. So now you can go ahead and log out of your Google Analytics account, and let's just go right back over here to the presentation. So we're going to now start picking right back up here and talk about social bookmarking, a little bit about social bookmarking and what it is and how it works for you. So the first thing we're going to do is talk a little bit about social bookmarking, then I'll show you some examples. So basically, social bookmarking is a method for you to share, store, and organize websites, stories, or things online that you appreciate. This would also include things like articles, videos, on video hosting sites, whatever it is. It's a method for you to share it. It's a method for people. It's a social thing where people can share things. Well, in this example, we're using these social bookmarking sites as a marketing tool as well. So this is how you use them. So it's more of a way to share your favorite websites with the world, which in most cases is going to be your own sites, your own articles, and things like that typically. Social bookmarking websites get a lot of traffic, so that's why they're great to use because they are, pretty high authority websites. Most of them are. They get a lot of traffic, so they're good to use that way. And submitting to these websites helps you build backlinks and exposure for your own website. And even if it doesn't give you a direct backlink, which Dig doesn't give you a direct backlink like it used to, but what it does is it gives you exposure, it gives you more exposure. And what I found with Dig and some of these other sites is if you use your core keyword phrases when submitting to them, most of the time your site could actually start ranking high in the search engines for the particular keyword phrases that you're trying to rank for. So that actual page on Dig, because when you dig something or you socially bookmark something, most of the time they create a separate page for that particular bookmarking action that you just did. So what that means is that they are automatically creating new pages. Like some of these sites have literally millions of new pages because they automatically generate a new page as you do your dig on it. And what happens is that these pages will oftentimes show up in the search results. So it's kind of like what we talked about with the article marketing and how you can leverage that with your keywords. Same thing with the press release marketing. And now we're talking about social bookmarking, and later on in this presentation we'll talk about Web 2.0 properties. So all these things are geared towards not only getting your site ranked, but also helping you index new content, but also help new additional places for additional exposure, because it's all about getting more exposure. If your if you only have your website, if you're only relying on just getting SEO done on just your website, then there's only one really main area where people can find you, and that's through Google and hopefully just to your website. Well, it'd be nice if you could have multiple avenues where people can funnel through to your website, and that's really the goal of social bookmarking, along with helping to mass promote your new content as you add it. So here's some social bookmarking tips. You want to bookmark both your home page and your internal pages as well. You will also bookmark your blog page and other Web 2.0 properties like Squidoo pages or online videos. And so those would be things like you create an online video, which we'll cover next week or next lesson. And in that lesson, after you've created your video, you would go back and bookmark that video, or you would bookmark the Squidoo page, which I'm going to show you how to make here in a bit. Or maybe it's your own website, or it's your own blog, or whatever it is. It's your squeeze page, whatever it might be. You can bookmark that. You want to use your keyword phrases as the title for your bookmark. And as you'll see in a moment, when you do a bookmark, they will ask for your core keyword phrases. So you want to keep that in mind. You might consider setting up several social bookmarking profiles as well with each website. So basically, you might consider setting up several bookmarking profiles. So that means there's literally hundreds of these sites, but there's a core 30 to 50 that are really good to submit to. So one thing you want to do is you want to consider setting up several social bookmarking profiles. So that means you have several accounts created for each one of these sites, and you want to just use like a spreadsheet to kind of keep track of the different logins for each and every one. And inside your hosting company, you can actually create multiple multiple email addresses that you can use to sign up for these. You could also create multiple Google Gmail accounts and whatnot. And so, but you do want to try to have several profiles, just because that can kind of help you spread things out among your websites and your bookmarking. And you want to also occasionally bookmark other pages as well, especially other pages that are related to your niche, because that will kind of show these bookmarking sites that you are interested in the subject of weight loss, for example. So you bookmark other weight loss sites, and it just so happens your site and maybe YouTube video that you've done, a few other things happen to be in that mix too. So that's kind of some good tips for social bookmarking. And you want to definitely use some tools to automate the process. But here's some preparation, and some of those tools, I'm actually going to show you two of those social bookmarking tools right here. You want to come up with the following before you start bookmarking, and you want to place this into a notepad file. The first thing you want to use is come up with the title that you are going to use for your bookmarks. In this case, it's going to be the core keyword phrase that you happen to be trying to go after. So, for example, let's say I'm trying to go after the keyword phrase, let's say it's weight loss articles, for example. So the title of my bookmark would be weight loss articles. And so that would be the title. That's my core keyword phrase. That's what I'm going to submit to the social bookmarking sites as my title. So you want to get out like a text pad editor or notepad editor and write this down. And the reason is just because it's easier to copy and paste from these kind of sites. So that's the title you're going to use. Then next you want to have a short description. So a short description of 1 or 2 sentences talking in detail about, basically about what your website is. So it could be 1 sentence to 3 sentences talking about what your website is and why they should check out that site. And in the description, try not to be over hypey and pitchy because that's not going to attract a lot of people. But just try to include your core keyword phrase in the description once or twice. Make it flow, make it be easy to read, and make it somewhat interesting as to why they might want to see your site. So the description is very basic. It could be as simple as check out these great weight loss articles that I found. Something like that. The next thing is your keywords and tags. And in this little area, a lot of these will either ask for keywords or tags. Most of them are going to ask for tags. And tags are pretty much the same thing as keyword phrases. So you come up with keyword phrases related to the niche, related to the website that you are promoting. So again, weight loss articles, weight loss. I like to use the title and the main keyword that I'm going after as one of the keywords, just because it gets it on that page. Additionally, another time, because they oftentimes display their tags there. So you want to try to use your core keyword phrase once in your keywords and tags, and you want to also come up with additional keywords inside your niche. And you don't have to come up with a lot. I typically don't come up with more than 5 keyword phrases, and a phrase would be 2 or 3 words in length. And then you obviously want to put in your URL into this sheet. And the reason I'm having you create this is because it's going to make your life much easier when you start going in and bookmarking these sites, because you're just going to be copying and pasting. So okay, title, okay, boom. Description, boom. Keywords, boom. URL, boom. Got it done. So that's really what it's going to do. It's going to really speed up the process. So one thing, as far as preparation goes, is you want to go over to socialmarketing.com and sign up for the sites you see on the page after you put in your title and URL. So I'm going to show you how that works here in a moment. But let me jump back here and show you another site. Socialmarker.com has another list of sites, and Social Marketing, like I said, has more. And then OnlyWire.com has a list of sites, but it also helps you automate the process. And then here's another couple of social bookmarking sites to consider. So I'm going to come back to this slide here, so don't worry about writing this too fast. I'm going to actually show you right now live how you guys can go ahead and start bookmarking. So let's just jump right over here, and I'm going to pull up one of the first sites. I'm going to pull up here is actually socialmarker.com. Then I'm going to pull up another site called socialmarking.com. Okay, so right up here on my site is socialmarker.com. That is just SOCIAL marker.com, just like you see on your screen here. And basically what socialmarker.com is, they do have a tool that kind of helps you automate the social bookmarking process a little bit to 160 bookmarking sites. So they do help you automate the process a little bit. So now I tend to like Social Marketing Service a little bit better. I know some people might disagree there, but I like how Social Marketing does it. But what I like about Social Marker is that in a nice clear area they give you a variety of different websites to check out. And I typically go with all these sites, but you notice here if you go to their icons, you can actually click on each one of their logos here, and you could actually go right on over to the website and actually do a bookmark of it. So just so you guys know how basically the social bookmarking process works, I'm going to show you how that functions. So I'm over here on a site called Propeller.com. It's one of the sites that I clicked on from Social Marker. And what I want to point out to you is you want to try to set up an account with each and every one of these. Obviously, you guys could avoid Twitter because that's not really a platform for social bookmarking. Technorati's one you guys could avoid as well. So Technorati and Twitter you could kind of do without for this process. The other ones you could go ahead and set up accounts with each and every one of these. So all you're doing is just clicking on the logo, going through the process, choosing register, and you just basically are putting in your your name, your email, and make sure that I like to have like a spreadsheet open so you're recording all these usernames and passwords so you know exactly where you can go to find all these various passwords. And I like what they offer here on Social Marker as far as giving you a good glimpse of all these sites. They have some options too where they say just the best sites, just the best social bookmarking sites, and they bring them all to the top. That's kind of up to them because I still like a lot of these other ones. They also have one that says do follow, and these are sites that only pass a direct link onto your website. So those are ones that you could consider as well if you were just trying to do this from a link building perspective. So you could just sign up for those ones. But I like to do them all just because Propeller, Dig, Delicious, Reddit, all those are really high traffic and high authority, so they rank well. So I like to do them all. Same concept as with article marketing, press release marketing. The more you do, the more results that you're going to get, and the more beneficial that it is going to be for you. So let me just jump back here to propeller.com, and I'm going to kind of go through the steps here of submitting a site. So we're going to go right over here to where it says submit. Most social bookmarking sites will say submit news or submit information, and whatever the case might be. So I'm going to first sign into my account though. So let me go ahead and do that really quick. Okay, so I'm all signed in here, and it's going to ask me to enter my URL of my story or website. So in this case, I'm going to input my website. And some of these sites will let you only submit an article of your website. So instead of typing in your whole website, you might put in your website with an article attached to it. So if you get a notice that they don't like that, go ahead and you can go back and fix that. But here it is, story title. They will pull from your title tags. So if you've done a good job with your title tags, you should be actually be in fairly good shape. I always like to test it, but if you don't like what they give you, just go right over here and type that in. But I'm going to just stick with what they've given me here. That's great. So what you can do here under story description is type in basically something about your website. So find a great variety of Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors. And again, this would apply to your niche, whatever it is, your keyword phrase up there. Whether you're a small business, you're trying to rank for, Chicago, Illinois bakery, same exact steps that you're going to follow here. So here's, just the thing. Find a great variety of Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors that are reputable and ready to work with you. We're ready to help you. There we go. So there's my description. If I was doing this right, I would have copied and pasted all this into a notepad file. But here, user tags, sometimes it will pull off those, so that's good. So you could try Tulsa, chiropractors Tulsa, you could try Oklahoma chiropractors. So yours would be, like bird watching, weight loss, whatever your niche is, goes right there. Story category, this is going to be more of a health type news because it's related to chiropractors. Could be business because it's about business as well. And then you just choose preview story and you make sure everything looks okay. So I'm going to just look at this and then I'm going to choose approve and submit. And the reason I like Propeller is they're not going to pass a direct on link directly to your site, but what they're going to do is actually this site gets a pile of traffic and they rank well in the search engines for their various keyword phrases, and so they do a fabulous job of it. So I personally like using them, when bookmarking. So here, when your bookmark is done, this is what it looks like. So Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors, find a Tulsa chiropractor today. So it has my core keyword phrases up there, and if you click right there to read the full story, it would take them directly over to my website in a new window so they could take a look at what I have to offer there. So there's the website. So so there's that. There's how that functions. So now you can just sign out of that and go on to your next site. So it's really easy, especially you can see if you've copied and pasted the data. Shouldn't take you very long on each and every website. I'm going to show you Dig one, as just another example here because they're all kind of different, but they're very much the same. Dig.com is going to function in a very similar fashion. You're just going to, first log into your account or choose join since it might be your first time there. And so we're just going to log in here. And then you would just choose submit new. And so we could come over here and we could find an article that we are going to submit. Let's just go over to my blog here and grab an article that looks good. Okay, so this article looks good to me. I'm going to go ahead and bookmark this. I don't think I might have already submitted it to them, so they will let me know. You just notice their URL there. Whoops. So you just enter the URL. News and articles most of the time is what it's going to be, or video. In this case, I'm actually got 2 links to videos that they could actually watch. And if it's like a YouTube link, obviously that would be a video as well. So it's digging through my submission for a title. I would come up with the keyword phrase. So my keyword phrase is, niche research, find a profitable niche market. and then you just plug in your description. Learn how to find a good, profitable niche market in these 2 short and powerful videos. Okay, so I'm going to just modify that a little bit. And then you choose your category. So it sometimes will pull a picture from your site. Most of the time, if they don't apply to your thing, just choose no thumbnail. And then choose your topic. So in this case, it's business and finance. And it's going to say, preview of what it's going to look like. So I'm just put in the keywords that they have there. And now they're checking for duplicates. Now Digg sometimes won't ask, does not ask for tags, but some of them will. So keep that in mind. This time it's going to say, okay, it looks like something else. So I'm going to just say it's totally original because it is. I have not submitted this yet. And so you just scroll down to the bottom, and there it is. So it's all queued up now. So now if I were to click on it, it would open up in a new tab, in a new window. And there it is. So now, they're on my website. So that is how, and that actual Digg page itself can actually rank within the search engines. So you would see somebody typed in, free niche research or niche research videos, they might come across this actual Digg page, which would link them right into my site. So that's kind of how the power of social bookmarking works. That's why it's one of the avenues that I really, really appreciate and like to use online. So that's how you use those tools. Now let's talk a little bit about the automation process here. So we're over here, and I've mentioned social marking already. But what's great about them, let's just type in here our core keyword phrase. So Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors. And you want to just choose bookmark this. So when you're first starting out there, just choose the bookmark this. And that's what I meant when I said put in your username and your title. And what's going to happen here is it's going to actually bring up a list of various social bookmarking websites, and they rank them by what they consider the top sites, and then a whole list of other sites. And so you can go to socialmarking.com to find a huge list of other websites to consider submitting to. So you can just open up these projects or open up these sites, follow the instructions, and go through and set up your account. So but notice what it did when I actually clicked on that link right there. This is one of those tools that kind of helps you automate the process. Notice how it pre-filled my title and my URL, and then you can just copy and paste your description in there if you wanted to. So that's how that would function. So if you find another one that you want to submit to, so let's say we're going to use Furl, maybe. So you would just need to sign into your account. And I may have clicked on the wrong one. Okay. And sometimes these companies merge here and there, so that's something to keep in mind too. So when that happens, sometimes these automatic tools, which I'm glad that happened because it looks like Furl is redirecting over to Diigo.com, which is similar to Digg. Mr. Wong is another one that works well. So all these sites work really, really great. So it kind of gives you an idea of where to find the top ones. I've already actually submitted this site, so this actually already has been submitted. But all you would do is just log in, and it would pre-fill with your name and email. And Social Marker works very similar, where you put in your title, your link, your text, and your tags. This one, sometimes it's a little buggy, I'll be honest, but it does work fairly well. And you can go through here and quickly just click on each one of these, or basically not click through, but put in your information there and then move on to where it says submit, and then it will just take you through the process of submitting it to these various social bookmarking sites that you have checked here. So that's how you would use socialmarker.com to find social bookmarking sites, and then you can use social marking to find a few more. And I really like the list that Social Marker has made available. So the other tool that I wanted to discuss with you is onlywire.com. I've touched on it previously, but I just want to show you a live example here on how to use it. So you go right over here to onlywire.com, And this tool is really great because it will actually automatically submit for you. But what you're going to do here is go and choose sign up when it's your first time there. And it will take just a moment here. So you're just going to sign up with your username, with your password, and with your email address, and just put in that information. And you want to choose the free promote option. So you do not want to do the paid option unless you feel like paying. But the free promote option is very simple. It's basically you just copying and pasting a code onto your site that would, basically make your basically all it's going to do is you just need to add a line of code, just like I did with Google Analytics, to the footer of your website, to somewhere on your website, so that the bookmark and share icon like this displays. And it actually can be beneficial because people can go to your site and potentially bookmark and share. So then read through the terms and conditions and then choose Start Only Wire. And so I'm going to just log in though because I already have an account with them. So we're just going to go over here to log in, which is what you would do when you come back to them. And so I'm going to just log in here to my account. And I'm using Internet Explorer for this example, just so you guys are aware. Okay, so what you're going to do here is go right on over to set up your bookmarking sites. So when you first log in, and what you're going to find here is a huge list, or a good sized list, of social bookmarking sites to consider submitting to. And so it gives you an opportunity to put in your username right here and your password. So that's my username right there, is Fast Cash Accounts. And if you don't have accounts with these sites, you would just click right there, and it's going to, for some reason, open up in two windows. It's just how they set it up, but you only need the one window open. So it's taking me over here to Bebo.com, and I would just choose, when you're ready to set up your account, just go through the steps to setting up your new account, which is, right here, sign up now. So put in your full name, your email, your password, and your date of birth. So I'm going to just do that right here because they just added that to that site. So let's just do that. Okay, so we're just plugging in the information here. And I just had a birthday just last weekend. So, alright, so we're just going to plug in the information. You can do what you want on the age, and then choose sign up now. And I usually skip this next process. Most of them will try to get you to invite your friends. This is the basics, information about who you are and what you do. And if they give you a chance to have a website, I would try to put it in there if you can. But that's just me, so try to put in your website if you can at all possible. And then just choose save, and you can always change your profile later. Okay, so I've now set up my account with them. And what you would do then is just go right on back to log in, which is going to be your username or your email address. So there's my username that they gave me. They automatically send me an email address. And you're just going to put in that username, whichever one, either they give it to you or you set it up. And then you put in your password. So there's my password, very basic. And when you hit save, it's going to make these all ... So after you've set that up, just hit save my logins. So it says your login information has been changed. So what you want to do then, again, with social bookmarking is go in and set up with each and every one of these. And again, once you're logged into, you're going to go over here to where it says my account, and you want to make sure the free promote option is checked again. And what you want to do, it's going to say add the following HTML code to your website. So you're just going to right click and copy that code, and you're actually going to go to your WordPress site or the code view of your HTML site, and you're going to just copy and paste that in there. And again, if you have questions with that, let me know. Don't let that hold you up. But after you've put it in there to your site, you're just going to type in the URL of wherever you placed it, and you're going to choose click to check the status. And so I'll show you guys how that looks, how the code will show up once it's actually on your site, just so you know what to look for. So there it is right here in the footer. The bookmark and share icon is showing up right there. And you should see this little green check mark that says completed. And once you see that, you should be in good shape. And then just choose update my account after you've read the terms of service, and that will make you a free, a free account there. So let's just scroll up here and go back over here to your username, which is how you get to the management section of things. And so at this point, you should have set up your bookmarking sites in there, and you should have set up your account to make sure it's on the free option. And now you want to choose for your web browser. So what you're going to do here is, if you happen to be using Internet Explorer, what you're going to do is just simply right click on the button and choose add to favorites. And I already have it in my favorites, so I just right clicked on it and I chose add to favorites. If you're using Mozilla Firefox, you're actually going to take this icon and you would drag it to the top bar here. So notice how I clicked here and I dragged it up here, because Firefox has what's called like a bookmarking toolbar, so you could actually take it and drag it up there. And so at this point, then the next step, what happens here is you're going to go, when you're ready to use OnlyWire, you're going to go find a post that you are interested in bookmarking. So let's just go back to the post that I just wanted to bookmark on my site here. And what I'm going to choose here, I'm using Internet Explorer for this example, is I just choose the favorites here, and I'm going to just scroll down, and it's going to say bookmark and share. So I just click on that. So notice I just went to my favorites, I chose bookmark and share, and now I just simply log into my accounts and I choose sign in. What I'm going to do here is it's going to have all these different accounts checked right here. Okay, so all these accounts are checked, and I'm going to just put in my tag. I'm going to put in my notes, so okay. Notice there's my short description, and if I had already copied and pasted this beforehand, it would have gone a lot quicker, so that's why I recommend you do that. And then simply choose bookmark this page. And what's going to happen is it's going to go through the process, and it just bookmarked my site to several sites all at once. And so it's going to take you, just a few moments once all these accounts are set up, to when you add new content, to when you want to bookmark a new video, to when you want to bookmark a new press release. You notice how fast it can kind of make this thing work for you. And when you log into your account, it's going to see, so notice right here, it's telling me that it's already been submitted to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 sites really quickly. And if I were to refresh that, notice it shows up a few more. Now what happens here though is some of these sites are going to say to finalize the submission, and they want to take you through another step. So as an example here, let's just choose this one right here, one of the ones that said finalize. Now some of these are going to show up as failures, and even if your username and password are correct, they're going to fail from time to time for whatever reason. That site server's down, OnlyWire's having a hard time logging in. There's a good chance it could be your login details, so you might check that. But oftentimes you will get failure rates. Sometimes the same site will fail over and over. If that happens, I just check that account, and make sure you have your username and password right. But sometimes it'll be one site one time, and the next time another site. So if you find one that keeps failing, you might go back and manually submit that. So keep that in mind. It is going to happen from time to time. These tools are free, just like any kind of software and web type program. They are not. They are human, and they will make errors from time to time. The humans created them, not the programs are human, but you get the idea. So notice here it took from my, it already pre-filled with all the information I already gave them. They just want me to go through more of a manual process to get it there. But they make it very, very easy to do so. So let's just choose submit. And let's make sure that internet is selected as well. Okay, so there's my categories. Now I just choose submit if I want to. And it's going through the process of submitting that, so it actually has been now submitted, and that was just by simply clicking on that little icon that asked me to finalize the link. So notice here I've got some accounts that I should probably go in and take a look at because they keep failing throughout. But notice now that says success, so I would go back to Dig, and I've already done this video to Dig today, so we don't need to worry about that. We go through and choose, finalize if you have not already submitted there. So finalize will get you through the rest of the way. So now if I were to refresh again, notice here it'll pull in any more sites if any more of them have been submitted. So you're going to now see exactly how easy and simple that is. So now the next time you're ready to bookmark, you just either go to your top bar up here if you're in Firefox and click on it, or you go to your favorite tools. So that is step by step how you use the OnlyWire feature. So the next thing that we're going to do is move on to Web 2.0 properties, and we're going to spend about 30 minutes on that and then open up the lines for some more questions and answers. So let me just jump right back here to the presentation here for you guys. Here's a list of social bookmarking sites again, so you guys get these down. Oh, let me make sure I have these. I'm going to pause for a moment and get a quick drink and let you guys get a break from writing, but here are the URLs you guys can write down. And these 4 sites here: Dig, Propeller, Mix, Reddit. Another one I should have added here was Delicious. That's another really good site. That's good as well. But here's a few more social bookmarking strategies before I jump right into Web 2.0 properties for you. Again, you might consider setting up multiple social bookmarking profiles, and that's just because you want to be doing a lot of bookmarking, like as you add new articles and things like that, like I'll talk about. You might ask friends to bookmark pages for you, and maybe you do the same thing for them. So kind of I help you, you help me, that kind of thing. It kind of helps, makes bookmarking look slightly more accurate in things, or more a little more kosher, because you're not just bookmarking all your own sites, so you might filter in some different sites as well into your account. Same thing is you want to also bookmark other sites as well. Maybe email your list if you happen to have a mailing list. Say, hey, I just wrote this great new article. If you like it, share it with your friends by bookmarking or something like that. Real casual. Don't ask them to. One thing to not do is don't do a competition. I've made that mistake. Learned my lesson. It was in the terms. I guess I violated them. But don't do a competition where you say, well, for everybody that bookmarks this, I'm going to give you a free PDF or a free report or a free consultation or whatever, because that's going to a surefire way to get you in trouble. So, but basically you can ask people to, because sometimes what happens with these bookmarking sites is people will vote on them. And so the more votes they get, the higher they will rank within those high traffic social bookmarking sites, which can be good for you. And some article ideas that do well as far as this kind of format goes, just kind of a natural flow as far as a lot of people voting up content, is things like top 10 list, top 50 list, top 25 list. Those things kind of look like people put a lot of effort into it. If you can even do like an odd number, like 76 ways to earn money online, that might grab people's attention. Things like that, you can come up with some ideas there. Bookmark videos you submit, things like press releases, videos again, articles, and new blog posts. Articles that you submitted to sites like Ezine Articles and Article Dashboard and stuff like that. Dig.com and a few other bookmarking sites won't accept Ezine Articles links just because they've been spammed. So you might consider, okay, so I've submitted my site to Go Articles, so I'll submit my link from goarticles.com, as well. So, but set up multiple profiles and do a lot of bookmarking, because it can be really effective for you as far as getting the fresh content indexed really quick, as far as getting you more exposure. It can build a few links into the different things, but it's also just another exposure tactic. That's really the core element there. And so when you have new keyword phrases to target and go after, do an additional bookmark. Bookmarking helps build backlinks, exposure, and helps get your new content indexed quickly. And building links to article, video sites, and Web 2.0 sites will help them rank as well, because what happens is a lot of these Web 2.0 properties, video sites, article directories, they're already considered high authority sites. And by you building a backlink into them from social bookmarking or another element, it will tell the search engines that there's more votes for that exact page, for that exact keyword phrase. And so that will potentially help your other Web 2.0 properties and things like that rank in the search engine. I've had this happen. I kind of coined the phrase, build links to your links. So you have backlinks going into your site, build links into the sites that are linking into your sites. So, for example, if you create, let's see, a great article and you have it posted on articledashboard.com or articlesbase.com, another article directory, and your article was done right, it has good keyword phrases, and you would go and bookmark that exact article, so do a bookmark on that exact article as an example. Or let's say you take example from the press release that you learned about in the previous lesson and you do a bookmark on your actual press release. That's another great example of how you can make that function for yourself. So now we're going to jump right into Web 2.0 properties. This is actually part one of at least one other one about Web 2.0 properties, because there are a lot of them to use and I want to make sure I have time for questions at the end. So we're going to jump right into Web 2.0 properties here. So Web 2.0 sites are basically social type websites where most of the content is user generated, and you can leverage Web 2.0 properties for more backlinks, exposure, and traffic. There are many different Web 2.0 properties that you can leverage for more traffic. You simply add your content to them. And link to your website if applicable. So, a lot of these Web 2.0 sites, they're set up to where all their content is really user generated. So they don't have an in-house content development team, but they rely on people like yourself and a lot of other people that are out there creating content to submit, to these various sites. And a lot of them don't mind if you're adding backlinks back, because you're actually helping them by adding content. They get a lot of traffic by having more content, because really a basic thing of SEO, and just a quick SEO tip is, the more content, more keyword-rich, relevant content you can add to your site, the better off you're going to do in the long run. It really comes down to being, simple in simple terms. That's kind of how it is. But you want to use your core keyword phrases as the title of these properties as well. Just like with everything else, focus on those core keyword phrases. So here is a few websites. 4 Web 2.0 sites I will show you and how to use include squidoo.com, hubpages.com, weebly.com, and issuu.com. That's a new one. So issuu.com you've probably never heard of before. So it's a really cool tool. But here's some 4 Web 2.0 properties I'll show you how to use right now. And I'm going to jump right in. It shouldn't take me too long, but we're going to just dive right in here and get to work. So first one we're going to go take a look at is squidoo.com. So let's just jump right in there. But you guys can take notes on these as I go over there to start working on Squidoo. So I'm just going to log in here or go over to squidoo.com, and we're going to set up a new account. Okay, so I'm over here on squidoo.com. Now, before you're ready to do anything with Web 2.0 properties, and I should have mentioned this in the slide here, but I will say it right now, you need to have an article of some sort ready to go. So you need to have an article that you're ready to submit, because otherwise it won't do you any good to have these Web 2.0 properties if you don't already have an article that you're ready to submit. So what I'm going to do here is go in and I'm going to set up some Web 2.0 properties. So here is an example of an article. So I've already got an article up. Easy, effective online marketing strategy helps you generate more leads. This is an article I wrote for a Chamber of Commerce newsletter. So I'm just going to modify this slightly so that the title has a better keyword phrase in there. So I'm going to show you really fast again, like I think I've showed you in every single video, the AdWords keyword tool. And again, the core thing there is keyword research is such an important element of any marketing campaigns. You want to make sure that you are utilizing it. So go click on Google AdWords. So we're going to open up the AdWords keyword tool here and do a quick look on some keyword phrases that might be good ones to target. Okay, so let's just log in here and find some good keyword phrases. So my article is about video marketing, so we could just type in video marketing right there and see what kind of keyword phrases that we get back to us. So I'm going to do the get keyword ideas, look up real fast. I'm not really doing this one in depth, but here's some internet video marketing, music video marketing, videos marketing, business video marketing, Let's see here. Online video marketing. That's a pretty good one. Um, Video search marketing. So let's try just online video marketing. And then let's just quickly go on over to google.com and do an all-in title search like I've taught you before as well. And we're going to see, okay, so that's got some competition there. So it's under 100,000. It's not going to be a very easy one to rank for. But another one was video search marketing, so we can see how that one looks. Video search, and that one had a decent amount of searches. So online video marketing is what we'll stick with. So let's just go with that one, online video marketing, because it had quite a bit more search volume. So I'm going to just jump right back over here to Squidoo now that we've determined the keyword phrase. So just choose now start building. When it's your first time there to squidoo.com, just choose start building. So what you're going to do then is choose, either yes, I already have an account, or not yet, this is my first lens. So I'm going to choose not yet, this is my first lens, because I do have a Squidoo accounts, multiple accounts, but I'm going to show you how to set up your new one. So my lens is about online video marketing, and then go to step 2. And you want to get the word out about online video marketing, so now go to step 3. So the lens title here is online video marketing, and then I'm going to do 6 simple steps. And then when you pick your URL, you want to have your core keyword phrase in the URL that you choose, meaning the link. And you want to have the keyword phrases in there, and if you can, have them separated by dashes. So basically online dash video dash marketing. So weight dash loss dash articles, bird dash watching dash tips, whatever the keyword is. So online video marketing with dashes there. Go ahead and choose the topic. This would be related to business or even SEO and affiliate marketing. Your material should be G-rated. And it might tell me, bummer, that URL is already taken, so I'm going to just try another option. So if the dashes won't work, you could also try it with just without any dashes, or you could try, adding in the word 6 steps. Let me just add that in because that's part of my article. Or you could try online video marketing 1, 2, 3, article video easy, online video marketing, whatever it is that makes it work. But you want to at least have your core keyword phrase somewhere in there. Now, I need to go back because it took off my nice little article title. So 6 simple steps. Online video marketing, 6 simple steps. Now choose go to step 4. Right here on step 4, the best keyword is online video marketing. So add more keywords. It might be internet, video, business, video marketing, and just video marketing. And just choose go to step 5. And you want to choose, it depends on how you want to do it. You could either donate your profits to a charity, because sometimes they will give you royalties for your different pages if you get a lot of traffic to them. It's not going to be a huge income thing, so but I do know some people that can make some money on it. But just choose I want some cash if you want. You can always change that. Now you're almost there. Keep it up. They keep you encouraged. Just put in your email address. So put in your PayPal there, your username. So for your username, you could just use, your website's name, for example. So I might use, let's just use my name here. Put in your real name or the pseudonym that you might be going under, if that's the case. Yes, you accept the terms of service after you've read them, of course. You don't have to get the lens of the day, but that's not a bad report to get, just because it could maybe tell you what some hot lenses are doing, so you maybe know what to do. Squidoo pages are called lenses, just so you know, in case you're wondering why they keep saying lens. You don't really need to worry about the newsletter unless you want to get it. They do have some good tips in there, so you might need that. So let me just put in that keyword and then choose done. Okay, somebody already has my username, it looks like. It might even be me. So let's just use a different name here, SEO counts. Let's just use the same password. Okay, so just choose done at that point. Okay, so what you're going to do now is you're now ready to start adding content to your Squidoo site, to your Squidoo lens or page. So what you're going to do then is under the introduction, what you want to do is go ahead and choose edit, and then your lens intro title is typically going to be something with your keyword phrase in it. It's kind of different. So 6 easy to follow video marketing strategies. And then the lens description, you could put in just a brief description, about your lens if you wanted to. So if you want to just type in, some core components of your lens, so you could just say just a brief summary of what you're going to cover. So the following is an easy to implement and simple strategy for getting more video marketing. Learn 6 easy steps Okay, so there's my lens description. It's just a short little description. You could also put in more content there if you want. That's advised, not it's not necessary by any means. And then just choose save. It does help if you offset things with like an image. So I'm gonna go out and I'm gonna grab like YouTube's logo as an example. Just for example's sake here. Or actually, I might, better yet, I'm gonna just use my own picture, because that's going to build my credibility up. So I'm just going to use my picture, Paul Counts of Count. Okay, so I put my name in there so I can add in my picture. You don't have to use this could just be an image related to whatever service or whatever it is that you are offering. So I'm just going to go over to my pictures here. And then just choose upload photo. Okay, and then just choose save. Okay, so there's the picture, there's the strategies. Okay, now the next thing that you want to do is you want to go to the text module, because you're going to be using an actual, what you're going to be using is an actual article. So you want to take the text module and we want to move that up. So go right down here to where it says, add your blog there. You could just cancel that for right now. And notice that will knock that down. So now it says new text module. So you're just going to choose edit. Okay, and then now you're just going to put in something, simple video marketing how to. And you don't have to give it a subtitle, so here are the 6 steps. And enter your text below. So what I'm going to do then is come right over here and I'm going to just grab all my text from my article. And I'm actually going to open this up in a notepad file because I like to copy and paste from notepad. It's much easier. And it cleans up stuff like this because you notice how it's all jumbled together here. And if you were to choose word wrap, each one of these lines is going to be a separate paragraph. So what I like to do is be able to easily break apart the paragraphs for people. So you're just going to highlight all that, copy it now, so it's gonna go in a lot smoother. Otherwise, it would have gone in very jumbled like that. So notice how much cleaner it goes in here. And now you're just going to choose save. And so notice how that functions. Now couple other things that you do want to do for this exact process is you want to put in an HTML search engine friendly anchor text link. So you need to go over to Google and type in HTML link code. I don't have that code memorized. I probably should by now. I use it all the time, but I still use these sites out there. Quackit's a good one, but you can just go to htmlcode.com and it will just highlight this. So basically you just highlight this code, so you can copy it and come right over here because you want to make your core keyword phrase, something that links off to your website. Plus you want to have a good call to action, as well for your links. So you might do something like, marketing your business online is absolutely free to implement and can help you make money online. So that's the keyword phrase that I'm going to link to my website with. So right here, when you take this URL code, when you're doing a custom URL, you're taking right where it says href equals, and between the quotes, you're actually going to put in your website URL. So it's http:// whatever website you are trying to promote and send people to. So paulcounts.com. And then between the A, so you're going to notice there's an A that starts this off and an A that closes that off. And after the URL, there's actually another little pointer angling to the right. Now this is the same code that you use when you're doing article marketing in your resource box, so keep that in mind. So your keyword phrase would go right in there. Now if you want to do something a little more special too, you could also highlight and make that stand out in bold, so your link stands out in bold. And you do that by simply doing caret to the left, the letter B, shift, caret to the right, and then you go to the end of the A and you do caret to the left. You do a /, which is on the key right next to your shift, your right shift key, and then you bold it, and then you're just going to, we're just going to put in that other bolded key there. And then you can highlight that same URL string, and you could use it as kind of like a call to action to get people to go onto your website again. So you can copy that, and then we can come on down here and say, here are the steps, boom, boom, boom. Okay. And now we say, let's put in our link there, and then let's change out the clickable part that says, for more, click here for more internet marketing tutorials. And then I'm just going to save that, and notice now that my link is now clickable. So now I have an anchor text search engine friendly link up there. So now I've got that module in there. The next module is they might ask you for Amazon. So if you had something to sell on Amazon, you could put that in there. Otherwise, I don't really worry about that. Maybe you have a Flickr account, so you could do something there. Or you have a YouTube video. Well, I actually have a YouTube video that corresponds with this. But if you don't, you could find a YouTube video related to your niche, because you want to add a few content modules on here. So I'm going to go to YouTube videos, and this is all just how you do squidoo.com. So I'm just going to go over here to YouTube, and we're going to choose, video marketing YouTube. So let's just grab a video. I'm just looking under my username for a particular video that I was going to use. But if I can't find it, I'm just going to use something different here. Okay, so let's just jump right over here to another video. So let's just grab this video here, new free keyword research video. So I'm just going to click on that, and video marketing YouTube videos. and you don't have to put in a subtitle or description. It's going to say select your videos. You could either have YouTube pick or you could pick. So I'm going to choose let me pick. And then I'm going to choose show full-size video, or you could show the thumbnail video, so you could show 3 videos, but I'm going to just show 1 video. So I'm going to just open up my video here. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to go right over here to where it says enter YouTube video URL, and then I'm going to hit save. So notice now that brings up my nice little YouTube video right there that integrates quite nicely with all this. So the next thing you're going to do is, you want the guest book one to show up. Now where it says new delicious bookmarks, you could edit those. You could actually take bookmarks by username if you wanted to, and you could enter your Delicious account, your URL. Delicious is a social bookmarking site. So let's just do here. How many bookmarks would you like to show? Maybe it's just 5. You could also choose show popular bookmarks. I'm going to just choose the ones from my account. So notice now it's pulling these videos directly from my account. So now it's linking directly into all these pages that I've linked into. So now here's another little feature here. If you want to do Google blog search and you wanted to pull in more relevant content related to your topic, so maybe it's more content related to video marketing, so you could type in video marketing. And then you could just type, do search for blogs. Number of posts to display, let's say it's 3. How much to display, let's say headline and abstract to add content. And you want it to update every day, and then just use save. And that's going to just pull in these new articles every single day, so it's going to add some fresh content here. Now if you want to add in another module, what you want to do is you can come right up here, and maybe you want to add in a new text module at the end, or you want to browse all modules. There's a module on here that I would recommend that you add, and that is the RSS one, because you want to grab your RSS feed from your blog if you can. So you want to just choose that little green button and add that one. And let's see here, you also want to take this link list one as well and just choose done adding. And then you can scroll on down here, and new RSS, add your blog, just choose edit, and you're going to new RSS, you could call this a keyword phrase. I'm going to call it internet marketing blog. And what URL would you like to pull from? So put in your URL. How many headlines would you like to display? I'm going to just choose 5. And would you like an excerpt? I will put excerpt 100 characters. And then how frequently should this be displayed? I would say every other day. And would you like to be HTML friendly? I'd say yes. And then I'm going to just choose save. And this is pulling my RSS feed from my actual blog. So now they can link into my blog. So now you can really see how powerful this is becoming. So now under link list here, type or paste your link here. So let's just put in my link. And I'm linking into my blog. You could also link in to your video if you wanted to. So let's just, add in another link. And name this link. That's where you want to put in your core keyword phrase. Okay, then we're going to just save both of those. Next thing you want to do is scroll all the way down. And it looks like they want me to add in a description, so that's what I'm going to do. So learn some inside tips to make more money online. And then I'm going to add in more description for my other one here and say learn some powerful SEO and website marketing strategies. Okay, now I'm going to choose save and close out that module. And notice now these are linking right into my sites with good core anchor text friendly links. So the next thing is, if you want to go in and say you want to reorder these. So say you want to reorder these different modules. So let's say I want to bring my RSS feed up there. I would just click right here and I can just drag it up there to where I want it to go. So I like my RSS feed up higher. I might like the guest book down lower. I want my links up here, my delicious bookmarks after that. Amazon voting, I don't really need that one, so I'm just going to delete that. And so at this point, you should have a nice, clean page set up with some good, solid content on it that's fresh and that's upgrading. And so I need to go back and reorder this though because I did not hit apply. So I'm just going to be simply dragging this up here. So there's the RSS feed from my blog. And my link list, I want it up here. And I want my guest book down at the bottom. And then I'm going to just choose apply. Okay, so now that I've applied this, notice where my RSS feed is showing up. So at this point, my blog, it is all completed. Now, one other thing you want to do is under your bio, you want to make sure you put in a bio. So, so Paul Counts is a full-time internet marketer. Okay, now just choose save. Your photo, you could add in your photo. I already have my photo there, so I don't need to worry about that. And when you're done, just choose publish. And the reason you want to have all these modules, or quite a few of them, is because that's going to make sure that it gets published. So you just publish your first lens ever. That's a special one. Here are 3 things you might like to know as you get going. So now you could actually already Twitter your lens. You could sign up for the lens of the day. If you're on Facebook, you could brag about it. So I'm just going to choose tweet it and right away send an update to Twitter. But I have not set up my Twitter account, so if you had set up your Twitter account for your profile, it would automatically go through there. So there you have it. So what you're going to do then is you can go ahead and log in. So you can just choose view this lens if you want to see it live. And now your lens is going to be live and ready to roll. So 6 easy video marketing strategies. There it all is. There's the links to my site. My RSS feed is actually pulling in. It might take it a little bit. So these are all articles people could go to on my site. If you don't have a blog, you could just feed in a blog from somebody else with a relevant blog, because that will help add relevant content. And you want to just try to keep your links at the top. And these Squidoo pages themselves can rank along with getting special backlinks to you. So that's the ins and outs of setting up a really good Squidoo lens. Now, one final little step that you could do is remember this little icon over here. I'm going to bookmark and share this. So I'm going to just log into my account right here. And online video marketing. So video marketing. So notice how I'm just leveraging what I just taught you how to do. And then just choose bookmark this page, and it will allow just a few minutes for that. And the final thing to do is go over to pingomatic.com, and this is going to help the search engines pick up this content. So by bookmarking this and doing the Pingomatic thing, now I have the search engine spiders coming to this page really quickly. So for the page, you're just going to copy and paste the entire URL up here and ping that, paste that in there, and then choose check all services and choose send ping. So now I've created my Squidoo lens and I have pinged it out there for you to go see. So the next site that we're going to take a look at is hubpages.com, and just so you know, Squidoo.com takes the most time when you're first setting that one up. So I'm going to take you over to Squidoo.com, or excuse me, to hubpages.com. And I'm probably going to have to hold off on the other 2 sites, Weebly and Issue.com, until next week. So I'm actually going to show you those ones next week, just so you guys are aware of that. So you've successfully signed out of your account. Okay, so I'm logging into my account here. Here's Hub Pages. When you're new to Hub Pages, you just choose Sign Up Now, and you put in a username that you'd like to go with, an email, and a password, and then you just choose Create Your Account. But I already have an account here. Their process is not as complicated as Digswhat or as Social Squidoo, or it takes as long, I should say. We're going to just come right over here and say Start a New Hub. So choose your title. We're just going to select Online Video Marketing 6 Simple Steps. And what you're going to do here is just take that information. Now, we're not actually running the risk of duplicate content. I know that might be something going through your head right now. And that is basically because duplicate content is actually a myth. Duplicate content exists when you're putting the same article on the same topic on the same site over and over and over. So that basically means if you took this article and you submitted it on 5 different hubs or 5 different Squidoo lenses or 5 times on your own blog, then that would be duplicate content. But when you're actually doing it on your own site, you would want to redo the article and rechange the article before you put it on your site. It will still add value to your blog or site, but it's oftentimes best to just have unique content. But you're just going to choose a category here, and you want to just choose a starting layout to work with. And I'm going to just choose text, and then you want to add 2 tags. So we're just going to choose video marketing and internet marketing, and we could choose online marketing and website marketing. And notice as you add them, it keeps adding more tabs. So you can just choose continue. They're going to say original content is rewarded with higher hub score. So if you do want to get a higher hub score by them, then you could use your own article, but you obviously want to use your own content there. No deception. So your title tags must match what is there. Make sure you're following these, and then put in the information here that because they're preventing spammers, and then choose continue. Okay, so we've got our module here, online video marketing. Business, this would be more like marketing and sales. Choose optional, so it could go under web-based marketing. So it depends on how you want the ads to show up. You will actually get paid for the advertisements. So right here you've got your text modules. And where it says text, it says click to edit. So you choose this little edit button right here. Excuse me. So I'm going to actually go to this one first and choose edit. And we're going to say 6 simple and what you're going to do here is come right over here to the content right here. Oops. Okay, so here is our content. Here are the steps. Free to implement and a great way to make money online. So that's going to be our core keyword phrase again, make money online. So notice how this one's a little easier. You don't have to know HTML code. So you just highlight the code right there. You just highlight the word, and choose insert link. So choose that little link button and type in your link right there. And you could interlink to another hub page if you had one as well. So that's another option. So you could say, click here for more free internet marketing articles. And if you want to bold anything, you just hit B, just like you're using like Microsoft Word. And so I'm just going to link up that word right to my blog again. And choose insert. And then just choose save changes. And notice how that all displays right in there. Now if I wanted to highlight the step 1 and all that so they stood out more, I would just go up here to edit, and I can just scroll on down here and highlight each and every one of those. So I'm going to just, step 1, we're going to make that bold. Step 2, let's make that bold. and you should start seeing the example here. So it's just hitting the B again, just like using Microsoft Word, just like your Outlook email program, whatever it is that you use. So we're just going to highlight each and every one of these and bold those, and let's bold that, and then choose Save Changes. Always make sure you save the changes for those modules. Okay, so now let's scroll on down here, and here is another module. If you wanted to add in a photo, you could do that. So just choose Edit, and you could actually throw in your picture if you wanted to. I'm going to just choose Discard Changes, and you could just hit this little red X if you want to delete that capsule. Comments, you can keep that open as well. And if you want to add in more modules to the right side here, like let's say you want to add in the RSS module, and let's say you want to add in the links module, all you do is you just simply click on them, and let's say you want to add in a video. So let's just add in those core elements here. So here's the RSS module. Functions very similar to the Squidoo one. So we're just going to say internet marketing or make money online RSS feed. Let's say internet marketing RSS feed. And type in your feed URL, which if you're using WordPress, your RSS feed is going to be yourdomainname.com/feed. And just choose a maximum, shortened description, and then choose preview RSS. So there it is, and then choose save. So the RSS feed is now working. The link module, internet, so just type in your link, and it's going to say the title tag, so you could actually fix that to the core title tag that you want to work with. And then you can add in another link as well. So I'm just going to add in one more link. And it automatically is pulling from your title tag. So again, if you use good title tags, you shouldn't have a problem. So, but let's just choose this one, free private label rights ebook, and let's choose test link, and hit done, and then just choose save changes there. And so notice now we've got nice links right there. And finally, we're on to the video module, which is very simple. There's a module we don't want, so we hit the X. Here is the video. So I'm going to just choose the video URL, so we could go right back over here to YouTube, and we can find a random video that we've created or one on internet marketing. Okay, so there's our link, preview video, and if all looks good, just hit save. And then now the next thing you're going to do is come all the way up to the top here, and you're going to choose publish. And it will take just a moment to publish out there. And it looks like it went through okay. So you could tweet this if you wanted to, or you could use Start a New Hub. I would recommend that you do a Twitter post on it, because what that's going to do is help the search engine start indexing it and finding it. So you could use the tweet this option, because that would actually start getting that picked up and indexed. So there it is. Now again, you would just go right on over to pingomatic.com, and you could just ping this post as well if you wanted to. So there's everything. There's the video. There's how it all functions. So that's how you use hubpages.com now as well. So I'm going to jump back over here to the slide here, and we're going to close this thing out. So Squidoo.com and hubpages.com, I was able to show you how to use both of those. Weebly.com and issue.com, I'm going to hold off on those until probably 2 more weeks when we go back over some additional
This is session 6 of your traffic generation and SEO training. In this session, I'm going to talk about online video marketing strategies for more traffic with video marketing.
So we're going to go ahead and jump right in here. So video marketing, it's a powerful strategy for driving a lot of targeted visitors to your website. Not only can video marketing help increase your traffic by showing up in the search engines, but also it can easily be a fabulous viral marketing tool. And so basically a lot of times, I'm sure you guys are familiar with this, where you'll do a search for different subject matters, whether it's a how-to subject or just really about any niche market that you might be promoting, or any market that even your business is in, whatever it is. You do a search and sometimes you'll see a video come up in the actual search results. Or you'll see like a YouTube page or a site from maybe Rever.com or another video hosting site come up higher in the search engines. And basically those video sites have done a great job, just like article directories and press release sites, of utilizing their title tags correctly. So they're using the titles of the video correctly. So they're using the titles in such a way that search engines pick them up, so those pages are done search engine friendly. So whatever title you use for your video automatically becomes the title tag. And if you've gone through, session number 2 where we talked about search engine optimization and talked about how important the title tag is to your on-page SEO, then you'll understand why these sites are ranking at the top. And so basically, since these sites do a great job of it, we're going to talk about how to leverage those sites. So not only will you come up high in the search engines, but also video marketing can be a great tool to virally. It's just a great viral marketing tool because it's something that can be easily passed around by links. People can send a link, hey, check out this video, and it can just kind of grow from there. Your video gets seen in the search engine results, in searches within the video sites themselves, and they can get syndicated and embedded on other websites. And so that's why you really want to be focusing on it, because like I talked about, they will show up in the search engine results for various keyword phrases, and they will also show up inside the video sites themselves, because almost every single high traffic, high authority video hosting site, in fact I've yet to really see one that does not have an internal search engine. And even especially like YouTube, their search engine themselves, like their little video search engine stats have shown that they actually are getting more searches than actually a few major search engines like Yahoo and MSN. That internal little video search engine, so they are getting so much traffic to YouTube that it's absolutely insane. YouTube gets more traffic than actually Yahoo does. So YouTube is a really, really major player. So YouTube is getting a lot more searches than even just the Yahoo search engine. And so that kind of shows you right there how powerful video marketing is and how people are turning to videos to really view content online. And so it's just another platform that you need to be there. You need to be doing video marketing if you are not already. And this might be a subject that maybe scares you a little bit, and that's why I'm glad you guys are here, because it's not a scary subject. You're going to see here how I create some very basic, simple videos that work and are effective in less than 5 minutes. And I'll show you an example of a really easy video that I made that has over 60,000 views. And it's just a very, very basic video, very, very basic video. And it has probably overall about 100,000 views, about 60,000 on YouTube, and it's been just a fabulous traffic generator, and it took less than 5 minutes to create. And I'm going to show you guys how to do some of these techniques here, and they're very, very basic. If you can point and click your mouse and follow some basic instructions, then you too can create these online videos. And so the other thing I talked about, your video gets syndicated and embedded on other websites. And that's because video hosting sites, most of them that I've seen, like YouTube especially, have an embed option. And so that means that if you wanted to embed that video on your blog, so let's say somebody finds your video and it's about golf, for example, and somebody else has a golf blog and they say, hey, I like that video. I think I'm going to just embed that video on my site. So they take the little embed code that you'll see on the right hand side of YouTube videos, and they'll take that code and they'll just embed it on your site. It's just like when you submit your article to ezinearticles.com, how somebody could actually take the actual article and post it on their website with a link back to your site, because you're the author of that. So it's the same concept, but that really can happen with video sites, and that's really where you can get some more massive traffic through these video search engines. And so there's 3 different ways that you can really leverage them to get a lot of traffic. And as I said, YouTube alone gets more searches than Yahoo and MSN. So that should really tell you right there that this is going to be a huge lesson for you, and it's going to give you a big edge because if your competition's not doing it, and if you're not doing it, it can really be holding you back from really seeing the full potential in your marketing efforts. And everything else we talked about is tremendous and great. Everything here works together. These are all strategies that work, and so I want you guys to also have this strategy in your arsenal so you can really start getting the traffic that you want. So the stats show that more people spend time online watching video than they do actually watching regular TV. That's starting to change to where more people are going on the internet than they are actually going to TV. And more people, people will spend a lot more time there than they will watching TV, which is just amazing because there's video or companies that are paying multi-million dollars a month, it seems, just to run advertisements on TV. Well, you have an opportunity to tap into some of these high traffic, high authority sites, and this strategy does not cost you anything at all. If you can do all these methods for free, and even from creating the video for free. Like, we're not talking about any major out-of-pocket expense. In fact, everything I teach you, if it has any out-of-pocket expense, it is absolutely minimal, and if not, it's absolutely free. And that's because I love to leverage the internet to get free targeted traffic to your business. And so that's where that's why video sites are going to be so powerful, and they are already powerful, and they're just continuing to grow because more and more people are being entertained by going online and watching different videos. They're learning things from these videos and different things like that. Sometimes people are so busy they don't have time to watch a full show, so they might go on YouTube and watch a few little short clips and things like that. So that's where you can really get noticed out there. Some of the most visited websites online are video hosting websites. Like YouTube is number 3 out of all sites on the internet, like behind Google and stuff. But it's the number one of the in the top 5 of searched for websites that have traffic online. Video gives you a new way to build credibility and generate massive exposure for your business online. So it's another way to really get your name out there, build your credibility as to what kind of knowledge you can bring to the table and what you know. And so that's another reason to use videos, because it really helps people kind of put a face to you. If you do want to use your face, you don't have to use your face on the videos. You really don't. And I'm going to show you how you can do that without using your face. You could just use your voice. It kind of gives you a voice to your articles in a way, and I'm going to share that with you as well. In most cases, it is free to promote your video online, as the video hosting sites like YouTube, they want your content because it helps them make more money. Because the more videos they have on their sites, the more traffic they're going to get through the search engines, the more traffic they're going to get from people on their sites, staying longer and viewing things, and that means the more advertisements that they can sell on their website. That means the more AdSense revenue some of these video sites can make, the more banner advertisements these video sites can make. So you're helping these video sites by adding content. Just like when you add content to eZine articles, they monetize their website with actual advertisements. And so that's why video is so great, because they want you to promote for it. Most of them are free. There's a few video sites that charge a very minimal fee, but I'm not going to share any of those with you. There's the main ones that I've used that get the best results are actually the free ones. So videos can be really simple to create. One of the biggest reasons people do not start using online video in their marketing is because they feel videos are difficult to make. I know I felt that way at first. I thought, man, this video creation stuff it's difficult. I can't do that. It's just going to be too much for me to do. And it was something that I just put off because I thought it was going to be too difficult. And then I finally started dabbling in it, and I realized, hey, this isn't that bad. You can really do some good things with video that takes very minimal time, and it gets you fabulous results. And it doesn't even cost you anything. It takes minimal effort. And one of the things I'm going to show you is how in under 5 minutes you can have your very own online video created. So I like to show you simple methods for doing tasks that may seem difficult, and kind of give you a new perspective on how to do these tasks. And so I'm going to show you live, after I'm done doing a little bit of this teaching, actually how to do this right in front of you on my screen. So you can literally make a good online video in under 5 minutes, and it won't even take special software. The software I'm going to be using comes free on your computer if it's a Windows computer, and they have a similar software for Apple for the Apple computers that is very simple. So like the Apple iMac and stuff, they come pre-installed I believe it's pre-installed, or at least you can download it for free from their website. But it's a software that I'll share with you. But both these softwares are free, so you can do all this stuff without having to buy any software. I'm also going to share with you a couple of softwares that you can use. They have 30 to 60-day free trials. They're really inexpensive software that kind of help you add a little more to your video marketing, but you can try them out for 30 to 60 days. You could, create a lot of videos to pay for the software or something, during that time, or whatever the case is. But I'm going to share with you just some free methods. So don't feel like, oh man, I'm going to have to spend $1,000 on a video software, because you don't. You don't need to do that. So don't worry about that. It's going to be simple. It's going to be basic. So don't be scared. So here's some examples of some basic videos you can make. You could make a video, could be as simple as a picture. So a picture of something in your niche. So maybe you are in the relationship building niche. Maybe you have a picture of a man and a woman holding hands on a beach or something. And then all you do is you record an audio, and I'll share with you the tool to use for that. And you just simply record an audio, and basically it could be you reading an article about relationships. And then at the end of that article, you just happen to have a link to your website, or maybe embedded on that picture you have your URL to your website on there. And then also in the description, you'll have a link to your website. So that can be a very basic video. That's just a still picture with audio. Anybody can make that. That takes very little time to create. You could also have a slideshow of pictures with the music background loop or audio. So you could have a slideshow of pictures related to your niche that's playing, and then while that slideshow is actually playing, you could have music playing in the background, and you probably have all seen these different slideshow type things. And I'm going to show you how to do these free and simple. So you can have pictures with music background loop, and then you could have text playing on the slides, so it talks about maybe your niche markets. Maybe you're talking about articles or something. Or maybe you do something one step further where you have a slideshow of pictures, and then you're actually reading an article about your niche. So instead of just one picture of a man and a woman holding hands, maybe you have several pictures depicting a relationship, or maybe you have several pictures of a golf course if your niche is golf, or several pictures of birds if it's bird watching, or several pictures of happy people because you're a chiropractor and you fix their back. Whatever it is, you get the idea. But you could have a slideshow of pictures playing, and then you talking about your business, you talking, reading an article about your business. Whatever the case is, you can do that. Another simple way to create a video, and I'm not really going to show you this because I really can't show you this, live, because I already have video software playing. But I'm going to show you how to use a webcam, or I'll share with you. You can use your webcam or digital camera. Basically, it's as simple as you pulling out a digital camera. Most digital cameras have a video option. In fact, anything that you've probably bought in the last 2 years has that option. Almost everybody has a digital camera now. You can pull that out, record a 30-second video, just have a friend hold it up there. I've even seen people hold it out in front of their face. You could set it up on a bookshelf and talk into it. Hit record and just talk into it. But you just sit there and you just talk about your business. You talk about, this is who I am, and that's only if you want to get your face out there. And that's, and that's a good thing to do sometimes in your niche market. But if that scares you, don't do that then. Don't do that if you don't feel comfortable with it. Use some of these other methods for making a video. Most laptop computers come pre-installed with a webcam, or you can get an inexpensive webcam for $15 to $30. That's a USB webcam. You get it at Staples or something like that. And then you could actually, just sit in front of your computer and talk about your market. So I could sit there and talk about search engine optimization. I could talk about, whatever maybe niche market I'm promoting or that I'm in. You can also do screen capture videos. So basically, I'm using a screen capture software to record all these presentations. I'm using Camtasia, but I'm going to share with you a free version that you can use that does a similar job that will enable you to export videos in a format that you can upload to video sites. So you have very basic screen capture videos where you demonstrate how to do something. Maybe you demonstrate how to do something. Maybe you have, a PowerPoint or something. So that's another thing. So you use a PowerPoint that maybe has the article content. So let's say you have article content, and you take that article content and you put it into a PowerPoint presentation. And I'm just using a PowerPoint presentation. So you notice how I have bullet points in here. You could take, your articles, the articles that you've written, or maybe articles that you have private label rights to, and I actually have a slide talking more in depth about this, but you could actually take those, create bullet points out of main topics or main points from the articles, create bullet points from those, and then sit there with this screen capture software and you could sit there with the screen capture software, with your microphone, which your computer usually has a pre-installed microphone, but if you want a little better quality, you can get a USB microphone from, again, Walmart, Staples, Office Max, anything like that, Office Depot, your average office supply store, eBay, wherever you want to get it. But it's a USB headset, so a USB headset. They are relatively inexpensive. You want to get a noise canceling USB headset. So a noise canceling USB headset. I use a Logitech USB headset, but actually, believe it or not, when I record these presentations, I am just using the built-in microphone on my computer, and the audio comes out pretty clear, on these presentations. So that also works as well if you have a laptop. But basically, you just sit back and you just go through your PowerPoint where you're just reading the bullet points, or you're just reading your article and cycling through the points. And that right there is creating a video. And these videos don't need to be long. In fact, you want them to be shorter because people have a short attention span. So you want them to be, 2 to 3 minutes max. You can make them longer, especially if it's like a how-to video, like how to install WordPress. That's going to be more than like 2 minutes probably. But if it's something as simple as you reading an article, you can go through an article in about 2 minutes or so, 2 minutes or less, 2 to 3 minutes, for a basic short article. You could do as simple as talking about your business for 30 seconds. It's like your elevator pitch for your business. What's your unique selling, proposition? What sets your business apart? That could be a quick 30-minute deal where you're talking into your webcam, or it could be a quick deal where you have a picture of yourself and you're talking about it, or you have a picture of your business logo, or even a screen capture picture of your website, and you're talking about what your website has to offer. But keep in mind, videos can be simple, and they are, a simple thing. So don't be scared away. So don't end this call because you're afraid videos are going to be tough. You're going to see how simple it really is. Software and accessories needed for video. Windows Movie Maker, that's the free software that comes on your computer. So the free video software, it comes pre-installed on Windows computers, and you can access it in your Start menu. You'll see it in your Start menu. If you're using XP, I believe they had it under the Accessories folder. If you're in Vista, it seems to be hanging out just in the, if you do the Start menu, you'll see it on the left-hand side. But that is Windows Movie Maker. If for whatever reason your computer does not have it installed, you can actually go to Google and type in Windows Movie Maker download, and it should take you over to Microsoft where you can download the software. But you should have it on your computer already. The other one is iMovie. That's for Apple. It has actually a lot better features, I will say, than Movie Maker. It can do a little cooler things with text and things like that. Windows Movie Maker does a great job, but Apple's always does a lot of cool little features. I use a PC personally, but yeah, iMovie, it only works on a Mac on an Apple computer, so keep that in mind. But if your computer does not have that and you have an Apple computer, just go to type in download iMovie, and you will find the download on apple.com for that to download. So there's no excuse because these softwares are absolutely free. So you have the tools at your disposal to create these videos. Another one is Sony Vegas. That's a great software. It gives you a lot of good editing capabilities. There's some really expensive ones. I'm not even going to say the name so it doesn't confuse you. But there's some really expensive video software that does a great job. If you really want to get into it, I personally don't have those. I don't really have the time to learn those softwares, but we're talking $1,000 applications, and you don't need something that big. So you just need something basic, like Windows Movie Maker and stuff to create your basic videos. If you want to do some cool little animation features and different things like that, you might consider a tool like Sony Vegas. It costs less than $100. It's like $89, relatively inexpensive. So that's just Sony Vegas. One little hint that you can do, you could find people selling, you don't want to buy a bootleg copy. I'm not promoting that. You do not want to do that because that's not a good thing. But you can go to eBay and actually buy, just like older versions of it, which, like that people have, because like Sony Vegas now has version 9 that came out. But you could buy version 8 on eBay for 20 or $30 less than version 9, and it does everything you need. I personally have version 8. It does everything I would need it to do. So I'm not saying to go download it or buy a bootleg copy. Absolutely, I'm not saying that. So I want to make sure I'm clear on that. But I'm saying you might look at eBay and see if somebody is offering a legitimate real copy that would be yours outright, but it might be version 7 or version 8. of Sony Vegas, because that you could get it for quite a bit less, you know. So same software, just got, you know, maybe a few less features, but version 8 does everything you would need. But they do have a 30-day trial. It might be actually 60 days. I'd have to check their site again. But last I checked, it was 30 days. And so you can use the software for 30 days. They don't even ask for your credit card when you download it. You basically just download the software, and then every single time you open it up, it'll tell you have 28 days left, you have 15 days left, etc. So you can get you a chance to use that software for 30 days and decide, okay, is this something I want to invest in? So, you know, so again, you're not out piles of money up front. So you could do, you know, try Sony Vegas out if you want to for 30 days. But at least try Windows, you know, use Windows Movie Maker, and that will be enough to get you by for a long time. Cam Studio, it's camstudio.org. They are a free screen capture software. Now, I will say you want to record shorter videos with Cam Studio. So you would not want to do what I'm doing here, record an hour-long presentation. And you really don't want to do long presentations anyways for videos, because online videos need to be less than 10 minutes, because YouTube, especially, and some of the other ones, crack down if a video is more than 10 minutes or if it's over a certain size limit. So it actually doesn't do you any good to do these long, drawn-out videos. So try to do, not that this is long and drawn out because I have a lot of content, but try to do a lot of, you know, short videos, 2, 3, 4-minute videos that are short and to the point. So if you're going to use screen capture software to show things, you can use Cam Studio. It works well with your headset. I have had some luck with it working, but it works best with shorter videos. Now there's another free one called Jing, J-I-N-G, but there's actually a reason I'm not recommending it for this particular method, and that's because I've ran into some issues with them where they export everything into SWF files, and for $15 you can get an upgrade where they'll export it to an MP4 file, which would work. I obviously can't really tell you what all these mean, but SWF is just an extension for a video file. But it exports it in a format that's not compatible with all video hosting sites, so it doesn't do you much good to create this, you know, great video and then in turn not be able to upload it to the sites. And so so Jing is great for creating good little tutorials and things like that. It's a great little tool for that. But the exporting function, as far as being able to upload it to some video sites, has a little bit to be desired at times. So that's why that one's not on this list right now. You could go to Jing, J-I-N-G. It's put out by the makers of Camtasia. They do have an upgrade option. I think the price last I checked was only $15, but they will export it to MP4 format for you. Camtasia 6 is the next version, and that's actually about $300. That's a pretty expensive piece of software, but it does a fabulous job. It does long videos. It does really whatever you would need. So Camtasia is great for that. But you can just go to camtasia.com, and they have a 30-day trial as well, so at least you can see if you want to use it. You can test it out. But at least you have free options. I like to give you free options if you're going to, before you buy a software, because I think it's best that you be able to make money with the free option before you go out and invest in the paid options, So, and also the Cam Studio Free, if you're doing these basic videos, that's going to be all you really need. But just go to camstudio.org and follow the instructions to download. You also want to have PowerPoint, especially if you want to create some of these basic video articles. And if you don't have PowerPoint, don't worry. Just go to OpenOffice. There's a version, it's called, I believe, OpenOffice Presenter, if I recall. But it is a free version of PowerPoint. It's like PowerPoint, but it's free. It has similar functions. It even saves to PowerPoint format. It has just a lot of features. OpenOffice has everything you need: Word, Excel, all that stuff. So if you have not heard of them, just type in OpenOffice. It's openoffice.org, and you can download it absolutely free. So again, there's a free option if you do not have PowerPoint. Don't worry. You also need a USB microphone headset. Unfortunately, there's not really a free option for a USB headset, but you can get them relatively inexpensive by shopping around on eBay, on Amazon.com, on even just some different sites, eBay, Amazon.com. You could try Staples, Office Depot, Office Max, Circuit City, Best Buy. All those stores right there that I just named carry USB headsets. A name brand that you would want to write down is Logitech. It's Logitech, Logitech USB headset. That's the headset that I use. I love it. It's a noise canceling headset. It cost me, I think it was $30, but it's relatively inexpensive. It pays for itself over and over and over. But if your computer comes pre-installed with a microphone, you can get around without having to use it. Without having to purchase a USB headset right away. It's just you just want to talk a little closer to your screen sometimes, because if you sit back and talk while you're doing your video, it may the audio may not come in very clear. But that's something you would need. You also need a basic webcam. If you have a laptop, most new laptops automatically come pre-installed with a webcam. But if yours does not, you can get webcams for $15 to $30 on the high end. I've seen them around $15 for a basic one that you would need. Or you just have your average digital camera, the family camera that you use, whatever it is. That's really all you would need, just a basic webcam or digital camera. Most people already have those things anyways. Another thing you need is Audacity audio software. It's absolutely a free software program that works with Windows. There's also a Mac version of it. Mac also has a program that's called GarageBand, if I recall, from some of my Apple, friends. There's a program called GarageBand on your Apple, if you do have an Apple computer, that has some great functions for you being able to record your voice. So Audacity is a great free software, and I'm going to actually be using it as we move on here. So some of the next things here is pictures, audios, and background loops, because those are some things that you are going to need when you're doing it. So basically, there are royalty-free pictures are things that you will need when creating your video, because you want to have pictures related to your niche market, and you want to make sure they're royalty-free, because basically all that means is that you aren't having to pay a royalty every time someone watches the video. You're not having to pay a few cents or something, because if a picture is copyrighted and you end up using it, they could technically make you pay for that. They could force you to take it down. They could sue you. It could become a nightmare. So you want to make sure you're using royalty-free pictures, and you want to make sure you read the terms, because even though they're royalty-free pictures, it doesn't always mean that they are absolutely completely okay for you to use for these videos. And the reason is because you're using them for commercial purposes. A lot of these sites, they have no problem with you using them for, I guess, just family or leisure purposes, just for having fun or whatever. But as far as using videos for, as far as using them for commercial purposes, they sometimes frown on that, and some of them have just different terms against doing that. And so you want to make sure you read the terms, and I'll show you where to find that on the different videos. So here's 4 websites. The first 3 here are free websites. The first one is sxc.hu. I found a great variety of royalty-free music that allows for commercial use. They have thousands upon thousands of pictures. You'll see as you're doing your searches, they have some searches that are called like premium pictures, and they'll try to get you to pay for those. So keep that in mind. I mean, it's not a bad deal. It's only $1 an image, so it's not that bad of a deal. So if you see an image there that you really like and it's worth $1 to you, then go ahead and spend it. But they do have a pile of free pictures that usually will show up below the paid pictures. But that's sxc.hu. The site is in English, but it's an interesting domain they have. But it's sxc.hu, royalty-free pictures that you can have access to. The next one is freedigitalphotos.net. freedigitalphotos.net. And that is another great source for finding royalty-free pictures. You do want to read the terms on that. So I'm actually going to take you over to that site right now. It's a great site that I found recently that just works wonders. And so I'm going to take you over to this site right now. So freedigitalphotos.net. And this is what I'm talking about. So this site right here has just really any picture that you could imagine. So let's see, here's a nice little picture of money. So pictures of everyday items, and it shows you a whole bunch, like here's a picture of a wad of cash. Here's a picture of credit cards, for example. So if you had like a financial website or a debt website or a credit card website, you could, maybe use this picture. So you see here, they have a free download option. And it's web quality size, which is the only size you would really need, and that's why I recommend this size, 640 by 427. It's not huge, but if you want a larger version, it costs you $5. But here's the terms on their stuff. So the terms on their pictures is that you are free to use the photo, the free version of it. But if you're using it for like video productions, or if you're using it for content on your website, you need to actually give them credit for the picture. So at the end of the video, and I'll show you how to do that when I make the video, but at the end of the video, you just need to have a small little, text that comes up and says pictures provided by freedigitalphotos.net. If you use these images on your website, right below the image, you need to say, provided by freedigitalphotos.net with a link to their site at the bottom of the picture. And you see that on a lot of websites. I'm sure you've noticed that. So you just need to give them credit. But they have a lot of great pictures, and that's why I recommended them. SXC.HU, this is what the site looks like, just so I know you guys can see it, so you know that you're on the right site. But SXC.HU right here, basically you just run your search, so if it's golf, let's just do a search there. And there's some different pictures of golf right there. Those are the premium results. But below here you've got your free results that you could just pull from. So here's a nice little picture of somebody hitting the golf ball. So if you wanted to use this picture, you could grab it and use it. And there's usage options right there. So there's the image license agreement. So you want to make sure you're reading those. Basically, you may not use the image if you are, it gives you all the terms, but they usually let you use them for commercial purposes. So that's sxc.hu right there. So that's the site that you'll want to utilize. So let me go back to the presentation here. So another one, pdphoto.org, those are public domain photos, and you could do a Google search for the term public domain photos. So public domain photos, you could do a search to find a whole variety of new picture options if you wanted to. But these will be available on the download page, these links, so you guys can access those from there. iStock Photo, it is a paid option. It's probably one of the more popular paid photo sites out there. I just had to put it in there because they do have some great quality images. You really can get by for video marketing with the $1 option. You don't need to upgrade to the big old videos, because what happens if you have too big of a video, it may get declined by the video hosting sites anyways. So you want to try to make your video with smaller files, anyhow. So iStockPhoto.com, they have like you can fund your account with $20 and be able to download like 20 or 15 images or something. So that's iStockPhoto.com. Some other ones, royalty-free audio. So these are like background music loops. I'm actually going to give you guys some downloads. That's kind of an extra bonus that you guys are getting as part of this. I try to keep adding as many things as I can for everybody there. But on the download page, like last week, I gave you guys some resources, the week before. This will be very similar, where you're going to have access to some royalty-free audio. So audios that I have the rights to sell that are royalty-free audios. But you can find, there's two other sites, partnersinrhyme.com. It's kind of a funny name. But partnersinrhyme.com, you can find on their site they have a free music loops option. And you could just go to Google and type in free, royalty-free background loops, and you should find their website as well. But partnersinrhyme.com, they have a section of their site where you can actually just straight download royalty-free background loops that you have total rights to use. Another great site that's not well known is called opsound.org, opsound.org, and this site is made up of public domain audio files, and their license says that they can be used for commercial purposes. So you will want to verify their license under their terms, but they allow you to do that. There's some other sites that I've seen out there that do audios, royalty-free audios. But again, if you come across them, be very cautious. There's one that, and I'm not going to say the name because I don't want you to use it, but there's one that I thought was so great, and I was so excited about it, and such a great tool and resource. And then I hit the harsh reality that apparently in their terms, you cannot use the audios for commercial reasons. So I had to go back and quit using their site for commercial reasons, and basically it's inside their terms, and sometimes these sites will change from time to time, but I'll say right inside their terms. So so you guys want to be sure that you're checking the terms on all these sites that you come across. So if you type in royalty-free music, royalty-free pictures, royalty-free background loops. Make sure you read the terms and make sure you understand the commercial use policy, because that can get you in trouble. But I'm not saying that to scare you. The resources I'm giving you tend to allow for commercial purposes. It's just if you decide to find some other ones, just make sure that you're looking at their terms and abiding by their rules, whether it's giving them credit or whatever they ask for. Sometimes they'll just be as simple as them asking you to give them credit for it. And that's great, because that's not a big deal. Royalty-free background loops, what those are things like sometimes you've probably seen videos where playing in the background there's like some motion or something, motion background, there's just movement going on, and that kind of just stimulates the eyes and it keeps people's attention on the video, it keeps the video moving, and you can get some free background loops. I have access to several of those that I'm going to give you guys. There's about 30 of them or so that you guys have the rights to, or you guys will have the rights to use personally for your own video. So I will give those to you as well and give you links to download those on the download page. So that's just another bonus. And then you can also go to a site called ignitemotion.com. They have free, royalty-free background loops on their site that you can pull from. And what these background loops do, and I'll show you how to use them, but basically pulls into your video, you have a background loop, so now you kind of have a base or background to move from, to go from with your video. So playing in the background would be this motion, which kind of automatically makes your video look high quality. And so using these loops in under 5 minutes, you can create these really high quality videos. So here's the video article slide that I told you about. You can take your articles, and this includes private label rights articles. So for those that aren't familiar with private label rights are articles that you have the rights to use. And you can go to Google and type in private label rights, fitness articles, private label rights, golf articles, whatever niche you're in, and you could find a whole slew, of private label rights articles. And then you could take these articles and turn them into bullet point PowerPoint presentations using PowerPoint or OpenOffice, just like I did with my presentation here. You can create your very own PowerPoint. It doesn't have to even have fancy color. So if you're worried about making PowerPoint slides that look great, don't let that worry you. Just do something. Just take action. And that's the thing that I love, and that the reason I'm so passionate about ensuring that you're taking action on this stuff is because that always held me up, is that I always wanted to be perfect at things, and that really slowed me down from success online. And so, quit worrying about being perfect, quit worrying about having the perfect video, and just do it. Just go out there and take action. And that's really the key part right there. And so, so basically you could have a blank background, a blank PowerPoint with black text. So that's how simple it can be with bullet points that you're just copying and pasting from these articles. And then you use Cam Studio, the free software, record your PowerPoint presentation, use your headset to talk into it where you're reading the article or you're reading the bullet points, and boom, you've created a short little video using video articles. That right there is something that you're not going to see taught anywhere else right now. So use that wisely, because that's a really great way that I found to create videos fast. You could also do as simple as one strategy I found is do something as basic as put up one slide using PowerPoint that has the URL of your website. So it might say, www.yourdomainname.com is the slide. And then you have a title for whatever article it is you're reading. So you might say, cure your golf slice. Cure your golf slice. You might say, improve your bird watching skills, improve your basket weaving skills. So you have like improve your basket weaving skills, and then right below that you have www.yourwebsite.com. And then you just sit there and you read your article. So you just sit there, you read your article, and then boom, you've created a video that quick. That's how fast it can be done. And it takes you 2 minutes to read the article, you export it, boom, you're done, you go on to the next one. And in a short amount of time, just doing that method, I was able to create about 10 videos just this last week in the golf niche. Just like in about 30 minutes time, just boom, 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 boom. You just change out the slide, change the title of it, put in the headset, and just go talk, reading the article, reading the private label rights article that you have the rights to. And so that's just a fast, efficient matter for creating video content. And no matter what niche you're in, whether you're a chiropractor that owns a small business, you can find articles that are called, you could type in private label rights chiropractor articles, private label rights pet articles if you're a veterinarian, private label rights, music articles if you own a music store. So even if you're a small brick and mortar business, you can still find these private label rights articles that you can do this stuff with. Or you could write articles yourself and do this stuff with them as well. So that's how you can create some simple video articles. So again, record the presentation that you've made using Cam Studio or Camtasia, and read the article, and you've created a video article. And so just like article marketing, the more of these you can do, the better off you will be. There's strength in numbers. If you do one video article, as I like to call them, so one video article, then okay, then that's all then that's one video article. But if you can do 25 of them, you're going to be 25 times better off. So that's something to keep in mind. Just like as I talked about the article marketing, if you only do one article, then okay, you might get a few results, but you're really going to see results when you really hunker down and start doing about 25 articles. Unfortunately, traffic generation takes effort. So it's not unfortunately, it's fortunately for you, because you're willing to put in effort and energy for traffic generation purposes. And so you can definitely benefit greatly, by being able to put in a little bit of effort. Every article you produce or write, including PLR articles, you have, could be turned into an online video for marketing. So keep that in mind. If you've been at this for a while and you have a whole slew of articles that you've already written, maybe it's just 10 articles or 5 articles, but every single one of those could potentially become a PowerPoint. I even found that for creating those short little videos, even just taking half of a whole article, so half of a 400-word article was enough to create a short video. So you could take, say you have 10 articles, boom, right there, you've all of a sudden got potentially 20 videos that you're just basically setting up, using this PowerPoint method, where you're just setting up even a slide, just a basic slide that says, this is my niche. And I'll show you that example on my screen here, in just a moment, so you guys can see that. But the one thing that I want to point out to you, I know this sounds weird, because in internet marketing, you're all about giving people a call to action. And I've learned this, and I want to pass this on to you, is when you're speaking your article, you never want to tell people, like physically say, visit my website for more information, because that will get your video banned, the video article or the video itself banned from the video sites. It might get your account in trouble. I recently had to deal with this. But it basically, it was just done, casually. I really wasn't intending any harm by them. But basically, what happens is they get paid by advertisers. And so if you're instructing them to click on your link or go to your website, then it potentially limits the chance that their advertisers, that somebody would click on their advertisers, which might make them money if it was Google AdSense as an example. So what I've learned now is don't really physically tell people, you can have your website there. They don't mind having your link there. They don't mind having your link in the sidebar, because it's just going to naturally, people are going to type it in. If they're interested in what you have to offer, they're going to type it in. They're going to visit that. They're going to go check that out. So you never want to instruct people to visit your site. That's really important. So you never want to physically say at the end of your article, for more information, visit firstgolftips.com. For more information, visit paulcounts.com. You don't want to do that, and the only reason you don't want to do that is because you want to make sure your videos get approved, and that that you have a good relationship with the video hosting sites. So this is the only case where you don't want to give them a direct voice call to action. But I've actually had cases where in the video itself I've said visit www.firstgolftips.com for more information, and I haven't had issues with that. Where I've had the issues is when you actually physically say visit my site for more information, because they kind of frown on that, because they feel like you're just trying to get a free advertisement, which you technically are using them for that, and they don't mind that. They just don't want you to physically tell people that. So keep that in mind as you do these video articles. Don't say visit my website. Just read your article and close it out like that. Just read your content, and then where it ends right there. And then let your slide do the selling, because that's going to tell people what your website is. And when you set up your descriptions right, you'll see where the link will come into play. So here's some more effective video marketing strategies. And real quick though, I want to take you guys real fast and show you just real quick let me see, a PowerPoint slide here. So let me pull this up here. Okay. So I'm going to just pull up here a quick file so you guys can actually see an example of what I was talking about with the video article. Okay, so I'm over here, and here is my basic template. I'm going to just open up here in PowerPoint, and let's just go right here. So this is my basic PowerPoint slide. So there it is. I just set up a very basic PowerPoint slide, just using like a green template background that they provided, and it just says, there's my website. Perfect golf swing tips, curing golf slice. So that's what my article was about. That it was a private label rights article, and I just sat there and read about it. So I read about the content. So that's how you can do that. So that's as basic as that. It's a one-page deal. So you just set it up like that. So I wanted to show you that as an example, so you guys see how this works and how this will function for you. So it's as simple as that. And then you just record your voice using the Audacity software, which I'll be demonstrating here in just a moment. So let's just jump back here to the presentation now, and let's finish out this part of it. So again, you want to research keywords and topics for your video. So this is the effective strategy. So when you come up with your video ideas, you first want to either take articles that you already have. So if you have private label rights articles and you want to use them, that's fine. Just go ahead and say, okay, so I've got some articles on binoculars for bird watchers, or I have some articles on chiropractor work. And then what you do is you take the topic of the articles and you go do some keyword research to maximize the ability that you're going to be targeting a keyword phrase that is getting traffic. So again, you have an article. Let's say the article happens to be on curing your golf slice. And so you go out to the AdWords keyword tool, which I'm not going to show you here because I've shown that about every video. But you use the AdWords keyword tool, and you go in there, you type in cure golf slice, for example. So you go in there, you type in cure golf slice. What happens is, you're going to get a list of keyword options that come up there. So words like, curing a golf slice, how to cure a golf slice. And so that might become all of a sudden the title or the topic of your video. And so you want the title of your video to be the keyword phrases. And the reason, again, is just like I said, because the video sites are using the title of the video in the title tag. And if you do that, what's going to happen is the actual video page itself, where your video is, can potentially rank in the search engines. So you want to create a title for your video using the keyword phrases. And then also what that does is that helps when people are running searches inside the video sites themselves, because remember I said they're high traffic, high authority sites. They get tons of eyeballs, tons of visitors, and people use their search functions to find videos they're interested in. So if you use your title correctly, that will also benefit you, so you'll come up in the video search engine themselves. So not only the other search engines, but the video search engine. So use your keywords in your title, but research the keywords. So make sure that you have a plan out there. So if you're going to use private label rights articles, that's great. Just use keywords from there. If you already have articles that you've written where you've already kind of done some keyword research on, boom, you already know these keywords get some traffic, so you're going to use those for that. Then you want to write a short description of your video. So here's an example. It can be 1 or even 2 or 3 sentences. But you always want to start off your description like this, with your domain name, not with the dash there. That's just for the PowerPoint. But you always want to start it off right here with the you want to just start it off right there with the domain name. And you always want to include, this is important, http://. This is one of, and the reason you're doing this, you're probably saying, that looks ugly. Why would you do that? And the reason is because several of the video hosting sites themselves actually will make that link active only if you have the HTTP there. If you just have the www, the link will not be active. So if you make it a clickable live link, then you will get a benefit by having a good backlink to your site, which helps you with search engines rankings, but also it makes it easier on the person watching the video to say, hey, this is interesting. And people online are conditioned to click on blue underline links, and that's what it does on these video sites most of the time. So boom, they click on that link, they're right over to your website. So you want to make sure at the beginning of your description, the reason you do it at the beginning is because typically they will condense the description down to maybe like a few words or something. So you want to make sure that always in front of their eyeballs is the link first. So that's very important. That right there is worth the price of admission, because if you're doing video marketing now, that's going to be huge for you. That's going to give you a lot better click-through rate on your videos. So do that with your videos, and then say, a short description. Find more effective strategies and more for doing this and that on the website. I say this and that because it depends on your niche. So if your keyword phrase, whatever that is, try to use that keyword phrase in the description. If it takes you 2 sentences to do it, then do it in 2 sentences. If it takes 3 sentences, do it there. But they limit you character-wise, so they'll tell you if you've gone over, but try to keep it around. I like to keep it under 200 characters for the best results, which is two or so sentences. So it's very short, nothing major, serious to worry about. You also want to write out the tags you'll be using for your video, and tags are basically keywords. So this is just like if you're tagging a blog post, or you're writing keywords or tags for your articles, or for like Squidoo lenses like we talked about last week, or just some other strategies. You want to write out a list of keywords related to your video. It could be your core keyword and then maybe a couple other keyword phrases. You want to save this information into a Word document or a notepad file for each video, so that when it comes time to submit them, you can just copy and paste right to the video hosting websites. So now at this point, now that you've come up with your keywords, you've decided which niche you're going to go after, what article you're going to do, you're ready to create your videos now for submission. So at this point now in the presentation, I'm going to actually show you guys live. I'm going to take a quick drink of water. I'm going to pause this so you guys can finish writing out those notes, and then I'm going to show you guys live, step by step, how you guys can go ahead and start creating these short, basic online videos. And I'm going to take you through, just step-by-step process for doing that. So we're going to cover at least 2 different strategies for creating a video here. So let me pull up some information here. Okay, so I've got my Audacity up and my information there. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is make the screen live again. Okay, so you guys should be able to see my screen now. Up on my screen here, I have the Audacity software. So this is the free Audacity software. It is live on the screen. And what I'm going to be doing here is taking this article on golf training, because I have a little site on golf, and I know nothing about golf, but I'm using private label rights content. That's the power of this. And to create this great content. So basically all we're going to do is I'm going to sit here and read like the first couple paragraphs so you guys can see exactly how this process works, because the first phase for this particular video is that you want to have some sort of an audio created. So you want to have an audio made for your video first. So you want to have the audio part created, because for this video we're going to just use an audio where I'm reading the article and then a picture of golf. So that's what we're going to do. So what I'm going to do then is go ahead and hit record, and then I'm going to just start reading that content. So here we go. Let me minimize this and bring this down a little bit. So I'm going to all I'm doing is just positioning this so I can use the Audacity software and the golf, read the article at the same time. So the Audacity software, again, is absolutely free. So you'll see it on my screen right here. And when you're ready to record, just start hitting record. So I'm going to just read this first sentence here. Let's see. So I'm going to just find a good little paragraph for me to read. Okay, so I'm going to just read these 3 little paragraphs right here. Just bear with me. I want to show you guys how simple this is. I'm not going to read the whole article just so I'm not going to bore you guys, but I just wanted you guys to see how simple this really is. So I'm just going to hit record. See, one of the roots of golfing mistakes is that tendency to swing hard. A violent swing shows power, but power isn't what wins the game. It's accuracy and control. You want to swing easily and freely at the ball. If you bring your feet together, you will reduce your ability to swing hard. If you brace yourself, you're probably going to use too much effort. Just relax and swing easily. You also want to keep your center of gravity the same. Do this by keeping both of your feet on the ground in approximately the same position as when you start. Keep your head still and your center of gravity won't change. Okay, so now I've just created an audio file. So now that I've created that, I'm going to just choose export as MP3. And then what I'm going to do is just save this to my computer. So notice that's all I did. I've just created my short little MP3. I just read the article. I hope I didn't bore you too much with that article, but I just wanted to show you how simple this really is. So I'm just going to save this. Let's just take this down to the file here that I'm going to be working from. Okay, so we've got the file here, and let's just call this golf sample and hit save. Okay, so it's now saving that MP3 file. So now that that has been saved, we're going to go out to one of the video hosting sites, and we're going to grab a golf image. So I'm going to grab an image from the stock exchange site here, sxc.hu, and let's just take a picture of a golf hole. That one looks good right there. So I'm just going to grab that picture, and I want to view the image license first just to make sure I can use it. You can use this video in digital format, multimedia presentations, broadcast film and video, cell phones, etc. Okay, so I can use it, but you may not use the image for pornographic purposes, to endorse products or services, if it depicts a person, which this one does not depict a person, in a way that can give a bad name to the website. It does not. And I cannot sell the image to you guys or somebody else. I could not do that. So there we go. So I can use this image. Okay, so in order to download the larger version of this image, I do need an account though. So I'm going to just download that. So you will need to set up a free account with sxc.hu. It doesn't cost you anything to set up. So we're just going to set up our account, or I'm just going to log into my account. Setting up your account is very, very easy. Now they give you their images like an enormous format on sxc.hu. So I want to show you guys how to, size those images down just a tad as well. So this is going to take just a moment here. So this image take just a little bit to load. As you see here, this image comes through in enormous format. So it's bigger than you would even need it. So basically once it loads up, you just choose Save Image As, and then I'm going to just navigate over to the folder that I'm going to be working from. So let's just come right over here and pull this in here. So okay, so there's the file we're working from. Let's just call this golf sample image, and let's just save that image right there. Okay, so now the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to resize the actual image itself. So I'm going to go in here and resize this golf image. So let's see here. Let's see, golf image. Okay, so here's the golf sample image. We're going to right click on this and choose open with, I like to use, there's a program on your computer, most computers have it, called Microsoft Office Picture Manager that you could get. You could also use paint.net, or you could use the original Paint. We'll use paint.net for this example. Make sure I can get that to work okay. Paint.net is a free software that functions really, really well. It's a free image editing software. You could also use one called GIMP. It's GIMP, and it will also do that. So we could change the image right here. So we're to just open up on paint.net. So if you want to go to Google and type in paint.net, you can download the software as well. It's absolutely free. So there's paint.net, and then just choose resize. And if you want to resize it by percentage, so you want to go here, by percentage, and let's say we want to make this like 20% because the file is so huge. What you want to try to get the file to be at is like, 640 or so, around 640, between 640 and 800 in width and height, in that range. So that's about what we want it to be. So I'm going to just resize it to fit that. So notice that's a good size right there. That's a great size. So we're just going to go File and then Save As, and then we want to just save this image as a JPEG again, and ask me if I want to replace that image, and I do. So we're just going to go ahead and say OK. So that has been saved now. So we can just close out of paint.net. So here we go. So this is the little golf image right here that we are working from, and now we've got our golf sample audio. So what I would do next is go over and open Windows Movie Maker, which if you're using Vista, you would find it somewhere inside here. It's going to be, you're going to notice it inside here, Windows Movie Maker. I already had it because I'd been using it, but I wanted you to see where to find it. If you're using XP, it's got a very similar platform, so don't let that worry you. And that's found under accessories, and it functions very similar. It looks slightly different in Vista than it does in XP, but you could download the most recent version, I believe, from their site. And then iMovie will function in a similar fashion. You're going to do some of the very same basic processes here. So first thing you want to do is we want to import the media. So I'm going to just go grab the file that I'm going to be working from. So let's just jump right over here. Okay, so we're just going to go grab that image and we're going to import the audio. So I'm just importing the image and the audio. Okay, and then what you're going to do then is you want to drag down the image to the video tab, and then you can just extend it out, and then you want to take the audio and just drag it down here. So that's all I did, is I just drug that down here. So there's the audio of me talking about whatever it is, I'm talking about, where I read my article. And the next thing you want to do is you're going to see an option that says titles and credits, and you want to select title on the selected clip, and then you want to enter the text, which in this case the text you're going to be entering for this kind of article or video, excuse me, is just the URL for your website. So you want to change the, you can change the text font if you want to right here. So this is taking a little bit longer than 5 minutes because I'm showing you how to do it, but you guys should be able to see the idea of how fast this can really go, once you get the hang of it. So we could change the color of the font if we wanted it to be black, but we'll go with white because that'll work pretty well here for this example. But if you want to make it a little bit smaller, there you can do that, and click on Add Title, and then you can just drag that out there so it ends, right there. And so then if you want to actually play that to see how it's going to function, you'll hear me talking. So notice that there's my little video right there already created in such a short amount of time. So, and that's kind of a slightly professional looking video. I'm sure some of you would agree. I mean, it's obviously not, boom boom, like the a multi-million-dollar video that you would create, but it is very, very basic. And so that's how you create this video. So now once you've created that video, you just choose, go ahead and choose Publish Movie. And you want to just publish it to your computer, and then select Next, and you would just browse a folder. I'm going to just use the same folder that I'm working from here. So bear with me real quick. So let's just grab that file that we're in, and let's just pull that down. Okay, and then the file name, we're going to just call this Golf Movie Sample, and then just choose Next. And in your case, you would try to title it like your core keyword phrases that you're using. You want to make sure you save it best quality for playback on your computer. That's the best bet. And let's see here, and then you're going to go ahead and hit Publish, and it's going to take just a moment for your video to be made. And depending on how big your video is will depend on how long it's going to take for your video to actually be created. So notice here that the video is being published, and it's publishing at the moment. So in just a few moments we created a halfway decent looking, professional video just in that short amount of time. So that's how you do that part. Okay, so then once this is done publishing, we're going to take a look at the video, and just so you guys can see how it looks, so you guys can be proof that we did create a video that fast. And that's just using an image, and basically just using an image and then the audio. So we're just going to hit Play Movie, and it will take just a moment to load up. Okay, so there you guys go. You can hear my voice. And now we've created a very, very short video that's going to be effective because it gives good content and it subtly sells your website. Notice there's your website, and it's got a nice little background picture. So I'm pretty proud of that short little video. It didn't take long for us to create. So now that video has been made. And so now the next thing you could do is, let's say that you wanted to use, let's say we wanted to use a couple of different images. So So you wanted to pull in, and let's just import some images. I've got some other images here that I could use. So let's just go up here to pictures, and then some sample images. So we'll just import a bunch of pictures here. And these, aren't necessarily, I know, not related to golf. But if you wanted to do like a slideshow, you could just drag down these different images. And notice how I just overlapped them. You notice that? How I just clicked on that and it just like overlapped, right there. So there's a picture of the golf right there. So I could just stick that and then drag it so it kind of overlaps. And that's going to cause kind of a fade effect for the video. And let's say that I like this golf ball picture a lot, so I want to make it, show up a little, be more prominent in my video. So what I'm going to do then is just, make that golf ball picture maybe extend a little longer, have a picture of these excited people here. And then at the end we're going to have some ice cream. So that's just pulling just some pictures together. So now when you play the video, okay, so now watch as it rotates. You notice how now it's doing a nice little fade effect. So okay, so you guys get the idea at that point. That's how you create a fade effect. So if you were to do a slideshow where you're taking multiple pictures with your audio being you reading your article in the background, that's how that would be created. And then when you're done with that, you just go File, Save As. And if you want to get really fancy, you could add in, just some different effects. Like you could add in, things like, the ease out effect. You could add in just some different functions as well. So fade out to white or something if you wanted to. Let's try some of these out here and just see how they do. So there's the audio playing. And so basically you can play around with some of the effects that they have too, and you could add in some different effects, to your different pictures, your images, and your video as well. So you could do some cool little effects that way. Now, if you wanted to actually use one of the royalty-free audios that you're working from, let's just go back here. Okay, so if you want to use, like, let's say we decide that we want to just set this to music instead. I'm just going to delete that audio sample, and we're just going to go to Import Media, and you're just going to browse your computer to wherever you save the royalty-free audios that I gave you or the audios that you're going to be working from. So I'm going to just pull up those files here. I've got them saved on my computer. Let's just grab royalty-free. Let's see, music royalty-free, and let's just drag in some audio. So here's a loopable audio file, and let's just drag that down. And then if you wanted to, add it in again, you could always copy it and then paste it down here again. So then you have it playing twice, or you could just minimize some of the pictures. So now listen to this. So you notice now we've got some audio music as this rotates, so it kind of adds some pizzazz to the video a little bit. So you can obviously choose which song you want to use. And then how these loopable track works is, you just put it out there however many slides you have, and it just plays. So if, for example, you can mix and match this too. So you could have like your PowerPoint playing with your text, and you could have some music playing with your voice talking over the music. So you could kind of really mix and match things and have a pile of fun with it if you wanted to. So there's just a lot of different things that could be done. So just a lot of different options here that could be done to make this function for you. So keep that in mind. So there's just a lot of different options here, and you get the idea. It's just simple as dragging and clicking around until you get this to work for you, until you get it to look correctly. But it won't take you very long to do. And so that's how you make some very, very basic, very simple videos in just a very short amount of time. And I already showed you the article example as well. So that's just using the Windows Movie Maker software. And so I hope you guys can see how simple it is to actually make some of these very, very basic videos. So so again, this is the template one. All you need to do is just have a basic PowerPoint slide that you can use the free version of PowerPoint. You could even do it on a Word document and then just capture that portion of the screen if you want. Just put in your website, put in the title of your article, and read your article, and boom, you've created that first little basic slide. So now let's just jump back here to the presentation, and we'll get this thing closed out so we can get some questions answered, because I know we're kind of running a little bit late here. So the next thing is, obviously, once you've created your video, it's time to actually submit it to some video hosting sites. So here's a list of sites to submit to. Just basically, this list will be provided, and I will actually add a few more to this list for you guys in the back end. But here's a few sites for you to check out and consider using. YouTube.com, that's the biggest one that you've all heard about. Rever.com, RealPeopleRealStuff.com, I've talked about them before. Basically, with RealPeopleRealStuff.com, all you're doing, they are a video classified site. You submit videos just like the other ones. Selltube.com is a new one I've come across. It is a classified video site that's focused on commercial videos. They want you to promote your website or service or what you have to offer, because the more content they have, the more money they make. All these sites are video sites that you can submit to. So I apologize, some of these sites have some racy ads on them, so I will be upfront and honest on that one. I can't control that, so if you do happen to go to one of these sites and they do have an ad, don't get upset with me. I don't control what some of their ads are. But a lot of these sites are clean. They're good to submit to. They're all clean and good to submit to. What's great about them though is once you submit your video, it helps your video come up in the search engines. And then also you want to check your download page for some more sites that I'm providing for you, along with a lot of other content. Automatic mass video distribution. There are some services out there that do mass distribution. I am not being shy that that's an affiliate link for Traffic Geyser, so you guys are welcome to check that out. I could have been more subtle, but I'm not. I'm just going to be upfront and honest. It is a great program, not just because I have my affiliate link there, but it's something that I swear by and use with all my marketing, with clients, just different things. It is a tool. It's kind of it is slightly expensive when you're first starting out, so be upfront and honest there too. It'll be one of those tools that will justify itself pretty quickly once you start using it, and once you start getting the hang of creating a lot of videos. And once you start getting to where you're creating 20 videos a month to submit, it's going to be very, very worth it for you to use Traffic Geyser, because what happens is when you're manually uploading these videos to all these video sites one by one, it takes a lot of time. It takes quite a bit of time because you have to do it each time. Well, what Traffic Geyser does is it actually takes the video and it will submit it to about 20 video hosting sites. Plus, on top of that, it will take the audio out of your video and turn it into a podcast for you, an MP3 podcast audio file, and submit it to several podcast directories. And then on top of that, it will do a social bookmarking of the actual of your actual website as well. So it will bookmark your website, submit a podcast promoting your site, and submit your video all at the same time. And so it does all these things. And another thing I like about their service is when you create a video, the video hosting sites, they don't have issues if, like, you can submit the same video, but it has to be submitted in a different format. So like there's different video formats. There's WMV, there's .mov, and there's .avi. And some of the best ones to work with are .mov, .wmv, and .avi, which WMV typically is what will happen when you're using Windows Movie Maker. So basically though, it would take your WMV file, and if you decided you want to do a timed submission, you could choose a whole another set of keyword phrases to submit towards and target. And it's kind of more of a higher level strategy, but so basically the same video gets you double or triple the results, because they would automatically, their system will convert the video to a different format and then do what's called a timed submission, so that it looks more natural to the search engines when it automatically gets submitted. And so it's it is a really cool tool. It is the best paid video submission service out there. I know the creator of it, one of the creators of it, brilliant, awesome marketer, great person. And it's really low cost when you consider all it does for you. But it automates video submissions, podcast submissions, and social bookmarking, and it gives you huge flexibility. So you do want to check them out. You can also just go to trafficgeyser.com. I apologize for being so blunt with my affiliate link. But tubemogul.com, that is another option for you. It is a free service. It submits to about 8 sites or so, about 8 sites consistently, 8 or so. It might fluctuate, but it will automatically submit your site to several video hosting sites at once as well. but it is it's actually a free service, so it doesn't cost you anything. So it's actually what you could do as an option is, sign up with TubeMogul. Go check out TubeMogul because, like I said, I like to give you free options. And I know Traffic Geyser could be slightly expensive when you're first starting out. So one thing you could do is try TubeMogul out, use their mass distribution option. I would recommend you choose at least one of these options though, because what it's going to do is, instead of you having to sit there and manually upload these videos, you just upload it to like TubeMogul one time and it submits you to 8 sites, or Traffic Geyser it submits you to like 30 places at once. So that's the only reason I recommend those tools, is they're time savers. And I don't want you to think I'm just here to pitch you on something so I make affiliate commission. But basically, it's just, these are tools that save you time, and time is money, and that's why you could consider, there were some automatic article distribution things I told you about as well when we were on that lesson. So there are tools that help you automate this process, which means you can spend more time creating more videos and getting more videos out there, which means more money, more traffic, more exposure, which is why we're all here. So these are some great tools to utilize, some great tools of the trade. TubeMogul.com, that is a free option. You're limited on sites to submit to, but it's still very valuable considering it doesn't cost you anything. So that's TubeMogul.com. So there's TubeMogul.com. And I'm going to show you real quickly here how to go about using that, and then we'll close out the presentation. So we're going to talk about how to use TubeMogul.com. So I'm going to just click on that and open it up here, and just log into a test account that I have here, because I do all my video submissions through Traffic Geyser, but TubeMogul, and if anybody wants to go with Traffic Geyser, just let me know, and I'll be happy to step you through some of the processes on how to use that effectively. So here is a basic TubeMogul backend. All you're going to do is choose Upload a Video, and you're just going to go and find the file on your computer. It's very basic, so we're just going to grab Golf Movie Sample and just choose Upload. And then while it's uploading, you're going to say, tell us about your video. So what did I talk about? I talked about golf swing. So let's say golf swing tip ideas. And then I'm going to do the description like I talked about. So notice here, boom, 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 HTTP, firstgolftips.com. So find a great variety of golf swing tips ideas in this short and informative video. So notice I have my keyword, golf swing tips. That kind of sounds funny. So let's say golf swing tips video. Okay. And then the tags would be like golf swing tips, golf swing. Okay. So there you have it. And then you're just going to select your category, which in this case is going to be sports, and then choose upload. So hit the green upload button. And then what you're going to see here within their website is basically it's going to give you a list of websites here that you could actually be submitting to. And there's going to be a total list. It looks like there's 8 sites, there are 7 sites that they're going to submit to for free, or 8 sites total. There we go. That you can submit to. The first one is, and these other ones that are locked, they have a paid option, and I have not seen their price yet. They don't advertise their price. They make you actually do a contact. I filled out the form once and I started getting phone calls from them, but I got too tied up to where I forgot to call them back. But I'm going to guess, now I hate saying it, but it's going to be slightly expensive to upgrade to some of these options if they're actually physically calling you to upgrade. But they may not be too. So, but they have an upgrade which gives you more video submissions, but it does cost quite a bit more. But basically, here's the gist of it. You have YouTube, Yahoo, MySpace Video, Meta Cafe, Daily Motion, Blip TV, VEOH. And all you're going to do is simply click on these links. So let's open that one up. Oops. Okay. So you would just click on the more options section. And if you don't have an account with them yet, what you would do is just choose register now. And it's going to open up where you can sign up for your VEOH account. So I would just plug in my information, username, email, password, and set up my account. And then once that account is set up, you're going to see right here, right next to VEOH, it says username. So you put in your username, which typically is either your email or the username that you came up with, and then you type in your password. And then what that's going to do then is that's going to automatically, when you because when you first get back here, you're going to need to put in your login details for all these accounts. You're going to need to have an account with Meta Cafe, MySpace Video, Yahoo Video, and YouTube, and Dailymotion, and Blip.tv if you want to use them all. Which I recommend you use them all. You know, it's just like OnlyWire, how I recommended you use that strategy. So once you set up these, these accounts, you just put in your username, which typically is either your email or your password. So you put in your email or your password, and you come back, and then you just choose launch. So I'm just going to be using those 4 ones right there. So I'm just going to hit launch, and what it's doing right now is it's now actually submitting my video to YouTube, Yahoo, MySpace, and Meta Cafe. So in just a short amount of time here, while I've been talking, I've uploaded a video now to 4 high traffic video sites. It's got a good keyword rich title, and this video is queued and being submitted on these 4 sites. And now if I had set up accounts on the other ones, it would have gone out to the other ones. So TubeMogul is a great free tool for you to utilize. And I'm going to show you one last video here, how to actually upload your video to, well, let's just go to youtube.com and show you how to manually upload your video to YouTube. So how could YouTube have an error right now? youtube.com, and if they won't work, we'll go to something else. Okay, so here is youtube.com. Let's just sign into our account. And let me just log in. You could use either YouTube or your Google account for YouTube. And let's just log in really quick though. Let's see. There's an account I'm going to use. Just choose sign in. And then what you're going to do is just choose upload a video file. And what it's going to do, it's going to say press upload to upload your video. And what I'm doing is just finding the video on my computer. So golf swing sample. So here's the title of the movie. Let's just choose a little different title here. Improve your golf swing. Improve your golf swing video, and then the description I just put in just like I told you guys about. Learn some basic tips to improve your golf swing with this simple video. And then the tags would be, golf swing, and then choose the category. It's going to be sports. And then the privacy setting on YouTube, you want to keep it as share your video. And then you want to wait till this is all done uploading, which will take just a moment. And once you get that green button, that means it's ready to go. And the larger your video is, the longer it's going to take, so be patient. But then you're just going to choose upload video. Oops, I do not want to do that. Sorry about that. I'm going to choose down here save changes. My bad. Okay, so the video has been uploaded, so now I can go over to my videos, and this is on my little test account here, but you can see the video is not yet processed. It will take just a moment for it to process, and there it is. So the video is now just slowly uploading there, and it will. So this is the whole page where my video is going to be. So in about 30 minutes, usually they're done processing the video, and so now this video will be live on YouTube. And it's the same process on the other video sites. If you were to go to Revver.com, it's the exact same process where you just go through and you select upload, and that's why it's so important to have the files saved. So if you don't want to use some of these automatic tools, you can just be copying and pasting the information as you go. So so basically you would just, I'm just going to log in here to the Revver account, and just choose upload right there, and then that would take you through the very basic process for uploading the video. So I'm just going to choose upload, and most of the video sites are all the same. So step 1 is video file upload. So I just browse the computer, and then I put in the title, so golf swing tips, and then I just plug in the very basic information, and then I would just choose save metadata, and then let the video go from there. So I just chose upload, and it will start the upload process. So let's just plug that in. Improve your golf game And now if I had done what I instructed, which was put into a notepad file, I would just be copying and pasting this over. Okay, and then let's just put in the keyword tags. And you can do this as many times as you want, creating these different videos. Now they give you an option for your actual website as well, which is kind of handy. And then for credits, I just put in the name of the site again. And then general, and then you don't need to upload it to a playlist. And just choose save metadata. And then it will go through the entire process when it's done with the upload part. So now that's how you upload on these video sites. So now I want to show you guys one quick other video, and then there's a plan of action I want to leave you with, and then we'll open up the line for more questions here. So I'm going to type in a keyword phrase, Doberman Pinscher dog breed, and you're going to see this video come up right here, Doberman Pinscher dog breed. It's a very competitive keyword phrase, and you're going to see two little videos come up here. These are actually on, this is a business that, the pet business, I'm a small owner in now. But this video has now received over 59,674 views just on YouTube. And just notice how basic it is. Like, all this video is just me talking. I'm reading an article, a private label rights article nonetheless, about and this is just proof that this works. It's just a very basic private label rights article talking about Doberman Pinscher dog breeds. I've got a very basic, rotating images with Doberman Pinscher pictures. I've got my URL down there. This video is even more basic than the other one I just made, and it's a minute long, but it's been a tremendous traffic generator. Because just on YouTube it's had that many views. On these other sites it's had quite a few views as well. Just a lot of traffic, a lot of eyeballs are looking at it. So that's just, so you guys can see kind of in action that this stuff works. I've done this with a lot of different videos, and just very, very basic process. So there's an example of some of these nasty video sites, but basically this video has been viewed quite a few times as well on this site. But there is, on YouTube, that's where it's gotten most of its clicks. So unfortunately, we can't control the ads that show up on some of these video sites. YouTube tends to be pretty clean. Most of the other ones tend to be pretty clean, but sometimes they have some other inappropriate ads on some of these sites. So keep that in mind as you're doing it. So that's an example of a video that's actually working. Let's just jump back to the presentation here and close this out here. So let's just go back over here. And here's a short little plan of action. So this week, or in the coming week, or whenever you want to get some massive influx of traffic, use some keyword research and identify 20 keywords that you could create a video around. So similar to the article marketing strategy, and if you already did that, you could just apply those articles to this video concept, and then you're just duplicating your effort. Because you're just making your effort that much better because you're doing it for the articles and the video, so you don't have to do it over and over again. So basically, create 20 short videos using the strategies discussed in this presentation, and then submit those videos. And you want to create unique titles, descriptions, and keyword tags for each video and save it in a notepad file, so you can just copy and paste on those. And then start uploading the videos to the hosting sites, and consider using Traffic Geyser to really kick it in gear, because with Traffic Geyser you could come up with additional, so like those 20 videos could all of a sudden become 40 videos, because you can submit them 2 times. You can actually submit them up to 4 times, so those 20 videos could become 80 videos, and they're submitted 4 times, so they become 80 videos all of a sudden, each with different descriptions and keywords converted to different formats so that they are accepted and okay on the video sites. So you could consider using Traffic Geyser, but you don't have to. I'm just putting that out there. But you could use TubeMogul though, So you create 20 videos and you submit it on the 8 sites that TubeMogul lets you submit to automatically. And right there's 120 sites that now have your video. Not to mention everybody that's going to embed them. Not to mention they're always going to be there with the keywords. And then the other thing is that if you submit it to a few other sites, like let's say you choose Real People, Real Stuff, SellTube, and some of these other sites, and you start submitting your stuff to them too, what's going to happen is it's just going to keep growing, just like with article marketing. It's all about getting more done. So I encourage you guys to take action on that, and then just repeat this process for a new niche market you're in, for additional sets of keywords, because every
This is session 7 of the online traffic generation and SEO training. In this session, you're going to learn about online software marketing.
So you can quickly create or take existing software that has rights and you can distribute it online for viral traffic and incoming backlinks. And if you will recall the search engine optimization training I went through, backlinks are really, really important to your overall success with getting your website ranked in the search engines for various keyword phrases. Search engines look at backlinks as votes for a website, and so this is one more process, just like press release marketing, just like article marketing, just like some of the Web 2.0 properties we've covered, and all the other content, even video marketing provides backlinks to your site. All these things also work synergistically to build backlinks to your website. And so on top of being able to give you traffic from the sites alone, they work to get you backlinks. So what we're talking about here is how you can get traffic from software directories. So basically you create a special software file called a pad file, and I'm going to go into that in detail here, for submission to the software directories. And what happens is the software directories, just like article directories, just like press release sites, just like video sites, they do a great job of using their title tags, which if you will recall from the search engine optimization training, title tags are what you see in the top left-hand corner of your browser. So the keywords you see up there for any website is the title tags. You want to have keywords up there. And so if you do the strategy correctly, you can actually name your software after the keyword phrases that you're trying to rank for, and these software directories will typically index your software and let you, basically have your software there. And while your software is submitted, they will also add a backlink to your site most of the time. Many of them will link back to your site because you're the creator of the software. So it's a really powerful tool for actually going about and getting backlinks and getting overall traffic. So the main point is, after you've created the software, you just work on submitting the software to as many software directories as you can. And you're going to be pleasantly surprised to see that submitting a software after you've gone through these steps is really, really easy, because it's usually just one little URL file that you have to go through. The software directories publish your software and then link into your website. So the software directories publish your software and link into your website, just like I said. And then the software is also, if you set it up like I'm going to share with you, if they open this little piece of software, which in this case we're just going to be using an article, the software itself actually contains links to your website. So not only can they get links from the directory itself, but if they were to download what you had to offer and open it up, they would actually see backlinks going to your site. So the software is branded with your links and information on them. So if a bunch of people download it in your niche, they're going to open it up and see your links as well. So it's another way to get some good viral traffic going to your site. So the main tool we're going to use, there's several ways to create software, and I'm going to cover a few of those. I'm just very, very slightly on those topics, because the core way to do this, and the easiest, simplest way, and that's really the key here, is get you guys doing something so you're taking action, so you're seeing results as fast as possible. And that's really what we're all here for. And so I'm going to show you how to turn an article into software. I know it sounds crazy, but we're actually going to take a little piece of an article, turn it into a software file using all free programs. So you can take an article and convert it into a software format that will work. Software formats typically come in executable formats, as they're called, .exe. I'm not really a software programmer or developer or anything. I just know that exe files, tend to be software files. So the first thing you want to do is go over to this site. It's a really, really weird domain name. I'm not going to lie about that. It's absolute free software called Website Zip Packer 1.3. Absolutely free. You go to the URL spadixbd.com/WSZ. It couldn't be a worse URL. I don't know why they created it that, but that's their link. So that's what you're going to go to, is spadixbd.com/WSZ. And I'm going to open that up here real quick for you. And you're going to see this open on my screen here. So this is what the website will look like. And it's going to take you through, this kind of what the software is. And you scroll to the bottom, and you're just going to right click and choose download. So you're just going to right click and download the software. And just like any other, basically any other kind of program, you are going to, you're going to go ahead and open it up, open up the file, choose run, and then go through the on-screen instructions to install it. So you're going to go through all the on-screen instructions and install that software. And so we're going to jump back here to the presentation. So once you actually have installed that software, so just go through the steps to install the software. The next thing you want to do is download, and that's a bad typo, I apologize, is to download a free HTML editor called Composer. Composer is a free HTML editor. Now if you have Dreamweaver or if you have Microsoft Expressions Web Design or maybe you have Microsoft Front Page, then you're okay. Then you don't need to worry about downloading Composer. I'm just giving you guys free tools, so there's no excuse for why you can't do this. All these tools are free. Everything I try to do for you guys, if I can't, if I use a paid option, I want to try to give you a free option because I want this to be as painless and as basically to where the only thing that might be holding you back is a lack of time. And so really if you can put more effort and energy into traffic generation, you're going to get more out of it. So go ahead and download a free HTML editor called Composer, and you can get it at composer.net/download.php, and I'm going to head over there right now as well for you guys, just so you guys can see where that is located. So we're over here on Composer, and if you do composer.net/download.php, and if it's helpful, I will provide these links below. What I'm going to do is actually turn these presentations into PDF files, and as soon as I can, I will get them uploaded on the download page also, so you can simply download them and access these links, so you don't have to worry about writing them. But if you want to write down that link, you're more than welcome to. It's just composer.net/download.php. You're going to look for the Windows or Mac version depending on what computer you happen to be using. So you can go ahead and download that file. But what you're going to do with Composer, you just need to click right on it. You don't want to right click and download it. You just want to click on it, and it's going to take you over to a site called SourceForge. SourceForge is basically a website. It's a software site in itself. It actually is its own little software directory. But Composer is a free open source application for creating HTML files, so it doesn't cost you anything. But once you click on that link, it's going to open a little window, and you just simply choose Save File, and it saves it to your computer in a zipped up format. So it's going to save it in a zip folder, and when that zip folder gets saved all the way, you're going to right click and choose Extract All. And so that's again right click, choose Extract All. You don't even need software to extract this kind of stuff. So right click and choose Extract All. The next thing you're going to do is open up the file where it's extracted, and you're going to notice this little icon that says, it looks like it says Composer on it, and you're just going to choose Run, and it's going to open up the little software application for you. So just remember what folder you saved it in, and then open up that little folder. So there we have Composer open. I'm going to jump back here to the presentation. So install Composer, open up the folder and click on the link, and it will just open up. And then make sure you have both software programs open. Now, if you do not have, if you do have Expressions Web Design, if you have Microsoft Front Page, Dreamweaver, or another HTML editor, like NVU is another good one. So you don't need to rush out and grab Composer. I'm just going to show this to you in Composer. So for those that do not have a HTML editor, you can easily use one of these. So open both software programs is the next step. So that's what you do. So at that phase, you should have both software files, both of those software applications open and ready to use. So the next thing is you want to open an article on your computer. So let's go back here, and let's go ahead and open an article on the computer. So I'm going to jump over here to my desktop, and I'm going to go ahead and open an article on my computer. And next I'm going to open up the file, so give me just a second and then I will show you my screen here. Okay, so here I've got my article file open. So this is my little article that I'm going to use. I've got my Composer document open, and I've got my website zip packer open as well. So I'm going to jump right over here to the presentation again, and next thing you want to do is the article can be either an article you have written or it could be PLR, which stands for private label rights content. And in this situation, there's actually no need for you to rewrite the actual article. So you can actually, if you have the rights to use these articles in any way you want, then you have the rights to do what you want with these articles, to create mini software applications. So this is a really cool system. So you want to open the HTML editor, the composer, and copy and paste the article into the file. So I'm going to show you that step next. So what I'm doing here is I'm actually taking the article. So I'm going to grab it here. But first what I want to do is I've got the article open here in a Word document, and I want to open a notepad file. So you can access a notepad file by, if you're using Windows, right there in the start menu, look for notepad. You probably know where it is. If you're using a Mac, it's going to be somewhere in your main files. A notepad, textpad file is all you're looking for. And you want to take the article. Most articles, if they're private label rights, or articles you've written them in a Word document or something of that nature. So you want to take all that, highlight it all, right click, and copy the article, and copy it over to the actual TextPad file. And there's a reason I do that, and that's because I want it to display correctly. So in this TextPad file, I want to choose word wrapping, make sure word wrapping is off, and so that will make everything extend all the way over here, so you'd have to scroll all the way. And the reason is we're not here to read the articles. This is just to help with formatting the article, because you want to make sure that there's a space between lines, so that it flows correctly, so that it looks okay. So we're going to put actually space between each one of these bullets. So all I'm doing is doing an enter key. So every line is a paragraph. So if you can envision that, that's what you're seeing on your screen here. Every single line is an individual paragraph. Okay. And I forgot to copy that over. Okay, so why we're doing this is because if you copy and paste from a Word document, it can do some real funny things in HTML files. So now that I've got it all highlighted, I'm just going to copy, or I could choose Edit, Select All, and then Edit, Copy. So I'm going to come over here and move it over now. So I've got the NVU file right here. I'm going to right click and paste it in there. So there you go. So now this little HTML file is coming together. So it's been copied and pasted. Now, one thing you want to do here is we want to format this text. So just hit Control A, or you could choose Edit and then choose Select All again to highlight everything. And what you're going to do is, if you want to change the font on NVU, you just come over there to where it says, it'll say mixed, or it says font sometimes. If you're using any of the other editors, they will say font up there as well. So we're over here on NVU. I'm going to choose the font that I want to use. I like Arial font. I think it looks clean and it's easy to read. So we're just going to use Arial in this case. And the next thing that you want to do is, I'm going to jump back to the slide here and show you what the next step is. So the next thing you want to do is you want to add a link to your site at the top of the article and a good call to action. So you want to add your link with a really good call to action. So that's the next process. And then you also want to add a link and a call to action at the end of the article. And the reason is that you want people to open up the software application, and you want them to be able to actually open up the software application and actually get a live link, to go into your website, because that's the whole point. If they open the software, you want them to end up on your website. So I'm going to show you how to do that, just so there's no questions. So what I'm going to do here is open up the NVU software again, and I'm just going to hit the enter key a couple times, and I'm going to choose a catchy headline. So discover, because this is for a golf website that I have, discover how to improve. And I know nothing about golf, I'm just being an affiliate for this example. So discover how to improve your golf game and perfect your golf swing today. Visit www.firstgolftips.com. So what I'm going to do here is highlight all that text, and I just hit this B to make it bold, and it's the same function in the other web editors. It's going to be B for bold or something of that nature. And in in Composer, it's really convenient. You could just double click and enlarge the font. And in the other ones, typically they're going to look like Microsoft Word, where there's a drop-down menu and you can adjust the font. So I'm going to make this font good size so it stands out. There we go. And I'm going to actually take this font and align center. So just like I was in Microsoft Word again, I'm aligning it center. And the next thing I'm going to do is highlight all that text. I want the whole thing to be clickable. I'm going to highlight it all, and you're going to look for something that says either link or it's going to say insert, and it'll say like hyperlink. So in this case, I'm just going to choose link. Composer calls it link, some will call it hyperlink. So the hyperlink part, you just type in where it asks you to type in where the link's going to go to. And then I select OK. So now that is linked up there. And I'm going to take the exact same thing I did at the headline and put it at the footer of the article, because you want them to be able to have the call to action if they read all the way through. So you don't want them to have to scroll up or down to see your call to action, because the whole point is to get them on your site as fast as possible. So there it is at the top and the bottom. Now, since this article is being turned into an actual piece of software, you don't need to worry about search engine indexing and all that stuff. So that's why you can just grab the PLR content and use it as its own. You're not really submitting this to article directories, you're submitting it to software directories as an executable software file. So keep that in mind. So we're going to jump back here to the presentation. And I just realized I did that without showing you guys my screen, so I do apologize. What I was doing during that time was actually taking this font here, and basically I was taking the font and going through and putting in, discover how to improve your golf game. I put in my call to action. I highlighted it all, and I made the font bigger by choosing that. I made it bold right here. And then I went in and I linked it up by choosing the link key and putting in my URL. And then I copied and pasted this at the bottom. And the good news for you is that this was all captured on the recording. So I do apologize, that small little part was not probably seen by you guys. So I do apologize for that. But I'm going to jump back here to the presentation and let you guys, we'll continue on here. So at this phase now, you've got your article into your HTML editor. You've changed the font of it. And the next thing we need to do is save the HTML file and then open the new website zip packer software. So we're just going to open up that file. Okay, so I'm over here in the NVU file. I'm going to choose File, Save As. And it's going to ask you to enter a title if you're using, if you're using Composer. The other ones might ask you for something else, but I'm going to call it, let's just call it Golf Swing Tips Article. And just choose OK. And now it's going to ask you for what to call the HTML file. So I'm going to save this in an actual folder called Golf Software. So I'm going to look for that folder on here. And when you name your file name of any HTML file, when you're naming it, you want to avoid having spaces in there, and you want to include, in this case you don't need to include dashes, you want to just run everything together. So we're just going to call this Perfect Golf Swing Tips. Perfect Golf Swing Tips is what we're going to call it. So we're just going to save that. So I've saved that file, and I'm going to show you where it is actually saved. So here it is actually saved. Okay, so that was the test I was running again, but this is the file that I just saved. So there's the little HTML file, and if I were to double click on that, notice that's what would display. So this is what would display, and if you were to click on that, it would take you right over to the little niche review site that I have in the golf niche. So there it is. So we can come right back over here to the NVU file, and I'm going to show you again where it's located. So there's the HTML file. And the next phase of this process is to go ahead and choose the actual, there we go, the actual website zip packer software program. So that's what we're going to choose here. So what you want to do here is choose Wizard when you're using this software. So We're going to just use Wizard. So you want to click on Wizard icon and then choose Next. And where it says Homepage, all you're looking for is the HTML file that you just saved. And you can just navigate around your computer till you find it, just as if you were attaching an email. So there it is. I'm just going to double click on that and I'm going to choose Next. And with the WSZ file that you have here, WSZ software, where you're actually turning the HTML file, so the article turned HTML file turned into an actual executable file, is going to now become your software. So you're going to just choose exe format and you're going to select output file. So you're going to go ahead and, as for output file, you want to call the name of the software, whatever keyword phrase it is that you're going after. So in this case it's Perfect Golf Swing Tips, and we're going to just call it Perfect Golf Swing Tips because that's what the software is going to become. It's going to become perfectgolfswingtips.exe. So whatever you type in there, you have to have an output folder. So you have to choose output file, type in your core keyword phrase right there, and then you're going to select Next. And the next thing you're going to do is just leave all this as the default. I don't mind if they can copy and paste the article, and because it's got your link in there, so that's okay. So just choose Next. Expiration, set that to never in this situation. You don't want to password protect it because you want them to be able to see the article and click on the link, and then just choose Next. Okay, so ready to go. So now we're just going to choose Next and just keep going through, and then it says start the building process now. So I just chose finish and the software is done, so I just choose finish here, and you're going to see an example right there. So the next thing that I'm going to do is go right over to the actual folder where my article was saved, and what you're going to see here is that the article itself is now turned into a little software application. So if you open that, notice that little exe file, it has now been turned into an actual executable software format. So there you have it. You can click on the link and go right over to the particular golf site that I'm promoting. So there it is. So there's that. The next thing that you are going to do is, now that that's been turned into an exe format, you're ready to go through the steps in this process. So you're going to see here that, let's see here, that this is an executable file. So there it is. So it is an executable file. If you want to make sure it is, just choose right click and choose properties, and it's going to show you as.exe. So there it is. So now we're ready to move on to the next phase of the process. So I'm going to jump back here to the presentation. And so there we go. Let's just go right back here. Okay, so excuse me. So here's some other software ideas for you. So some other software ideas for you on top of what I just showed you with articles, and then I'm going to show you how to go about submitting them. But some other software ideas besides using the article method is to use private label rights software. So you can buy it for a fairly low cost online. You can just do Google searches for it. And you can also find free private label rights software online that you can rebrand. One of them is called IamBuzz software. They give you about 15 applications that you can rebrand. These softwares are pretty much specific to internet marketing niches, but you can still do some damage with them, as far as using them to get a lot of backlink, a lot of exposure, and they're high quality software. And so there's my link for it, seocounts.com/IamBuzzPLR, and they're going to take you to what looks like a sales page, and you can actually go through that process, and it's free to sign up, so it doesn't cost you anything on their IamBuzz software website. So there's what it looks like. So they've got a nice little video on here, and let's just cancel that. And I'm going to show you inside my little IamBuzz software membership here, so you guys can see. This is the free membership that I have with them. all this software is actually rebrandable, and they give you instructions on their website as to how to rebrand it. And I know they give you instructions because I actually created the training for this. So I actually created some of their training materials, so you will probably hear my voice at parts of their training center where I show you how to rebrand the software. So IamBuzz software, that is available there for you guys to check out. So there is IamBuzz software. So that's one of many things you can do to create your own software. Search for PLR. You can do PLR software, private label rights software, free PLR software, free private label rights software. Try rebrandable software. Whatever it is, these are all software applications that you can take and you can rebrand using the instructions they give you, and you've also created your own unique software. You can rebrand it with your own links and all of that. And I'm not going to go into detail on how to use that because, in fact, on their website, it's free to sign up. And so I just want to encourage you to check out their site. It's free to sign up. You get those 12 or 15 software applications. I think it's 12 you get free right now. And the training's back there to show you how to use them. But if you do have questions on that, let me know. But after you've created the software, that's really where it's important anyways. But the main kind of software applications that we want to be creating here is the executable format style of software applications. So you can have the software created for you, or you can outsource this part for low cost. So you could actually think of software applications for your niche and go to getafreelancer.com, go to elance.com, or go to guru.com and tell them what kind of software you're looking for, what you want it to do, and that kind of stuff. And then just think of software applications that would help people in your niche market. So every niche market, whether it's weight loss to golfing to could have a specific software application. So you could have like a golf handicap score. You could have a golf calculator, where they can calculate what their handicap is, as a little software. You could have that created. You could maybe have a tool for a calorie counter tool for people. Maybe you're in the fitness or weight loss niche. Maybe you're in the bird watching niche. Maybe you could have some sort of software that they could track what kind of bird they saw that day or whatever it is. You can think of a tool that might work in that niche, and then you could go out, pay somebody a minimal cost, to outsource and create that software for you. But you don't need to do that. That can be kind of complicated. But to get you started, do as many of these articles that I just showed you, because that's really, really basic. And so this is just half the process though, because once you've created the software, it's a little bit of a process to go through submitting it. It's not just like submitting an article. It's a little bit of a process to set it up, but it's really, really easy to actually submit it once it's set up. And I'm going to go through those steps for you, just step by step here. So the next thing you want to do is you want to create a software pad file. And pad file is portable application description file. So you can download a pad file generator software, I should have said, not file, from ASP, which is the Association of Shareware Professionals. And that link that I provided to you will be available for you guys to click on. You can just go to Association of Shareware Professionals if you get lost and browse for pad site, and then you will go through the process. And then all you're going to choose is download PadGen 3. Download PadGen 3. It's a free software that helps you create your own little pad file, because it's a special form that has to be in. Pad file basically allows you to communicate to the software directories. That's really all it means in a nutshell. It creates a XML file, which is also known as RSS file for real simple syndication, and that's how they actually get their content in there. Just like an article directory takes your content by copying and pasting the content, these take your content by extracting it from this special file that's created with this pad software. But all you need to know is how to click your mouse and what tools to use, and you can create your own little pad file. So you want to install and open the pad file software and follow the instructions to set up your pad files. And then you're going to upload the files to your hosting company through FTP. So I'm going to go through the process of actually letting you go through the process and showing you step by step how to go about creating your own little software. So let's just open it up here. Okay, and it's going to be saved on your computer once you install it. Basically, you go through the same executable process. So I'm going to open up my screen here so you guys can all see this software. in action. So there it is. So this is the pad generator software. Now I kind of have it pre-filled with some information here already, but we're going to go through this step by step for this particular niche market. So for company name, what you want to do is include your main keyword phrase as the company name. And the reason you do that is because they will typically make the anchor text for your link, meaning the clickable text, like we've talked about, I think in about every lesson, where how important anchor text links are, because anchor text links help build up, backlinks to your site, and a good anchor text backlink is going to really help you as far as, basically a good anchor text link is going to, help your site rank in the search engine. So your company name, you want it to be your keyword phrase. So in this case, the keyword phrase that we're trying to target is perfect golf swing tips. And then you just plug in your address, so that's basic. And the cool thing is, as you will see, is once you've already done your software one time with them, they will remember the information you've already put in there. So you see all my info here. So you notice, okay, so you just plug in your city, state, zip code, all that stuff. It's very self-explanatory. And then put in your company URL, which is the main link that you want them to go to. So in this case, it would be like your affiliate site. It could be your main website. It could be your squeeze page, landing page, Twitter account, whatever it is that you want them to land on. That's what you put in as your company URL. Then you put in your first name, you put in your last name, you put in your email. Again, you put in your first name, your last name, and email again. I know it seems kind of redundant, but there's a reason you actually put this information 2 or 3 times, and that's because the way this is set up, some software directories call it author info, some call it contact info. Some call it the same and they require it both times. So just bear with it. Even though it might seem redundant to be copying and pasting your email 3 times, just, don't worry about it. Just do it. Basically how I have it set up here, because there's really no way around it. So just put in your email, general, support, sales can all be the same email. Your phone can all be the same thing. Your fax number, if you have one, you don't have to have a fax number. You could just, like try putting in your phone number or something there if you want. So I have an online fax number that I use for my business, so I just put it in there. So don't get discouraged if you don't have a fax number. For program info, this is where you name the actual program. So I'm going to call the program name. You also want to call the program name your keyword phrase again. So this is going to be perfect golf swing tips article. So that's the name of the application, or perfect golf swing tips. Let's call it application in this case. So we're going to call it application instead of article because we want them to download it out of curiosity. And this is going to be version 1.0 because it's the first time you've released it. The release date could be set at any date that you want it to. So you could set it to today's date if you wanted to. This software is freeware because you're not going to charge for it. There's no need to. It is a new release. The cost is 0. Install and uninstall, that's the kind of file it can be. Or excuse me, it's going to be no install support for this kind of file. Language typically would be English if that's what you wrote the article in. And then where it says size and bytes, you're going to just highlight that right there. And you're going to look for the actual file. So we're going to find the actual file here. And let me look for it real quick. Okay, so what I did by doing the size and bytes is it grabs the exact size of that software, so the very exact size, and that's important for this tool, so that's why you do that. So this category class of software is going to be, you can list it under the best category possible. So I'm going to choose more hobby because it's sports related, so I'm going to look for hobby. It could be other, or it could be even sports. They don't have that. So whatever niche your article's in, try to find the best application. Even though it may seem difficult to find it, try to find the best category possible for your software. If you were doing a software for the internet marketing niche, it might be like a web development type software, something like that. Like if you were to use the ones I gave you at IamBuzz, the IamBuzz software. But if you want to use like an article, just choose your best hobby. I'm going to choose hobby recreation because that's golf. And then where it says supported operating systems, typically Windows XP, Windows Vista, Windows Vista Home Basic, Windows Vista Premium, all these options here I check. I check all those, Windows Vista, Windows XP, and that should be, you should be sufficient there. Windows 2003, Windows 2000, Windows 98, 95 will also open it, but those are getting pretty old. So you can just, typically most Windows computers will work this kind of file. You don't want to limit them on days, so you don't want to make them expire, the software expire. So once you filled out all that data, you're going to put in a description. Now this is where it gets kind of interesting. So inside your description here, you have keywords. This is where basically they're going to use these as tags or information that they're going to find. So I have keywords here. So the tool that I was submitting was a software that I had rebranded, my own little keyword software that came with the IamBuzz PLR as a freebie. So you put in where it says keywords. What you're going to do here is plug in, keywords. So I've got golf tips, golf information, golf application, and then you could just call golf, your main niche. So, and then for the description, so learn how to have the perfect golf swing with this. Oop, they limited me, 45 characters. So let's try that again. So get the perfect golf swing with this application. Oop, with this software. There we go. With this tool. Okay, so they limit you, and you want to fill in each one, even though it might seem redundant. Again, each one is going to help you because every software site has a different criteria for submitting. So that's why you go through each one of these steps. So where it says 80 character description, you are going to go through and type in a little bit more. So get, discover how to have the perfect golf swing with this software with this software. And when it cuts you off, that means you've gone over. So I'm going to just copy the last one, paste that in there, and let's say application. Learn 3 steps to improve your golf game. Okay? So if you wanted to write more, you could. For this example and for what I usually do, I just leave it, after this 250 character description, I'll just copy it in both these other ones. But you're free to write up to 2,000 characters, which is a lot if you wanted to, about your software. So you are free to do that. And you want to just keep it at English, so don't worry about the configure file. So that's the description tab. The next tab is the web info. So the application info is going to be your main URL. So it's going to be firstgolftips.com. In this case, it's going to be your main link that you are promoting. And you're going to really want to make sure this is on your own site. So this won't work as well if you are promoting like Weebly. Try to do it like on your own site if you can. So that's really going to be the only way you're really going to see success. It's not going to work like it will if you try this on Blogger, if you try this on Squidoo. It needs to be your very own URL and your very own domain name. So that's very important, and that's actually essential. So make sure that you do that. So what we're going to do here is we need to get a little screenshot of the software application. So I'm going to show you what we can call a little screenshot if we want to. So there's a screenshot of the software in use that you see right there. So we're going to take a screenshot of our little application, and because it's important for the software directories. So in order to get a screenshot of our software here, what you're going to do is go over and you want to download a software called Jing. So let me take you to Jing, so google.com, and then you're just going to do a search for J-I-N-G, Jing. So you want to add visuals, so just look for Jing project. Okay, so you see here on Jing project, you are going to grab the free version, and you want to just download it for Windows. So just go ahead and download that software. Again, it's a free software that does screen capture. It does a great job. But I already have Jing, so I'm going to go ahead and just open up Jing right now. So I'm going to open up our application first. And we're going to just take a short little screenshot of the content inside here. So I'm going to open up Jing. J-I-N-G is what it is, and it's going to typically be saved under the TechSmith folder. So it'll take just a moment. Bear with me as it logs on. So it looks like Jing is conflicting with my, oh, let me see here. Jing might already be open. There it is. Okay, so Jing is open here. So I'm going to just grab it, and this is how you use it. You just grab it, and you grab a certain, maybe a portion of this, of your content here, or kind of what they're going to find inside your software, which in this case is just an article, but if it was actually software, you would just grab it that way. So I'm just going to grab a small portion, and then just choose Capture Image. And what you're going to do is just name this, you know, the name of the software or your keyword. So Perfect Golf Swing Tips software, and just choose Save, and you're going to browse your computer to where you save it. I recommend you create a file on your computer. It could be on your desktop, it could be in your core folder for where you're going to be saving these things. So I'm going to just create a desktop, and I'm going to call this Golf Software. You call it whatever you want. So let's just call this Golf Software, and we're just going to save this file here. So that is the screenshot that we needed to take. So that's what we needed to do. The next thing we need to do is a program icon. So I'm going to show you what a little program icon looks like. This is really, really basic, this step is. So I'm going to show you what the little icon will look like. Notice it right there. It is a very small image. It's about, you know, 30 by 30 or 21. It's very, very small. Very, very small image. So you can barely see it right there. So we want to just take an icon screenshot. So I'm going to open the software again. And you need these for the software to work. I know it might seem kind of annoying, but you do need them. So we're just going to take this little one. Let's just call it, let's highlight the word golf actually. So I'm going to choose a different one. And let's just grab the word golf. So I'm just grabbing it right here. And that'll work. And we're just going to capture the image. And we're just going to call this Golf Software Icon. And you could reuse this icon for all the golf software that you decide to create, or weight loss software, whatever the case might be. So you're just going to save that. It's saving these all in PNG files, so that's just so you know, you don't need to worry too much else about that. And the final thing that we need to do is go ahead and now create a folder on our computer and upload these files to our computer. So now that we've created these little things, we need to upload them to our actual server. So that's what we're going to do next. So what I'm going to do here now is open up a program called FileZilla. FileZilla, I believe I talked about it in a previous session, but FileZilla is a free, what it is an absolutely free software. It's a FTP software, and basically what FileZilla is it enables you to take content and actually upload it from your computer to the server, you know, to the hosting company. So that is what FileZilla does. So it takes this software right here. So these, I mean, basically it takes the files from my computer, which are these images, and it's going to upload them to my actual hosting company. So I'm going to go into my hosting company, and FileZilla has tutorials on their site for how to use it. FileZilla is an absolutely free tool again. So you just go to FileZilla and you can download it. And most FTP clients can run you about $70 some. This one is absolutely free. But I want to show you some things that you're going to see in here once you get in here. This right hand side is the server, the hosting account, and this left hand side is my computer. And on the left hand side you browse around until you find the file that you're working with. And on the right hand side, you've got your computer files over here. So keep that in mind. Right side is, excuse me, I keep saying that wrong. Right side is the server, left side is your computer. So right side hosting account, left side computer. And you're going to typically, in 95% of the cases, be looking for public HTML. If you're using HostGator, Bluehost, GoDaddy Hosting, really any of the major hosting companies, that's where you're going to put it in. And you're just going to navigate till you find your particular website that you're working with. And if you just have one website on your server or hosting company that you're working on, then that's great. Then that's what you can use, is just that one website. So what you're going to do is go ahead and create, by right-clicking, you're going to create directory. Right-click, create directory. And we're going to call this directory, let's call this directory Golf Software. Or excuse me, in this case, we're going to call this directory the name of the software that we're promoting. So, well, let's just call it Golf Software. And if you're going to create additional pieces of software for the same website, just remember you have to create a different folder. So we're just going to call this Golf Software for simplicity's sake. And then you're just going to double click on the folder to open it up, and notice nothing's there. So then I'm going to go right over here and I'm going to right click and choose Upload. And then again, right click and choose Upload. So right click and choose Upload. And what I just did by creating the directory Golf Software is, if you went to firstgolftips.com/golf software, then you would see, these little images in there. So what you're going to do next is go ahead, and we need to upload the executable format of our file. So I'm going to go browse on my computer for where that software would be found. So we're going to just look for it real quick. And so it's easiest if you just save it all on your desktop, so then you know exactly where it's located. So there's the actual file itself, and we're just going to upload it. So it'll take just a moment to upload that file. And it looks like it's almost completed. Okay, so the file has been completed. The executable file is now on the server. So, and in order to get logged into your server, you need to put in your host name, your username, and your password, and that's going to be slightly different depending on your hosting company. And if you've set up your website already, you don't need to know this. You already know how to do FTP. If you've installed WordPress plugins, you already are all set. But if you do run into issues with it, call your hosting company, because the username and password will be provided by them, and it's going to be specific for your situation. I'll be happy to help you through that process if you do run into snags with it. But the first bet in that situation is to contact your hosting company, because they're going to give you the best support, because they know what it is, what your account usernames are, and I can't look that up obviously. So they will have access to that. So if you do get stuck, ask them, tell them what you're trying to do, and they will be more than happy to assist you. So they will help you set it up typically. So try that if you are having issues getting logged in. So there you have it. The software and everything is now uploaded there. And I'm just going to minimize the software, just log out here, because we need to come back to it here in a little bit. Now, what we need to do here is go right over to where it says screenshot, and we need to put in the information that we just uploaded. So you need to put in your URL /, remember we put it in the directory Golf Software, and then /, you're going to call it your keyword phrase that you've created for the image. So I'm going to go back to where my site is. So let's just go here to firstgolftips.com /golf software. And I'm going to create, it's called Perfect Golf Swing Tips Software. There we go, that's what it's called. So I'm just going to choose, right click and choose properties, and that's going to give me the URL, and I'm going to just copy it all. So copy that whole URL, go over to the PadGen file, and then just paste it in there. So notice how I just pasted that in there, and I'll do the same thing. I'll paste that, but I'm going to change the name because I actually called that one something different. So I'm going to go back over here and choose Golf Software Icon, for example. Go right back over here and then take off the Perfect Golf Swing Tips because it's not the same image, and we're going to paste that in there. And if you were to click on these images to make sure they went through okay, you see there's the little golf icon. And if I were to click on this one, there's the image of what's actually inside the software. And then there's the executable file itself. So you need to actually just take this executable file, and it's going to be in that same directory also. So let's see here. So right down here where it says primary download, you're going to copy and paste in, you're going to take this whole line, that whole folder that you created, so your URL including the folder, and then this time it's going to be called perfectgolfswingtips.exe, or whatever you name the software. But in this case it's going to end in .exe, so keep that in mind. It should end in that. The pictures will end in .png because you don't need to format them. There's no need to. So once you put it there under primary download, put the same thing in there under secondary download. And then the final thing you want to do is go back up here, and what you're going to do is save this as pad.xml. So you're going to copy and paste the entire URL. And so what you should have there is first, your url.com / the directory that you created / pad.xml. And even though it's not uploaded to the server yet, that's the file that we're creating. And once we've created this file, we're going to upload it to the server, and that's why I kept the FTP file open. So at this phase, you should be in good shape, and you can always check these links by clicking on here to make sure they work. Like if I were to click on that, it would ask me to download that file, but obviously I don't want to do that right now. So I'm going to come right back over here to the pad file, and you're going to go over to permissions, and you don't need to worry about that. Build options, you don't need to worry about that. Affiliates, in this case, you don't need to worry about that, and you don't need to worry about that. So the ASP form. So at this phase, you're ready to go. But what you want to do next is choose verify, and just choose verify. And what you're doing when you're doing the verify option, notice it was just right up there. I clicked on verify, or you could choose file and verify. And what you're going to see here, it's going to tell you, okay, Perfect Golf Swing Tips application. Perfect Golf Swing Tips is my business name, so it's linkable. It's got my name, my information, everything right there looks good. And what you're going to see here is it's going to tell you, in red letters, it's going to say if a field was left empty. And you're going to see that most of these, it's okay that they're empty. But like if you saw an important link that was left empty, then you could say, oh, okay, I better go back and fix that. Fix that. But in this case, you're going to see, okay, I didn't need affiliate information, so that's okay. Or I didn't need, an additional URL because I already used the two of them. So you're really just looking to make sure none of the core files are actually, missing. So that's all you're checking for. And once that goes through okay, you're just going to choose build. So build that. So where it says generate pad file under build options, I apologize for skipping that step. Where it says build options, and it will direct you back there just like it did. You are going to select an output folder for that. So I'm going to choose on my desktop, I've got golf software here, and we're just going to call it pad.xml, and just hit open, and now select build, and the pad file was successfully built. So the pad file has been successfully built. And to find that file, we're just going to go back to the desktop here. I'm going to open up the software that we're working on. There it is. I'm going to log into my server. Now, if you're using FileZilla, another tip is you can click right there on this little folder, and you can just choose New Site and put in your new site's information if you want to. So then that way you can do what I'm doing, which is just drop down to log in. And just choose Public HTML. Select your website, which is typically going to be the name of your site in the folder. And we're just going to choose Golf Software. And now I'm going to upload the XML file. So remember now that we uploaded the XML file. So if I were to go back to this folder where all this is located, you're going to see here pad.xml, and it's going to look really, really funky and really, really weird. But don't worry about that. Don't let that bother you. That's what it looks like. That's just the name of the game. So now that your pad file has been generated, you can just minimize that screen. So your pad file has actually been completed. So let's just minimize that screen. And inside here, let's just, if you want to save it just for future reference, let's see. Save both. Okay, so you want to choose right over here, save both company and all that information. You can just save that for future reference. You don't have to input all the data again. So we're going to go ahead and close out of the pad generator software. And what we're going to do next is you want to reopen that file, and you're just going to right click on the URL here. So copy that link over to like a notepad file for easy reference. And what we're going to be doing is going ahead and submitting this to software directory. So I'm going to go back into the presentation here, and we're going to finish this out. So you upload your files to your hosting company, just like I showed you, and you test the links and then start submission of the software. So this is where it gets fun, and this is where it gets easy. So what you're going to do now is go ahead and go to the ASP, which is the Association of Shareware Professionals. They have what's called a pad repository. And again, these links will be made available when this comes live, but you're welcome to go back, pause the video when it's uploaded, and go back there. Inside the pad repository, you're going to click on Submit. And you're going to scroll right on down here to where it says, you're going to see it say, enter the 5-letter code you see in the image. So go ahead and enter that. And then you're going to go to pad URL, right click on that, and paste in the pad URL that you have, and then simply choose Submit. And it's going to tell you, you're going to scroll down, and in green letters it's going to say OK, loading the pad, no errors, verifying the pad, and record created, or record created, excuse me. And what this repository does is there are owners of software directories that actually come to this website to pull information from. So they will look for new pad files that have been submitted. So that's a really neat feature of submitting to the ASP repository, because there will be software directories that might come live on the internet a year from now that will pull your information. And so 6 months to a year to 5 years from now, if a new pad, or software directory file comes in, they might come in there, pull down your software because you submitted to them, and then boom, your software is now submitted to another directory. And so this is kind of a long-term strategy on top of being kind of a fast strategy for you as well. So there's some software that you can use so you don't have to manually sit here and actually go through the step of copy and pasting a URL into a bunch of different pad sites. So there's actually, and in some ways I really wish that some article directories would let you submit this way, because all you're doing after you've set it up once with the pad file is you're just really, in most cases, have to just submit the XML file and you're done. So it's kind of a cool feature. So there's quite a few software applications that have been created. Most of them are paid for applications, but there's one called Pad Express here that they do have like a trial option, and you can just download that. It only submits you to a few sites. It's like 20 sites, but for automatic submission, it's not a bad deal. It might only be like 10 sites now. But you can download it, and you can decide if you want to use their service. But for their money, there's actually a better choice, and I will tell you that if you want to use an automatic tool. But they have a good service. So Pad Express is what it is, and you just download it to your computer, and then you can just open it up. And so I'm going to open my version right here, if it will let me still, because I also am just using the paid version, or excuse me, the free version of it. So we're just going to close that. Okay, yep, looks like my free trial has ended. So you want to use it pretty much right away, with Pad Express, and make sure you use it right away after you've downloaded it. But the first couple times you submit, you can get yourself some good fast submissions with their free option. They have a good free trial. Next thing you can do is go ahead, and there's one called PromoSoft, and they do have a free trial that works pretty well. And their information can be found at dvelab.net, dvelab.net, and just look for download and then choose click to download. Now this is a software that I kind of recommend you might consider down the road purchasing, simply because with PromoSoft here, they will submit you for $95. It's a yearly cost, but $95, they will go out to 800 pad sites at once, 800 software directories at one time. So that's kind of a cool feature. In fact, I apologize, the number's down to 774. But they will do that for you. So that's kind of a really neat feature. So let's go, and what you're going to do is choose create pad once you open their software, and I'm going to go to my desktop and grab the software that I'm working from here for this example. So we're just going to grab the pad file. Yes, I want to replace it. Here, let's go to delete that one. Okay, and then the pad itself, just choose import pad. So let's go over here to the desktop again. Okay, and then what you're going to do is go right over here. It's kind of running a little bit slow, which is always fun when they do that. Let's see here. So we might have to go out to another one. I've got a lot of files open here, so let's try closing out, and we will come back to that one. But basically, that one, you go through the process of setting up your pad with that file, and it just worked for me earlier, so I'm not sure why it's not letting me open it. But they have a trial and a full version. The trial version works with 30 sites at once, and so you can just download their software and go through their steps, and that's found at PromoSoft. So that's the software there. It's called PromoSoft that you could use. So that is that one for you. And let's go ahead and open up once again the presentation and finish out here. So here's a list of software directories that you can submit to. It's just at zappersoftware.com/submit-pad. And this is just a list of sites that you could go through and submit to. You know, some of these may or may not be ready to be submitted to, but most of them will be. So to show you how simple it is to submit, I'm going to just submit one manually here. But you're just going to look for, let's just say, choose your best category. So in this case, it might be, let's see, mine's kind of sports related. They don't really have that option. Here we go, home and education sports. And then the pad URL is going to just go right in there. And then just select submit software. And okay, so, and it may not, sometimes they go through, sometimes they don't, and I find that when you're doing a lot of submissions. And so with this one, the name of the game that I found is typically repetition. So just keep doing it. There's a lot of software directories out there, and there's actually a Google search phrase that you can run as well that gets you a lot of pad software. So just choose submit software pad into Google. So I'm going to show you that real quick. So into Google, just type in submit software pad. And would you look at that? Before I go to the Google results, the PromoSoft thing finally loaded for me. And inside PromoSoft, it's going to look like this when you have it installed. And all the yellow ones are software sites that you can submit to. So you could just choose select all. So just choose select all, and then you can go through and then just choose submit. So, and then you could also go in and you want to check the categories as well. So make sure that you're selecting the best categories for your particular market. So in this case, home and hobby, it's going to be sports related. So home and hobby sports related is what it's going to be. Pad specific would be home and hobby. Pad file categories would be, sports. You're just plugging in your niche market, whatever your niche market is. And then now just choose proceed onto the sites and then select all. and then go ahead and choose ignore and proceed at that stop, and then it's going to go through and just start submitting some of these once you hit the start button. So it'll take just a moment. It goes through the process. You can see it going on your screen, but while it does its thing, I'm going to go over to Google. And there we go. So just go into Google, type in submit software pad, and then what you're going to do here is select submit software and just put in your pad URL and then plug in the information, whatever niche market you're in. Try to choose the best category, and that's if you wanted to do it manually. But PromoSoft, $95 will get you 800 sites at once. So it all depends on kind of what your budget is. I would recommend you might try doing this. Basically try doing a few on your own, see what kind of results you get, see, as you get the sites picked up in there, and then go ahead and look at upgrading, so there's no need to upgrade right away. So just keep that in mind. So there's really not a need to upgrade right away at this very moment. So there it is. Let's just choose a good category. Okay, so there you go. It looks like the software, this one went through okay. So there it is. So the software went through just as it should. And so notice how some of them work, some of them don't. The whole point of the game is to be just patient with it. And on these actual sites themselves, just so you know kind of how they work and function, is if I were to go to the category that I just submitted to, which is home and hobby, they don't approve it right away. It might take a few days, but once you do it, you're going to start seeing some results in there. In your email inbox, you'll start seeing them sending you emails. But you can just choose, and actually mine actually went through just as I said that. Mine actually went through, and notice up here right away that top left corner is my title tag, Perfect Golf Swing Tips. That's my keyword phrase, Perfect Golf Swing Tips application. If you come down here, there is the information. Perfect Golf Swing Tips is the publisher. They didn't actually link directly back to my site, but you can actually go right there to download it, and there actually is, excuse me, they're all set up slightly different too, to keep in mind, but notice there's a screenshot. They can click on it right there. You can actually, if you select get the full version or home page, notice how it actually ends up taking you right into my home page. So they actually did link it up, and you can download the software right here. And so there it is. So there it is, Perfect Golf Swing Tips application. All that went through pretty quick, and you can just go through using the Google tool and just find a bunch of these sites to just.
This is session 8 of the online traffic generation and SEO training. In this session, you're going to learn about how you can use more Web 2.0 properties for more traffic, and also how you can use picture marketing to drive traffic as well.
So as we talked about a little bit last time, I'm just going to do a quick recap of Web 2.0 properties for those that are new and joining us. Basically, Web 2.0 sites are social type websites where most of the content is user generated. This means that these kind of websites do not have teams and teams of people creating all this content. What they are doing is they're actually relying on people like you to create that content for them. So they have found a great way to make money through social media sites or Web 2.0 sites, because sites like YouTube, even sites like any type of site where you can upload content, the keyword there is user generated content. So content that you produce, that would be considered basically content that people would that big businesses pay big money for, these kind of companies, because there's always a good base of followers that are adding new fresh content. Search engines love these sites because of all their content, and these companies love it the best because they can have very few staff members, and all the staff members have to do is really sometimes review some of the content, but other than that they don't have to worry about too much. So that's why Leverage 2.0 sites are so important. And you can really leverage Web 2.0 websites for more backlinks, exposure, and traffic. And those are all really important. As we've been talking about in all of our lessons here, backlinks are really key for increased search engine rankings. The more backlinks you can get to your website, the more the more higher rankings you can actually achieve, because Google looks at your backlinks as votes for your website. And we've talked about that before, and I just want to keep hitting on that. Exposure is really important, because if you do any kind of marketing, The more exposure you can give your business, the better it's going to be. The more places people can find your website, the more chances that somebody has a chance of stumbling across what you have to offer. It's just simple and very basic. If you consider the billboard theory that I talk about often, if you're driving down an interstate and you see one billboard for just this one company, and then maybe there's another company that has 50 billboards along that same interstate, there's 50 times that you're exposed to their message. And so that's why exposure is so important, and that's why it's important to have a well-rounded approach to promoting yourself. You don't want to put all your marketing eggs in one basket. So keep that in mind. Traffic, they're huge for traffic because they increase your exposure and your backlinks. So that's why we're talking so much about Web 2.0 properties here. There are many different Web 2.0 properties that you can leverage for more traffic. You simply add your content to them and link to your website if it allows you to, or you basically link, create the content that gets keyword-rich people interested in what you have to offer. And most Web 2.0 sites offer a profile section where people can say, okay, this person looks interesting. Let's look at their profile as well. So not only can you sometimes promote just directly within the Web 2.0 properties, but you can actually promote by simply, basically adding your content to them and directing them to check out your profile page, which usually has a link to your site. And that link as well will count as a vote in the search engines most of the time, which will increase your rankings again. One key component, and this is the most important element of Web 2.0 properties, is you want to use your core keyword phrase as a title of these properties. So you want to make sure your core keyword phrase that you're trying to rank for, or any keyword phrase you're trying to go for. And so, if you have 15, article topics that you have selected, you could technically do this stuff with this. I'm talking about 4 different Web 2.0 properties here, for example. But overall, there's literally hundreds of these kind of sites, but there's really 6 components that we've talked about. After this is done, we'll have talked about 6 important Web 2.0 properties that you can use with this method. And so what we're going to be talking about is how you can use your core keyword phrases as the title of these properties, because that's really, really important to you. So here's a few that we're going to talk about that I'm going to show you how to use. And you've probably heard me discuss some of these. Last time we did this, we didn't have time. We actually ran out of time to cover these topics. So this time I made sure we put them at the front so we do not miss these sites. The first one is a site called issuu.com, issuu.com. And I'm probably going to be one of the first people to talk about issuu.com. It's a very pretty new Web 2.0 property, but it's got some really neat elements. Weebly.com is another one that you've probably heard discussed. I've talked about it before, but I really want to show you how to set up a Weebly site properly so you guys know how to make this work for you. Blogspot.com, that's basically a blogger.com blog. We have gone into this before, but I want to cover this in a little different light. There's some additional things you can do with Blogger that you may not have realized that I want to make sure we tap into and cover. Zimbio.com is the other one that we will be showing you here. So I'm going to jump right off here, and we're going to go over to issuu.com. So we're going to go over to issuu.com. It's issuu.com. issuu.com. So here you can take a look at issuu.com. Basically what issuu.com is, it is a website. Notice that it's seen as a high authority by Google. It's got an 8 out of 10 page rank. For those that are wondering, I'm using the Google toolbar to check page rank. So you can just type in a Google toolbar and download that if you would like to. But Issuu basically lets you publish your own virtual, magazines, your own digital magazines, and you can kind of see how some of these look on here. There's some, pretty interesting ones, but a lot of people are doing this just for like fun and leisure. But you can actually use this to promote your business, so you can tap into these kind of sites. So let me get the screen here so it gets all recorded. But notice here, this is a really important element when you're looking for any Web 2.0 property. You want to look up here and take note that they are using the title of the actual online magazine or whatever it is should be in the title tag, because as we know, title tags help your site rank in the search engines. Well, Issuu is seen as an authority website, and so you can actually use Issuu, and some Issuu documents may come up in the search engines. They might get cached, they might get indexed, and also you have a profile page which could get cached and could get indexed. So one thing you want to do is go ahead to issuu.com, sign up for a free account, And so just put in your basic information. So follow through their steps, just like you see on the screen here. Put in the words that you see below here on your screen, and then you hit agree and continue, and that sets up your account. Now I already have an account here to issue, so I'm going to go ahead and log in here, and let's go through this process here. Okay, so I'm over here in my account. And what you want to do here is there's a lot of things you could do. Like I could add a picture under my profile. It gives me my own little URL that I could direct people to. Issuu gives you a lot of flexibility because it's also a site where you could actually go here and include, basically you could send people right here and do like high profile proposals and things like that for new clients if you're trying to reach new clients. And so that's another way that you could tap into Issuu, just so you keep in mind. You could also do things, take this RSS feed of your actual documents after you've created them all, and you could syndicate them on other sites. There's a lot of little things you can do. Now I want to show you one of the documents that I have uploaded. This is a document. It's basically a PDF of my traffic generation, of just a brief little free document that I give away to people related to traffic generation, just as a lead generation tool. And so basically what issuu.com does here is it lets people read it. Do you notice here it's kind of a different reading platform. Now the search engines can't actually read the individual content, but they actually read what they can see is what you see right here. They see this as being a separate URL, which is keyword rich, which is very important because it has your keywords in it. And they see your title tags up here, which is the name of the document. So in your application, when you are uploading your documents, you're going to name them the actual keyword phrase that you're trying to go for. And all I did here was I turned my article into a PDF. So I took my Word document and converted it to a PDF. So in order to do this, you're simply going to go to Upload Document. So simply choose Upload Document, and you need to make sure that it's a PDF. So for those that are unaware of how to convert a Word document to a PDF, I'm going to go through that process and show you how to do that. So we're going to first open up a Microsoft Word here. So we've got open here Microsoft Word. And we can come right over here. Now, one thing I do want to show you here, actually, before I get ahead of myself, we could also, as a preference, for those that don't want to use Microsoft Word, you could also use OpenOffice. Let me show you that site. OpenOffice is a free version of Microsoft Word. And I will say OpenOffice is worth it for the tool that I'm about to show you, because OpenOffice actually has a free PDF converter built in where it's going to actually take your document and turn it into a PDF. So even if you already have Microsoft Word, I would consider downloading OpenOffice. It's free. It takes just a little bit of hard drive space, but it's going to be worth it. So you could also do that. So I might just open up my OpenOffice here for this example because I just want to show you guys how simple this is. And there's two different ways that you can create PDFs from a Word document. It's called OpenOffice Writer. And they have Excel spreadsheets, they have PowerPoint presentations. So all these elements that you might be looking for, as far as, okay, I can't afford $300 for software right now. I'm trying to promote my business and I'm doing it on the cheap. If that's where you stand in your business, then there's free tools for you just like this. And they're still actually great tools even if you already have the other ones. So I personally like OpenOffice Writer. I use it sometimes. But what you're going to do is you're going to take your document, your article that you already have, and you could either open it up in OpenOffice or you could just copy and paste it into an OpenOffice file. So I'm going to take just a short article. This is kind of like a short little promo that I'm doing for a product. So what you're going to do here is copy and paste that content in there. Notice I'm copying and pasting from a notepad file. Remember how I talk about how important this is. So that's really, really important. So I'm going to just modify. This was actually taken from an email swipe file, maybe for a program you guys have seen information on. It's a great concept. And so I'm just doing this as an affiliate thing, and so I want to show you guys how you could apply this to your affiliate marketing strategy. So my keyword here is Easy Sales Formula because that's the program being promoted here. So that's what I'm going to do here. Basically, what I'm going to be doing is plugging in, my links right there, all that good stuff is all into this document. Now maybe I want to make my link actually clickable, so let's just go through here and make the link clickable. And this link doesn't need to be, you don't need to worry about the anchor text of this link. Okay, and then to make a link, you would just highlight that text, hit insert, and then hyperlink, and then put a link right there to it. And then just simply do apply. Oop. So let's see, let's make the text actually. So you're just going to make sure, you could take even email swipe files and do this for affiliate promotions. You could do this for your own articles, whatever it is that you're doing this for. You want to make sure you put a couple links to your site. Okay, so that is functional. So let's just copy and paste it down here as well. And then one other thing you can do, let's just change the font real quick. So this is how you use OpenOffice, and I recommend you download it for this step just because of what I'm about to show you, because they have a function where in one click you can automatically convert this to a PDF so that you can start uploading your very own PDF document. And one thing too that's always good to do is you want to make sure your links stand out, so you want to make them bold in here. And again, OpenOffice is a free program, so don't worry, it's not something else you need to buy. It is absolutely free. So let's come right over here, and now that we get this all formatted correctly, I've taken my article, now you can actually export directly to a PDF. So all I did was I just clicked on this PDF icon. Let me show you that again. In OpenOffice there's a PDF, it says exports directly as a PDF. So that's what I'm going to do. Just click on that, export, and then I can save this to my computer in a certain area. So I'm just going to say, we're just going to call this the name of the document being what we're promoting. And now you can hit save. Now one thing that you can do also once you've created this PDF is you can do a lot of things with this PDF, because search engines can read PDFs as well. They just don't read it off this website that I'm showing because they turn it into a Flash format. But you could actually submit this PDF to possibly bookmarking sites and other things like that as well. So you could actually get that PDF indexed if you wanted to. So what I'm going to do now is go right back over here to issue, and I want to show you what I just did. You see where that browse button is? You're just going to highlight that, and let's just browse on our computer for it. So let's just look for computer, and I saved it, let's see, under documents. And let's just find this document. There it is. And now where it says title, this is really, really important. Put that in there. And then under the description, you could put in, just a brief description of what this is. So just like you're doing a social bookmarking link or something of that nature, that's what you would be doing here. And the web name, this is really important because this is how the URL is going to show up. So the web name, you want to put your keyword in there. Your keywords should be, your keyword phrase with dashes, and that's why I named my file that way, because it automatically will name it that way. So my keyword here, Easy Sales Formula Review. So easy-sales-formula-review would be a good web name to use. And keywords would just be, whatever target keyword you're going for. Easy Sales Formula is my keyword phrase. If you're trying to do this for branding, you put your business name. If you're trying to do this for getting increased ranking, you put in your core keyword phrases, or you put in the keyword phrase you want to rank for in your niche. Whatever it is, that's what you're going to do. So generate traffic for your site. Like let's say if you wanted to send people to your website, this is another important element of here. put in your website right there, so it will send people to your actual website. Even better would be to send them directly to an article on your site where you talk about that particular product. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go to my website. You could either send them to your homepage in this example. Like here is the article that I have here on my site about this certain product. So I'm just going to plug it in there, paste it right there. And let's just come on down here, and you can select document type. So you could choose article, and it is child safe. And then select your category, so it's going to be business and marketing. Document language would be English. It's all very self-explanatory. Your target audience would be the world. And if you wanted to add media like an audio file, you could add that there. It gives you some additional publishing options. You want to make sure publish is set. So you want to make sure that it's set to get the maximum number exposure for yourself. And then sharing options, you want people to be able to see it and rate it. So what you're going to do next is choose upload file. Okay, it wants you to enter at least 2 tags. So I can put in the name of the product creator if you're promoting somebody else's product, or maybe a CEO of a big company, whatever it is you're trying to do this for. And then it goes through the upload process. It finalizes the upload. It'll take a little bit for the document to get registered. And then it will go into the pending status. So it'll take just a moment for it to get there. And it's just another spot where you can send people to. You can share it with your visitors. Just another little exposure you can do to kind of set yourself apart from other marketers. So now it says all documents have been processed, and you could go to your account and take a quick look at your various documents. So there's that article that I just did. There's the one I already had. So there it is. There's the keyword rich title. There's the good keyword right there, and it's all good to go. And if people want to read it, they can just click there and go through that. And then the link is also provided down here for more info. So there it is. There's a backlink to my site. So that's how you use issuu.com. It's kind of a new site, and it's fun to use. Now let's go right back here to the presentation, and Weebly.com is the next site that we're going to jump over and talk about. So we're just going to go over here to Weebly.com, Weebly.com. Now when you first get to Weebly.com, you're going to be hit with an you want to make sure you create a free website. Make sure that's checked. Put in your username, put in your password, and put in your email right there. So you want to do that first on Weebly.com. So username, password, email. Very basic, and that will go ahead and set up your account. So I'm going to go ahead and log into my account here. Okay, so what you have here when you first log in, after you set up your account, you're going to be directed to a spot to start creating a site. So you just want to choose create a site from Weebly, and you want to title your new site whatever product name or whatever keyword phrase, whatever branding you're trying to do, put it up here for the title of your site. This is just a resounding theme of everything, is you want to make sure everything goes up here. Then hit continue. And it will take just a moment to load here. And wouldn't that be my luck if the site slowed down here on Weebly. There we go. Okay, so you're going to load up something that looks like this with Weebly. Basically, Weebly is a very easy to manage website. It's basically it's called What You See Is What You Get editor. It gives you a lot of flexibility as far as how you can create it, and these pages are very well optimized for the search engines when you place your keywords in the correct spots. Now it gives you a lot of functionality as far as what kind of different design elements you can create, and all these options up here are different designs that you could choose or elect to go with. So we could scroll around till we find one that looks good that we consider wanting to use. And so you can just scroll your mouse over. Notice how all those are changing. Or you can just scroll around till you find one that you think fits with whatever market, with whatever product, with whatever niche you are trying to go into. So that's something to keep in mind. So you can come over here and you can even browse by categories and look at just business related type themes. You could do that as well. So for this example, let's just use a sharp looking business theme. And Weebly's running a little bit slow right now. It looks like they are having some errors. Okay. So it looks like Weebly's having some issues right now, but it's running a little bit slower than it should. Now one thing here is up here in the element area, you're going to see options where it says to put in paragraphs with title, or you can put in just your title. It gives you a lot of different options. So for this example, most of the time you just want to create, a paragraph with the title, because your paragraph is going to be where you're going to paste your article in there, where you're going to put in your main article. And you're creating a mini website here, so you could create additional reviews about that product. You could create make additional additions to this product. Whatever the case might be, you can do that here. So where it says title, click here to edit. You're going to just take that, plug in your core keyword phrase up there. And then where it says paragraph, go ahead and take your article and you could just paste that in there as well. And notice I pasted from a Word document, so you're going to see kind of the formatting issues and why it's best to paste from a TextPad file. But I wanted to show that point to you guys so you guys see what happens. So now you have to go back and edit that. So that's just something to keep in mind, is that be prepared to go back and edit these if you paste directly from a Word document. So here you go. You can just come in here and adjust that content, though. It's just like working in a Word document format. Okay, so we're almost set here with this mini Weebly site. Now one thing, you want to make sure these are clickable and linked up. So if you want to link up text, just highlight and click right there. Click on that little link icon, and then it gives you options to choose linking to internal pages, to linking to an external website. It just gives you a lot of different options there. So you can choose what you want to do with that. So for this example, we're going to choose create a website. And so we're going to link directly, to your affiliate link as an example. So I'm going to go grab that affiliate link here. Oops. And Weebly sometimes can be a little bit slow, as it is here. It does this more often than you think. It is a free service, so keep that in mind and take that with a grain of salt, but it is very, very important. It's a good element to your online marketing. Really, the main aspect is you want to copy and paste your article in there, and you want to make sure that your link, if you copied it from the Word document, copied over. But you want to just make sure you highlight it and that you select the option for your link. And when you're done doing any kind of editing whatsoever, just click outside of the box and that will take things to a more normal state. Now if you want to add in things like Google AdSense to your Weebly page, you could do that by dragging this down here as another, by dragging this down onto your Weebly site, and really anything you drag will start showing up there within this area. And so when you're done with creating your Weebly site, So when you're done, for some reason it did not take my title, so let's go back and type that in. And then just click outside the box, and then you can test the link. And when you're done creating your Weebly site, just go in and hit publish. But you can do a lot of features back here, like add additional pages, like if you want to add additional reviews. You can even add an entire blog to Weebly, which is another thing that once you create a blog, you could start doing RSS feed marketing and taking RSS feeds and distributing those as well. So keep that in mind. So at this point, though, we just need to do this for a very basic page for now, just to get something up quickly. So just hit publish, and then create your subdomain. And it looks like that's not available, so let's choose that one, and that is available. So that's the product name and the review. And the reason I'm promoting this product, it is a fabulous product, and it's put together by my business partners, Jeff Wellman's son. And so if anybody's wondering why I'm creating that, this is why I'm actually behind this product. It's a very, very good product, and Keith is actually joining on a project with Jeff and I coming up as well. So we're now publishing the site. And so it now says your site has been successfully published. Now notice how I use my keyword phrase that I'm trying to rank for in the domain name of the site. That's really important. So whenever you're doing Weebly, make sure that you do that, because that is essential as far as getting some increased ranking. It makes a big, big impact on your overall ranking. So notice here, I've got my main keyword phrase right up here. My title's there. You've got great title tag right here. It's got the header of the article. It's just well laid out for search engine optimization. It's got the keywords in the URL as well. So this is a well-structured Weebly page. You can click here to make sure it takes you to the offer, and it sure does. So it works out perfect. So now you know, now that that's done, just hit close, and then go ahead and just log out of your account. And you can always log back in to check your stats to add more pages and add more content to Weebly. So let's head back to the presentation here, and let's quickly go over Blogspot. I know we've covered Blogspot before. We've done briefly with Weebly, but I just wanted to do a more in-depth way on how to use Weebly. That's why I went back through it again. Blogger.com, if you have a Google account, you also can set up a Blogger account. If you don't have a Google account, just simply choose create a blog and go through the steps to create your Google account. Now what you're going to do with Blogger.com is you want to come right over here, and I'm just going to log into one of my accounts here. And you want to create a site related to whatever keyword phrase or whatever offer that you're trying to go for. So for example, just choose create a blog and put in your blog title. So the blog title again would be your keyword phrase. And then put in your blog address. And then hit check availability, and that blog address is available. And then put in your word verification right here. And then hit continue. Now once you've set up your Blogger, just choose a layout. It's as simple as pointing and clicking your mouse. All these are very easy. You don't need web design skills. You don't need special websites to do any of these things. And this applies for promoting any kind of product. So then let's just choose green, because we're kind of dealing with the money topic. So let's hit green there. Hit continue. And your blog has been created, and then choose start blogging. Now what you're going to do after you've selected start blogging is quickly put on your first post, which in this case is going to be your very first article. So let's just put in that keyword since he's the creator of the product. Or actually, let's just go review, and then we could do some more posts on him later if we wanted to add some value to it. Now just select, for this example, edit HTML, and then just copy and paste this in here. So copy from that OpenOffice document or your Word document. And the reason I chose edit HTML is just because it makes it a little easier to copy and paste the content, and you don't run into the issues if you do it under the compose option. So that's important to note. Now right here you want to make sure that you have some good links going to whatever offer you have. Now for this particular example, I'm trying to get people to just visit directly the affiliate site because I want this page itself to rank. So I'm getting traffic for this affiliate offer. Now in your example, you would want to create the anchor text link, the clickable text. You want that to include your core keyword phrase in it. So for example, I was happening to link this keyword phrase, Easy Sales Formula. I would want to link it over to my blog, and it's something that I will add to this as well because I've got a blog post about it, and I want that blog post to rank in the search engines also. So any text that you want to make the clickable text, which in most cases, if you're trying to do this for not only traffic but increased backlinks, which increase your search engine rankings, to get the most benefit for your backlinks, this should be like your core keyword phrase. So you want to highlight that, make it bold, hit the hyperlink button right there, and then take it to the affiliate offer, which in this case I'm linking to an affiliate product. Otherwise, you could be linking to your own site, to your own page to build your list, whatever the case might happen to be. So then hit OK right there. And then you could actually copy and paste this right down here in place of that. And notice I highlighted the text and hit the B button to make it bold. And now the next thing I want to do here is look for the keyword phrase that I'm trying to rank for. So let's say, enjoy the Easy Sales Formula is very powerful. So then I can highlight that and link directly to my particular website. So another feature is if I wanted to get my website ranked for another keyword, so enjoy the Easy Sales Formula is a very powerful method for learning how to make money online. And if make money online is my main keyword phrase, and as an example for an anchor text link, I would highlight that. You don't have to make it bold, and then I could just choose that link and then link right over to my site as well. And then put in your tags. So let's just put in the tags here. And then hit publish post. And then you could choose view your blog. And there it is. There's the blog. There's the links going to your offer. There's everything set up right there. And there's the anchor text link, which will help rank in the search engine. So there it is right there. Now one other way after you set up a blogger.com post is you want to come right over here to where it says post Adam. So in this point I'm going to sign out here in my blog. And I'm just going to go Easy Sales Formula.blog. So let's go back to our page here. So there it is. There's our little page. And one thing you could do, you could also add banners to your right side. So you have banners going to your offers, to your website, whatever it is. You could do all sorts of things. In your About Me, you could do links to your site and your profile. There's just a lot of functions and features that you can do. But again, notice your title tags up here, your keywords in the website name, your keywords right here. Keep in mind, all of these elements are great for search engine optimization. You want to optimize every single Web 2.0 property that you use. And one other thing is my keyword is Easy Sales Formula. Your keyword might be Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractor. Your keyword might be your business name because you're trying to increase your exposure. It might be your personal name. It might be the name of the latest and greatest TV that you're an affiliate for, that you're trying to promote. That's what the keywords that you're going to be using. So keep that in mind. It's very, very important. Now, one other aspect of Blogger.com that's really neat is they automatically syndicate your content into an RSS feed, which RSS stands for Real Simple Syndication. It's just a simple way to get your content fed out there. So one thing you do is go right on over and click on Post Adam. So choose Post Adam, and notice here right in this RSS feed is my article. And Post Adam is going to open up in a new tab like mine did, or a new window, and you would see up here in the browser, this is your RSS feed. So you would copy that, right click, choose copy, and you want to go over to a website called feedagg.com. So it's feedagg.com. So go right on over to feedagg.com and then select add feed. And then where it says add feed URL, you want to copy and paste that URL right in there, and then put in Easy Sales Formula. and then do the little verification number that they give you. It's going to be different every time. So put in your keyword there. Wherever I'm using Easy Sales Formula, keep in mind you're substituting for your keyword phrase. Now choose Save Feed. And there it is. Your feed on FeedAg is now listed right here. So now what this does is this FeedAg page itself oftentimes will rank high in the search engines. So here's your FeedAg page, and this is a really important component, is whatever title you have for your blogger blog, that is going to be the title of your FeedAg. So keep that in mind. Whatever title tag you see when you select Post Atom, so again, every single theme is going to be slightly different, but you're going to go to your blog's homepage, scroll to the bottom of it, and choose Post Atom. I don't know why they call it Post Atom, but they do. So Post Atom, you click on it, open it in the new tab, and scroll, and this is what it's going to look like. So the next thing that you want to do is submit it to FeedAg, and again, this is the title that was appearing in the title tag of my RSS feed, which was pulled from the title tag of my blog, the keyword that I'm trying to go for. That's why these Web 2.0 properties are so good to use, because they rank well in the search engines, because they apply good search engine principles. They figure if everyone's creating their content, they may as well get some good rankings with it. So that's why your keyword should also be in these properties, because when you submit the RSS feed page itself, which notice links to my affiliate offer, is also going to be out there and also going to possibly rank in the search engines. So now you've given yourself another exposure, and it took actually literally a few minutes to do. I'm just taking the same content, and you might be screaming duplicate content, and that's actually not true. The duplicate content penalty is actually a myth. Basically, duplicate content is only for having, and I've said this many times before, but I just want to address it because we have some new people joining us today, and want to make sure that this point is made solid, that duplicate content only applies to having the exact same content on your website. Having unique title tags throughout your website is very, very important. And so that's one thing, you want to make sure you have unique title tags. You want to make sure you have unique article content throughout your website. This means, when I say unique, I'm meaning, only have it appear on your site one time. You don't want to have the same article or the same content appear 5 times on your website, because that will be looked upon poorly by the search engines. The search engines do not automatically blacklist or de-index websites or content that is the same exact content. And the reason that holds true is if you look at any article that CNN.com publishes, any article that multiple news sources have published, any promotions that you've done, like submitting an article, any article that's been submitted, it's picked up more than one time in the search engines. If duplicate content penalty was truly what people think it is, you would see that result only one time. So I'm just saying that because I know at the end here I'm going to get asked that question, will it hurt me? What you want to do is make sure that you have the unique content on your own website. Try to have good, solid content on your website. But if you happen to have the same article on your site, it's not going to kill you. But search engines do like good, unique content on your own site. But as far as using this content over and over to submit to multiple Web 2.0 properties, to submit to article directories, I say go for it and continue using it, because it's all about exposure when you get to this. It's not about let's take one article, rewrite it 100 times so we can distribute it. You'd be much better off writing 100 different articles on 100 different keywords and distributing those. And that may seem a little extreme, but that's the truth. And that's huge for you. And so that's where that is so important. So again, that's Blogger.com and FeedAg, 2 sources you can leverage together. Now the next site we're going to talk about here that I brought up in the presentation is Zimbio.com. So Zimbio.com, let's head on over to Zimbio.com. So here is Zimbio.com. What Zimbio is it is basically, it's a site where basically it's like a news site that's kind of a social news site. It's a very powerful Web 2.0 property. Again, look at the page rank of it, 6 of 10. It's got good authority. So there is a registration button here. So you could start out by entering your name and email address. So I'm going to just do that here. And when I'm creating a whole variety of different Web 2.0 properties, or if I'm promoting different sites, I will sometimes use the, if you have a Bluehost account, I will set up a different, email address for each one, each kind of different property I want to set up. And I will use a unique email address because they'll let you have multiple accounts under unique emails typically. And so I create a unique email address so I can set up different accounts that target different products, different services. And you do that by just setting up an email forwarder. And if you have cPanel, just contact your hosting company to ask them how to do that. And you set up an email forwarder to forward to like your main email, so you can quickly check the email and click on the confirmation link. So I'm just creating a random name here. And just plug in these keywords here. And this is a really neat feature. Once you've set up your Zimbio.com account, it's going to ask you to enter the blog URL. And you can enter the web page of your blog or your feed URL. Now, keep in mind what we just did. We just set up an RSS feed, and we just set up a blog with Blogger. So you can come right over here to blogger.com, copy, and paste it directly into Zimbio right here. And then hit submit. And notice what just happened here. They put in my exact article from my Blogger site right here. It's fed right in here. It's going to ask me if it looks right. I'll say yes, it does look right. Promote your blog. Yes, promote my blog. And then hit link blog at the bottom. Now if you want to, you could add a Zimbio badge to your site. Or you could just choose continue with registration. I'm just going to choose continue with registration. And then your mugshot, you could choose your own image if you want to for branding. Put in your real name, set up your entire profile if you wanted to. But when you're first setting up your account, you could just choose skip. Okay, and then they give you some tutorials on that as well. Okay, and then now, here we go. You can just choose ping your blog, and it will automatically start pinging your blog. And it will feed in that new content. Now it's going to ask you for an area to place that content. So you want to choose search, and then choose a category. Marketing your internet business, that would be a good category for that. And then choose post article. So now the article has been posted. And now the article has been posted, so you can come here to my account. And just select articles under your account and click right here to look at the article that automatically was fed in from your blog. Notice how it is also keyword rich. It's also on a targeted category. This is a high authority website. This page again can rank in the search engines. So there you have it. Click here to watch this powerful video. It goes right to my offer. There's now a nice link to my website. They do some things where they kind of mask the affiliate, the URL to your site, but that's not a huge deal there. Now you could also choose like an RSS feed where your article would show up, and you could do more promoting of that RSS feed as well if you wanted to. Now inside here, if you want to, let's say you want to add another article, just go right under here, and maybe you could do ping blog. Like if I were to add a new post, I would choose ping blog, and it would bring in my additional articles. I could also choose to submit a new blog, or I could choose write an article, where all I'm doing is I simply come in here, I write an article for a new information product, and I take it and I could paste it right in there. So I could take the title of my article would be your keyword phrase, copy and paste it in there. I could put in another review of this product, maybe target the product owner's name, maybe try a different variation on this. And so I hope that gives you an idea of how powerful Zimbio.com is, because Zimbio.com pages also will rank well in the search engines. So when you're done using the account, just simply click on log out, and you are complete with your Zimbio page. So that's how you combine those four Web 2.0 properties together. So notice how wonderful that worked, how smooth that is. You could even use, as an example, if you were to write slightly different content on Weebly, you could actually create the blog on Weebly and add the Weebly blog there. So it gives you a lot of different options and a lot of different flexibility. Now, real briefly, we're going to talk about picture sharing websites. Basically, it's another method for getting additional exposure for your main keyword phrases. You want to use your keywords as the title of your image. And you want to include your tags when you make your descriptions. And so you want to use, again, your keywords as the title of your image, and I'll show you on one picture site how to promote it. And then you want to place a link within your description so that you get that benefit of a link going to your site, which increases your traffic. You also want to include your core keyword phrase in the exact description. Now you could use some things, like let's say, Flickr.com, that's the biggest one, one of the bigger ones. Photobucket.com is another one. And then you can go to Google and type in the phrase photo sharing. Now I'm going to show you as an example how to use Flickr.com. So I'm going to just click on Flickr.com here. It's Flickr, Flickr.com. And what you're going to do is choose create your account. Now if you already have actually a Yahoo ID, you simply would sign up and create your account with that Yahoo ID, or you would log in with that. So it makes life much easier for you. Now there we go. When you're new here to the site, you could choose different things, like you could create your buddy icon, which would be like your picture. And you go to skip this step. Now this step, I've already set my Flickr URL, but you would come to a spot where it says for you to set your Flickr URL. So what you would do here is you would actually go through the process of putting in your core keyword phrase. Now I'm doing this for a golf niche. I'm actually going to, just a random product that I decided to use it for some of these examples. This would be a golf product to drive traffic to a golf site. So I'm using the keyword golf swing training as my Flickr URL, because what that does is the search engines pick that up and they would potentially index that page. So put in your core keyword phrase as your custom Flickr URL, just like you do a Squidoo or any of those. Personalize your profile. That's kind of a pen name I was just using just as a test. And then describe yourself. You could talk about who you are, why you're important, why you do what you do, whatever it is there. And then go through that process. And now you're ready to rock now that you've set it up. So you can go here to upload images. So you can choose photos or images from your computer. So I'm just going to go to My Pictures. And I'm going to select, let's see, a random picture. Let's say related to golf. I already did another golf image. Let's see here. So I'm just browsing on my computer for some random images. Okay, so I found an image I'm going to use. Let's see here if this one will work. And it looks good, so I'm just going to grab it. And then right here where it says set privacy, you want to make sure it's set as public. And you could actually add more images if you wanted to by choosing add more, so you could upload more at one time. So notice how it would let you do that. And then choose upload photos and video. So it should take just a moment. Now it says finish next, add a description. Make sure you choose that option. So this is just like an ebook cover that I chose. But the title of the image, make sure it's your keyword. So I'm going to use golf swing secrets. Let's see. Let's go perfect golf swing secrets. And then for description, just like you're doing like a YouTube video, start off with your URL. Learn more perfect golf swing secrets with this great guide. And then put in for the tags your keyword phrase. And the search engines will also look up this keyword phrase typically in your tag, so they will see it there. And then just hit save. So now notice here when you go to that photo, you'll see right here, here's the link. Notice right here in the keyword, the title tag has my core keyword phrase, perfect golf swing secrets. There's the image for the book. There's a little description with the link directly over to the particular website. So there it is. It linked right over there, and there you have it. So that's how you use picture marketing to promote your business. PhotoBucket go along the same lines. Title your image your core keyword phrase, just like with the other photo sharing websites. So just go to Google. All right, guys, Paul Counts here, and today we are going to be talking about Fortune 500 link building strategies. So again, like I mentioned, these are strategies that you can use to build high quality search engine friendly backlinks to your website to rank it in the search engines. And a lot of the stuff that I'm going to cover here is basically related I'm going to cover stuff that we have not covered yet, because a lot of link building things relate to subjects that we've already discussed, which I'm going to show you that in a moment. So without further ado, link building is one of the most important factors for increasing the ranking of your website in the search engines. It is right alongside having good title tags and having good content on your site. This is right up there as one of the most important search engine factors. If you think of backlinks, think of them as votes for your website. So the more votes that your site has, the higher it's going to rank as compared to the competition. And the more high quality votes from a website, so say a site that would be considered high quality, meaning it has a good Google PageRank, which I'll share that with you in a moment, that would mean that that site carries more weight in the search engines. And so therefore, one high quality site linking to your site could be better for you than maybe 10 so-so websites linking into you. So keep that in mind too. So if you're going against sites that have maybe thousands of links, you can actually rank right up with them with 100 to 200 quality links. So keep that in mind. So and that's what I like so much about link building. It's one of the elements of search engine optimization that I discussed that gives you a chance to rank with some of the most competitive websites on the market. And we're talking Fortune 500 sites. We're talking, the Petco, the PetSmarts, the Walmart.coms, the Starbucks, the Amazon.com, things like that. Those are sites I've been able to rank or outrank in many cases by just implementing proper link building methods. And that's why this one's so important, and I really enjoy this lesson. Basically, link building, like I said, it allows small businesses with very small advertising budgets to compete with Fortune 500 companies that don't use many of these strategies to build backlinks. What you find with a lot of Fortune 500 large companies is they really just rely on their name and things like that to get their links to their website. And so they generate a lot of backlinks just by default because they're huge companies. People always are talking about them. There's people writing blog posts about them. They're on the news. They're on news websites. They're all over the place. And so they don't really do a lot with backlinking. For one, they don't really feel like it's that important to them in some cases. As you can see that in many cases. But most of the time, they just don't need to worry about it because they're so big. And so they don't use some of these strategies that I'm going to talk about. And so that gives you an open window and an opportunity to outrank them in the search engines. So one of the main cores of link building is you want to get a variety of quality links to your website. So I've talked about before how when you're doing any kind of internet marketing, you don't want to have all your eggs in one basket. So you don't want to just be focused on article marketing because, you want to make sure that you're well-rounded. You don't want to have all your marketing eggs, so to speak, in the one basket to where if you lost that basket, you're pretty much, in trouble. So, so you want to use article marketing, video marketing, press release marketing, podcasting, photo marketing, all the stuff that we've gone over in this course. These are all elements that you want to incorporate. And what's great about all these elements and why I'm doing link building now after teaching you these methods is that almost every single one of those methods that I've taught you, from Web 2.0 properties to even podcasting to software linking or software marketing, everything that I've discussed with you in some way can allow for link building for you. So keep that in mind. All those things that we talked about can build backlinks to your website. And more backlinks to your site, again, mean higher ranking. So all these things, not only will your articles help you get traffic from the article sites themselves, not only will the videos help you get traffic, the press releases, all of it works synergistically together in a nice little circle to where they build up your inbound links to your site, your quality inbound links to your site. So your site itself will rank higher in the search engines because of what you do, and those Web 2.0 properties themselves will be ranking up there to get you traffic, and also increasing your exposure, and exposure means more traffic. So that's how all this stuff gels and melds together and works so well together. I think mel is a word I just made up, but gels together to work so well together. Now, one thing you want to use is you do want to use the Google toolbar to check PageRank on websites that you're looking for. So I'm going to show you here what the Google toolbar looks like here. So let's just pull up a window here so you guys can see it. Right up here is the Google toolbar. Let me pull up a site here. Let's say, let's just pull up this site here. This is a website that I am a partner on now and helped start, really push this thing into gear. So here's the PageRank. It has gone down lately. But there it is, PageRank 2 of 10. So, that's a so-so PageRank. That's not all that great. Now, PageRank kind of is one of those things where if a website has a PageRank 5 and a website has a PageRank 2, or a website has a PageRank 9 going against a site with a PageRank 2, it doesn't always mean that the smaller page, like this site, even though it's PageRank 2, still will outrank Amazon in many cases, which is a much bigger site. But really what it does, it gives you kind of a rough indication as to what the, basically what the PageRank is. It just gives you a rough estimate as to the quality Google sees for that site. So anything above a 4 or 5, you're doing pretty good as far as PageRank goes. So here's one right here. You've got, let's see, PageRank 6 of 10. This is kind of ironic. This guy right here knows somebody that is on this chat, or is actually with us here. That's kind of interesting. Small world. But anyways, Easing Articles has a PageRank of 6 of 10, so that tells you they're a high-quality site. You can download this by going to Google and grabbing the Google toolbar. So just go to Google and typing in Google toolbar. So it's toolbar.google.com, so toolbar.google.com, and you can download this toolbar for Firefox and use it in that way. So you can download the Google toolbar and go ahead and use it however you wish there. So we're going to go right back to our presentation here. And so you want to use the Google toolbar to check the PageRank of the potential sites you're grabbing a link from, just to get a rough idea as to the quality Google sees in that site. The higher the quality, the chances it's going to be a good link. But a lot of people get mixed up in PageRank and they say, well, that site's only got a PageRank 1, I don't want a backlink from it. Still try to get the backlink from it, but if you can, try to go for the ones with the higher PageRank links. But in most cases, excuse me, Jeff? Oh, you do? Can you hear me? Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry about that, guys. Apparently when I was on that last screen, it went black. So let me show you the Google toolbar one more time. The recording won't show that, so let's go right back here to the site and let you guys get a look at that. So if you go here to okay, so it looks like you guys should be seeing the screen now. Okay, so you should be seeing the screen. Now where I was at, I believe you guys can still hear me. And basically with the Google toolbar, what you want to do is basically just go to toolbar.google.com to grab the Google toolbar. So we're going to go back and stay on the PowerPoint since that seems to be what it wants us to do here. So I'm going to just jump back here. I appreciate the phone call from a good friend telling me that. Okay, so here we are, types of link building. And if you guys don't mind, I apologize for this, but go ahead and type chat to me and tell me if you can still hear me. I just want to make sure. I apologize for that glitch. I'm not sure what happened. So I'm going to go ahead and stay. Okay, so I'm just going to stay on the PowerPoint for this. I apologize for any inconvenience. Every time I switch off of this, for some reason, it takes me back to, it takes you off the air, so it's kind of interesting. So, okay, so we're just going to stay on the PowerPoint slide here as we go through here. So types of link building, we have online directory links, article directory links, article content links, or content exchanges. Basically what that is, for those that are wondering what's the difference between that and regular article directories, that would be where you're submitting content. So an article of, say, 500 words or 400 words, it's unique content, and you're going out to a webmaster. So let's say you want to write some unique content for me, just as an example. If anybody wants to, I will gladly accept it, just so you know. I have had a couple people do that for me, and it really helped me. It got me more content on my blog that I thought was good content, and it helped them because they got a search engine friendly backlink going to their website. And so it worked out great for everybody. So everybody benefited that way. So article content links are great because they do that for you. So they work very, very well that way. So basically, as far as that goes, is you would offer to write an article for another marketer. So you would go and you would say, hey, Jeff Wellman, or maybe you're in the weight loss niche market. So you contact somebody there, you're in personal development. So you go approach a guy like Bob Yeager in the personal development niche, and you say, hey, I'm interested in writing some content for your blog, something of that nature. So you go out and approach them, and you would say, I'm interested in writing, 5 articles. So you give them maybe 1 or 2 articles. For example, you say, I'm going to write, a unique article of 500 words for you. And, basically inside the article, you would just have a link going to your site. And it would be a good search engine friendly link that I'll be discussing here. And that's how that works. And why it's so beneficial is you're getting a link on a site that could be considered a high authority site. So you only want to do this with sites that you find that are big content producers in your niche market, that are considered, authoritative type sites within that niche market, or even sites that, may not be heavily popular, but also that still have a good page rank, So there's a lot of sites that tons of people don't know about that still have high page ranks. So that's what you can do when you're doing that. So that's how you can use article content for links when you're doing content exchanges. Basically, you're exchanging content for a backlink. And the key there is you only want to use this article one time, and I'm going to explain that too. Now, article directories, I don't need to go into much detail on that because we've already covered article marketing in an entire training lesson that you find here on your download page. Online directory links, I'm going to go in depth on that one because we haven't really covered that much. Press release links, we went over all about press release marketing and how to market yourself with online PR and how to drive traffic to your site. And in that, if you follow that steps, it's going to get you links from press release sites. So those are some different ways to do link building. Blog commenting, I'm going to go in a little bit more detail on what that is. Reciprocal link exchanges, I'll talk briefly about that. Social bookmarking, we've done an entire module on social bookmarking as well, or some training with that incorporated into it. So we're not going to go into that in this lesson, but that's another form of link building. Video and podcasting, we've already covered that as well. Same with Web 2.0 properties. So we've gone over most of these steps, but I'm going to go in detail on several of these that we have not covered yet and give you a few more strategies. Software directory links, we've gone over that. And then classifieds and forum signatures, we've actually discussed that. Apologize for that typo there. So forum signatures, those would be like going out to forums in your niche market. And basically, most of them under the control panel, depending on what kind of forum, most of them have what's called a control panel. And you just simply log in there. And what you do is, basically you log in. And then what you're going to do is just put in your your signature as the link to your website. So you link off to your website from the signature, and you go in there and you make posts and you interact with people, and you don't spam the form, but you just interact. And that's a great way I found actually to get some good backlinks and also traffic, like definite traffic that you can measure, which is what this course is about. We're going on beyond just SEO. We're going here into traffic, and that's really what's going to help set you apart from, what you do compared to what other marketers are doing that might just be focusing on just SEO, and you're looking at the overall picture. So anchor text links and then quantity of links versus quality of links. I'm going to talk about that here next. It is best if you have quality links going to your website instead of just large quantities of links. So if you think of the fact that, yes, even though more links means more votes, more quality votes than the competition means is just as every bit as good as having a greater quantity of links or a greater amount of links. And so keep that in mind. So look for quality links that, like I talked about, have a good PageRank. And the PageRank bar, I wish I'd put a picture in here now, but the PageRank bar, for those that are wondering, and I don't want to jump off the screen again, but the screen blacked out here, so I'm going to discuss it. The PageRank bar, you can go to toolbar.google.com, and under options, make sure you enable the PageRank toolbar to show up. It'll be under the options section, I believe. Once you install that, there will be an options, and then it's under like options, more options, and then you'll just choose to view the PageRank toolbar. And some computers already have that installed, or browsers, it's already there. But if it's not, just go to toolbar.google.com and access it. And the Google toolbar, basically, there will be a PageRank indicator. It's a green bar, and it tells you, basically, if you read it left to right, which is how you should read it, the more green space you see covered up, and is the easiest way to describe it, the better Google views that site as far as a quality site. That means they've given it a better PageRank. They view it as a more high authority website, so to speak. An authority website is a site that they see as a site that people are spending a lot of time on. There's a lot of people going to that site. And so that's what an authority site is. So the higher the page rank, the better it is. If you're looking at a site that I like to say sites that, two up, two above, that's, that means Google likes that site. They've got some interest in that site. Page rank 0, sometimes that could mean it's just a new site though. So it doesn't mean you don't want to get that link, but if it's really hard to get that link, like if you're writing unique articles just for that one person, don't do it for a PageRank 0. Try to do it for a site with a PageRank 2, 3, 4, 5, something like that, because that's going to give you a little better benefit. And so that's kind of one gauge you can look at. You can also look around at their site and look at how much content they have. If they have tons of content, then that's a site that the search engines are naturally going to like. So keep that in mind. So if they have tons of content, then that's a good thing too. If they only have like 5 pages of content, then maybe look for something else, because Google looks at how much content they have to consider if they would be like an authority site. They look at PageRank, and oftentimes they'll give PageRank to sites with a lot of content. So look at it that way and try to look for those quality links. If you can get links from quality and relevant websites going to your website, it will result in a great boost of your search engine ranking. So keep in mind that even sites that may not pass PageRank for you can still increase traffic through clicks, and that's really important. That's a really important factor. So even though sites may not pass PageRank, they can still increase your amount of traffic through through clicks. So like I talked about, there's some sites that don't give you a direct link benefit, so they don't actually boost your link popularity in Google. Some sites automatically put those on there because they don't want people going on there and spamming their websites, which is what happens a lot of times. Is there's people in our industry that do things that are trying to promote things extra heavy, and they just mess it up for all of us because they work too hard. You've always heard that one person can ruin it for everybody, and that's really what happens a lot of times in internet marketing and in SEO especially. Is there's people that go out there and they just spam and spam and spam, and they'll post like all sorts of junky posts. They'll post random content just to get backlinks. And if you're doing it ethically, there's ethical ways to get these backlinks, but they don't care, and so they ruin it for everybody. And so they end up putting these measures where they do things like what's called a no-follow link and things like that. And so it may not give you the best benefit possible, as another link. But these sites can still get you traffic by having more exposure. So all is not lost when you're doing this stuff online. So there's some SEO people that would teach you that, oh, stay away from it, don't get a backlink from it. I teach go for it, take the effort, do it, and that's why I'm teaching you all these methods, because it's more about SEO. It's all about traffic, and exposure results in traffic, and that's really important. So tell the search engines what your site is about with anchor text links that have your keywords in there. Basically, anchor text link is the clickable text of the link, and that should be your core keyword phrase, or the keyword phrase you are trying to go for. And so when I'm talking about what an anchor text link is, think of the blue part. A lot of times you see a blue link that might say click here, and that's not a good anchor text link. That's not telling the search engines what to find on that page, unless that page is about click here, which wouldn't be really, that'd be kind of weird. So basically, if the page was about, let's say, like weight loss tips, for example here, let me show you that. So the keyword phrase is weight loss tips. Let's say your main website is weight loss tips, or you have an article within your website that's talking about weight loss tips, and you want to link directly to that article. And I know we've already covered anchor text links before in like a couple different sessions, but I do want to jump on it when I'm talking about link building here one more time because it's so essential and so important. So you want to find more information on effective and proven weight loss tips on their website. So let's say you're writing a whole blog post or an article or something like that, and you could say so-and-so is an expert on weight loss. You could find more information on effective and proven weight loss tips on their website. And notice that's the link. The blue underlined part that I show you here is the actual link. That's the anchor text. That is the clickable text. And it actually is showing that if you're providing an anchor text link, a lot of people say, well, you need to have click here in the link because that increases conversion. It actually has shown that people are more likely to actually click on an anchor text link that's incorrect sometimes than the click here link, simply because that's the content they're interested in. That's the content they're interested in, and oftentimes people don't like to be forced to do things. They don't like to be told, oh, click here, or you must click here, or something like that. They get turned off by that. People don't like marketing, but they like looking for information. They get turned off by marketing because they see it all the time. And so, don't worry about it hurting your conversions or something. It might end up helping you some. So, use your anchor text properly. Use it effectively, just like I did there as an example. So that would be what an anchor text link would look like. So if you're using WordPress, Joomla, or any other, content editor, or in most HTML editors, standard HTML editors, you can easily create an anchor text link by highlighting the text that you want to link up. So if you had this article, you would highlight that text, weight loss tips, put your mouse over it, highlight it, and then go up and click on, it looks like a paperclip. I call it the paperclip icon, but it looks like they call it the link icon too, but it looks like a paperclip, and it's up on the browser. Like if you're in Microsoft Word, you actually see, there's an option for that too somewhere in there as well. But you're not going to be designing sites in Microsoft Word, I hope. So if you're using like an HTML editor, this could be Composer, Kompozer. It's a free HTML editor that you could be using. Could be Dreamweaver. It could be Microsoft Front Page, Expressions Web Design, whatever it is, whatever editor you're using. Even in WordPress and Joomla, I know they have this too. There's a little paper clip icon they call it, it's for creating links. So highlight the text that you want to link up, highlight it, and then click on that little paper clip, and then type in the URL of the exact page where you're trying to send that traffic to, and that's going to create a clickable text or an anchor text. So here's a code, though, if you want to actually do the HTML coding itself. If for some reason you're not using an editor, it doesn't want to have it, or maybe you just want to do it yourself with code, this is what the code would look like. So it would be like, let's say this is, CalendusPR.com. This is my SEO firm. Search engine optimization. That's the keyword phrase right there, search engine optimization, maybe that I'm trying to rank for, because that's what I offer people. So that would be my anchor text. Oops. I apologize for that. Okay, so that would be my anchor text would be right here, and then the href equals, that would be the link. Now, when I created this presentation, I still had to go to Google and type in HTML link code. So don't feel bad if you need to do that, so you can copy and paste this code in there as well to use. I just, for some reason I can't memorize this 100% exactly. I probably could, and I don't expect you to either. Just type into Google HTML link code if you want to have the link code. But in most cases, like I said in the point above, you shouldn't even have to worry about even grabbing the code. So it should be as simple as highlighting the text and making it clickable. And that's, as simple as that. But if you're actually submitting articles, like the article directories, I talk about this in more detail in the article marketing lesson. But in your HTML resource box, because they give you a chance to do HTML, this is HTML code for those that aren't aware, because we have all varying skill sets here. So this is HTML. This coding that I'm showing you here is HTML coding. So you could copy in that coding into your HTML resource box to include your link. But again, I cover that more in the article lesson as well, just like we cover this actually in the Squidoo lesson as well. So that's what anchor text links are. That's why you should use them. They're very beneficial to you, because an anchor text link will actually give you more benefit or more boost than a link that might just be your URL. And so it's okay, though, if you're just linking your website. If that's the only way you can get a link, then that's what you need to do. Don't stress about it. Every link is a positive link for you, but if you can make them anchor text link, it's that much better. So keep that in mind. Now check competitor links. So getting links that your top competition is getting can be very important to your overall success. So type in the keyword phrase that you want to go after in Google and look at the links that your top 10 competitors are getting. So type in the keyword phrase that you want to go after. I just want to reiterate that. So you want to type in that phrase in Google. So let's say weight loss tips is the keyword phrase we're going for in Google. You would go to Google and you would type in, weight loss tips into Google. I would show you all this right now, but unfortunately the computer's acting up. So for some reason when I leave PowerPoint, it actually makes the screen go black. We're always learning lessons here. So use Yahoo Site Explorer to track backlinks and get ideas of new spots to get links. So Yahoo Site Explorer, just go to Google if you don't want to remember this URL. It's siteexplorer.search.yahoo.com, but you could just go to Google and type in Yahoo Site Explorer. And what you use this tool for is basically it allows you to track backlinks and get ideas of new sites, new spots to get links. So you can track the backlinks of your competitors. So what you would do in the first step is go to Google and type in weight loss tips into Google. Type in weight loss tips into Google. And then once you've done that, what you're going to do next is you want to go and you want to look for, after you've typed in weight loss tips, then you want to go to siteexplorer.yahoo and put in the URL of a couple of the top 10 websites into the Site Explorer site. So they have an option where it says, check this URL or search this URL or explore this URL. Put in your link into that option. It's at the top of the site. So siteexplorer.yahoo.com. Put in your link there. And what you're going to find is it's going to tell you in links and links on the page. Click on in links because that's going to tell you links going into that website. And what it's going to show you is basically a listing of sites. It's basically going to show you this is where this site is getting traffic from. So it's going to actually break it down that way for you. So it's going to tell you that that this site, particular site that you found on the top 10 of Google, actually has backlinks coming from these 10 or 20 different websites, or some of them will even have 1,000 different links. And you can go through each and every one of those websites and you can click through to those websites. I recommend just right-clicking and opening in a new tab and then just looking for that actual site. Like oftentimes you'll see it right away. Okay, so this is how they got a backlink on this website. And you'll find that you can find a lot of niche websites and you'll find things like, okay, so they made a blog comment on this site, so I should do the same thing because that's what my competition's doing. And if Google likes where they're ranking, then I want to get up in that top 10 ranking too, or I want to bump them out, so I'm going to do kind of what they're doing. You're basically just duplicating their link strategy, but you're doing it by looking at the top 10 sites so that you can actually do more than what just one of them is doing. So I hope that makes sense. Basically, if you can exceed what they're doing on a link building level, there's a very good chance you're going to outrank them. Not 100% guaranteed, but a very, very good chance, very solid chance that you're going to outrank them among all your other competitors. And so you want to look for those competitors. You want to dig deep, look for those competitors with the siteexplorer.search.yahoo. If you have questions on how to use that, don't hesitate to email me. But it's very straightforward. You're just basically putting in the URL of the competitor. So you do a Google search for the keyword phrase you've decided to target and go after. Look up the URL, copy and paste the URL, stick it into the window in Yahoo Site Explorer, then go through Yahoo Site Explorer, check in links is the option, and then browse through there and see, okay, they're getting links from this site, from this site, from that site. Just go through that step, go through that process, and it's going to open your eyes to new possibilities, to new places where you can get search engine friendly backlinks to your site. Sometimes the links may be in the form of, maybe it's in an article, so maybe they were able to submit an article. So you say, okay, these guys accept articles from other sources. So you contact them about doing an article. Maybe it was a link through a reciprocal link exchange. So maybe what happened is, somebody approached, basically you could approach that site too and say, hey, I've got a relevant site in this niche market. And I'm going to talk about reciprocal links because I know some of you out there might go, oh, that doesn't work for SEO. But I'll show you how it works with SEO. So maybe it was, through that way. Maybe they have a directory on their site. Maybe it's a niche directory. Maybe it's a social media platform. Basically, I hope you're getting the idea is you're looking for the competition. You're seeing where they're getting backlinks. You're basically just going back. And that's what I love about SEO is you can analyze your competition for free without doing anything. You don't have to pay a market analysis company, all this stuff. You get a look into their strategic online marketing strategy for free using this tool. And that's what I like so much about the Yahoo Site Explorer. And so it's definitely a great tool. So that's definitely some things that you would want to do. So can you guys still hear me okay? Just want to make sure. I just got a notice here. So just want to make sure you guys can all hear. Go ahead and type chat yes if you can. Okay, excellent. So glad to hear you guys can hear me okay. So basically, you know, that's what's so great about Yahoo Site Explorer, and that's why it is so beneficial to you. So with Yahoo Site Explorer, go ahead and use that tool. It's definitely a tool that you are going to want to use, and a tool that you're going to want to look into taking a look at. So the next thing you want to do, again, like I said, type in the URL of your competitor and look for links. And what I say here is look for legitimate competitors. So as you're seeking your competitors out, sometimes it may not be the top 10 sites that you actually decide to look at. Maybe it's only 4 or 5 that seem like legitimate competitors. When I say legitimate competitors, where you can actually see some results, I'm talking about staying away from links for big brand names. Like as I was preparing this, I was running through some examples. I did a search for weight loss tips, and I found that there were several sites on there that were definitely marketing sites. Like I could go to them and they were like WordPress blogs, they were things like that. They were promoting affiliate products, all that stuff. So I could tell that, okay, this person ranks really well for my keyword phrase. They're definitely a competitor, you know, for that niche. And excuse me. So basically, yeah, they're definitely a competitor. And it looks like somebody I can compete with, because there are other sites on there like discovery.com. And now when I say look like sites I can compete with, yes, by getting the backlinks, you're able to compete with these sites. But when you're actually checking backlinks, like where these sites are getting their links from to achieve their high rankings, I don't recommend you use Fortune 500 sites. I don't recommend you use big brand names, because the places they're getting their backlinks from are sometimes the most off-the-wall, bizarre places that really isn't where you need to be focusing on. You need to be focusing on the mom and pop type websites that are ranking right among the Fortune 500s. So I hope that kind of makes sense. Like for example, the site I believe was like easyweightLossTips.net. They were ranking right up there with Discovery Health. Well, and the Discovery Channel, you know, that's on TV. So, you know, obviously there's going to be a ton of links out there for discovery.com, for the Discovery Channel from who knows where. So as you're doing this, look at your legitimate competitors. Look at the sites like easyweightLossTips.net. You know, look at sites like, you know, 101weightlossarticles.com, which you guys can all go check out. 101weightlossarticles.com as an example. Or you could look at any other combination, you know, of weight loss site. Like you'll know if it's a site that is a competitor. If it's a name that doesn't like instantly hit in your brand, you know, in your head that, okay, this is something like, you know, like if it's the name of some huge diet, you know, if that's the site.com, you know, like the Jenny Craig diet, you know, that may not be the best one to look at where they're getting links from, because they can be getting links from anywhere, you know. So look for the mom and pop type sites when you're doing that. And if you have to look at page 2 to see, you know, to get some more competitors, look at page 2 of Google, you know, to get some more competitors, to analyze their backlink structure. But this part's really important, checking your competitor backlinks. And if you have any questions, let me know on this tool. Online directory submissions. This is an area we haven't really gone into much. We've talked about all the other ones. But submitting your sites to online directories is still an effective way to get backlinks. Sometimes paying for a link in these directories is good, and it's actually a way to it's sometimes the only way to get listed in some of these. And basically all it does is, it's not really like you're paying, well, you are technically paying for the link, but you're more or less paying for a faster approval process. So it means like it could be the difference between waiting a year to actually get your backlink to waiting 24 hours to get your link, you know, things like that. So some of the top directories to look at listing is dmoz.org. That's one I'm sure you've probably heard about by now. And basically all you're doing when you're using dmoz.org is you want to browse for categories. You want to look for your category. So just browse around there till you find where your niche would fall. So if it's a weight loss site, look under health, weight loss, things like that. If it's a business site or internet marketing product, you know, business, internet marketing, things like that. And navigate till you get to your category, and then submit your site using their form. And one little tip that I want to share with you that not a lot of people share or know is dmoz.org can take you it could take up to 6 months to actually get your listing. There's no paid option. It's all free, and they only accept really high quality sites. So they want to have sites. So before you actually even submit your site to dmoz.org, you want to add some content to it. Like, for example, if you were to submit a sales page to them, there's a good chance they're not going to list it in their directory. So keep that in mind. So they may not list you in their directory if you just have a sales page site. But if you have a blog with good content around your niche market, like maybe you have 25 articles or 20 articles or things like that, then yeah, there's a good chance they will list you in the DMOZ directory. But dmoz.org, or maybe you have a shopping site with 50 products that you're selling, or 100 sites. Maybe you have 500 waterless cookware items, as an example. You could submit that site to dmoz.org. DMOZ is free to submit to. What's great about it is the Google directory is actually powered by DMOZ. There's literally hundreds and hundreds of high-quality directories that are actually powered by DMOZ results. So that means you not only get a link on dmoz.org, which is fabulous for you, but you end up getting a link on probably hundreds of additional websites. So this one little process, it's free to do. It's worth it, but I would wait till you've added some content to your site, which you want that content anyways, because that's going to help you in the search engines. Notice how all this stuff works together now. But dmoz.org, just look to get you the best chance to get a ranking faster once you have a quality site to submit and once you've added some articles to your site, so you beef it up a little bit. You want to look for the recently updated categories, and you can do that by looking at the bottom of the category. So if you look at the very bottom of the category on dmoz.org that you're thinking of submitting to, and you look all the way to the bottom, you would see it's like this little dinosaur dragon looking thing. And if the dragon's wearing like clothes, I know this sounds really funny, but it really is true. But like if the dragon has been customized, like if it's been customized, it's wearing clothes, or it might be driving a car or something weird like that, then it means that editor or volunteer that's editing that category, because volunteers, is actually active, because they're actively changing their little guy around. It'll also tell you right next to that little green character that person is actually when they last updated that directory, when the last update went in, and so you could see that, oh wow, so last month they just were in there and edited something. So that tells you, okay, they're fairly active, or 2 weeks ago they added something to this category. But if you go to a category and it says, it was last updated 2 years ago, which sometimes you run into that, then I would just submit to another category. And don't worry about that, because there's literally, we're talking thousands upon thousands upon, thousands of different categories in DMOZ. It's huge. And so you can find, if you can't find one weight loss directory, there's another more niche weight loss directory that may be more active. So keep that in mind. So that's some things to look for in DMOZ, and I spent so much time on it because this is so important to you, because if you get one link there, it's going to skyrocket your chances of ranking in quality links. The Yahoo directory, it does cost $299 a year, but just like DMOZ, it is a high quality link that's still valuable, and I would only do this one on a site. I wouldn't do this on every single niche site you have unless you want to and have a lot of marketing expenses. But I would do it on, like if you have an authoritative site that your focus is really that site, or maybe you have 5 authority sites and you're just focused on getting these core websites ranked really high for, maybe it's weight loss, a site in weight loss, then it would be good to go to the Yahoo directory. So it's dir.yahoo.com, and you can just type in Google Yahoo directory and submit your site. It costs $299 a year, but it gets you a lot of backlinks and a ton of benefit. Another directory is the Best of the Web directory. Same story. It's $99.95 a year, but it's another great directory. LII.org, it's a library internet index website, and it's a free directory to submit to, and if you can get a link there, it's a very high authority link. And again, you want to submit quality sites here. And you're probably getting a theme here. If you have a quality site, these directories, which are human edited, and that's a quality of a good directory. So another search phrase you can do to find a quality directory is human edited directory, because a human edited directory means a person actually has to look at the site. And yes, that means you may not be able to submit every one of your sites, but it does mean your sites need to be of quality, and it means that the only sites you're going to find in there are quality websites. And so, this is where directory submissions have gotten a bad name, and SEO teachers and stuff say stay away from it because it doesn't work at all. Directories still work because there's quality directories out there that search engines still like. the search engines will like a directory that has quality, sites in it, that has sites with good content. They don't like some of these directories because they approve anything you submit to them automatically. And so they have sites, on Viagra or on casinos or gambling and all sorts of, adult sites, just all sorts of stuff that just, is not considered kosher in a lot of realms online. You see that all over. So consider, these human edited directories. Do a search for human edited directories, and you can get a great list of more directories. You can even try human edited directories, free submission, things like that. And sometimes they'll have free submissions, but it might take maybe 2 weeks to get approved. But if you want a guaranteed listing, or you want, not guaranteed, but if you want faster approval, maybe you have to pay $8 or $14, and sometimes that can be worth it. If it means that they're going to give it a proper attention. And sometimes, not all of them, but most of the time, they will give you a refund if they don't approve your site. I know the Yahoo directory won't issue a refund, but they will tell you what you can do to make sure your site gets approved, because they also look at quality of site. So make sure it's a quality site before you submit to that one. Joant.com is another great one, and GoGuides.com is another really good one. And like I said, you should consider human edited directories, but also consider niche directories, and check the resource page for more top online directories. I'm going to give you a list of more top online directories along with this download. So make sure you check that out as well. So consider, like when you're looking at niche directories, do things like golf online directory, weight loss golf, weight loss directory, fitness directory, health directory. And sometimes you have to go like, for golf, it might be better to do search for sports directory. For weight loss, it might be better to do a search for health directory. For internet marketing directories, you might be better to look for business directories, things like that. But look up those phrases in Google and find niche directories, because a niche directory can actually help you rank, because it's a network of related websites, and search engines love relevancy. And so you have a good network of relevant websites, it can really help you. So submit your site to only directories which have your category or the spot you're going to submit it to. So once you've navigated to that directory and you said, okay, I'm going to submit myself to this category, because most of these directories work by making you go in there and browsing to the proper category. So you want to make sure your category is actually cached in the search engines. And so that's really important. When I say cached, it means that Google has actually indexed that listing. Google has actually indexed that specific page, not just the home page, but that specific page. Because if a page is in the Google's index, then that means the Google spiders have found that site, and that means the Google spiders are actively running around on that site, and they're actively spidering through the links going to your site, where it might be listed, or the other sites on there. So you want to make sure you browse a category where your listing would be, and highlight the URL in the address bar and go to Google. So highlight the URL and copy it, and then copy and paste the link into Google using the following search phrase. So the search phrase would be cache, C-A-C-H-E, and that would be a lowercase c, or uppercase will work just fine, C-A-C-H-E, colon, and then the whole entire URL, not just the homepage, but the whole entire URL of where you're looking at submitting that. And if it tells you, if it shows up and says there's nothing that can be found or no results found, then that tells you that that specific page is not going to do you any good. So you want to maybe find a different category that might be cached, or move on to a different directory, because otherwise that is one example. Directories are one example. I know I just got done saying that if you can submit it for the exposure, submit it there. So I'm going to eat my words here on this one. Online directories, even the biggest directories online, are not going to be a great spot for you to get piles of traffic. But with that said, articles, press releases, podcasting, videos, every other kind of marketing that I've discussed is a fabulous place to get people going on these sites and actually finding you. So if you don't get backlink benefit from those, it's okay. But when we're talking online directories, just move on to another one. Don't pay for it. Especially don't pay for it. Just move on to another one that is going to get you cached, because directories just don't get the kind of, they don't get piles of traffic to them. There's some that get a lot of great traffic, but there's just, you don't find directories used to be a great way for people to find information online. They still are set up in that way. People can still go to them and browse for different categories. But if you look at it, on a lot of these directories, you're competing with one of 100 sites, whereas with social media, when you submit a video, it's only your video they're watching, so they only have one option really to watch there. But so, just move on with directories to one that basically has, it cached. So keep that in mind. If it is cached, then it means that you will gain benefit from having a link in that directory. And then search for niche directories again by doing a search for niche plus the directory in Google. So niche, and then the plus sign directory, or you could do so pet directory, pets directories, things like that to look up online directories. Another great site to use is isedb.com. And that's a URL you guys can copy down. This will be available on the resources page as well. And it gives you a list of web directories, of great web directories. ISEDB is an authority site that actually gets you a great list of some high quality directories. And they even have one called special directories. And you can actually click on that special directories and get a listing of even like a whole list of medical directories, a whole list of pet directories, a whole list of directories in all sorts of niches. So it can actually save your hassle of doing that. And it can get you a lot of free backlinks to your site. A lot of this stuff's free, so make sure you do it. isedb.com and then /HTML/web_directories. And you can also just go to isedb.com and navigate to their web directories page. But that's a great tool to use, a great site to use for finding directories to submit to. So I would try to get, try to set a goal each month of getting 10 directory links a month. That's not asking too much, but it's going to help you in the long run. Over the course of a year, all of a sudden you now have 100 to 120 directory links for your site. So try to use these tools and get some directories going. Article content exchanges, basically, like I said, you're looking for content websites and blogs in your niche market by running a search on Google. And you want to approach them about you writing a free article for their website in exchange for a link back to your website. So you just go out there, approach them, say, I've got a great article for you. Find somebody in the weight loss niche, write the article for them, and then go ahead and take that and approach them about that, and then show them the article, and then see if they'll publish it for you, or approach them first and then write the article. Sometimes it's best to have the article because they want to see the quality of it. Most of the time, the webmaster or person running the website won't mind at all, and it gets you a quality link incoming to your website. And that's really why it's so important. It gets you a link that your competition is not going to have. So you want to keep the article unique to them and don't blast this one out to article directories. Blog commenting and reciprocal links. You want to seek out blog posts in your niche market and make good, relevant comments on the blogs with a link going back to your website. So for this process to work, what you want to do is use the blogsearch.google.com tool. So blogsearch.google, it's Google Blog Search, and you want to seek out new blog post, and type in your niche. Weight loss tips, golf tips, swing better tips, personal development, life coaching, whatever your keyword is, or whatever main niche you're in. Type in that keyword phrase and look for in the Google Blog Search. It'll usually tell you the most recent blog post. So it gives you a chance to be one of the first people to make a comment on a new blog post, and that will give you a good chance to kind of show up ahead of everybody else. Everybody almost has to read your comment before they post their own comment, so they might go to your website. But put in your URL when it asks for it. Obviously, when you submit these, you don't want to use your anchor text. I see this all the time, and it looks really weird. They'll say, their name is weight loss tips, and we know that's not true. And that just looks spammy, and most of the time, the person running the blog will not approve your comments that way. So put your name in there. You're still getting a link from a site that Google actually, likes. That you're getting a link on a page that's been cached. Blog commenting is something that when you do it correctly, just like with anything, it can still benefit you. So this page right here would probably make a lot of people cringe that are teaching SEO because they would go, oh, none of this stuff works. These are still valid ways to get backlinks, and you can't tell me it's not because all these pages are cached. You see these with your competition search and all that kind of stuff. So blog commenting is still a great way to get backlinks. Reciprocal links, it can still provide some traffic to your website and also can give you some quality backlinks. Yes, a reciprocal link may not carry the best benefit as a one-way link. Yes, they used to be great, but they still can be positive if you do them correctly. The key is to only do reciprocal link exchanges with sites that are relevant in your niche market. So to see how this works is you would go out there and you would find, a website with good content that you wouldn't mind adding a link to. And so you go out there and you approach that webmaster and you say, I would be willing to provide a link to my website. So I would be willing to provide a link on my website to your website, in exchange for, a link on your website or something like that. And you give them the code to use for your link, or you tell them what you want the title of your link to be. And most of the time they'll do it. So you get an anchor text link, and then you're linking to a relevant source as well. And so that's where it's positive for you. It actually is a positive link exchange that way. Where reciprocal link exchanging went bad and why it actually started being discounted by the search engines is because of the spammers that I was telling you about earlier. They went out there and decided that they were going to get reciprocal links from, every single site out there. So they were, for example, they were things, like they had a golf site and they're out there trying to get, a weight loss site trying to get links on a golf website, or vice versa. They were a pet website trying to get a link on an internet marketing site, or internet marketing site linking to pet sites. It just wasn't good. Like I said, Google cares about relevancy. And so when you're linking this way, it's not going to hurt your site. It's going to help you because you get a quality link. And there's a lot of times when the links in the resources section on some of these sites actually get a lot of clicks on them. So, make sure you do that. So keep your reciprocal link exchanges really to a minimum, and be careful though. But if you do it properly with the right link partners, you're going to be just fine if you do it with quality sites. So keep it to a minimum and seek out sites that have a high Google page rank to do exchanges with. These are sites that Google likes. And again, make sure that when you recommend your link, you make sure that they look for a page on their site, even if it's their resources page that's cached. And if they have a resources page, it means they're open to this kind of stuff anyways. And this was the old way to get a lot of links, and it's still valuable, but you don't want to make this all your links. Maybe make it 10 or 20 links this way, but make sure they're quality sites that you're linking out to and that are linking into you. And that's going to give you a boost. It's going to give you a boost from a site that's in your niche, and it's actually may end up helping your overall site because you're providing content to your visitors. You're providing a link going out to another website. You just want to, as far as from a marketing point of view, you may not want to link directly to one of your competitors when doing this. So, like let's say you are selling an ebook on weight loss. You may not want to link to the next guy selling an ebook on weight loss, but you might link out to a site that might have articles on weight loss and things like that. So, those are just some ideas to consider. But blog commenting and reciprocal links can still give you some backlinks. They're fairly easy to do, especially blog commenting. And that's something that you could spend, just set aside some time and say, I'm going to comment on this many blogs, and then just focus on that. So let's go back here. So Web 2.0 content management platforms, we're almost done here. This is another great way to get links. So many Web 2.0 content management platforms out there. And when I talk about a content management platform, I am talking about basically, a lot of these sites out there, NBC.com even, some of the biggest websites out there are actually, you can actually get backlinks on these websites. We're talking, websites with NBA teams on it, stuff that has sites that actually have high page rank. Now I just talked about how earlier, so you don't think I'm going crazy here, I talked about when you're analyzing your competition, don't look at the link structure of some of the biggest sites out there. So I don't want you to think I'm talking about the same thing here. What I'm talking about here is actually getting a link on these websites. Like have a link on NBC.com, stuff like that. Now that, it may not work for NBC.com exactly, but sites like that use this. CBS.com, things like that. I'm sure there's been a lot of sites that you've been on, popular sites, big sites, and even not so popular sites that you've been on, where you see an option for you to set up an account. You see an option for you to set up an account and interact in a forum, or even have your own account. Well, a lot of these sites are using what's called a Web 2.0 or social media content management platform, where you're able to set up blogs. You're actually able to set up your very own blogs within these websites. And what's cool about that is you can talk about almost whatever you want within your niche, because it's actually your blog. It's your blog, and you might want to tie it into, maybe that site in a little bit, but it's your blog. It's kind of who you are, and they like it because it produces a bunch of unique content for them. And inside these blog posts, you can do anchor text backlinks to your project. So you could do introduction blog posts. Hello, my name is, Paul Counts, and I enjoy helping others make money online. Hyperlink to paulcounts.com, of course. And, I also have a great site, Also another passion of mine is helping people learn ways, learn special weight loss tips, hyperlink to my weight loss site, so it gives you an idea. Plus, on the blog, they have what's called a blog roll built into these sites. And so a lot of these niche sites, they have forums too where you can interact and do signature links. And so you could have a link coming from a site that's a really high, like a site with a page rank 7 or a page rank 8 or 9 or some of the biggest sites out there you can get links on. And so it's a really cool strategy for you to use. So look for these sites and set up an account telling people about who you are and make blog posts about your interest. You can also set up, again, the blog rolls with links to your website if they allow it. Every one of them is going to be slightly different. Here's just some ways to find it. So here are a few common social media-based Web 2.0 content management platforms. I know that's a mouthful, but when I say social media-based, it means that basically the content management platform allows for interaction. That's really what it is. And a content management platform is WordPress is a content management system. Joomla is Drupal. So a lot of you guys have probably used those. That's basically just it's a section where you log in to manage your content. And there's a lot of these. WordPress is considered Web 2.0 social media management too, because it allows for two-way communication. It allows for your visitors to comment and interact with you. So keep that in mind too. So WordPress is a Web 2.0 social media platform as well. But basically, so here there's a few social media-based Web 2.0 management platforms that allow for interaction. So they allow for blogging and things like that. And when you do searches for these, there's literally thousands of them. So when you find a company, like I just go to Google, I'll type in things like social media content management platform. And then when you find a listing of companies that offer social media Web 2.0 platforms, then you can do a search for a certain phrase, for the company. So I'll show you here. Just run a Google search for their names with the phrases I specified below to find countless places where you can go and set up accounts and get these links from. So for example, here's one of them that I found, and it's actually one of the few. But with that said, there's actually, there's literally 141,000 results that came up when I type in that Google phrase with that in quotes. That tells you that there's 141,000 sites with social media platforms by KickApps as the actual phrase that is actually cached. And so, of that 141,000, there might only be, 500 or 1,000 that you could legitimately use. Maybe, maybe there's a lot more than that because it might be picking up, all the internal pages and things like that. But even if it is an additional 500 to 1,000, which I know this one is huge, that you can get links from, you're not going to have time to do hundreds of thousands. So even if you can get 100 of these or 50 of these linking into your site, it's going to be links from high authority sites that your competition more than likely does not have. That's going to give you a leg up on them. So social media platform by KickApps, that KickApps is a company that created it. So basically that's what it is. So you could do even stuff like social media content management platform and look for companies. And then when you find a list of them, go to their website and then look at kind of how they've kind of browse through what their content management system is all about as an example, and then look at maybe sites, because most of them have a place that says sites using this, sites that use this platform and things like that, and then just click on it and then take a look at it and see, okay, these are websites that are using it, and then scroll to the bottom and look at the footer, because most of the time it will say site powered by or social media platform by and things like that in the footer. And you'll see that on WordPress. It'll say like powered by WordPress. So if you were to Google powered by WordPress, you'd find a whole bunch of WordPress sites. But that's not really, and you could do that to find WordPress sites in your niche if you wanted to. But this is a really powerful way too to find sites where you can set up accounts and such. You could also do a Google phrase for news and quotes and then the word community after it, because that would give you a list of news community portals. So a lot of these sites are like newspaper sites, and so newspaper or news TV sites, and those are some of the best backlinks you can get. And so that's where actually a lot of these sites are using platforms like I'm talking about here. It may not be this one in particular, but they're using platforms like that. Platforms that enable you to set up an account, log in, create your information, and things like that. Powered by Elg.org is another one. Elg.org is an open source social media networking platform that you could use. And then another one for you to look at, and these are just a listing of some 3 searches you could do to look for potential sites to look at. So Powered by Elg, you could just do a search for elg.org, and they don't really have anything particular that all their sites carry. So you could just type into Google elg.org websites or things like that and get a listing of some sites using that platform. But it allows you to interact, create blogs and stuff within that. Ning.com, Ning.com, it's great for finding niche pages, like, or you could call them sites almost, but there's a lot of people out there that, and you can actually create your own Ning site, just so you know, it's free, absolutely free. But just go to Ning.com, and basically what you're going to do is you can interact on this on Ning.com and build backlinks. So definitely take a look at Ning.com, and you can just do a search for weight loss, golf, life coach, personal development, whatever your phrase is, and find niche Ning sites that are already set up, so Ning pages, Ning. So people have already created a Ning social community. It's basically a social networking community. But you can go in there, you can set up a profile with whatever kind of links you want. You can set up, post in their forum, you can post comments, you can, some of them, there's just a lot of ways you can interact, and when you can interact, there's chances for that you can drop links in a non-spammy way. Now this one I contemplated whether or not to share it, but I'm in the giving mode and I like to share everything I have with you guys and let you guys take it or leave it and decide if you want to use it. This is a really hot tool not a lot of people know about. It's a tool that I discovered and have been absolutely amazed and enthralled by it. So here's the tool that I'm talking about. Go to web20.net. So it's for the latest Web 2.0 and social media sites. This is a really powerful site. Basically, it gives you a list of the up-and-coming Web 2.0 sites. It tells you every time there's a new Web 2.0 site, almost of any kind, it will actually feature it on the site. New sites will come up all the time. There's literally, hundreds and hundreds of Web 2.0 sites. Like when Twitter first came out, I know that was a site that was featured on this. Back when Twitter came out, I didn't know of this resource, but that gives you the idea, though. But it has sites like Twitter in there and things. But basically, if you want to track some of the next latest social media technologies that you can leverage for backlinks and exposure, this is a site to use. There's literally hundreds of different kinds of social media sites. Almost every single one of them allows you to set up a profile on these sites, and inside the profile they have a spot for a website. So utilize that. Set up your accounts and link to them. Also look for ways that you can interact and potentially drop in a backlink to your site in a non-spammy way. And so it doesn't mean you go in there and just with all guns ablaze and you start dropping in backlinks. So you don't go in there and say, insurance broker, make money online expert, weight loss tips. You don't go in there and do that. That's not good. Set up 3 different accounts if you have 3 different sites, and then drop in your link where it makes sense. Like in your introduction, I teach people different topics for making money online. Casually drop in your link. But don't go in there and say, visit my link here at makemoneyonline.com. That's just really spammy. People don't care for that. It's not going to do you any good. You're not really going to get a ton of traffic from those direct links anyways. But what you're going to do by doing that is get backlinks. So the backlink is going to result in SEO traffic. So you may not get direct clicks on those, but it's going to get you backlinks, and backlinks are important for improved search engine ranking, which means piles of traffic when you're getting top rankings for some of the most competitive phrases online, which is exactly what I'm teaching you how to do here. So stay updated weekly on the latest Web 2.0 properties to hit the market and find some hidden gems that people aren't using. So a lot of these sites are so new that marketers, even some of the most innovative ones, may not even know about some of these tools yet. So most marketers know about, a lot of them probably know about this site, but if they don't, you're getting a leg up on that. But even them, they may not check the site at the right time when you're checking it. So all the time there's new sites coming on board that you can eventually leverage. It'd be kind of fun to be one of the first people on Twitter. You could just imagine how much more you would know than the next person. You could be the expert on the next social media property. Things like that. So that's a great tool for getting more backlinks. So thanks for joining me again. I'm going to go ahead and open up the line.
I'm just going to mute myself.
Okay. All right, looks like the recording is going now. So we are here, Paul Counts here with session number 11. This is the final session of the Traffic Generation
Blueprints training program. And today we're going to be talking about launching your own internet consulting business. So you're probably wondering how this fits into traffic generation. Well, over the past 10 weeks, you have been digging in deep with me on some of, the most in-depth trainings that I can give you related to traffic, SEO, and all sorts of ways to generate free targeted traffic for your online business. And so now that you've learned all these principles, I'm going to share with you how you can turn this into your very own business so you can actually do this service for other people. In fact, for those that aren't totally aware of my background, this is actually what I've done, until, basically this last year. The last 12 months is really when I started actually creating training programs and teaching programs. But prior to that, I actually got started doing this when I was 16. I started doing SEO for clients, and so I was quite young then, and now I'm 24 years old, so I've been doing it about 8 years. And this is, basically how I got my start, how I made my money, how I still make a good chunk of my income is actually by doing work for different clients. A lot of mine are local clients. I've done a lot with clients all over the country in different niche markets, and everything from big and small companies. And so basically what I want to teach you now is to take what you've learned here and apply it not only to your own business, but apply it so that you can actually profit from it. So not only did you guys learn how to grow your own business, you're also what you're gaining here is the knowledge to actually, it's a totally different business model. So for those students that are in Autopilot Wealth Institute or other programs, you're learning several different business models, and this is just another one. And for all just the traffic students, this is a way that you can actually profit from the teaching, even more so than just getting traffic to your site. So I'm going to jump right in here to this training. Basically, local business gold mine is what I'm talking about. The reason I say local business gold mine is because it literally is a gold mine. There is so much opportunity there. Your local market, meaning local businesses around you. Like, it doesn't matter if you're in the UK, the United States, Malaysia, anywhere in the world, it really doesn't matter. We have people joining us all over the world for this training, and it doesn't matter where you're located. This, the local market, it could be, 5 kilometers from you or 5 miles from you. It doesn't really matter. It's in the general vicinity. Just keep that in mind. So your local market is literally a gold mine just waiting to be tapped into. There are so many local businesses out there that are sitting there just waiting, not really waiting for it, but they really need services that you can offer, and services that you can offer are services that you just learned, things that you just learned in this training, like article marketing, press release marketing, video marketing, SEO, keyword research, all that stuff that you have learned. You could actually provide that service to local businesses who know nothing about it, because if you look at it, in colleges, they don't teach this stuff in schools. They do not teach SEO, internet marketing in college. You cannot find this taught in colleges. In fact, which is one of the reasons we would love to get, our program accredited as a college level program, basically just because you don't find this in colleges. They do not teach SEO. The stuff that you learn, you're never going to learn that in school. And so people that own their own business, even if they took marketing classes, they don't know this stuff most of the time. And a lot of times they don't understand how badly they need it until you can actually approach them. And so, no matter how small or how big your town is, there's money to be made, and even surrounding areas that you can reach out to. I mean, even if you are in Fremont, Michigan, you could still profit from this because there's still businesses out there. If you are in Stillwater, Oklahoma, you can profit from this. If you're in Eugene, Oregon, or Portland, Oregon, you can profit from this. If you are in, Manchester, overseas, that came out probably United Kingdom, I believe. If you're in London, no matter where you are, you can profit from this. There are businesses that need your help and need your services. So no matter where you're located worldwide in your city, no matter how big or how small, there is opportunities for you. And even if you are in such a small town, which I understand that, I grew up in a town about 300 people. So yes, the business is kind of limited there. But there's a town about 20 miles away that's got about 50,000 people in it. So no matter how small your town is, we have couple people joining us from Nebraska here. And even if you are down in Nebraska, if it takes you to go 30 miles through cornfields, there's going to be a town big enough to where you can actually find some businesses potentially. So keep that in mind. So don't feel like, oh, this won't work for me because there's not enough businesses. You can make this work for you no matter where you're located. So keep that in mind. So many people market these services online, but few people are reaching the local business market. There's so many people doing SEO, search engine optimization, link building, all that stuff on the internet. And most of the time, if businesses are actively searching for this kind of stuff, they're harder to get as clients because at this point, they've probably already sought out 5 to 10 companies, or they've got quotes from all sorts of different companies. So getting them as a client is going to be really hard, and you have to be very experienced typically to get that kind of work. So starting out, it's not a good way to go. And that's why the local business is an excellent solution for that, because you can get into this as a consultant, as your own little internet consulting firm, using, applying the stuff that we've learned. So I keep wanting to point back to that because, some of you, this might be your first training, but we have 10 other modules, 10 complete weeks where we talk all about SEO, we talk about link building, we talk about, video marketing, press release marketing, article marketing, Web 2.0 marketing. We talk about all these different ways to market, and these are all services that you can actually do for businesses. So once you do them for yourselves and you understand them, you can start marketing. You have a marketable skill to local businesses. So they think just the word SEO is exciting, and that's what's fun about local businesses is they feel like, the word SEO is new to them. They feel like when you can say, I can get you ranked on the search engines, they say, wow, because a lot of local businesses are starting to find out that there are forms of marketing that they've been used to, whether it's Yellow Pages advertising or newspaper advertising. I've talked to several businesses, and they've told me that they quit advertising in the Yellow Pages completely. They said that when they did that, they were spending, I think it was like a couple $1,000s a year, if I recall, and it was in a smaller, Stillwater, Oklahoma. The business actually was cutting their advertising, and I started doing SEO work for them, and their businesses actually started to increase because they're ranking for, phrases like Stillwater beds and Oklahoma bedroom furniture and bedrooms, and all this kind of stuff, these keywords for their niche phrase. And they're able to tap into that internet presence because as the stats have shown, and, regular stats are starting to show up that there's, it's getting to where about 80% of local local purchases, it starts on the internet for people. And if you think of that, that's very true. Look at the last time, you probably pulled out the Yellow Pages to find a business. It probably was a long time ago. And most of the time people go right to Google, they go right to a directory online, they go to yellowpages.com, they go somewhere on the internet to quickly find what they're looking for. They don't want to thumb through a phone book. A lot of times, look at your cellular phones. It seems like nearly every phone, and you can even get the high-end BlackBerry phones now for $25 when you start a service plan. I mean, that's nothing compared to what they used to be. So about everybody has a data-capable phone where they can have internet on their cell phone. And so it's so convenient for people to pull up Google and say, okay, this is the business I want to find. So businesses that are not marketing on the internet, they are really losing out because fewer people are pulling out the phone books, fewer people are reading the newspaper. People are getting their news on the newspaper websites. They're not pulling out the newspaper to read it like they used to. I just saw today, where I'm at right now, there is somebody, trying to sell newspapers outside, get people to sign up for the newspaper outside Walmart. And they're just trying to push that really, really hard. And I know why they're doing it. It's because they know they're losing readers. They're trying to do anything they can to get people to sign up for them. And that's why businesses aren't advertising to them like they used to. And so they're looking for ways. They're saying, okay, I'm not getting a return, but a lot of them don't know where to turn, and that's where you can come in. And so a lot of times when you can share this stuff, they get excited about it, even though to you it's like, oh, I'm just telling you about a squeeze page. To them it's so foreign and exciting. It's unique. It's innovative. And so they're, it basically, it gives you a better chance to close them as a client and make some potential more profits. So another great benefit of local businesses is that they are used to spending money in advertising for their business. That's just a thing, sometimes that I run into when if I end up finding clients online or they find me and they want price quotes, a lot of times they're not really excited about spending money on SEO work. They know it costs money, but they don't want to spend money. They just aren't accustomed to it because their business has always been on the internet. But when you start contacting local businesses, that's really the only way they've known to survive. They've used direct mail, they've used newspapers, they've used radio, they've used Yellow Pages, they've used other, other different phone directories and things like that. They've tried, all sorts of different ways to network themselves and get themselves exposure. And, oftentimes that does not mean the internet. And so they're used to, the business owners are used to spending, of their budget, maybe 5 to 10,000 a year or more on certain marketing type services. Oftentimes it's a lot more than that, So they set aside, $20,000 of their revenues are going to be invested into marketing of some sort. And so when they find out that their Yellow Pages marketing is not working out for them, and when they're starting to discover that when they stop running their Yellow Pages ads, they're actually getting the same amount of phone calls as they used to get, that stuff's not working for them. And so they realize that, and so they just have that money sitting there, but a lot of times they don't know where to invest it. And so, they just don't know how to invest it properly, and that's exactly where you come in. And again, it makes for a win-win situation because they've got money that they are used to spending. Whereas if you're online trying to find a person, it might be difficult. They don't really want to part with their money. They might be a lot smaller business, and a lot of brick and mortar businesses, they have capital they can leverage. They have real estate in their business, all sorts of ways they can generate revenue in order to muster up the funds to pay for marketing. And so they have the means for it. They're used to paying for it, and so they're a perfect target for this kind of service. Nowadays, they're more than likely aren't seeing a return on their advertisements through things like Yellow Pages or newspapers, just like I mentioned, and they want other options. And now that you have this knowledge, you can give them the solution they are seeking. So we already covered that. Did you know that basically by simply attending this training over the past 10 weeks, you have learned more than advertising and PR majors will ever learn in college about online marketing? And I want you guys to think about that. The small amount that you guys paid for this is actually way better than any college education that you guys have come across. And the reason I can say that accurately is because just recently I was in college, and I actually have not finished my degree because I could not get a degree in search engine optimization or internet marketing. And their idea of covering internet marketing was 2 paragraphs that said you can advertise your business on the search engines. And then they went on to the next topic. I was actually had lunch with one of my wife's old high school friends, with my wife there too. That's probably sounded awkward, but her friend was there, and she was talking about her job and what she does. And she was an advertising and PR major, and she's now working for a PR firm. And everything that which happens to actually specialize in internet marketing and search engine optimization, this PR firm does. Well, nothing that she learned in college she was able to apply. She wasn't able to apply anything that she learned in college to her actual business. Now, I'm not out there saying, that your kids need to not go to school or that school's bad. What I'm telling you guys is that you guys have received a college level education from here for a piddly amount compared to what college tuition costs. You guys are learning stuff that actually works that you can apply for that. And I want you guys, the next time you go through anybody's training course, really take that to heart, because the stuff that you are learning is actually golden. Because if you remember back to what you learned in college, which some of you may, the internet may not have been around when you were attending school, and I don't mean to say that mean. I'm just saying that that's true too. But very recently, for those that have gone to school, I personally have seen it as early as a year ago. They do not cover internet marketing. They do not cover it. Recent college graduates, they do not cover internet marketing. They do not cover SEO. And so you guys have a knowledge that these businesses crave, because they can't find an SEO or internet expert. There's nobody that's coming out of the local universities that knows this stuff, because they flat out don't teach it. And if they do teach it, it's very minimal, and they don't know how to teach it because they don't actually do it. And so that's where training like this is so important to building yourself up. And now that you know this, you guys can go out there. Now, I wish if I could give you guys a degree in this, I would, but obviously we can't, but you guys have gone through this course, or you're about to go through the training for some of you guys. And so keep that in mind, really take that to heart and really work hard for that. So also, did you know that just knowing this knowledge, you can instantly become the go-to expert in your local community for consulting or website marketing? So just like I said, because you know this, you are this far ahead of nearly everybody in your local market, because even the SEO company or the website design company that thinks they know search engine optimization, the stuff you guys have learned would actually blow them out of the water. And I say that in all humbleness. And the reason is because they maybe just know the basics, maybe search engine optimization like title tags, but most of the time you're going to be hard pressed to find anybody that could actually that can do article marketing, press release marketing, video marketing, Web 2.0 marketing, all that in one entire package and program. You guys learn how to do that, so instantly you guys have an expertise that even your local website design company doesn't even have and that can't even touch. So you guys have really, by being in this training, you've really given yourselves a leg up on your competition out there that might even be marketing this type of work. So marketing to local businesses, there are several different strategies you can pursue to get more clients locally. You've got cold calling, you've got direct mail campaigns, online advertising, chamber of commerce, word of mouth, sales representatives, and you can even create your own local event, which I'll share with you how to do each of these things. So cold calling is still a highly effective strategy for getting more of these types of clients. This is the type of work that, you need to roll up your sleeves and get to work because it does take some effort. And just like with anything, whether it's affiliate marketing or anything, or anything that you learned here, you have the tools now that you've gone through this training to not only run this as a business, but to turn your own internet business, your own, generate your own affiliate sales, generate your own sales of your own ebook or your own product, whatever it is. You now have the tools. You're armed with the knowledge, the tools, and the training you can achieve success with, but you have to apply it, you have to take action on it, and you have to do it. And those are the kind of things, that are really, really important. So cold calling, it's really inexpensive to do. Most of the time, it's local phone calls, so it doesn't even cost you long distance, but it can be a little intimidating, so that's something to keep in mind. But if it is very intimidating or scary for you, you can always hire a sales rep to close deals for you and just give them a commission on deals they bring in. And I'm going to go into that in a little bit here as well. And also be prepared when you're doing cold calling to be told about 10 to 15 times no for every yes you get. So be consistent and work hard at it. And sometimes those results are even worse. But in this kind of marketing, it's sometimes, it's usually a little better odds than regular telesales. And the reason is because you're offering a service that's so unique and so different. And so I know I'm young, but I've actually been doing business. I started actually well, I sold pencils when I was in second grade. That's beside the point. But but anyways, what I did when I was in junior high, I was actually a junior sales representative for a custom apparel company, and I started calling on companies to get work done. And so I learned the beast of sales and marketing, and it was through that job that I got into the internet. So that's kind of, you guys can see how that transpired. But basically, what I learned there is you need to be consistent. I learned that you're always going to be prepared for a no. Obviously you want everything to be a yes, but don't be shot down if every time you turn around it's a no. You might make 20 phone calls and be told no every single time, and then on that 21st time you pick up the phone, it's a yes, and then maybe the 22nd time it's a yes. So you never know. So be consistent and don't give up if after 10 times you're told no. Keep pushing, because nothing in life that's worth achieving, is going to be easy for you. And, I know I'm young, but saying that, that's how I've gotten through everything I've done in life. I was not born into, with wealth, I was taught to work hard for everything I do, and that's one way that I've got to where I'm at. A lot of people think, well, he's got it made, because he's an internet guy and blah, blah, and all this. No, we have to work our tails off to get where we are. And so the people that you see that succeed, the people that you would consider gurus or the guru status and all that stuff, those are people that worked hard. They really pushed and they worked hard. And so you need to do that too. Be prepared to work hard, but once you work hard, the rewards are going to be there. So when you call, speak with the owner of the company, which is pretty easy in the local business environment. So with everything I told you before, just when you're doing your cold calling, make sure you're talking to the owner, because especially in a local business environment, they're going to be the main decision maker. When you're calling on bigger companies, it's typically going to be like the marketing department or the PR department. Typically stay away from the web teams of any company, just because the web designers, they get their feelings hurt when you actually tell them that they need help with search engine optimization. It's just the truth. They do, a lot of times that happens. They get upset with you. They'll tell their boss, they'll swear up and down that their SEO is great, and then their title tags are optimizing for their business name. And like I talked about in title tags, you need to have your keywords up there. And so, try to stay away from their web teams because they're just going to get offended. Try to go straight to the top, and that's really pretty easy to do with local businesses because a lot of times in local businesses, the owner actually runs the company too. They're there all day. They might have 1 or 2 employees, but they're pretty much there all day too. And so, when you call and speak, try to speak with the owner or try to get a time when the owner is going to be in because that's the person ultimately that's going to sign you the check and get you the money. So make sure that you're talking to the owner. So tell them where you found their website and let them know that you are a local business consultant. Tell them things like, hey, I found your business on Google somewhere, on page 7 or 8, or maybe just say, hey, I found you in the yellow pages, or I found you in the newspaper, or I found you in this online directory or in the Chamber of Commerce directory. Tell them how you found them because what that will do is that will kind of make them feel good because it will make them feel like some of their advertising is working, and that will actually work in your favor because you planted a seed in their mind that, wow, they found me through advertising. So when you're pitching an advertising service to them potentially, they're going to be a little more open to it. So it's kind of a psychological thing. Give them some stats about how many people are using the internet now to find businesses, and maybe ask about how their past advertising is working out for them. You can go to Google and type in a phrase like, local business search statistics, and it will show you all sorts of statistics out there from different reputable sources that basically lay out, different facts, facts that show that over 50%, of people have replaced the yellow pages. Other large percentage have quit using the newspaper and gone completely on the internet. Gives you stats as far as how many purchases in local businesses, how much business in the local business market resulted from online searches first. It goes through all that stuff in detail. And so, tell them some stats, things like that. Make sure that you tell them that you're an internet business consultant because that's what you are. That's going to put you up on a little pedestal that you are considered an expert. So ask them if they're looking for more customers right now. Make sure you try to bring that up in that initial conversation. Most of the time, they're going to say yes. When you ask them a question like that, even though they may want to say no, they know that if they say no, they're going to sound really foolish. And I've actually had businesses tell me that. I've actually talked, and so don't be shocked at the kind of responses you get. I've talked to local realtors in Stillwater, Oklahoma, and I've explained to them what I do and showed them what I do, and I actually sold my house without an internet for sale by owner on the internet, outranking all the local realtors on the search engines, and I was able to show them this. And they still said, well, how could you teach our office anything? Why would we want to learn how to sell a house on the internet? And I about fell over when I heard that because that's a real estate company. As an individual, I outranked the real estate company locally. I'm not saying that to boast. It was very simple to do. And yet they were still in shock because, they still did. I was in shock because they totally said, I don't want to work with you. We don't want to, why do we want to advertise on the internet? Why do we want to reach people on the internet? And how could you teach us that? And so don't be shocked if they say no, they don't want to get more customers. That's fine. Go on to the next one that does want to get customers. If they do say yes, if they're looking for more customers, ask them if they are by a computer. Now, again, this is recorded, so you can go back through this process. So this is kind of the process you go through in that first conversation. So you want to take notes of this. If they are next to their computer, show them an example of a ranking you have achieved for either yourself or for another past client. Or typically what I like to say, to do is if you're brand new, just getting started, do some work for maybe a friend that owns a business or maybe a friend of a friend or something like that. Try to do something for free for somebody. Try to do a service for free where you can achieve a ranking. So then you have some results you can show. You can say, hey, type in Tulsa, Oklahoma chiropractors and look at, I've got 2 of the top 10 listings for this, and I really feel like I can help you, in your particular topic, Tulsa, Oklahoma lawyers, I can help you get some rankings there. If they're not by computer, try to get their email address so you can email them the result and explain a little bit more about them. And that way you can kind of follow up with them through email. So ask them and tell you what kind of keyword phrases people would use to find them online or that, phrases that they would want to rank for. And they will typically tell you. And then when you're as they tell you that, pull out your computer. It's best if you're in front of your computer when you're on the phone with them. Type in those phrases. So if they tell you flower shop, Stillwater flower shop, type that in and then, tell them, Yeah, that's a good phrase. I don't see you anywhere on the first 10 pages, and then maybe have them do that search, and then they'll say, "Oh wow, I don't see myself there." And what that's going to be doing is planting in their head like, "Wow, I do need help," because I'm not even visible out there. This isn't good. And once you get them thinking like that, they're going to become a customer of yours. The chances of closing that as a client is going to be pretty good. So really hit home with them that when people are using a search engine, they are pre-qualified buyers. And that's also a really important factor to business owners, is they're trying to get qualified leads through their advertising. And a lot of times, if people are just browsing through the yellow pages, they're still not specific searchers for certain topics. If they are just browsing through the newspaper, they're certainly not 100% targeted, because it's kind of like, as far as, newspapers go. A newspaper cannot guarantee that a certain percentage of their readers are looking to buy a couch that day. But if somebody's typing in, furniture store in Chicago, Illinois, or furniture store Tecumseh, Nebraska, um, they are, then they're pretty targeted. They know exactly what they want. And I don't even know if there is a furniture store in Nebraska, but just kidding. But basically, if they're typing in those phrases, they know what they want. They are a pre-qualified lead, a pre-qualified buyer, and that kind of stuff is going to resonate well with the business owners. And explain to the business owner how this kind of marketing can help them get a return even years down the road for their company. That's a really important fact, because just changing title tags for a company is a benefit that they're going to reap between the time you change those until 10 years down the road or longer. Obviously you can't guarantee the exact time, but you can give them a rough idea that this is something that's going to stand the test of time and that will stay out there. Because a lot of times their title tags say home page, untitled one, it says just their business name. A lot of times they don't even have keywords in their title tags. So basically by just tweaking their title tags, you've now moved them up from page 12 on the search engines, or page 100, up into, clear up to page 2 or 3 or even page 1. And so just by that quick little change, they're going to see results from you, and they're going to love you for it. And so you can explain to them how this is something that's going to be there. Explain to them how when they're advertising in a newspaper, the second they quit paying for that newspaper advertising, it stops. Therefore, the traffic and the leads they were getting from that stops. Second they quit paying for their high-end Yellow Pages ad, it stops. The second, even if they're paying for pay-per-click ads, the second they quit paying for pay-per-click ads, their traffic stops. So they need services like this. And so, I want you guys to see this and, make sure that you're going after this. Direct mail campaigns. So you want to that's another form of marketing. So we already talked about cold calling. So here's a little bit about direct mail campaigns and how they can work for you. Basically what you want to do is send a letter to the owner of the company explaining who you are and what you do. So that's all you do is basically get the owner's name and information, send them a letter. So tell them that you are an internet business consultant, establish yourself as an expert. One strategy to really establish yourself as an expert would be to write a short report of maybe about 5 or so pages, 5 to 10 pages. Write a short report. Basically, you guys could even go back through this training, take notes, and then turn that into a 5 to 10 page report on the topic of marketing a business on the internet. You're more than welcome to do that. Obviously my training is copyrighted, but the stuff that you guys can take from it is by way of notes and things. You guys could put that into a report, a special report, and then what you can do with it is turn that into a PDF document, or turn that into or go out to a printing company locally or something like that, and now you have a booklet. So now when you call them, you can say, I am so-and-so author of or creator of this report, and all of a sudden, boom, that makes you an instant expert. And what I'm actually doing to really build my credibility up is later this year, I'm launching a book on search engine optimization for local businesses. And I also recently just signed a contract with my local radio station to do a business and internet profits radio show. So now when I want to get new clients, I could just pick up the phone or have somebody else call for me and say, this is Paul Counts, or I'm calling on behalf of Paul Counts. This is Paul Counts, the host of the Paul Counts Internet Profits radio show. And all of a sudden that instantly resonates with them as an expert, And so find a way that you can become an expert. And a quick way to do that is, 5 to 10 pages, turn it into a report, and then now, boom, you've got a report that you can actually give to a local business to really build up your credibility, and they're going to listen to you. And so it's going to help you get a higher class, a higher level of client. So this letter can be very short and to the point. You don't want it to be long and drawn out. You just want it to be short and to the point, just like with your emails. I put together some pretty long swipe email copies for a recent promotion that we did. And, another more well-established marketer, was like, hey, you should probably try it this way. And, the shorter way does work much better because people have a very short attention span online. They have a short time to jump, at the offer. And so, try to not make it a long, drawn-out process. Make it 2 or 3 paragraphs, short to the point, and I'll show you an example here in a moment. So it doesn't need to be long or anything like that. Short to the point. And basically, just like with cold calling, the more letters you get out there, the more return phone calls you will possibly receive, and the more emails you might get for potential price quotes. And so the more you get out there, so if you send out 100 letters, then you might get, a few callbacks. If you send out 10 letters, you're going to do okay. But if you just send out one, you're going to get what you can do. So, and now you don't need to be expensive with your direct mail campaign either. If you send out, 100 letters, you don't need fancy stationery. All you need is white paper, black font. So just make sure you have enough ink, and print that up for yourself. Print up those letters. Address the envelopes. Typically addressing them by hand sometimes will get some attention. Think of maybe getting some creative envelopes. Sometimes those brown envelopes do really well for getting some people's attention. Things like that. A white plain envelope that's handwritten oftentimes will get a little more attention simply because most of the time businesses that are sending direct mail and bulk mail and stuff, they are sending them with computerized address and stuff like that, computerized addressing and all that kind of stuff. And so so business owners and things are just going to say, looks like junk mail. Boom, looks like junk mail. But whenever, I know, especially for me too, whenever I get mail and it's actually handwritten, it actually gets my attention. And, I've seen actually some really creative things where they've actually been able to make a computerized font look like it was handwritten, and so it really grabs your attention. You're like, wow, okay, I better read this, and so that's an idea right there too. So, and try to get the owner's name so you can address the letter and so you can address the envelope to the owner. Otherwise, they'll just go to a secretary, and the chances of the owner getting it are slim. And also, just make sure that you send out a good quantity of these letters as well. So below, here's a sample letter. I'll just read this to you rather quickly. So basically, there is a sample letter. And what you can do here is, and the sample letter will be in the recording. So as far as online advertising goes for your business, and I just wanted to actually pick up the process, but the sample letter will be in the recording. It's just very, very basic. You're just saying, introducing yourself and saying hello, who you are, and that kind of stuff. So now as far as online advertising goes, you want to use everything you have learned to promote yourself locally to get new clients. And so that's a really effective strategy. So just use everything that you have learned so far in this training course to promote yourself locally for these clients. So that would include SEO, that would include the article marketing, the press release marketing, all those kind of things. Make sure that you include those in your promotional efforts of yourself, because if you can prove to them that you can rank for your keyword phrase, Stillwater search engine optimization or Stillwater marketing. I'll give you some ideas of keywords too. Use keywords like your city and state and then marketing after it. Your city and state advertising, your city and state SEO, your city and state PR firm. Because those are the kind of phrases people are looking for when they're looking for marketing services or looking for advertising type services. So do things like, Chicago, Illinois marketing, Chicago, Illinois advertising, Chicago, Illinois PR firm, Chicago, Illinois advertising firm, Dallas, Texas SEO company, Fremont, Michigan PR firm, all that kind of stuff. Try to use those kind of keyword phrases when you're trying to do your marketing. So substitute city and state with your city and state. Possibly if you're in Canada, it would be your province, obviously. If you're in another country, it'd be however that's structured. So those are the kind of phrases people will look for when they're looking for local services. You also want to consider posting ads on Craigslist in the small biz ads area. Excuse me. Basically what you're going to do on Craigslist is they have a small biz ad area, small biz ads, there we go. And in that section, it's going to be listed under small business typically or services. And then it's going to be small business ads. And so you're just going to click on that. You can just write up, even take the letter that you're using to prospect businesses with, just copy and paste that in there. And then every 7 days or so, go in there and repost that to your Craigslist once it expires. You can also submit your site to local online directories. There's sites like Merchant Circle and stuff like that. Find a Merchant, or just different companies come up that are basically set up for local businesses. And so since you're doing this as a consulting, you can list yourself as a marketing company in some of these directories. So do searches for like your city and state, so like Stillwater, Oklahoma marketing or Oklahoma City marketing and things like that. And when you're doing searches like that, you'll find a listing of a lot of these companies that rank high in the search engines, and you can get a free listing on these. So just look for those local directories. And also, write press releases about what you're doing, what you bring to the table, and submit those online. And then again, make sure the title of your press release is your keywords, just like we discussed. And you can review the press release videos, the article videos, any of those things to discover a little bit more about, how to do this more effectively. And also get on Twitter. I'm probably opening a can of worms by saying the word Twitter, but everybody loves Twitter. Twitter's a great thing to be, and if you're going to be a local business consultant, you need to be on Twitter as well, because you want your clients to be on Twitter, because that's a really effective way for them locally to connect with their clients. I'm telling you, Twitter marketing works locally, because I actually the other day, or a while back in Stillwater, I wrote, and this is a good way that you could market on Twitter, or teach your local businesses to market. But basically, I wrote on a Twitter post that I was out having ice cream with my family and had a great day with my kids or something like that. And next thing I know, I get something from Qdoba, which is a restaurant in Stillwater, Oklahoma. Some of you may have heard of it, but basically it's a Mexican food restaurant. They send me a direct reply to me saying, at Paul Counts, hope it's cool, good to hear you had a great day with your kids. Hey, why don't you bring your kids in on Sunday, because all kids meals are free. I mean, I was like, wow, that person that was great. I'm a marketer, and I wasn't even resilient to it. That was a great way for them to get me, and that shows you a great way local businesses can connect with people, that you can teach them how to follow people that are local to them and how they can reach out to people. I mean, it was really effective marketing. My wife didn't like Mexican food that much, but otherwise I probably would have gone and eaten at Qdoba that Sunday afternoon after church. So, that's a great way to market and leverage Twitter, and that's how your businesses, local businesses, can market it, on a local scale. But if you want to be seen as an expert, try to build up your Twitter following as best as you can. And that the reason is because people really look at Twitter as a big thing on the internet now. So make sure you're on Twitter too, because if you're not there, they're not going to, it's going to hurt your credibility a little. Also, consider setting up a blog and promote your services. Set up like a WordPress blog, set up a blogger.com blog. I would recommend doing like a WordPress.org blog that's on your actual server, so you have your own domain name. That's going to be the best way to do it. And pick a domain like, either your niche market, so it'd be like, Fremont, Michigan, marketing services, or Fremont, Michigan internet marketing, or something like that, to draw their attention. Or you could use your name. That's another idea. You could use like, Paul Counts Consultant, Jeff Wellman Consultant, things like that, are some examples. The Chamber of Commerce is another fabulous way to connect with clients and find new clients. Most local communities, even smaller towns, have a Chamber of Commerce or have one in a neighboring city. So just like, if you run out of clients in your area, there's always another town, that you can go onward to. And even the smallest towns have Chambers of Commerce. And so look them up, look for your local Chamber of Commerce, and I'm going to show you how you can get connected. They're a great way for you to connect with local business owners. They're always holding events. Every month they'll have 5, up to 10 events a month, opportunities where you can go and network with other business owners who are also members of the chamber. You have chances to promote your services. You have chances to get into their newsletters. There's special rates on advertising. Like my local chamber, for $150, you can place an advertisement that will go out to 1,200 business owners, and it will reach 1,200 business owners for only $150, and they will do all the work. You just give them an insert. You know, that may seem like a lot of money, $150, but in the scheme of things, it really isn't that bad because they're doing all the work. They're folding everything, you know, they're compiling it, and you get sent out to 1,200 business owners in your area. And so it gives you some exposure, some additional exposure out there, and it's something to consider. So they're a great way for you to connect with local business owners. Especially in smaller communities, you can get free advertising from the chamber most of the time. Now, large chambers of commerce, I'll say this, they sometimes aren't the easiest to work with, and their fees are pretty expensive. Like Los Angeles, California Chamber of Commerce, you know, may not be as user-friendly as like the Stillwater, Oklahoma Chamber of Commerce, but maybe things like niche chamber, like, you know, I'm sure Los Angeles has more than one chamber of commerce. I know Sacramento has several. You know, big cities like that, they have several. So try to find a smaller one, you know, or find one in a suburb, you know, neighboring suburb. Like even the Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce would be pretty big, but like the Edmond Chamber of Commerce would be a good one to be in, you know, kind of example, the suburb of Oklahoma City. But these smaller chambers give you great opportunities because they give you like, so basically, you know, they give you an opportunity to get free advertising. Like my local Chamber of Commerce, when I signed up, they only charged me, it was, you know, $20 a month. I was able to just pay it monthly, $20 a month. And when I first signed on, they gave me free advertising. So I got free ads that ran, you know, in their newsletter that went out to everybody. They put a write-up in there about my business. You know, I could do a ribbon cutting if I wanted to. I could hold my own event. They also allowed me to do my own webinar, and they promoted it for free. So like my second month of membership, I was able to hold my very own webinar where basically I went in and taught local businesses how to do, you know, a little bit about search engine optimization. You know, I taught them, you know, ways they can to start driving traffic. So I just built value in this webinar that they all listened to, and then at the end of it, I sold them on my services. And so what happened there is I got new clients. I have a list built up. I created a video, and so now I have a squeeze page set up for local businesses, and every other day or every day sometimes I have new businesses in actually Oklahoma, and I can track it because I have it set up to grab their phone numbers or, you know, and their emails, but a lot of them are using email services that I know are from Oklahoma. And so I can tell that it's working locally, you know, so I'm getting a lot of local exposure, and they're going through and seeing me as an expert now because I have this hour-long video that they can access. And then I have actually a follow-up sequence, and I've had comments from people say, wow, that's a great follow-up sequence, because I have messages in there that go out 7 days after they download the video. It says, hello, so-and-so. It says their name. You know, hey, I've seen it's been 7 days since you downloaded the video or accessed the video. I hope you've had a chance to watch it. Here's a PDF of the slides from this presentation. You know, hope you enjoy that. And so I have people going, wow, how did you know it was 7 days? You know, they're shocked by that. And so it opens up the door for you to promote to them. And so that was all done. Thank you to the Chamber of Commerce. That was a free thing. Another opportunity that I was able to do, you know, they will oftentimes allow you to speak at a lunch or breakfast to the members, and you could also talk to them about doing a webinar, just like I said. So they have lunches and breakfasts all the time, and those are great events for you to go to attend. But you could also say, hey, I would like to speak sometime on internet business, and this is kind of what I can bring to the table, what I plan to cover. Now they aren't interested in you pitching at these events, and neither are the members. What they're interested in is hearing some good, solid, unique content, and they're going to be interested in that. You know, they are going to be interested in that. Now, be prepared at times, you know, you may get turned down. I personally, you know, was actually my Chamber of Commerce was turned down because they had just hired, you know, had a local company come in, and they talked about Twitter, I think is what they talked about. So they felt like it was too close, but they were really interested in what I could bring to the table, so they had me do a webinar. So, you know, actually I was the one that brought up the webinar idea, and they said, wow, that's interesting. And so that's actually an angle that most chambers may not have considered. Another benefit from being in the chamber is they oftentimes will let you have, you know, for $20 you can actually rent out an entire room, you know, so it seats 35, 50 people, might be a small room, but you could hold your own live event in there for $20. If you were to do that at a hotel, you might be looking at $500 to $1,000, you know, and so those are some little things you can do with your Chamber of Commerce, so make sure you leverage them. Yes, they cost a little investment, you know, some of them let you pay monthly, some quarterly to break up the payments, but it can really be a good way to excel this kind of business, and I found it to be most beneficial. You can consider signing up as a member. It's really important. And then, like I said, attend as many events as you possibly can. And another great benefit, my wife loves it when we can get somebody to watch the kids, but they have great food, at these events too. So that's another perk of it too. So not only can you network, but there's also all sorts of free great food. And they usually have several of these a month. So just by networking, I've been able to get in touch with many potential clients that didn't even know I existed or what I did existed. Another avenue that I've been able to tap into with the chamber. Now I know this, a lot of this is how to market your services, knowing what you know now. I offered to write articles for their newsletters as well. So they have a monthly newsletter that goes out to all their members. And so they're always looking for new content, and they just, quote you as the author. So just like, basically, this would be the equivalent of article marketing, where you have your resource box. I had my resource box. After my article is, 5 video marketing steps. I went through 5 little basic steps for video marketing success. And, I had some comments on that. I got some phone calls and some leads from that, because in the resource box, Paul Counts is a local internet business expert. You can go to his website and download a free video on how to, increase your traffic, all that. So I had leads come in. I had, more exposure. It was free. It didn't cost me anything, and they were appreciative, and they're going to have me probably write a few more because people enjoyed that. And to approach them, because a lot of times they just are looking for filler content for their local newsletters, and so they'll go out and they'll pull articles off the internet, on these different topics from like the Associated Press, Newswire, or different things like that. Where when they would actually prefer to have content, they told me, they would actually prefer to have content from their members. And so if you can do that, you're going to be in good shape. So this is so good I said it twice. Okay, sales reps. You can hire commission-only sales representatives in your local community. I'll show you how to do that. And a sales representative is basically somebody that works on a commission. They work on a referral. It's almost like affiliate marketing, but in the human form, where they are basically your affiliate. Think of them as your affiliate or joint venture partner that's mailing out for you or something. That's what your commission sales rep is. You don't pay them an hourly rate. You don't pay them a salary. All they get paid on is on performance. And so they are motivated to succeed, which helps you because you don't have to put anything out of pocket. Yes, your profit is a little bit less, but yes, you're going to reach more people and new people that you probably would not have reached. And also, with working with sales reps, you could avoid having to do those cold calls that you may not appreciate doing, things like that. You also may not have to worry about paying for your own direct mail campaigns because your sales rep might actually send out their own, things like that, to generate leads. So that means basically with the commission-only rep, you only pay if they bring in a sale for you. And so you could offer anywhere from 20 to 30% or higher even. Basically, the higher commission you offer, the better representative. Obviously, I wouldn't go too high for this kind of work because the payout's going to be pretty good. But just like with anything, the higher commission you give affiliates, obviously you want to keep it reasonable so you're making money. But, as valuable as you can make it for the affiliate, or in this case, the sales rep, that's where you're going to succeed. So if you go the sales rep angle, try to give them a fair rate. Consider advertising in newspapers. It costs you a little bit to post a job ad, but you can, it can be quite worth it. And there's people looking for extra income opportunities all the time. Advertise online, put keywords like your city and state and jobs or commission job or stuff like that. And then consider going with college job boards as well. Like there's a lot of colleges out there that have, human resource department. I'm trying to think the best way. They call them like, well, the department I'm thinking of is called Hire OSU Grad. That's not a good example. Oh, career services. There we go. Career services at colleges. They told me, I learned about this at a Chamber of Commerce event by networking, but I can advertise for free my job listings to colleges' career services. So when I have a sales rep job, which I'm going to be looking pretty soon here, basically I can just reach out to the local newspapers and things like that. So I can, the career services, and then they will actually, it's government funded because they're trying to get their students plugged into local jobs and things like that in the community. And so you can try to contact the career services department of your local college, community college, things like that, because you can get a free listing on job boards. Because a lot of times sites like monster.com, things like that, can cost you a pile of money. Even advertising on Craigslist, can cost you about 20 or 30 bucks for your job ad. So keep that in mind. Now try Craigslist, because sometimes I believe it's free, but most of the time they charge you for job listings. That's how Craigslist makes a lot of their money. To work with your sales reps and help as much as you can, because they are big for you. Just like when you get affiliates, you want to work hard for your affiliates. You want to give them the materials they need to succeed. You want to give your sales reps the materials they need. You want to give them the copy of the letters to send out. You want to give them maybe a script to say when they're talking to people. You maybe want to give them a brochure or a flyer to hand out. You want to educate them, answer any questions they have. Because just like with your affiliate, you want to treat them like gold, because they can make you a lot of potential, money. And so keep that in mind. They are there to help you just as much as they need you, because they want to make more money. So it's a win-win situation. Another strategy is to create a local business event or meetup. So make sure you have a Twitter account before you try this. You can set up your event or meetup, as they're sometimes called, for free at a site called eventbrite.com. Now, eventbrite.com, I was blown away when I saw the service recently. It's basically what it is. It's a free way, absolutely free, to set up your events here, and you can actually hold a local event for free, and you could even charge businesses to attend this event, and they have a built-in affiliate program. Like, this site is amazing, and it doesn't cost you anything but a per transaction fee if you have a paid event. So let's say that I am charging $100 for people to come listen to me speak about SEO. Let's just use that as a rough number. And let's say, for example, that I wanted to get a bunch of people in the room. So every time somebody buys a ticket, quote unquote, to my event through Eventbrite, it would cost me 2.5%. That's how they make their money, plus 99 cents. So it would cost me $3.50 about. So my profit is $96.50. Pretty good deal, I'd say. And then obviously, it goes into PayPal. So you've got to consider your PayPal fees there, which is another 3%. And then, but what's cool though is you can set up an affiliate program. So I can say, for everybody that refers somebody to my event, they will make $50, and Eventbrite gives them a special link. And so you could actually set up your own affiliate program for your individual event through Eventbrite and pay your affiliates like $50 or so, for that referral, or $100 or $500, depending on how much you're charging. Now, for this local event, you may not want to even charge for it. I'm just saying, if you want to, Eventbrite is set up for that, those capabilities, starting August 1st. So it's a very new technology. You probably have not heard about it yet, so I'm glad to bring you, be one of the guys bringing this to you. But it's a great service for you to check out and use. I'm going to actually look into that more thoroughly and talk to my business partners about this as well. But it's a great concept, because it basically allows you to set up your local events and then actually charge and have your own affiliate referral program for these local kind of events. But basically, if you set up a free event, it doesn't cost you anything. If you have a paid event, it doesn't cost you anything unless they buy. So in this situation, to generate more business and more leads, it's best if you just do a free event. So you have a free event, but if you really want to get creative, maybe you have an event and you give your affiliates $50 per referral, or you give people $50 referral just to encourage them to send people there. And so maybe the fee is $75 for the event, and you're giving the affiliate 70 of that, and then the extra $5 maybe is set aside to cover your fees or something of that nature. And then that way you don't have to invest anything. You're paying your affiliates, they're happy, so they're going to refer some people, and then now you can sit there and have your event. Or another strategy is you have a free event, and you get as many people there, and you talk to somebody and say, for everything that I sell, you get a percentage of my sales, or something like that. Or you could do the own cold calling to get people to that event. You do the own letters sending out, whatever it takes. Use Twitter, use press releases, all that to get people to your local events. And start following local businesses in your area as well on Twitter, and they will typically follow you back if they are out there already. A lot of newspaper and radio sites, they have a calendar online you can submit events to for free, so you could add your event there. And then you could also post on the Craigslist events page as well for free. It's a page that in your local area that a lot of people access. Even newspaper editors will access that, so you might get interviewed for it. So now here's a little tip on how to get leads to contact here. So here's a couple sites for you to look at. GoLeads.com, they charge you a small fee to access a database. The reason I like GoLeads and InfoUSA.com, InfoUSA is a little more expensive. You buy a certain amount of leads. You could say I want to buy all the chiropractors in Oklahoma. So then you could just maybe do a niche market to chiropractors or something. But what I like about those services is they actually give you some demographic data about the business. So they'll tell you things like how much revenue is there for the company. Like InfoUSA would even tell you how much this company spends on advertising. So you could pull a list of companies that are spending more than $10,000 a year in advertising. So that would tell you, okay, they're already spending this much more in advertising. I have that much better of a chance to close them. They also give you the direct name of the owner or like the general manager. And so that means you have a great opportunity to speak to the correct person. And so that's why I like InfoUSA and GoLeads.com so much. Those are great services. YellowPages.com, and it's a free option. You can go to YellowPages.com, browse businesses in your local area. Pull out your phone book as well. Look at the businesses that have the front page and back cover ads. Those are the premium ad spots. They're spending a pile of money for those spots. Those are the kind of people that you're going to want to contact. So I say, obviously people aren't using the Yellow Pages. I use my Yellow Pages still, and the only reason I use it is not to find businesses, but to find businesses to contact and prospect. That's the only reason I use it. Now, I don't use it to find things because the internet's so much easier. But it's a great tool, so don't throw away your Yellow Pages, because it can be your best asset as far as finding it. If you don't have your phone book, I'm sure the phone company would gladly give you another one. Sometimes they give you 3 or 4 anyways as it is. But basically, look for those that have premium ad spots. Look for those with the big blown up advertisements. Look for those with the ads on the front, the back, the color ads inside, the bold ads, the large picture ads. Look for those kind of ads. Those are going to be your potential clients because they're the ones that understand the power of advertising, or they're the ones that are actually wasting a pile of money in advertising, and you can give them a solution that's going to be effective. So you can also use your Chamber of Commerce online directory to find leads. Most of the time they have an online directory which includes like names of all the businesses and oftentimes the business owner's name or the main contact's name. And so it's a great resource for you to access to contact. So type in your local Chamber of Commerce and look for their member directory. Most of them have one. So here's another creative way to get more clients, and basically another strategy is to set up a website for a business in your local area and promote it using the methods learned in this course, and once it ranks, sell the website to them or sell the leads to them. So for example, Tulsa, Oklahoma Chiropractors.com, you guys probably saw me go through this process. I have not sold the site yet. I actually need to finish getting the work done because I actually have 2 top rankings for the core keyword phrase, Tulsa, Oklahoma Chiropractors, Tulsa Chiropractors, I think, and a few other phrases that I have rankings for, not only for the site but for a press release I did. And so I'm going to clean up the site really quick and try to get in touch with a local business. And what I did though is I created a case study for myself, so now I can also tell local businesses about this. But further, what I've done here is I've now been able to have something where it's going to open the door for me to talk to a business. It's going to be an easy way for me to strike up conversation with the potential client. I can contact any chiropractor in Tulsa and say, hey, I've got the site ranking on the first page for this keyword phrase, and instead of them going, listening to my sales pitch and then deciding if they want to do it, which is okay, you'd have to call several, and they may all say no. Instead, now they're going to have your attention because you're going to say, well, look at the site, just go to Google and type it in, or send them an email about it, and now it's going to grab their attention. It'll grab their secretary's attention, and they'll say, well, I need to have this. And then you could sell the site to them, for a couple $1,000s, but it doesn't take you long to do because of the strategies you're learning here. So if they already see rankings in their niche, how can they say no to that? They already see what you've done in their niche. Even if they don't want to buy that website that you have, you might be able to sell leads to them. I know some people that do this where they actually turn around and strike up a deal where they say, hey, for every lead I get, qualified lead through the web, I will sell them to you for $50 a lead or $35 a lead. So that's one strategy as well. The best one is to sell it and then or build it and then flip it. That's a new way to do website flipping that's really effective. And if they already see rankings again in their niche, how can they say no to you? They're going to say, okay, this guy knows what he's doing, so what could he do for my business? So even if they don't buy it, which they're probably going to be crazy not to, you could approach them with that. You could also barter, do some bartering and say, hey, I will throw in this website if you take on, do this client, if you allow me to do work for you. So here's a list of types of services. You've all learned all these, and these are all in the last 10 modules. You've learned about SEO consulting, article and press release marketing, directory submissions, video marketing, podcasting, setting up Web 2.0 properties, set up Aweber or squeeze pages. You've all learned this kind of stuff. So you've learned everything, again, from SEO, article, press release marketing, directory submissions, video marketing, podcasting, Web 2.0 properties, and then most of you probably know how to set up Aweber or a squeeze page, because a lot of you guys in the trainings you're going to be learning, if you're in the Autopilot Wealth Institute, would be related to this. And a lot of you guys in this traffic course I know already have a squeeze page on your website. And so if you know how to do that, if you know how to install a blog, things like that, business owners will pay for these kinds of services. So anything that I've taught you and that you've learned over the past 10 modules, then you can actually succeed by selling the service to other people. You just do it for yourself first and become an expert at it. So here's one sample package that I want to show you guys could do. Basically, you guys can pause this video and copy this package if you want to offer it. But you offer them professional keyword research. We covered that. A report on website changes. You know what to tell them to change based on the SEO module we went through. You talk to them about writing an article, so you write a good keyword-rich article. You know how to create a Squidoo engine, a hub page form based on that article and the buyer keyword phrase. You know how to do all that. You know how to take an article and read it so it becomes a podcast. We've gone through that in our training. You know how to take your podcast audio and make that into a video. We've already covered that. You know how to submit a video online. You can submit your website to RSS feed directories. You know where to find those. You can submit to social bookmarking websites. You can also submit your audio to podcast directories as another alternative service. You know how to write a press release for your business. You can submit that press release online. And then you know how to do directory submissions. And you know how to do article submissions, and you also know how to create a software toolbar for the business. That's another service. You know how to submit that to software directories, which is what's covered in the directory submissions. And a package like this, you could market to local businesses for around $12.55, or $12.50 is what I meant, to around $2,000. So you could market it for around that range. You could go less, but the best way to go without devaluing it is about $12.50 up to $2,000, and you can make some great money at that. Doing that. So you see there, by just implementing that, you can start picking up some clients that will pay you, some money. So even if you get an extra client a month and you continue doing your other aspects of your business, you can see how this could translate into some decent money for you, some decent income. And so this is, another business model you can apply for yourself. So here's some key points. Make this work for yourself first before approaching clients to do the work for them. You want to make this work for yourself first. So do it for your own websites. Do it for your own affiliate sites. Do it for your own product website. Whatever it is, try it yourself first and make sure it works there, which typically it will. Also, apply this maybe to a friend's or a friend of a friend's website, or maybe just somebody you feel like you're giving, so a free person in the community, and try to help them out, because they're going to be your best case study and testimonial as well. Go through the training as many times as you need to ensure that you know exactly what you're doing. So you don't want to get a client and then say, uh-oh, I forgot what keyword research is. And even if you do that, it's not like you need to master this. Even if you say, uh-oh, I need to a refresher on keyword research so I can properly do the work for this client, go back through and watch that module. Make sure you can provide a good service to them. But going through this training, you're going to be able to provide a good service. So once you have a grasp, start going after your clients, and just pursue them. Try to be consistent as you approach new customers, and being consistent and aggressive will ensure you achieve the best results possible. And then make sure that as you do your work, you get testimonials, and make sure you use a free software program like Jing to do screenshots of top rankings you've been able to achieve, because that's going to go right into your marketing materials, so you can use that to get new clients for yourself. And then keep in mind that networking is extremely important, and then consider getting business cards for yourself, because that's going to be really big for you as you do this, because businesses, it doesn't look very professional, especially if you're networking or at a Chamber of Commerce event and they say, hey, could I have your card? Oh, no, I don't have a card. And you have to write it on a piece of paper. It just does not look professional. So spend the $25 to $50 to get some business cards. You can look for them online. I believe Vistaprints has some. There's other places you can get some business cards printed up at. So these are key points and components to turning this into a profitable business venture for yourself. So thank you for attending all the Traffic Generation Blueprints modules.